Chapter 101. The rock walls of the Demon Mountains are very steep. It doesn't look like they were formed naturally. It's more like they were split in half by some supercognitive force, forming this almost 90-degree straight cliff. Most of the places on the rock wall are so steep that even mountain antelopes have no footholds, no vegetation, let alone places to hide. Ji-sun changed into a werewolf, wearing a cloak, and relying on his claws to grab the rock wall, he climbed all the way north. He had seen the map before, and the distance from Thunder Fortress to Sound Wind Fortress was about 100 kilometers. The amount of mana consumed simply by traveling in werewolf form was not too much, but even so, Ji-sun also stopped and walked along the way to recover his physical strength and mana from time to time. Fortunately, he had obtained a lot of recovery potions by killing the 5 members of the Beast Army before, so he didn't feel too bad about using them to travel. In addition, the Relic Demon Compass also helped a lot. This allowed Ji-sun to avoid too many dangers. Some rock walls clearly had no abnormalities to the naked eye, but the fluctuations in the demonic aura values were frightening. I don't know whether it's because the Will of Space doesn't allow people to take shortcuts, or whether the demon army has hidden sentinels. Although he killed several waves of demon minions on the way, Ji-sun also relied on this compass to avoid those high-risk areas, and had no danger along the way. After spending several hours, he finally saw a war fortress standing on the cliff. It was built with white stones, majestic and spectacular. This is Meteor Eagle Fortress. This fortress is at the northernmost end of the Demon Mountains. Further north is the black line marked on the ground, the Howling Abyss. Ji-sun looked down at the huge gully in front of him, which was nearly 1,000 meters wide and countless kilometers long. He thought, there are such cracks in the other dimension. Although it is not as exaggerated as the endless world cracks on the edge of Innocent City. But the Wailing Abyss in front of him is also a huge crack that can't see the end and is extremely shocking. The light in the space is very dim, and the outline can be barely seen with night vision. But the crack is as black as ink, as if it leads to hell, and it is unknown how deep it is. This is the natural barrier that blocks the invasion of demons from the north. Why does this world feel like it was shattered into pieces by the gods? Ji-sun looked at the crack in front of him, and the smooth rock wall of the Demon Mountain range. A picture always appeared in his mind. 2 indescribable huge creatures were fighting, and then, they cracked the earth with some incomprehensible means. These cracks are the wounds of the earth. And humans are like the imperceptible microorganisms on the wound? Whenever I see this kind of giant, I am always shocked from the bottom of my heart. After a moment, Ji-sun looked down at the Howling Abyss from a high place, but he didn't find anything special, so he climbed towards the fortress. The lights in the Meteorite Eagle Fortress were bright. Ji-sun sneaked in the darkness and walked all the way. There were already thousands of soldiers stationed in the fortress. Some patrolled, some drilled, and there were also people in the Arrow Tower sentry. Everything seemed normal. Strange, nothing happened? Ji-sun looked at the peaceful fortress in front of him, and felt that something was wrong. Thunder Fortress, a key place that leads directly to the heart of the kingdom, has been invaded by traitors, so it is not possible that it is still a problem on the front line that borders the demon territory all year round. Thinking of something, Ji-sun took out the demon compass and tried it. This test made him even more confused. The pointer seemed to be in a disordered magnetic field, spinning around everywhere. The pointer is broken? Ji-sun looked at the pointer that was spinning around and frequently showing the fluctuation value of the demon's breath, and his thoughts froze for a moment. He looked around the fortress in the direction of the pointer, but did not find any trace of the demon. Just when he thought that this relic was too close to the demon territory in the north, and was affected by some special magnetic field. Suddenly, a team of patrolling soldiers walked past him. Ji-sun looked at the pointer in his hand, which pointed to someone in the patrol team, and showed a big demon. The demonic aura fluctuated at about 10. Because the distance was close, the pointer kept pointing at that person. Could it be? Seeing this, Ji-sun no longer thought that there was something wrong with the pointer. Instead, he came to another shocking conclusion, that this soldier was actually a demon in disguise, and the reason why the pointer was spinning around was because there were demons everywhere in the camp. When Ji-sun thought of this, he felt his eyelids jump inexplicably. Sure enough, it's not that there was no change. It's just that he hasn't been discovered yet. The demons had invaded the fortress by some unknown means. He had plunged headfirst into a pile of monsters. The situation is worse than expected. Ji-sun observed for a moment and confirmed his thoughts. But he did not feel any danger, but was relieved. If there were no demons, he would not know how to trigger the difficult plot. Now it is confirmed that the demons have invaded the fortress, but have not completely conquered it. This is obviously the perfect time for adventurers to enter the game. Ji-sun was sure that there must be a key point in this fortress that could dig out a difficult plot. Thinking of this, he continued to sneak into camp. He observed everywhere in the fortress along the way, and found that the soldiers in some key positions basically had demonic aura fluctuations. Like the operators of the hanging basket elevator, the sentries in the arrow tower, etc. A rough estimate showed that about 1/5 of the soldiers were invaded by demons. Skin change, or some mysterious control method? Ji-sun was thinking as he walked, not daring to be careless, and the clown mask had already been put on his face. As he walked, he suddenly came to the military supply department. There were nearly 10,000 military merits on the military merit card. I was going to save them before, and exchange them for better things when I left the space. Now it seems that the war fortress has become a demon base camp, and exchanging some prizes to improve the combat power is the top priority. Ji-sun thought of something, took off his cloak, and walked in directly. Maybe he thought that there was no need to invade the military supply department, a logistics department, and the few soldiers here were normal humans. There is also a battle merit exchange screen here. Ji-sun took out his battle merit card and 4 demon horns, and said directly, "Captain, I am a reconnaissance scout sent by the kingdom. I have completed some reconnaissance tasks, and now want to exchange battle merit items." The things that were originally exchanged for battle merits were definitely not what the hunters saw. But this is a patch made by the will of the alien space. Adventurers are encouraged to kill monsters and exchange for their favorite prizes. Ji-sun is not afraid of exposing anything. The quartermaster checked the battle merit card, only sighed that there were many battle merits, and did not ask any more questions. "What do you want to exchange?" 9,000 battle merit plus 4 demons equals Kagura ancient martial arts fighting skills, silver. If you want to improve your combat power as quickly as possible, there is nothing better than a skill card. Ji-sun had already thought about it before, and waved the name of the martial arts on the catalog, saying, "Please help me exchange this fighting secret book." Quartermaster, okay. After the battle merit was cleared, Ji-sun got a fighting secret book full of moves. He could practice this secret book by himself. The moves explained in the intensive course were very detailed, and it would take a few years of hard practice to master the fighting skills of this ancient fighting school. But Ji-sun obviously didn't have that much time. He saw the enlightenment prompt under the secret book, which could be downgraded to skill advanced fighting specialization. Sure enough, Ji-sun breathed a sigh of relief. This was some of the little-known knowledge about the other dimensional space that he saw in the Card Master Encyclopedia. Fighting specialization is a basic skill, which is basically kicking, hitting, throwing, grabbing and other basic techniques. Although the fighting styles are different, after the secret book is downgraded, it is likely to be advanced fighting specialization. He urgently needs to improve some combat skills that can save his life, although it is a bit of a waste to downgrade the silver secret book to a black iron skill card. But the skill card is what he needs now. Because the silver boxing skill level 2 collapse he obtained in the greedy mine before as a learning threshold of advanced combat expertise. He couldn't find a way to buy skill cards outside before. He wanted to accumulate proficiency by fighting himself. But it's too late now. Once the 2 cards are used, a display of level 2 collapse LV0, 1/200, will appear on the panel. Ji-sun tried the new skill, and felt it was very mysterious. The mantra surged in the meridians, and gathered on the fist, condensing into a special energy. When a punch hits the floor tiles, the force can penetrate the floor tiles directly without damaging them. The greater the force, the more mantra force is injected, the greater the damage, and the thicker the obstacles that can be penetrated. After Ji-sun tried it, he immediately became more confident. This skill is amazing. Although second skill collapse has a certain charging time, and consumes a lot of mantra force. But after learning this secret silver boxing technique, he has gained a real killer. For example, when he faced the giant monster with thick skin and flesh before, he really had no way to deal with it except for the relic scalpel. Now he has it. This punch can penetrate the skin and directly hurt the internal organs, causing real damage. Although his skill proficiency is not enough to kill a D-level disaster with one punch. But a few more punches can always kill the monster. His super high agility and physical attributes combined with this skill are like a good sword with a blade, which can burst out its attributes at once. In addition, heavy armor card masters, like the Black Knight, finally have a deadly method now. As for the miscellaneous high-level combat expertise in his mind, Ji-sun doesn't care. He has advanced 3 times, from elementary, intermediate, to advanced expertise, using 3 different schools of skill cards. He now feels like he knows a little bit of all combat skills, but he is not proficient in them. but it's good enough to use them now. He has a high level of comprehension, and his mastery of skills has also increased dramatically. After more actual combat, these skills will gradually integrate into muscle memory and slowly become his own. Strength is indeed confidence. Ji-sun used up all his combat merits and digested 2 combat skill cards at once, and his close combat power was visually increased by several %. Walking in the fortress, you don't have to be as cautious as before. The different dimensional space is a special world that is almost the same as the real world. Everything here has a complete cause and effect logic line. If you observe carefully, you can always see some clues. Since he guessed that the fortress could trigger the plot, Ji-sun wandered around the fortress. Sure enough, it didn't take long. Ji-sun heard the news from a few soldiers who were chatting. I don't know what happened to the commander recently. He used to be the first one to go out for morning exercises every morning. Now he not only sleeps until noon, but also ignores everyone's exercises. Hey, doesn't this make us feel more comfortable? What's so strange about it? And I heard that the commander went to patrol near the Howling Abyss before, and encountered a big battle with demons. It's normal for him to be injured and recover. Hey, I don't know what military discipline the Deputy Commander Ronin Mage violated, and was locked up in the dungeon by the commander. He is obviously a good person. When Ji-sun heard these gossips, he immediately knew that this might be the key to the plot. Devil Compass has a range of use. Only at a close distance of about 300 or 200 meters can it clearly point to the direction of the devil. Before, because he was afraid of being discovered and exposed, he did not dare to approach the command post where there were obviously second-level strongmen. Now it seems that there is a big problem. Ji-sun carefully approached the commander's barracks. Sure enough, the compass spun wildly. He looked at the exaggerated demon power fluctuation value displayed on the pointer, and was also surprised for a moment. Second-level disaster level demon? Even the strongest one among the second-level ones? This is the strongest one I have ever seen. It is more than 10 times stronger than the previous first-level sea-level disaster. Interesting. The commanders of the fortress are all demons. This Meteor Eagle fortress has actually fallen. When Ji-sun thought of this, he suddenly changed his mind. Since this commander is a demon, then from another angle, the Deputy Commander Ronin, who was imprisoned in the dungeon, should be a human? Ji-sun immediately realized that this was the key to breaking the deadlock left by the will of space for adventurers. The second-level demon was not something he could consider right now. Ji-sun did not delay, and found the dungeon directly. The dungeon of the fortress usually held some soldiers, who violated military discipline, probably like a solitary confinement room. Just 100 meters down the rock crevice, there were several cells with water seeping from the walls. The light around was very dim, very suitable for stealth. Ji-sun took only 2 steps, and the needle on the compass started to rotate again. First level sea level disaster. He looked at the fluctuation value on the needle, and knew that there was a demon with a very good stealth ability hidden in the darkness. I have to admit that this relic compass is really useful. Without this thing, if you sneak in rashly, you will really get stabbed. Since there are demons hiding, there may be some early warning traps. Ji-sun didn't expect to go in without being discovered. He could only make a quick decision. As the curse power was poured into his body, Ji-sun's body swelled in an instant and turned directly into a werewolf. The supernatural perception of the atavistic werewolf was fully demonstrated at this moment. Not only can he see everything in the darkness clearly, he sniffed the air carefully again. He could clearly tell that in addition to the smell of wet rocks, there was also the smell of a human and a demon in the dungeon. With the direction pointed out by the compass, Ji-sun accurately located the source of the smell. To humans, demons smelled like rotten meat. But to werewolves, they smelled different. Is it still that kind of half-blood dark elf? Ji-sun had killed 2 dark elves before, and the smell of this kind of demon smelled much better than the rotten meat smell of other demons. And he is good at stealth, which is the only one at present. After identifying the types of demons, many methods can be predicted in advance. And although the dark elves are the darlings of darkness, they are not good at perception. The enemy obviously did not realize that he had been discovered. Ji-sun guessed that there must be a trap on the stone steps, and he did not plan to go down the normal path. Suddenly he jumped up. The leg muscles swelled, and the werewolf body jumped onto the rock wall, and the claws climbed the wall as if it were flat ground. In a few breaths, he rushed 100 meters. A black shadow flashed on the rock wall, and the demon hiding in the dark suddenly noticed something was wrong. But it was too late. When he saw it, the shadow had already appeared in front of him. She reacted and just wanted to escape, but her body suddenly collapsed. Another teleportation? Ji-sun had seen it once before, so it was not surprising. The smell had clearly exposed the position of the dark elf. He kicked the ground with his legs on the rock wall, and suddenly changed direction, like a hungry wolf pouncing on a panicked rabbit, and pushed the dark elf against the rock wall. He didn't give the demon time to react, and broke its neck with his claws. Killed sea-level disaster, half-blood dark elf hunter, merit plus 300. After the fighting skills became advanced specialization, killing this kind of fragile disaster was much easier than before. Although the instant kill didn't make much noise. But he couldn't guarantee whether the lurking demons in the fortress above were alarmed. Ji-sun killed the dark elf, and quickly disposed of the body. And the magician who was tied up tightly in the cell also saw this scene clearly. Chapter 102. Ji-sun knew that this was a human, so he was not worried. He walked over and stated his identity, Mage Ronin. I am a member of the reconnaissance corps sent by the kingdom to investigate the secret passage of the devil. He briefly introduced his identity. Before he finished speaking, Mage Ronin said, "Don't move the magic blocking chain on me. Otherwise, the devil will find it." Ji-sun was not going to move. He just saw that the guy was tied with not ordinary ropes, but rune chains with magic blocking effects. But after hearing the old wizard speak, he did not move. He wanted to get more information, but pretended not to know, and said, "Demon?" "Yes." Mage Ronin did not say much, and asked, "Do you have anything else to prove your identity?" Ji-sun thought about it, took out the battle medal, and a few demon horns. Looking at the demon horns, Mage Ronin obviously believed it, and said, "No wonder you can come here. Your strength is really good." As he said, he sighed, "If I am not mistaken, many people in the Meteoric Eagle Fortress should have been invaded by the demon minions. I didn't think anyone could avoid the demons and sneak into the dungeon." Ji-sun was still unsure of the old wizard's position, so he followed the topic and said tentatively, "I found many people with problems when I came here before. Mage Ronin, can you tell me what happened?" This is the standard way to guide the plot. Ronin seemed to know that his situation was very bad, and he didn't hide it. He said directly, 3 months ago, we found that the number of demons in the Sawtooth Forest was abnormal. Then I guessed that the demons in the north might have some secret passage that could pass through the Howling Abyss, so I kept investigating. Later, we accidentally discovered a very suspicious place, and my old friend led the troops there. He fought a big battle with the demons, but after returning, he became very strange. He no longer pursued the passage, nor did he arrange for others to go there. I thought he was injured, so I wanted to lead the team to see the ending myself. As you can see, I am now trapped in the dungeon. Sure enough, NPCs know the most about the plot, rather than outsiders like them. The words contained a lot of information. Ji-sun listened carefully to every word in the words. This was obviously the time when the fortress commander was injured in the battle with the devil, as mentioned by the soldiers before. So he found something suspicious? Ji-sun was also afraid that this guy would have an accident while talking, so he asked directly, "Where is that place? I can go investigate." Ronin looked young and fearful, and said, "Near the desolate spire. It is 30 kilometers northeast of the fortress, near the edge of the abyss, where there is a stone tower. There used to be a graveyard for soldiers who died heroically in the battle against the devil. But be careful, those red-eyed bats are the devil's spies." Ji-sun carefully wrote down the coordinates. Time did not allow for beating around the bush. He thought about it and asked directly, "Master Ronin, pardon my intrusion. Since you have discovered that there is something wrong with the commander, why doesn't it kill you?" Hearing this, Ronin had an expression of approval on his face and praised, "Young man, you are very thoughtful." After a pause, he said directly, "My life is connected to the magic restrictions of the fortress. This is a military secret in the fortress that only the commander and I know. The fortress itself is also a beacon tower. As long as I die and the beacon tower is lit, the kingdom will definitely send someone to investigate. So they sealed my magic and imprisoned me here. I can't even commit suicide." Ji-sun suddenly realized it after listening to this. No wonder this NPC was locked up in the dungeon instead of being killed once and for all. Mage Ronin didn't say much. After finally seeing a kingdom soldier, he directly arranged the task. "If possible, I want you to report the situation of Meteor Eagle Fortress back to Thunder Fortress first. The demon vanguard has arrived, but the kingdom's high-ranking officials have not taken it seriously. They may suffer a great loss later." Ji-sun heard this, and knew that coming to the dungeon would definitely trigger this plot. Then, Mage Ronin said, "I will give you the magic key of the fortress. Go to my residence. There is a secret compartment behind the 7th book on the bookshelf. You can find my rune token there. That can prove your identity. But be careful. The rune token is a must-have for controlling the authority of the fortress barrier. The demons are also looking for that thing. When Ji-sun heard this, enlightenment appeared, triggering the B-level Legion plot, Ronin Mage's message. Before the mission is completed, everyone must cover the token holder to return to Thunder Fortress smoothly, otherwise they cannot leave the space. The mission rewards 30,000 war merits, as he expected. Arriving at Meteor Eagle Fortress really triggered the high-level difficulty plot. But only B-level? Ji-sun looked at the content of the mission, but something else came to his mind. When Ji-sun was in Meteor Eagle Fortress, the 300 elites of the Beast Legion had already arrived in the middle of the Sawtooth Forest. They had long known from intelligence that there was a level 2 D-class disaster hidden in the cave here. This was exactly the goal of their trip. The trial of the direct members of the Lionheart family required them to pass through a high-difficulty alien space, and then personally kill a disaster of no less than level 2. This one was just right at the moment. Although they had been blocked by the demon army along the way, and lost some manpower. But the combat power of the beast army was not much reduced. It was more than enough to hunt down a level 2 disaster. At this moment, Khan, the 9th young master of the Lionheart family, was sitting leisurely in the marching tent, drinking coffee, eating dessert, and enjoying the gentle service of 2 well-behaved military maids. For a young master of a top family like him, the mortality rate in the other dimension has never mattered to them. That is something for his subordinates to consider. The Legion commander came to the tent, not daring to look directly at the erotic scene of the 2 women serving him, and bowed his head to ask for instructions. Young master, the Vanguard scouts have confirmed that the second-level D-level disaster is in the cave ahead. Please give your instructions. While playing with the beautiful body of the girl, Khan said lazily, let's act according to the plan. Yes. The commander saluted and said, the Beast Corps will first lead out the demon and cripple it, and then the young master will hunt and peel off the demon's horn. But before that, you may need to prepare the armor in advance, and the recorder will record some magical images of your battle. Khan looked impatient, and then he stood up from the gentle bodies of the 2 women. Got it. The commander of the Legion did not dare to say more, and left the tent. As long as the disaster was killed, the mission would be accomplished. But after leaving the tent, the commander's palpitations, which had been looming just now, became more intense. Suddenly, he turned into a beast, revealing a pair of fox ears. Like most of the warriors in the Beast Legion, he followed the 4 of Spades Beast Walker professional sequence. But the main material of his professional card was not a beast. Instead, it was a fusion of a very rare magical beast Flash Fox. This gave him an extraordinary ability to perceive crisis. The commander didn't know where this sense of crisis came from. Looking up at the beacon towers that were lit up in the distance, his expression was not relaxed, but rather solemn, and he asked loudly, what's the situation with the beacon towers over there? Has any news been sent back? Even though they had sent people there before, the 6th beacon tower still lit up. That is to say, something might have gone wrong with the elite team they sent. But it is still unclear whether they were stopped by monsters, or for other reasons. Although the commander did not think that any first-level card master could pose a threat to their 5-member elite team of the Beast Legion. But the uneasiness in his heart became stronger. It was obvious that they were only recruiting cannon fodder hunters this time, so how could there be such a powerful character? This made people suspect that the man might be coming for their young master. The messenger responded, we have sent people there again, but there is no intelligence feedback yet. Commander, what about other places? The messenger, we have sent people to investigate the remaining beacon towers. Some key intersections leading to the north of the Sawtooth Forest have also been stationed to intercept people, and no one will ever enter the high-risk area in the north of the forest. The commander nodded after listening to his subordinate's report, and then he felt relieved. Was he too nervous and worried? Now they have the key information of the sea-level plot in their hands. No one can get out without completing the mission. The initiative is completely in their hands. Before they found that the beacon tower was lit, they sent more people to block the key passes in the forest. In theory, they have ruled out all factors that may affect their young master's trial. However, the accident still happened. It came very suddenly, before the commander had time to breathe a sigh of relief. Without warning, everyone in the Beast Corps saw the enlightenment. Looking at the plot task of delivering the message from Ronin the Mage back to Thunder Fortress, everyone in the Beast Corps widened their eyes. Because this task was not triggered by them, the huge camp was instantly facing a great enemy. The commander shouted, damn it, who triggered the B-level difficulty plot? High difficulty plots cannot be triggered just by saying so. Without that strength, it is impossible. Besides, the C-level plot has not been completed yet, and the subsequent clues are unclear. How did that person trigger the B-level? Now, no one can leave before the B-level mission is completed. That means they can't get out either. This is a war mode. Even for elites like them, the staff estimated that the mortality rate of B-level difficulty is more than 40%. However, they didn't expect that there were more accidents. Not long after, Chidi appeared again. In the dungeon of the Meteoric Eagle Fortress. Ji-sun looked at Chidi's B-level letter delivery mission, his eyes turned, and his mind had already thought of the various plots that would happen after receiving the mission. Even though he hadn't gotten the magic token yet, he could guess that it was probably a special item that couldn't be stored in space, just like the demon horn. It would also leak its tracks for some reason and attract demons. He would definitely be hunted down by the demon army, as he sent the letter back to Thunder Fortress. Oh, and the beast army was also hunting him down. Ji-sun didn't think it was a good choice for him to get that thing right now. And, most importantly, he felt that it wasn't strong enough. According to the current difficulty of the plot, at most a few ordinary second-level demons will appear at level B difficulty. Ji-sun estimated the difficulty of the B-level plot based on the previous D-level difficulty. He quickly concluded that this would cause some losses to the beast core, but it would not destroy them. If you don't kill the snake, there will be endless troubles. It just triggered the B-level plot. This is obviously not what was expected. The only good news is that the mission was not completed, and the beast core guys couldn't get out. Moreover, making trouble is one thing. Clearing the level is also one of the fun. Ji-sun also felt that completing this letter delivery mission was not the right way to clear the level. It is just the middle link. The ultimate intelligence pointed by all the clues is still the secret passage of the demon clan. He thought of something else. When Ji-sun saw this task, a bolder plan suddenly appeared in his mind. The beast core is Ji-sun's biggest threat at present. But from some perspectives, it is also a good thing. Those guys chose to recruit 200 hunters as bait. Then in Ji-sun's eyes, there is no better bait than the beast core. To protect the young master, they must concentrate their forces. Just like the Great Cemetery Maze, such a large target will definitely attract the firepower of most demons in the Sawtooth Forest. It is still the outpost battle. This means that the number of demon troops coming to the Sawtooth Forest is not too large. According to the current intelligence, they are lurking in the forest and slowly infiltrating the three major fortresses. They are not attacking in a large scale now, simply because they think that the invasion plan has not been exposed and the fortress infiltration has not met expectations. But what if it is exposed in advance? Ji-sun is sure that if the demon army knows that the plan is exposed, they will definitely choose to attack the three fortresses in advance regardless of everything. Otherwise, all the arrangements will be in vain. At that time, all the hidden demons will come out in full force. However, with a super army like the beast army active in the Sawtooth Forest, it will definitely attract the main force of the demons in the first place. This is also a great benefit for Ji-sun. He is crazy and conceited, but not blindly committing suicide. Because he already has an idea for clearing the level. If the plan develops as he expected, it is very likely that he will clear the level. Because the number of demon armies is limited, once a full-scale war breaks out, the beast army will attract the main force of the demon army, and the number of demons in other places will be greatly reduced. For example, near the secret passage, Ji-sun's previous inquiry has already obtained clues about the direction of the passage, and the passage is near the desolate spire. You can tell with your ass that such an important place must be heavily guarded. If he sneaked in rashly, even with the relic-level invisibility cloak, Ji-sun would not have much confidence. But now someone is attracting firepower, there is no better opportunity, but the only thing that is not ideal now is that the monsters are not strong enough. The alien space allows adventurers to come in, definitely not to die. But it is estimated that if so many people come in, they will definitely be able to deal with a number of monsters of corresponding difficulty. But the current B-level difficulty is definitely not strong enough to wipe out elite legions, like the Beast Legion. It needs a higher level of difficulty. If it were somewhere else, it would be impossible to detonate this plan. But just now, Ji-sun caught a very important message from the words of this Ronin wizard. Once he died, the Meteoric Eagle Fortress would ignite the flames of war. Both the demons and humans would know that something was wrong at the first time. This is much more direct than sending a letter. Once the demons know that the plan has been exposed, they will definitely choose to attack in advance. The different dimensional space is a random plot mode. Even if you receive a mission, you can change the digging. Thinking of this, Ji-sun looked at the old wizard in front of him and suddenly said, Master Ronin, to be honest, the current situation may be more critical than you think. The demon army has spread all over the Sawtooth Forest. After my investigation, I am sure that there are demons in the Thunder Fortress. With just our limited troops, we can no longer defend the Northern Fortress. After a pause, he said, if I send the letter now, I don't know if it can be delivered smoothly. The time consumed in this process will also give the demons in other fortresses time to prepare. If I am exposed, we will lose the only advantage we have at the moment. This Ronin wizard obviously understood the hidden meaning of his words. After a moment of silence, a relieved smile appeared on his face. Young man, you are more courageous than I thought. Ji-sun didn't say anything more after hearing this. It's good that the old man understands. Whether this different dimension is a parallel world or something else, the role of the old wizard is destined to end in tragedy. And from a rational point of view, it's time to make a choice. The longer it drags on, the worse the situation will be for the human camp in this third Holy Grail War. Ji-sun's hint is also very clear. The death of the old wizard can pass the message as quickly as possible. Even if the old man doesn't agree, Ji-sun will help him. But obviously, this wizard Ronin understands the greater good. Those kind eyes look at Ji-sun, and it is obvious that he has made the sacrifice. But he suddenly asked a question that has nothing to do with the task. If you are in the same situation, will you make the same choice as me? Ji-sun was stared at by the wise eyes, and he didn't feel that the old wizard in front of him was an NPC at all. This question seemed to be a collision of human wisdom and morality into time and space. He thought for a while, and said lightly, if I were you, I would. But I am me. I will deal with any problems I encounter in my own way. My beliefs will not change due to the situation. Mage Ronin listened and smiled. You are the most dazzling young man I have seen in recent years. He seemed to agree with this answer and nodded. There is a magic secret book hidden on the bookshelf in my residence, which records my research on the demon clan over the years. I will give it to you. The war is far more than this. I hope you can do as you said, and you will stick to your beliefs, and keep going on the road ahead. Ji-sun was not sure whether this triggered the hidden plot of the different dimension, or whether the old man really wanted to give a gift before he died. Suddenly, for a moment, he felt that this kind of person should not die, even if it is a plot character in another dimension. Ji-sun thought of something else. Thoughts that have nothing to do with another dimension. Who can guarantee that he is not a plot character in the eyes of some higher dimension existence? But time does not allow for more hesitation. With a flash of thought, Ji-sun cut the magic chain with a knife. The chain has been broken, and the demons outside will notice it at the first time. Ji-sun did not dare to stop at all. Goodbye. As soon as the word fell, he rushed towards the exit of the dungeon. When Ji-sun just reached the exit, he suddenly felt the violent surge of magic power coming from behind him. It was like a switch was triggered, and then the whole fortress lit up with dazzling magic runes, and a beam of blue light shot up into the sky. The beacon tower of the meteoric eagle fortress was lit. At the same time, enlightenment has appeared, and the beacon tower of the meteoric eagle fortress has been lit, triggering an unexpected plot. The demon plan is exposed, and the fortress war begins. The demon knows that his plan has been exposed, and the 8 demon commanders hidden in the Sawtooth Forest will take action to attack the 3 fortresses. The fortress has been closed, and no one can return to the fortress. The difficulty of the plot was raised to A. Ji-sun was not surprised. This kind of plot deserves A level difficulty. He hid in the darkness and quietly observed the dungeon. Almost as soon as the blue light came on, a figure rushed into the dungeon very quickly. The compass in his hand turned rapidly, and he knew it was the second-level disaster disguised as the commander. Then, the sound of a fierce fight was heard in the dungeon. Ji-sun did not dare to delay at all. With the old wizard helping him to drag the monster, this was the best time to get something. He rushed towards the tallest buildings in the fortress. On the other hand, in the Sawtooth Forest, the people of the Beast Corps were just shocked by who triggered the B-level plot. However, when the inspiration of the A-level plot appeared, everyone was shocked. The commander of the Corps was even more horrified. Damn it. Who is it? He was still confident that he could pass the B-level plot at a certain price. However, the A-level difficulty of the war mode, even for the Beast Corps with such excellent equipment, the mortality rate is definitely very high. The loss of the Beast Corps is a small matter. If young Master Khan is injured, it will be a big trouble. Everyone in the Beast Corps was shocked and terrified. Even young Master Khan frowned when he saw the A-level plot on the Enlightenment. However, more of them were offended and angry. TSK, are you planning to hit this young master? The demons were also confused. They never expected that the human reinforcements were still in the south of the forest. Why was the beacon tower of the meteoric eagle fortress lit? But the fact is that the beacon tower of the meteoric eagle fortress has been lit. Their invasion plan has been exposed. If the beacon tower of the fortress is lit, the army of the human kingdom will come to reinforce. Although the deployment has not yet met expectations, we can no longer wait. We must act immediately. Almost at the moment when the beacon tower was lit, all the demons lurking near the mountains also received the order to attack in advance. Countless bat clones gathered into a tall figure in the dense forest. This was the second-level A-class Disaster Thunder Bat Commander Mitt. A flaming snake also crawled out of the Red Ridge Cave. This was the second-level A-class Disaster Bone Snake Commander Tattle. There was also the second-level A-class Disaster Mind-Catching Commander Buck lurking in the Thunder Fortress. The second-level B-class Toad Commander Hunk hidden in the poisonous swamp of the Sawtooth Forest also slowly crawled out of the quagmire. In the Corpse Mountain Ancient Cemetery, the 8 hidden demon commanders appeared in various places in the vast Sawtooth Forest. They each led tens of thousands of demon armies and launched a fierce attack on the 3 fortresses. At the same time, the target of the attack was also the human army in the forest. Chapter 103. The battle in the dungeon became more and more intense. The beacon tower has been lit now, and the fortress war has begun. The soldiers haven't figured out what happened yet, but the blue magic light of the beacon tower has shone on everyone. The demons disguised as humans in human skin were illuminated by the light, and they tore their human skins one by one and turned into hideous demon forms. The soldiers finally reacted, and they picked up their weapons and fought fiercely with the demons. In a blink of an eye, the huge fortress was full of fierce fighting. Not only in the fortress, but also in the elevator baskets and arrow towers, there were also a large number of demons. Because they were well prepared, these demons destroyed all kinds of heavy city defense weapons in the first place. While causing casualties to human soldiers, it also made it easier for the demons under the fortress to attack the city. Groups of demons came out from nowhere. Climbing the wall, riding in the basket, flying with wings, all kinds of means were used to launch a general attack on the Meteor Eagle Fortress. The battle became very fierce in an instant. Ji-sun ignored the battle in the fortress. He sneaked all the way, and soon arrived at the deputy commander's residence. Various defense barriers had been activated here. He got the permission with the magic key that Ronan, the wizard, had given him before, and went there smoothly. He looked at the pointer, and found that there were no monsters in the house. The demons were busy conquering the fortress, and no one paid attention to the residence. Ji-sun went straight to the second floor. The commander and the deputy commander both have their own independent residences. There is a room with a window on the second floor. The view here is very good, just in time to see the Howling Abyss. There is a row of bookshelves in the room. Looking at the dozens of books on the bookshelf, Chidi did not translate these unknown civilization books that are irrelevant to the plot. But all the items displayed are items that can be taken out of the different dimensional space. Ji-sun is not polite. Regardless of whether he knows them or not, he packed them all into the storage ring. Only in the dormitory of the learned magician can you find so many books. Whether it is the knowledge in the books or the content of the civilization in this different dimensional space, he is very interested. Then he also found the magic secret compartment behind the 7th book on the bookshelf, opened it, and saw a magic token inside. As he expected, the token could not be stored in the storage space. Moreover, the magic fluctuations that were emitted were very special, and they were as conspicuous as night pearls in the dark. Ji-sun only opened it to confirm it, and then closed it again. By the way, he also put a few devil horns on his body in it. These things are now harmful and useless. Anyway, it is an unlimited time dimension space. Ji-sun is not in a hurry at all. He searched again, and finally found a manuscript with an animal skin cover in another drawer with a magic mechanism. Enlightenment showed the content, the demonic manuscript of Master Ronan. Ji-sun didn't read it for long and put it away. Seeing that there was nothing missing in Master Ronan's residence, he turned around and jumped out of the window, and jumped towards the commander's residence next door. The second-level demon was fighting with Master Ronan in the dungeon at the moment, and he should not be able to come back in a short time. Ji-sun had the authority to create the magic barrier of the entire fortress, which allowed him to sneak into the house smoothly. The commander's house looked very simple, with a strong smell of alcohol. I didn't see any books. There was nothing valuable. However, Ji-sun saw a silver axe on the equipment rack at a glance. Fortress Commander's long-handled silver battle axe quality, shining silver. Details: an excellent long-handled axe forged from star iron, sharpness +3, heavy attack +4, causing an additional 30% damage bonus to demon creatures. The monster didn't take it because it is not suitable for demons. Haha, a valuable item. Ji-sun was disappointed after looking at the attributes. After seeing many treasures, his vision has also been broadened. The main reason is that there are no special entries. The reason why it is of brilliant silver quality is simply because its material star iron is a rare metal. It is also very heavy, and I can't use it. Ji-sun spent a valuable brilliant silver storage card to store this axe, thinking that this axe can also be sold at a good price. Ji-sun walked around the commander's residence and didn't find anything valuable. He originally wanted to go to the military supply department to see if he could fish in troubled waters. But suddenly, the magic fluctuations in the dungeon suddenly subsided. Looking at this situation, Master Ronin has been killed. Ji-sun did not dare to wait for the second-level disaster to come out and cause trouble for him. He climbed along the rock wall and left the fortress. Not long after, on the cliff, the 8 demon commanders should be at least second-level B-level disasters. The 3 fortresses should at least hold back 3 or 4 commanders. According to the combat power of the beast army, they must face several demon armies head-on. Ji-sun found a place to stay and watched the battle of Meteorite Fortress from afar. He pondered for a while, and then put down his mind to watch the show. The battle has just begun. There are more than 100 kilometers of mountains from the Howling Abyss to the Thunder Fortress in the south. The demon army may have just left the nest, and has not gone far. Ji-sun was not in a hurry to find any demon passage. He took out the demon manuscript of Master Ronin that he had obtained before on the rock wall and read it carefully. This is a plot item recognized by the space. It must be related to clearing the level. Ji-sun opened the manuscript, which was densely recorded with an incomprehensible ancient text. This is the text of the Kingdom of D-Land. Ji-sun's eyes quickly swept over the contents of the notes. Not only did he read the translated content inspired by enlightenment, but he also wrote down the original text. The contents of the manuscript are all about Ronin's research on demons, which can be roughly divided into several sections: a complete list of known demon types, research on low-level demon language, demon totem, and after years of guarding the border, this wizard has a very in-depth study of the culture and habits of demons. The content on it was even more detailed than what Chidi saw. Chun-Chun only had a demon encyclopedia. Time was tight, so Ji-sun read it quickly. He picked out some key points to read. It was mainly about monsters such as potions to prevent spider silk from sticking, treatment of demon fire burns, detoxification methods for various common demon toxins. Later, he had to fight with demons, so he learned more practical skills and more self-protection methods. A few hours later, Ji-sun closed the manuscript, exhaled a long breath, and couldn't help but sigh. This manuscript can really help a lot. From knowing nothing about demons before, now I have a clear understanding of the habits and weaknesses of dozens of demons. Ji-sun feels that this information is even more useful than any equipment. I thought the giant demon had invincible defense before, but who would have thought that one of its tail vertebrae is more fragile than the eyeball? Dark Elf has the ability to disintegrate into elements and teleport, but inserting a needle in its collarbone can prevent it from disintegrating. The Caliceri of spider demons are more fatal weaknesses than any other parts, and there are many more. There is only one kind of human, but there are many kinds of demons. If Ji-sun had not read this manuscript, he would have to risk his life to test all kinds of demons. If he is not careful, he will suffer a great loss from those strange abilities. But now, he is suddenly more confident. It can be said that if Ji-sun knew the habits and weaknesses of these demons in advance, even without a scalpel, he would have the means to kill the disaster-level demons he encountered before. Ji-sun put away the manuscript and checked the time. More than 5 hours have passed. Glancing at the Meteorite Fortress, there were only a few scattered traces of fighting inside. This place is close to the Howling Abyss, and has the most monsters. Previously, the fortress soldiers were able to repel several waves of attacks by taking advantage of the cliff terrain. But as time went by, there were fewer and fewer living people, more and more demons, and the fall was irreversible. Calculating the time, the demon army was almost far away from the nest. Ji-sun did not stay on the cliff for long, and climbed down quietly. Not far away, he came to the abyss. Looking at the bottomless cliff in front of him, Ji-sun threw a few stones to try. No response was heard. Fortunately, this crack was a normal crack in the earth, and there was no abnormal gravity. Ji-sun jumped down again, and tried it himself. He climbed a few hundred meters on the rock wall, and did not encounter any strange places. In his eyes, this was the best place to get rid of the devil's pursuit. He was going to the devil's lair now. If nothing else, he had to find a way out first. And since it was the demon's lair, Ji-sun felt that there must be a lot of sentinels of all kinds, so it was best not to take the conventional route. There was not much difference between the werewolves walking on flat ground and on the rock wall. After Ji-sun tried, he did not take the road above, but climbed on the rock wall a few hundred meters below the cliff. Desolate Spire. It was about 30 kilometers northeast of the fortress. Next to the crack, he had seen a place marked with a stone tower on the military map he had seen before. Ji-sun climbed the cliff all the way. With the help of the compass, He successfully avoided some places with strong demonic aura. Soon, he came to an area filled with cold mist. He looked at the pointer. There was no demonic fluctuation. He climbed up from the cliff. He looked around, and saw a white tower made of stones not far away. This was where the dead soldiers were buried. The stone tower was a tombstone. The old wizard did not tell him the exact coordinates of the entrance to the demon's lair, but Ji-sun felt that since it was a secret passage, it would definitely not be easy to find. But it can also accommodate a large number of demons coming from the north of the rift, so the place must be quite large. There is no suspension bridge or other building in the abyss, so it may be a teleportation array or something, a magical passage. So we can only try our luck in this large area nearby. Wearing a relic cloak, Ji-sun walked into the White Tower forest carefully like a ghost, and searched patiently. Not long after walking, when he saw the red-eyed bat hanging at the key intersection in the White Tower forest, he was also sure that the passage must be nearby. The bats couldn't find him. Ji-sun continued walking in the White Tower forest. Suddenly, a transparent white sheet floated in the air. The enlightenment showed a ghost polluted by the devil's aura? Ghost? This was also the first time Ji-sun saw a spirit monster. It didn't look threatening. Maybe a daylight bullet could solve it, but looking at the prefix of the ghost, Ji-sun immediately realized that it was probably the devil's spy. The wisdom of high-level demons is no worse than that of humans, and they must have thought of some stealth secrets that could avoid the surveillance of red-eyed bats. Ghosts are not perceived by the naked eye, but by the soul. This makes up for the shortcomings of the bat's eye. The ghost's perception range is shorter than its vision, and it has not yet discovered Ji-sun. But it is like a hound that has smelled the scent, and it gradually floats over. And there are definitely a lot of ghosts in Tallinn. If you continue walking, you will most likely be discovered. The ghost sentry is really watertight. Ji-sun frowned slightly. Even when he saw the ghost appear, he was sure that the devil's secret passage was nearby. But now, he was in a dilemma. It was impossible to avoid it completely, and he couldn't destroy it. Once his whereabouts were exposed, the stealth plan would fail. He alone had no ability to force his way into the demon's lair. But how to avoid the ghost? Ji-sun searched for all the information he knew about ghosts. There were many ways to kill monsters, but it was difficult to avoid them. Ghosts were perceptions at the soul level. Living people all had souls, so there was no way to avoid them. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Ji-sun's thoughts flashed with the wretched smile of an old man with missing front teeth, and the devilish voice echoed in his ears. He buried his head in his crotch, so that most ghosts could not see him. This was the method mentioned by the old man Su, the dog king in the team before. His theoretical support was that ghosts could sense the shape of human soul fire. But if the head was hidden under the crotch, the shape of human soul fire would become very strange. Ghosts would think they were the same kind and would ignore them. I don't know if he was bragging, but old man Su said that he had survived many ghost spaces with high mortality rates by using this method. I just thought it was a joke before, but I didn't expect to encounter it so soon. Why don't you give it a try? Ji-sun thought about it, but couldn't think of any better way. If you really want to be exposed, just rush in. At least the position is determined first. He thought so. The ghost not far away has already floated over, and there is no time to think too much. Ji-sun is a clown actor, and he is good at all kinds of funny actions. Seeing the ghost floating over, he suddenly bent 180 degrees and hit his head directly under his crotch. The sensory world suddenly turned upside down. Ji-sun did not move, just stood there. However, a magical scene appeared. The ghosts that seemed to be patrolling here just now seemed to have lost their target and drifted away. And one of them floated past Ji-sun not far away, but there was no abnormality at all. Really didn't find it. Ji-sun also felt a little incredible, and a thought came to his mind, that old man is not really a hidden master. He suddenly felt that the wretched old man seemed to be a bit clumsy. Being alive is a real skill. Since he tried, Ji-sun walked all the way to the depths of the talon. Although the posture of his butt on top was strange, Ji-sun felt as if he was performing a funny pantomime without an audience, and found a little fun. The deeper into the talon, the more ghosts there were. Ji-sun went deeper with this funny action, and he was not discovered at all. At a certain moment, when he passed through a fog, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. Discovered hidden plot, exploration degree plus 10%. Completed sea-level plot mission, investigate the secret passage of the demons in the Howling Abyss, war merit plus 5,000. Enlightenment prompted one after another. Ji-sun's pupils shrank suddenly. Then he found himself from a deserted cemetery to a busy demon war fortress. Big demons, small demons, fire demons, dark elves, giant demons, succubi, hell spiders, flesh walls, treasure chest monsters, and many strange demons that he had seen before, or in the manuscripts of Master Ronin, all appeared before his eyes. Did he really sneak into the demon base? When Ji-sun saw this, excitement surged into his brain like a tide. And judging from the dense footprints on the ground, a large number of demons must have left the base not long ago. It turns out that the illusion barrier covered the entrance. Ji-sun looked around and suddenly realized. He hid behind a rock and observed for a while. There are very few disaster-level monsters in this war camp. Most of them are minions doing hard labor. They were carrying engineering equipment, inferior swords, and human corpses transported back from the front. This was the demons' logistics force. As Ji-sun expected, the elite troops had gone to the front to attack the fortress. Now was the time when the demon's lair was the emptiest. Now that I hadn't been discovered, I had to find a chance to get some. Ji-sun's eyes reflected the monster camp in front of him, and he was gradually getting excited. The ground camp was only a small part of the demon's base camp. Not far away was a cave entrance that was glowing red and led to the underground. The entrance of the cave was like a demon's mouth with bared teeth. No need to guess, there must be dangers inside. TSK. Ji-sun looked at it with a raised eyebrow, but he had no intention of retreating. Since he was here, he must go in and take a look. His thoughts turned, and he followed the little demons carrying corpses without fear and walked directly into the cave. The further into the cave you go, the wider the passage becomes. There are torches on the rock wall that illuminate the mine, and all kinds of demons come and go. At intervals, you can see some totem poles with demonic characters. Those characters are low-level demonic language, similar to ancient human characters, and are simplified and evolved versions of ancient high-level demonic language. Ji-sun had seen the contents of those totem poles in Ronin's manuscript before, and they probably recorded descriptions related to space. After walking for a while, he was almost certain that the so-called demon's secret passage was some kind of space teleportation array. The totem poles in various places in the cave were the corners of the teleportation array. Ji-sun sneaked along the way and followed the little devil in very cautiously. He looked at the devil pointer from time to time and deliberately avoided some directions with obvious drastic value fluctuations. It was smooth along the way. But as he walked, Ji-sun's eyes suddenly condensed. Because he actually saw a few living humans walking out of the cave? There are still humans in the devil's lair? Before Ji-sun could be surprised, he suddenly heard those humans mumbling a few words in the devil language. He then realized that this was not a human. It was a demon disguised as a human. It was recorded in the manuscript of Master Ronin that there was a cunning demon called Pishtako that could use human skin to disguise as a human and live. It turned out that these human corpses were transported back to the base camp for this purpose. When Ji-sun saw these humans, he always felt that the skin-changing method was a little familiar. But when he saw these demons walking freely in the cave, a bolder idea suddenly popped up in his mind. Transformed into a werewolf, sniffed, those demons were completely human. Otherwise, they couldn't be hidden from the people in the fortress. After confirming this, Ji-sun's eyes showed a cunning smile. Hey, this is convenient. Don't think that the infiltration is so smooth now, but this is the demon's lair after all, and the danger is far more than what you see. Relic hider, although it can cover up most of the smell, it may not necessarily be hidden from those demons with a very keen sense of smell, such as high-level hellhounds. Moreover, Ji-sun was sure that some key places in this base camp definitely had means to detect stealth targets. In the manuscript of Master Ronin, there were several methods that could sense hidden demons, like the silk of the hell spider, the song of the wailing banshee, and the mud of the sand demon. These methods are excellent methods to restrain visual invisibility. If Ji-sun had not read the manuscript before, he would probably have rushed in and not known how he was discovered. But in fact, even if he knew it, the risk would only be reduced, but it could not be eliminated. Ji-sun could only be more careful, but still couldn't avoid the special demon's perception. But now it was different. Avoid? No. No need. Since it couldn't be avoided anyway, let's do something bigger. When Ji-sun thought of this, he suddenly put away his cloak and all the equipment on his body. Just like the demons who had just changed their skins before, he walked into the cave with his upper body naked. He walked in with a human body. Those little demons, big demons, etc., are not very intelligent. Seeing a person suddenly appear behind them, their first reaction would be that it was a Pishtako with human skin, and they would not care at all. Even if some highly intelligent demons noticed something was wrong, they would never think that there was a human being so bold as to enter the forbidden area so brazenly, when seeing such a person without any abnormal color. Ji-sun relied on this to make others think he was crazy, and he actually walked in smoothly all the way. Just now, he was walking carefully, but now, he didn't have to. After walking deep into the cave, he really encountered a few wailing banshees squatting at certain intersections and singing. If they really came in stealth, they would be discovered immediately. Just like going through multiple security checks, the demons didn't notice anything unusual at all. Ji-sun went deeper all the way. Soon, he came to a cave with a strong smell of blood. Chapter 104. The cave in front of him was the end point for the little demons to carry the corpses. Ji-sun looked and saw several monsters with sickle-like hands peeling human skin skillfully, and then soaking the skins in the bloody water full of magic. Some skinless Pishtako were gathering around the blood pool at this moment, and from time to time, they took out a piece of human skin and put it on their bodies to try. If it didn't fit, they would change to another one. It was like trying on a clothes that fit them. Even Ji-sun couldn't help but take a breath of cold air when he saw this bloody scene. There are many humans here. No one cares about one more. Ji-sun did not stay in this bloody and smelly cave for long. The skinned human bodies were hung up and sent to the depths of the cave with a simple pulley. He also went in that direction. This place is already very deep underground. Ji-sun also knew that he was getting closer and closer to the key point of the core plot of this different dimension. It was smooth all the way before, but this corridor was guarded. Ji-sun saw that the guards were several big demons, so he walked straight over without any strange expression. The big demon captain wearing leather armor saw the human coming over and thought it was the same kind. He didn't raise his guard, but said, ####. This is demon language. Ji-sun didn't understand a thing, but he could guess that it was probably something like no entry to the restricted area or who are you. Ji-sun didn't understand and didn't prepare to answer. He glared at him and slapped him viciously. With a slap sound, the big demon captain was stunned. Ji-sun didn't say a word, just slapped him and walked in arrogantly. The other big demons guarding the gate also froze there. They didn't dare to stop him. They just let him in. Just like in the TV series in the previous life, when breaking into the enemy control checkpoint, usually a slap in the face, many sentries can enter. The bet is a bold and careful one. And Ji-sun dared to do this, and there is another most important theoretical basis. That is what Ronan said in the manuscript. The class hierarchy among demons is also very strict. High-level demons slaughter low-level demons, just like human nobles slaughter civilians. Pishtako, the level is much higher than that of the big demon. And the IQ is crushing. Ji-sun is sure that when he walks away, those big demons will not know why they are beaten. Even if they are exposed, the worst thing is to fight. Being able to go deep into the nest is beyond expectations. And the effect of that slap seems to be similar to what Ji-sun expected. When he turned the corner of the passage and disappeared, the demon guards had not yet recovered from their daze. Not long after, Ji-sun arrived at a larger cave. Originally, he thought that after seeing the skinning cave before, he would not be surprised by any scene in this demon base. However, looking at the scene in front of him, Ji-sun's eyes twitched violently. Am I in conflict with those guys from the Silver Moon sect? Looking at the corpses hanging like bacon in front of him, Ji-sun complained in his heart. No wonder he always felt that feeling was familiar. This skinning and disguise technique, isn't it what the guys of the Silver Moon sect like to do? Now looking at the blood and flesh altar in front of him, Ji-sun is very familiar with it. So these demons also believe in the Silver Moon god? Seeing this altar that is 100 times larger than the one he had seen in Innocent City before, Ji-sun suddenly understood something. The history of the old gods is much older than human cognition. He had previously thought that the Silver Moon sect was a foreign god belief passed down by the Talon dynasty. But now it seems that the origin is earlier. The same Silver Moon god sacrifice ceremony appeared in this different dimensional space. It was as if the illusion and reality were connected. Seeing this, Ji-sun had a vague guess in his mind that this different dimensional space was not made up out of thin air. Instead, the will of space intercepted a real historical fragment in the long river of time, processed it, and formed these different dimensional spaces. At present this Deland Kingdom civilization is a civilization older than the Talon dynasty that collapsed 3,000 years ago. An ancient civilization that has disappeared in the long river of time. Ji-sun had read a few words in some books. Before the Talon dynasty, humans had experienced several dark ages, an era when humans and gods and demons coexisted. It's really amazing. Ji-sun had a flash of thought, as if he had traveled for a moment in the vastness of the long river of history. Ancient civilizations are like dust in the long river of history, countless. Through the medium of different dimensional space, He saw an ancient civilization that had disappeared from a superdimensional perspective. This also made him more awed by the mystery of this world. More curious. The girl who thought this world was just covered by a layer of mystery, unexpectedly covered layer after layer. Before Ji-sun thought about it, the familiar enlightenment emerged again. You listened to the whispers of the devil from the abyss, mental confusion exemption, you touched the old miracle. Just as the content of this enlightenment appeared, he saw black silk threads gathering together in his eyes. Then they gathered in a corner of the altar. Seeing this scene, Ji-sun was already familiar with it. He muttered in his heart, I thought that once the Silver Moon sect was destroyed, there would be no chance to contact Secret Cause Medium again. Unexpectedly, he saw it again in the different dimension. Moreover, this altar is much better than those half-baked ones in the Silver Moon sect, and the quality of the medium must be better. Good stuff. Ji-sun looked at the place where the threads converged, exhaled a breath, and his eyes could not hide his expectation. But he didn't rush to do it. If he took it, he would be exposed. He thought of something else. Seeing this altar, even without further exploration, Ji-sun knew the structure of this demon base in his mind. The layout of 4 pillars and a moon. Ji-sun thought of the secret room in the maze of the great cemetery. He had previously relied on his half-understanding of this layout to directly destroy the Silver Moon sect's base in the City of Innocence. Now it seems that the plot is about to repeat itself. The location of the 4 pillars has been determined, and there is no need to look at it again. There is such an altar in the other 3 directions of this nest. The important thing is the position of the moon. It seems that we are close to the most critical place, Ji-sun thought. He felt that if he guessed correctly, that should be the exact location of the devil's secret passage. His eyes turned, and he did not delay. He walked directly into the depths of the cave. There was no need to deliberately identify the direction. The corridor had already pointed out the direction. Not long after, Ji-sun came to a huge underground space. It was as big as 4 or 5 football fields. And as soon as he came in, a statue of a man-headed spider body 100 meters tall came into view. Before, I didn't know which old god the Silver Moon cult believed in. Now seeing this statue, Ji-sun immediately thought of some records about the old gods in the classics, and he also knew who this person was. Arachne, the Lord of Dreams and Pleasures? The moment he looked at this statue, enlightenment appeared again, and you were exempted from faith pollution once. Does this statue really have divine power? Ji-sun looked at it, and didn't know how to express the complexity of his heart. Without Joker's immunity to faith pollution, is this a place where humans can come? He felt that this was probably not a plot that could be encountered in A-level difficulty. Ji-sun's position was right on the wall of the cave, and he could see the football field-sized 9-pointed star formation in front of him. Enlightenment has already given a very clear hint. You have discovered the hidden plot space, the devil's secret passage, and the exploration degree is plus 30%. It was a coincidence that when Ji-sun came, the black light in the 9-pointed star teleportation formation was very strong. It looked like the space was torn apart. The magic light dissipated, and a demon army of about 1,000 people of different heights suddenly appeared in the formation. 1,000 demons sit at a time is not too many. Ji-sun looked at the dense demon army and estimated the total number of monsters in the Sawtooth Forest. About 200,000 or 300,000. He didn't come here for sightseeing, but to do something as much as possible. Seeing this, his mind suddenly turned. Alone, there is no hope of fighting. Ji-sun looked at the statue. In his eyes, the teleportation array can send so many demons through the air, and the energy consumed is absolutely amazing. Even if you don't understand the principle of the space teleportation array, you can guess that such a huge energy source must be directly related to the statue. Huh? Ji-sun carefully observed from top to bottom, and soon saw a floating metal ball in the hand of the statue. It was the size of a fist, with very mysterious hollow runes. When the teleportation started just now, he clearly saw the black light of the metal ball. The demon army teleported over, and now it seems to have exhausted its energy and turned into a gray ball that looks more like stone. Power Gem Gold Ball. Detailed explanation. A rule gem forged by ancient dwarves, containing the power of the upper power rule, but after being broken, it has lost most of its divine power. This is it. When Ji-sun saw this, a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This kind of rule-level thing is on the same level as the catastrophic object. Theoretically, his current cognition cannot see through the effect at all. But now he can see it. That is, the hint given by the spatial will, this thing can be taken out. There are many things in the teleportation array, but other things such as energy stones are not particularly important at first glance. This kind of unique thing attracted Ji-sun's attention at first glance. And in such a conspicuous place, Ji-sun is sure that he can easily get it in his hands when he goes there, because there is no need for any other defense mechanism. One look at it will pollute the faith, and this statue itself is a huge trap. Ordinary people who are not believers of the old gods cannot get close to it. But Ji-sun completely ignored the pollution. The 13 paths to the gods point to the 52 professional sequences, each with its own special abilities. But Joker is very special. The various talents after the fusion make Ji-sun feel like he is hidden in the shadow of the world, a shadow-like existence. Ji-sun could now understand the intention of the god who created the cards. As written in the entry, the clown ridiculed the hypocrisy of the gods, laughed at the incompetence of the god of death, and also ridiculed the greed and cowardice of human nature. He walked alone in the shadows, and spied on the whole world. This is a natural ability for him to make trouble under the eyes of the gods. Ji-sun thought of this, and suddenly grinned. At this moment, it seemed as if a vague shadow of the clown appeared behind him, and it also grinned at the statue in front of it. The corners of his mouth were raised, facing the old gods, without fear, but with a strong provocation. Ji-sun hid in the corner, watching the 1,000 demons in the space teleportation array leave the passage one after another. Originally, he wanted to wait until most of the demons had left before looking for an opportunity to attack. But suddenly, he felt a trance. Enlightenment shows what happened. You were attacked by the Dreamweaver spider, exempted from mental hypnosis. After reading the wizard's manuscript, his understanding of demons has also improved. The content on the Enlightenment showed the source of the attack. Ji-sun saw this and murmured in his heart, "Is he discovered again?" He never thought that he would not be discovered. The most important reason for sneaking in here was not only his courage and carefulness, but also that the high-level demons in the demon's nest had all come out to attack the fortress. But a place like the space transmission channel must have a big boss. Now, the crisis has come. Because after identifying what kind of monster it is, the fear from the unknown has dissipated. Ji-sun did not move, just like a human being who had been hypnotized. You exempted from mental hypnosis once. You exempted from mental hypnosis once. You fell into a slight mental hallucination, and enlightenment continued to emerge. The monster was getting closer and closer, and the immunity effect of the clown mask gradually lost its effectiveness. Just when Ji-sun was about to take action, the demon above his head probably felt that it had completely controlled the human, and the continuous mental invasion suddenly stopped. And at this moment, a spider the size of a bison, hanging by a thread, climbed down from the ceiling and entered Ji-sun's field of vision. Dreamweaver spider Ankara detailed explanation, a second-level sea-level disaster, a devout follower of the old god Arachne, with a trace of divinity remaining in its blood, which allows it to distinguish whether the believer's faith is pure. It is good at mental illusions, has the ability to spit sticky spider silk, and likes to eat brain marrow. Those with names are all high-level demons. Ji-sun looked at this second-level disaster. His eyes were sparse and empty, but his heart was calm. No wonder it can distinguish faith. Ordinary dream-weaving spiders don't have the ability to discover this. At the same time, I also felt that the defense of this demon base camp was really watertight. Faith identification. This almost cuts off all outsiders from sneaking in. At this moment, Ji-sun is like an acrobat with his head in the mouth of a crocodile. He will die on the spot if he moves a little. The second-level disaster is not something he can face head-on with his current strength. If he wants to save his life, he can only attack by surprise. The notes say that the wisdom of the dream-weaving spider is not high. Although the one in front of him is a second-level demon with a name, he doesn't look very smart either. The 6 eyes with magic light looked at the human in front of him, and seemed to be curious about why a human appeared here. But in the eyes of the monster, humans are food. The desire to eat overwhelmed everything else. The giant claw on its mouth was swinging, and it was about to poke Ji-sun's head and suck out all the brain marrow. However, at that moment, Ji-sun suddenly moved. With a flash of cold light, the scalpel accurately cut the giant claw on the spider's mouth. Looking again, before the demon spider could react, the giant claw was smoothly broken into 2 sections, and some green liquid that was not sure whether it was venom or blood gushed out. Then, the monster let out a spiritual scream like a needle. Squeak. But Ji-sun didn't stand there stupidly. He jumped down while swinging his knife. At the moment of free fall, Ji-sun's mind was completely dazed. However, his body fell rapidly, and with a bang. He fell on the ground more than 10 meters below, and immediately woke up. Ji-sun turned over, pinched the card, and the hidden cloak was already on his body. At the same time, he used the shadow dive, and disappeared into the darkness. This sudden change also made hundreds of demons in the cave look over. Each ugly face was filled with confusion. Just now, it seemed that a human fell down, but how could there be a human here? Before they could think about it, the scream of the injured second-level magic bead made all the demons understand what happened. It turned out that a human really came in. There are indeed some demons who can see through stealth, but not all of them can. These hundreds of demons were like headless flies, looking around. However, at this moment, an even more bizarre scene appeared. The demons were blocking all the exits, and when they thought that human would escape, a shocking change occurred again. They looked at the statue of the supreme demon god, and suddenly a translucent shadow appeared. That guy actually grabbed the demon clan's sacred object power gem gold ball. Then, he ran away. The demon's secret passage was destroyed. You have completed the special plot mission, obtained 100,000 points of combat merit, and obtained a special settlement reward. The mission was not triggered, but Ji-sun completed it, and still received a high combat merit reward. Then, the second enlightenment appeared again. The special A-level plot triggered the fight for the holy object. The secret passage could no longer transport the demon army. The 8 commanders knew that the holy object had been robbed. All the demons in the Sawtooth Forest would hunt down every human in the forest to take back the holy object. The 3 major fortresses fell, and the reinforcements of the human kingdom had already set out. Before that, everyone in the space could not leave the space. Another A-level plot was triggered. But there was no time to take a closer look. Ji-sun turned into a werewolf. He didn't care about the demons at all and rushed out. The demons had already thought that the intruder would escape. Just when Ji-sun rushed over, dozens of spiders on the ceiling. Puff, 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 spurted out countless spider webs, sealing several exits tightly. The stickiness of this spider silk can easily trap an adult bison. The way out has been completely blocked. Ji-sun saw this, and did not slow down at all. He took out a few bottles of potion, and threw them towards the exit, which exploded with a bang. Roland Mage's manuscript also has a detailed description of this kind of demon, one of which is about spider silk. Demon spider silk is usually a strong acid secretion fiber, which needs a strong alkaline agent to neutralize it, which can greatly reduce the viscosity. Ji-sun had thought about the escape plan before coming in. There are only a few kinds of demons that can limit his speed. How could he not prepare? He always has various potions in his dozen storage rings. When the potion touches the spider silk, it emits corrosive white smoke. Ji-sun didn't care about strong acids or alkalis, and plunged in. It was like stepping on sticky snot. Fortunately, the stickiness was not strong. In a flash, he had disappeared in the tunnel. Then, the demon army behind him issued a deafening roar. Ji-sun ran all the way along the way he came. Not long after, he had come to the previous checkpoint with several big demons. What happened to the big demons was not in vain. Whoosh! With a sound, a transparent figure rushed over. The demon's engineering skills were almost zero. Ji-sun had observed it before, and there was no mechanism in the cave. He ran all the way. He encountered some obstacles on the road, but he ignored them. The werewolf's body was flying over the eaves and walls. If he really wanted to escape, even the second-level demons could hardly stop him. Not long after running, he had already arrived at the altar he had passed by before. Since he was going to run, he might as well take some more specialties with him. Thinking of something, he took out a brick-sized secret cause medium from the altar with one claw. He rushed all the way. Most of the demons in the passage didn't even understand what happened. He was almost out of the door. Just when he thought he was about to escape successfully. In the corridor behind him, a rolling heat wave suddenly hit. He turned his head, and saw dozens of fire dogs running towards him. Some had 1 head, some had 2 heads, and some had 3 heads. The one leading the way was also a second-level disaster. Hybrid Hell 3-headed dog Dandar detailed explanation. Second-level D-level disaster, a high-level demon that can swallow and spit hellfire, and is extremely fast. Ji-sun's eyelids twitched. Because the speed of this vicious dog was even faster than his werewolf's maximum speed. Just as he was running, the 3 heads of the hellhound that rushed from the side suddenly sprayed a ball of black fire towards the front of the tunnel. Ji-sun didn't care about the flames and rushed out. The black flames instantly melted the needle-like fur and burned on the flesh. He gasped in pain. The hellhound behind him not only had high damage, but also ran fast. Ji-sun knew that his only advantage was equipment and potions. Seeing that he was about to catch up, Ji-sun glanced at a tunnel in the distance, where the hell spiders had already woven a web, and rushed over without caring about anything. While running, he used the same trick again, and threw out several bottles of potions. Bang! Bang! The potions were accurately shattered by the bullet in midair. The powder only corroded a corrosion gap of more than 1 meter in diameter on the spider web. just enough for the werewolf's body to pass through. Ji-sun sprinkled a layer of strong alkali powder on himself and rushed past like a gust of wind. Death was approaching, and he was highly focused at this moment. He turned his scalpel and killed the first-level disaster-level hell spider that was trying to stop him. The hellhounds behind him were not so lucky. They were not very smart and chased them fiercely. Dozens of them rushed up and were immediately caught by the spider web. Even the leading second-level three-headed dog was stained by its claws because of its huge body, and its speed slowed down. Ji-sun seized this opportunity and turned again. He rushed to the cave entrance in a few breaths. The demons at the cave entrance couldn't stop him at all, and he had already rushed into the forest. Behind him, led by 3 vicious dogs, hundreds of speed demons were also chasing him relentlessly. The murderous intent was like a needle, pricking people's scalps. However, there was no fear in Ji-sun's eyes, which were full of blazing brilliance. He had already escaped from the cave, so he couldn't be stopped. He didn't stop at all, and ran all the way to the Howling Abyss. The distance from the demon base camp to the Howling Abyss was only 1 or 2 kilometers, and the werewolf's speed was there in a blink of an eye. Ji-sun looked at the monster chasing him, grinned, and then jumped down the cliff without hesitation. On the other hand, the Beast Corps, who were fighting the demon army, were stunned again when they saw the new plot. What's going on? Fighting for the Holy Relic? Is this another A-level plot mission? Chapter 105. The surroundings were filled with fog. Ji-sun jumped down into the bottomless abyss of wailing. The hundreds of demons chasing him behind him had no time to stop their inertia, and rushed out of the cliff like beans, falling into the deep crack of the ground. Ji-sun glanced at it in midair, and sighed that it was a pity that the 3-headed dog of hell didn't fall down. He fell rapidly, and suddenly raised one hand, and the steel cable on the mechanical arm guard shot out with a sizzle. The steel nail penetrated the rock wall. He was like a swing, and was cleverly pulled back to the rock wall. Ji-sun ignored the demons raining down on his head, and once the wolf claws appeared, he ran wildly on the cliff again. As he ran, he would occasionally put some clothes stained with his own breath and a small piece of medium under the cliff. He knew very well that the sense of smell of the group of hellhounds above his head was extremely sensitive, and a little misleading could also share some pressure. Although Ji-sun was running on the rock wall, he could clearly hear a group of demons chasing him from above. Fortunately, the hellhound was not good at climbing rocks, so it had not been able to catch up with him. The spider-like demons that could move freely on the rock wall were not as fast as him. But if this continued, Ji-sun knew it would be difficult for him to escape. The Howling Abyss seemed to be endless, and he had a chance to escape if he continued to go down. But this was an alternate dimension, and he had to return to the Thunder Fortress to get out. And this endless abyss always gave people a feeling that there was a great terror hidden in the depths. Ji-sun did not want to try. And the most important point is that the demon army was attacking the fortress before, but now that the transmission channel is destroyed, their first goal must be to retrieve the golden ball of power gem as a sacred object. By then, hundreds of thousands of monsters will accumulate on the cracks, and there is no guarantee that some monsters good at climbing will come down, and Ji-sun's retreat will be completely blocked. Therefore, the abyss can only save his life temporarily. If he wants to escape in the end, he has to go up. And the 2 treasures, golden ball of power gem and secret cause psychic, cannot be contained. As long as he is reluctant to throw these 2 things away, he will definitely not be able to get rid of the pursuers. Lose? You can't lose a treasure that you risked your life to get. The golden ball doesn't seem to glow or heat. I wonder if the demon can locate it. And the medium can absorb it as long as he spends some time. But the pursuers above won't give him time to absorb it peacefully. Ji-sun suddenly thought of something, and a hint of teasing appeared in his eyes. Now the only one who can withstand the demon army is the beast army. This A-level plot triggered. Sacred Relics Competition. It was a Legion War mode. Hundreds of thousands of demon armies were not something a single person could resist. Diverting trouble to others was a plan Ji-sun had considered before. From the beginning, when he wanted to make trouble, he knew that he could only rely on monsters to deal with those noble armies. Now it seems that maybe those people can still help him a little. Anyway, it would be better if the beast army could help him delay a little time in the battle with monsters. It doesn't take too long. Wait until he digests the medium. By then, the attributes will skyrocket, and even the second-level demons may not be able to catch up. As soon as the idea came to his mind, Ji-sun decided to do it. But the problem now was that Ji-sun's speed was not as fast as the second-level mixed hell 3-headed dog Dangar above his head. If you want the plan to succeed, you must find a way to deal with that 3-headed dog. Ji-sun narrowed his eyes, and immediately had an idea. He left a scent in the abyss along the way, and demons came down to check along the way. Seeing the pursuers dispersed, he suddenly found the right time and rushed up. As soon as he showed his head, the three-headed dog was already waiting at the edge of the cliff. A mouthful of black hellfire sprayed towards him. Ji-sun dodged quickly. The only ones who could catch up now were the second-level three-headed dog and several first-level two-headed dogs. As soon as Ji-sun came up, he rushed a distance on the edge of the cliff. Seeing that the vicious dogs behind him were chasing him more and more, the hellfire had already burned his back so much that it hurt. While running, Ji-sun suddenly took out a card with white armor and poured in the magic power. With a flash of cold light, a set of heavy armor of the Frost Knight was put on. If you choose to wear armor, don't even think about escaping. The vicious dog saw him stop and pounced on him. However, Ji-sun saw from the corner of his eye that the three-headed hellhound stopped cautiously. It just watched and wandered around, but didn't rush up. It seemed to smell the scent of conspiracy. Don't be fooled, Ji-sun muttered in his heart. The possibility of killing this second-level disaster is not great, and time does not allow it. Originally, he planned to rely on this heavy armor and close combat. If we can take the opportunity to cut off the leg bone of the hellhound, we will be successful. But the three-headed dog was not fooled. It seems that it also knows that if it blocks this human here, there will be a large force behind to deal with it. Even among demons, the hellhound plays the role of chasing prey. It does not necessarily kill the prey. Ji-sun saw that the monster did not pounce on him as expected, and at this moment, he chose a backup plan. A gray ball suddenly appeared in his hand, and he threw it towards the cliff not far away. Any dog would not be able to resist this kind of parabolic action. What's more, the object thrown was the demon clan's sacred object golden ball of power gem. The three-headed hellhound was instantly attracted by it. If the ball fell into the abyss, it would never be found again. Almost instinctively, it jumped up. Its huge body rushed out of the cliff and chased down the place where the ball fell. Seeing this, Ji-sun cut off the necks of several hellhounds that were biting his armor with a knife, and then jumped down from the cliff. Although the hellhound is not good at climbing, it will not fall to death with such a small trick. Ji-sun deliberately did not throw it far, but let the golden ball slide down the rock wall. The reason for doing this is to lure the monster down. If you can't beat it head-on, you can only use the terrain. As long as this problem is not completely solved, Ji-sun knows that he can't run away. In midair, Ji-sun instantly put away his armor. The wolf claws are firmly embedded in the rock wall, rushing down to the abyss. The three-headed dog Dangar is about to bite the stone ball, and Ji-sun has already chased it towards its butt. Sensing a deadly threat, the three-headed dog Dangar blew a mouthful of hellfire behind him. If it was on flat ground, Ji-sun would be helpless. But on the rock wall, the three-headed dog's claws were not as stable as the werewolf's, and its center of gravity was inevitably unstable. It was this blast that caused the huge body to tilt, and almost fell into the bottomless abyss. Ji-sun easily avoided the flames, and rushed to a place not far behind the monster in an instant. The three-headed dog also noticed it. But at this moment, the golden ball was right at his mouth, and nothing was more important than this. It was covered in black flames, protecting its body. The piercing burning sensation could be clearly felt from several meters away. This was the fire damage at the law level, a large level higher, and this kind of fire made Ji-sun's hair like steel needles sizzle. But he did not stop approaching. Enduring the severe pain of the burning, Ji-sun hid the scalpel in his hand and reached for the back of the three-headed dog with one claw. The three-headed dog had just bitten the golden ball, but he didn't feel his back tighten. The knife pulled his buttocks, and the sharp blade directly opened a hole in his eyes. The blood like magma splashed on the rock wall. The hellhound clamped its legs together, and couldn't help but scream "oh!" and the golden ball in its mouth fell again. The three-headed dog didn't care about the pain and chased after it again. The other two dog heads sprayed hellfire behind them. Ji-sun was prepared and narrowly avoided it. The werewolf's body on the rock wall was much more agile than the three-headed dog. He did not stop when he saw the good, but rushed towards the three-headed dog again like lightning. The three-headed dog held the metal ball in its mouth again, turned around, and pushed its claws against the bulge on the rock wall to try to run towards the cliff. It also knew that fighting on the rock wall was not good for it. But how could Ji-sun let it do what he wanted? I couldn't run away from you on the top, so how could I let you run away on this rock wall? I stabbed you in the butt just now, because there was no better place to cut. Now that the three-headed dog turned around, the whole back of the vicious dog was exposed. Ji-sun cleverly used his agility to hide in the blind spot of the three-headed dog, and cut the Achilles tendon of the three-headed dog's hind leg with a knife. The three-headed dog had just suffered a loss from the scalpel, and knew that the knife was extremely sharp, so its fighting instinct made it always keep a safe distance. But it looked like it didn't cut it, but it didn't expect that its right hind leg would suddenly lose its strength. Seeing that the knife was successful, Ji-sun sneered, and now his one-handed flying knife skills are becoming more and more proficient. Just now, the cold light flashed, and the Achilles tendon of the right hind leg of the three-headed dog was accurately cut off. The three-headed dog lost its balance, and the other three dogs tried their best to grab the rock wall with their paws to stabilize their bodies. However, Ji-sun's flying knife came in hand, and with another cut, the wound was enlarged by half, almost cutting off the dog's leg and paw. After these two cuts, the monster was completely unable to push back and push the ground. The three-headed dog turned back in pain, and the dog heads on both sides opened their mouths and spewed hellfire. Even though Ji-sun had jumped dozens of meters, he couldn't avoid it, and his back felt hot. The hellfire suppressed by the law easily burned through his protective spell power, and burned under the dermis. The air was immediately filled with a burning smell. Fortunately, the werewolf's body was extremely resilient, and it was healing itself while being injured. Otherwise these few mouthfuls of hellfire would have killed Ji-sun on the spot. He quickly poured in a powerful potion and poured another on the wound, and then he instantly felt that the high temperature that was about to burn his body had subsided a lot. The three-headed dog's excellent jumping ability mostly relied on its well-developed hind legs. Now that one of its hind legs was broken, it was even more inconvenient to move on the rock wall. After Ji-sun injected the potion, he moved as fast as the wind and chased after it again, not giving it a chance to escape to the ground. Although the hellfire was deadly, the threat of the three-headed dog, which had lost its agility advantage, had been greatly reduced. Seeing the human chasing behind him, the three-headed dog, a second-level disaster, was forced to stay on the rock wall and did not dare to move, and took a defensive posture. Ji-sun watched and rushed over again. This time, he did not want to fight the second-level hellhound head-on. He rushed forward and grabbed the protruding rock wall where the three-headed dog stood. Bang! The broken rocks fell. The power of the werewolf's body could easily break the rocks. After his claws hit hard, several huge cracks appeared on the protruding rock wall. After grabbing, Ji-sun avoided a mouthful of hellfire. After detouring, he changed direction and grabbed the rock wall. After repeating this 4 times, the protruding rock finally couldn't hold on and fell down with a crash. The three-headed dog finally panicked and tried to use its 3 legs to push against the falling rocks and grab the rock wall. But Ji-sun did not give it a chance to stand again. He kicked the rock wall with his legs and rushed forward at high speed. At this moment, several first-level hellhounds on the rock wall were already climbing down tremblingly. If he delayed any longer, the demon army would catch up. Even if he risked being burned by hellfire, he knew that this was the best time. Ji-sun rushed forward like a cannonball. The hellfire spewed by the 2 dog heads was obviously much less accurate in the weightless state. The flames burned past his scalp, and Ji-sun appeared on the back of the three-headed dog. He had observed carefully just now, and the back was the blind spot for the dog's fire. Ji-sun stabbed into the spine with a knife, endured the burning, and stabilized his body. The scalpel was too short, and even if it was completely inserted, the damage to this monster was very limited. He did not expect this knife to cause fatal damage, but used the 2-pole collapse that had been charged in his other hand to punch the dog's head in the middle. Bang! With a sound, the dog's neck was hit by a punch, and its head was stunned, and the metal ball in its mouth was spit out. Seeing this, Ji-sun kicked the three-headed dog's back hard, causing it to fall faster. And he grabbed the ball. After Ji-sun succeeded, he used the force of the back stair to rush towards the rock wall above. Without any pause, he rushed towards the rock wall quickly. He didn't care about the three-headed dog. Now that one of its legs was broken, it was impossible to chase it. The first-level hellhounds behind him could not catch up, and were not a threat at all. Soon, Ji-sun saw the right opportunity, jumped onto the ground, and then quickly rushed into the dense forest. Ji-sun ran wildly in the sawtooth forest, panting, and the surrounding bushes swished by. While running, he also poured in the recovery potion. Without the threat of the second-level three-headed dog, the other demons had already left. But he knew that as long as he had the medium, and the golden ball on him, he could not really escape. Supernatural perception can clearly smell all kinds of smells in the forest, and the devil compass discrimination allows Ji-sun to avoid almost all areas that may block him. But he also clearly sensed that several demon armies were besieging him. The encirclement was like a pocket that was gradually closing, getting tighter and tighter. Ji-sun's goal was clear. About 70 kilometers to the northeast. He had already observed it when he was in the meteoric Eagle Fortress before, and the beast army of the Lionheart family was fighting nearby. The Sawtooth Forest is vast and complex. The werewolves are determined to run away, and it is difficult for the demons to form an effective encirclement. Although he encountered some small groups of demons along the way, none of them could catch up with him. If he really couldn't avoid the collision, as long as he didn't have a second-level demon, he could quickly kill a few and escape quickly. Ji-sun ran at full speed all the way. After dozens of minutes, he suddenly heard the sound of fighting from a certain direction in the forest. Found it. Ji-sun was delighted. There was no one else in the Sawtooth Forest now. The only one who could make such a fierce battle was the Beast Corps. And if they wanted to protect the young Master Khan, they could only defend together. This kind of corps could not move too fast, and the best way was to find a place to fight a positional battle. Ji-sun followed the sound. Not long after running, he saw the piles of demon corpses along the way. The air was filled with violent and chaotic elements, and a strong stench of dirty blood. After passing through a forest, he saw a rock wall that had solidified into a metallic cave, and the Beast Corps was fighting fiercely with the Demon Corps. The Black Knight holding a heavy shield was in the front, and the Card Master behind him whizzed out various cards, harvesting the lives of large numbers of Reaper demons. Although they were just some first-level cards, they were like gunpowder concentrated together, and the explosion power caused was multiplied. Hundreds of Wind Blade cards flew out, and formed a Wind Blade tornado in an instant. After passing by, the area within a few hundred meters was full of bloody corpses. Although the Beast Army only had 200 or 300 people, with this steel defense formation, the demons with 100 times the number could not do anything. Just as Ji-sun was observing this moment, a wave of thousands of demons fell in the forest, where the wind blades had blown the tree stumps into the ground. And 1,000 meters away, the demons were led by a green toad the size of a dinosaur, and a 100-meter-long flaming snake. Second-level A-Class Disaster Bone Snake Commander Tattle. Second-level B-Class Toad Commander Hunk. Ji-sun looked at these two huge demons, which were much stronger than the three-headed dog that chased him before. But even though they were so strong, under the exaggerated fire suppression of the Beast Corps, the two commanders didn't even dare to show their heads easily. Seeing this, Ji-sun raised his lips, the stronger the better. He took advantage of the gap between the two sides' attacks and ran along the rock wall. While running, he took off his werewolf body and quickly changed into the standard equipment of the Beast Corps that he had obtained from the ambush of the five-man team. With a gas mask and an invisible cloak, he looked like an assassin of the Beast Corps. On the way, he met a scout from the Beast Legion in the dark. Seeing his attire, he did not stop him. Ji-sun looked like he was seriously injured and returned to the camp, stumbling towards the cave. His superb acting skills made him fall naturally not far from the first line of defense. Soon, someone rescued him. When the gas mask was removed, a strange face was revealed. The clown mask turned into the appearance of the assassin he had killed before. Chapter 106. It's Luo Chung from Team 9. Doctor, come quickly, doctor, there's a seriously injured person here. After Ji-sun's identity was confirmed, he was immediately taken into the cave. The medical and logistics personnel of the Beast Corps built a simple battlefield hospital here. There are already 20 to 30 wounded people lying here. They have been fighting the demon army for 7 or 8 hours, and there are wounded people sent in from time to time, and no one cares about one more. Ask me a question? Sorry, I'm exhausted and I be dizzy for a while. Ji-sun's current condition is indeed serious. He was severely burned by the Hellhound before, and he was already on the verge of collapse after running for so long. He deliberately left it untreated to enhance his identity as a wounded soldier, and to disguise himself better. He lay in the pile of wounded soldiers with peace of mind, receiving professional medical services that only noble knights can enjoy. The doctor of the Beast Corps treated the injury very professionally, cleaned the wound, removed the fire poison, and bandaged it. After some treatment, Ji-sun finally felt that the burning sensation that he was about to be cooked gradually disappeared. Although he was in a coma, he was silently observing the environment in the cave with his eyes narrowed. Well, it's okay. The defense line is all facing the outside. It's not easy to attack from the outside, but it's not too difficult to escape. Maybe someone knows Luo Chung, but no one can ask more at this critical moment. Because not long after Ji-sun came in, the major demon armies chasing from all sides came. The battle was about to break out. Because part of the troops were divided to attack the fortress, and another part went to the forest to find the thief who stole the holy object, there were only 2 demon commanders trapped outside the cave. But now, the situation is different. Ji-sun ran all the way here, and his whereabouts could not be concealed. The creatures among the demons, such as the hellhound, who are good at tracking breath, immediately confirmed that the medium and the human thief were in this cave. Seeing him break into the base camp, the demons would not think of any diverting trouble to others. Just like humans would think that all demons are in the same group. The only possibility they can think of is that these humans sent people to the secret passage to steal the holy objects and then escaped back. So several demon leaders led their troops to gather here one after another. In the forest outside the cave, the number of demons is increasing. Now the reinforcements of the human kingdom are on the way, and the demons must retrieve the holy objects as soon as possible to open the teleportation array. Otherwise, not only will it affect the war plan to attack humans, but they will also be trapped here. Just after receiving the order, the two leaders led nearly 100,000 demons to charge without waiting for the legions behind. On the other side, the commander of the Beast Legion looked at the charging monsters in the surrounding forests, and only thought it was that A-level mission. The consequences. And it was unexpected that one of the culprits was lying in the pile of wounded in the position. Damn it, those demons are charging again. Forest burning technique, get ready. Decapitation team, prepare arcane cards, aim at the disaster level monsters. If they dare to come, just decapitate them. Team 6, your relic spear of doom, get ready, aim at the toad commander. It is a great threat to the Black Knight. Once it gets within 300 meters, decapitate it immediately. A series of tactics were issued, and the Legion guards also executed them efficiently. Ji-sun also saw for the first time how a truly elite Legion fought. This combat power was completely different from that of hunters. He was a little worried that the 200 people could not withstand the attack of the Demon Legion, and was ready to run away at any time. But he was also amazed by the following scene. Tens of thousands of demon armies rushed over, and were drowned by all kinds of gorgeous spells. Spell cards, ancient relics, and ultimate cards appeared in an endless stream. The nobles controlled more than 90% of the social resources. Rare cards and top equipment that were rarely seen in hunters' hands were now on display in this battle. They were thrown around like they didn't need any money. When Ji-sun had previously pitted and killed the 5-man team, he had seen the scene where the elemental manipulator killed several hundred demons by himself. And now, it was even more exaggerated. What kind of scene would it be if 100 magic spell card masters threw cards together? It was a scene like purgatory. As soon as the magic card master group made a move, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood instantly appeared. The heavily armored Black Knight cast a layer of steel shield wall in front, which created an absolutely safe output environment for the magic system. The spell card master does not need to chant and store energy to release the spell. The card can fly out, and the spell can be cast instantly. It is like shooting a gun with extremely low consumption. The members of the Beast Army who entered the different dimension to accompany young Master Khan in the trial are all elites of the first level. They are proficient in various card spells. Earth, wind, water, fire, and various element spells are targeted at various tactics. If 100 cards are not enough, then 1,000 cards. The speed of the demon army's advance is definitely not as fast as the card master's card drawing speed. In order to ensure the safety of Mr. Khan, the Beast Army brought enough cards this time. It can be said that with a safe output environment, as long as the card inventory is sufficient, no matter how many low-level demons there are, they will be harvested. There is also a decapitation team that specializes in decapitating disaster-level monsters, which makes even a second-level disaster rushing up a fatal threat. Even if a stealth demon sneaks into the cave, various early warning agencies can instantly discover it, and the assassin team can kill it on the spot. Just like that, Ji-sun watched the two sides fight fiercely for half an hour. The Beast group stabilized their position, with a money-spending style of play. One of the two demon leaders died, and the other was seriously injured, leaving tens of thousands of minions' bodies outside the cave. The fight outside was lively, and Ji-sun, as a wounded soldier, lay leisurely. There is no safer place than here in the huge sawtooth forest. While lying, he quietly approached his tactical backpack, and enlightenment kept reminding him. You use Feast Devouring, Constitution plus 0.03. You use Feast Devouring, Strength plus 0.02. Ji-sun just stuffed the medium into the backpack casually. There were also golden balls, pottery jars, and a dozen storage rings that could not be stored. If someone opened them, they would be shocked. But Ji-sun was betting on a boldness. The rescue doctors were very busy, and no one was interested in looking through any backpacks. Others would not look through the backpack of a wounded person. After the doctors treated the wounds, no one paid attention to Ji-sun anymore. He just lay there, slowly absorbing the extraordinary characteristics of the medium. As long as this thing was digested, some of the dangerous factors could be eliminated. He was a wounded soldier, lying there with a dying look on his face, and no one urged him to continue fighting. Ji-sun just lay there leisurely, absorbing madly. Not long after, the second wave of battle began again. Now in the huge sawtooth forest, almost all the demons are gathering here. Most of the demons are not very smart, and they don't have an accurate understanding of human combat power. Now that they know that the things are in the hands of the humans in the cave, how can they just watch from the outside? Besides, there are only 200 or 300 humans, and they can be easily destroyed no matter how you look at it. After tens of thousands of them were gathered, the demons howled and shouted, and the second-level demon leader led them to charge in groups. Then, the Beast Corps harvested another wave of enemies. The Elite Corps' foundation and money-burning playstyle taught these demons a painful lesson. But as long as there is a battle, there will be casualties. The Beast Corps has only 200 or 300 people, and there will be a lot of casualties after each charge. This also gives the demons confidence every time. I think it will work next time. In this way, the two sides had almost no breathing time, and fought wave after wave for 7 or 8 hours. He looked at his pocket watch. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. Is this the 10th wave of battle? Ji-sun couldn't remember clearly. Although he looked weak at the moment, he was awake in his heart. It was absorbed completely. Ji-sun didn't expect that such a large piece of medium could be swallowed up in one night. Now that the skill of Demon Feast has just been upgraded to LV2, the efficiency of swallowing has increased by nearly 1-fold. But when he looked at the data growth on the body panel, he frowned slightly puzzled. However, after looking at the attributes, all attributes were almost around 15 points before, and now they have become 18+. The 3 psychic mediums I got before each increased the attribute by an average of about 4 points. Now I got this top-grade psychic medium, but it only increased by 3 points? Ji-sun thought about it, and thought that it should be because he had a higher demand for the quality of extraordinary characteristics after the advancement. But he also felt that it was very good. The attribute increased by 1/5 overnight, which was a qualitative improvement for him. The current agility attribute is 18.96. After a calculation, it will be more than 30 after the transformation. Even if we encounter the 3-headed dog, we will probably not suffer a loss in speed. Thinking of this, Ji-sun was in a good mood. As long as there is an advantage in speed, many problems are not a problem. Ji-sun's plan is to lie down like this, thinking about how long he can lie down. Anyway, there is the beast army to support him. When both sides have consumed almost all the energy, he will respond accordingly. After seeing the Legion-level combat power bonus with his own eyes last night, Ji-sun felt that letting the demon army consume energy was the right choice. Otherwise, there is really nothing we can do. Although the number of these 300 beasts is not large, with the advantage of equipment and firepower, it is no problem to kill 200,000 or 300,000 demons. Especially those difficult second-level commanders. Even if they cannot be killed, it is good to injure them severely. In the fierce charge last night, monsters other than disaster-level monsters were not qualified to rush to the cave entrance. In this way, the two sides will consume their ammunition, and most of the difficult monsters on the demon side will be eliminated. Now that the golden ball of power is in Ji-sun's own hands, the number of demons in the Sawtooth Forest will not increase, but will only decrease. The difficulty of the plot in this different dimension will become less and less. The probability of passing the level alive is very high. This is the A-level plot intensity of the war mode. The casualty rate is high, but it is definitely not certain to die. And the effect is better than expected. The two sides fought more than a dozen fierce battles last night, and each suffered heavy losses. On the demon army side, 3 of the 7 demon commanders who came here were killed last night. And the first-level disasters, low-level demons, etc., suffered countless casualties. On the other side, the beast army also suffered very serious losses. There are also ranged professions, like the Dark Elf Archer among the demons, who shoot arrows randomly and cause heavy casualties among the magic system Squishy. There are also group toxin attacks like Toad Commander Hunk, which spit out a mouthful of poisonous old phlegm and corrode the rock wall, and mind-catching Commander Buck, which has a large-scale mental group control. In short, less than half of the 300 people are still alive, and most of the rest are wounded. There are dozens of beds around Ji-sun in one night. The most important thing is that the people fought hard all night. Not only are they tired, but their cards have been used up. The current combat power of the Legion is estimated to be less than 20% of its peak. Without fire suppression, the Beast Legion is increasingly struggling to deal with the demon's mass charge, and the death rate is getting higher and higher. However, just when Ji-sun thought he He could wait until one side was wiped out. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. The observer outside suddenly reported, "Commander, the Demon Legion outside is split up." Leap back, Commander Mitt, and at least 20,000 demons have evacuated, and the purpose is unknown. Evacuate? Hearing this, the commander who could transform into a golden fox instantly looked puzzled. His eyes darted around. Evacuate? Others didn't know what this meant, but when Ji-sun heard that, he thought about it for a moment, and his eyelids twitched immediately. Demons who believed in God would never retreat because of casualties. And he knew better than anyone why these demons came. How could they evacuate before they got back the golden ball of power? The timing of the evacuation was also very subtle, just when he had absorbed the medium. If it's not a tactic. Ji-sun only thought of one possibility: the medium was absorbed, and the other party couldn't sense it? Normal people can't deal with that kind of spiritual medium, but now disappeared out of thin air. So, maybe the demons thought that the thing was moved? That's why they sent people to look for it elsewhere? It's probably like this. But in this way, it seems to have verified a problem. It seems that the other party can't determine the location of the golden ball of power? Ji-sun thinks this is good news for him. But he also realized that his leisure time was over. He didn't dare to continue lying on the bed. He took his things and quietly mixed in with the group of assassins preparing for battle, and moved towards the cave entrance. On the other side, as soon as the monsters retreated, the Fox commander also realized that something was fishy. He could understand the monsters' fierce attack last night as the difficulty of the 2 A-level plot tasks of Sacred Relics Competition and Fortress General Attack. The demon army would definitely kill all humans in the Sawtooth Forest. Now the 3 major fortresses have fallen, and there are no other humans in the Sawtooth Forest. Their beast core has the biggest target, so it makes sense that the monsters are concentrated here. But why did they suddenly evacuate now? Or was it Thunderback Commander Mitt, who is best at reconnaissance? If it is not a tactical evacuation, what does it mean? The more the Fox commander thought about it, the more wrong it felt. He connected all the clues in his mind. Something seemed to flash through his mind. His intuition told him that he was thinking wrongly in some places. He didn't know about Secret Cause Psychic, so he couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. But the Flash Fox's intuition was very sharp. He couldn't confirm the situation of the demon army outside, but he could rule out the factors within his own side. The commander's eyes turned, and he ordered loudly, "Captains of each team, count the personnel. Gather the names of the personnel who entered the position after the A-level plot was triggered yesterday." However, before he opened his mouth, Ji-sun had quietly walked to the entrance of the cave. As soon as the order was shouted out, Ji-sun suddenly transformed into a beast and rushed out. How could he dare to stay? After the count, he would definitely be exposed. Why is this guy running? Everyone in the beast army was stunned for a moment. The Fox leader's eyes froze, and he understood instantly. There is an outsider in his army. His expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Catch that guy." Chapter 107. After the result, it is much easier to reverse the cause. Looking at the man who suddenly rushed out, Commander Fox immediately figured out everything. No wonder the monster started to attack desperately last night. This is not what he thought, that the difficulty of 2 A-level tasks is superimposed. Instead, someone used their beast core as a shield. And the so-called holy object in the plot is most likely on that person. But how did that guy do it alone? The difficulty of triggering the A-level plot in the war mode is extremely high. It is hard for him to imagine that a first-level card master can trigger that kind of plot alone without any intelligent support. Is this revenge at the cost of his life? His young master's reputation is not very good, and he does have many enemies. It is really hard to confirm which side the enemy is now. But those are not what he wants to consider. If that person doesn't die, he has a premonition that there will be some big chaos. Unfortunately, he wants to chase, but he can't catch up. As soon as Ji-sun rushed out of the cave, a dense crossbow and card shot at him from behind. Because he walked decisively, when the crossbow arrows hit him, he had already climbed up the rock wall and disappeared into the darkness. Now his physical attributes have skyrocketed, and climbing the rock wall is easier. Ji-sun quickly ran more than 10 kilometers and stopped on a rock wall. What made him feel great was that not only was there no one chasing him, but there were no demons either. This also confirmed that those demons themselves did not have the ability to locate the golden ball of power. This is much less trouble. Ji-sun observed for a while, and still did not find any monsters, so he did not continue to waste energy to escape. Only then did he have the opportunity to carefully observe the golden ball of power gem that he had obtained for a long time. When he obtained this golden ball, Chidi rewarded him with 100,000 military merits. As long as he could survive, and add some devil horns, he could exchange for gold-quality items. But what is the use of this thing? Ji-sun did not try to understand those things that were beyond his cognition. But he was also very curious about the specific use of this gem. The outer layer of the sphere was hollowed out with mysterious runes, which were as complicated as the spells on the jar, and they were all items of an incomprehensible level. The gem inside is dimmed, and looks like an ordinary stone. Looking at it for a while, it makes people feel like looking up at the starry sky, and the more they look, the more they feel infinite and deep. Enlightenment only shows that this is something related to the power rule. I thought that since the devil can use it to build a teleportation array, it should have some specific use. It's like the pottery jar hanging on my body. Things of this level, if they are studied for some practical use, may be a big surprise. After studying it over and over again, Ji-sun did not find any mechanism. Thinking about it, he somehow injected a little magic power into the golden ball in his hand. However, during this attempt, an accident happened. The next moment, his expression suddenly changed. After the magic power was injected, some black lines appeared around the golden ball in his hand, as if the void was torn apart. As soon as this strange phenomenon appeared, Ji-sun seemed to sink uncontrollably. It was as if a huge force was pulling him down the cliff. What's going on? Ji-sun was also startled. When the golden ball slipped out of his hand in midair, he finally managed to stabilize his body from the rapid fall. The steel cable of the mechanical arm popped out and nailed onto the rock wall, and then climbed onto the rock wall again. Then there was a sound of bang, and the golden ball fell to the ground. Ji-sun looked at it, and his eyes twitched slightly, as if he realized that he seemed to have tested some function. He jumped down. Then he fiddled with the soil a few meters below for a while. Only then did he dig out the golden ball. Will the ball become heavier if the cursed power is poured into it? Ji-sun looked at the golden ball in his hand, with a slightly complicated look in his eyes. No. It wasn't a free fall just now, it was more like the gravity of the space around the body was changed. He suddenly understood some of the functions of this golden ball. After pouring the curse power just now, he felt that the golden ball instantly became 1,000 times heavier. This caused him to fall off the rock wall by the strange changing force. And it's not just a change in weight, it seems to be something at the law level that cannot be understood for the time being. Ji-sun was already very interested when he thought of this. He picked up the ball again and tried it. This time he only injected a little curse power, and the strange force field really attacked again. Because he was prepared, his muscles swelled instantly this time, and he firmly held the golden ball with black law threads all around. Injecting more curse power, the strange force increased by several hundred pounds. He had to change his hands to hold it. But as soon as the curse power stopped, the strange force field suddenly disappeared. Back to normal. It's true. Ji-sun's eyes flickered, as if he had discovered a new world. Although he didn't know what the power rules of the golden ball pointed to, the ability tested at the moment was very practical. With this gem, what kind of weight-bearing equipment do you need? If you keep it on your body at all times and inject a little spell power, won't you be able to achieve the weight-bearing effect? And you can control and adjust the strange force field, making it strong or weak. What a good thing. When the time comes, make an armor to embed it, or embed it in weapons to overwhelm the enemy. Ji-sun had an idea in his mind instantly. He looked around, and was worried that the fluctuations just now would attract monsters around him. He did not dare to stay where he was, and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Ji-sun also guessed that the beast army might send people to hunt him down. He was very interested in trying his tricks with the elite nobles. But not at the moment. The demon army is now looking for the stolen holy objects everywhere in the forest. It is not a good choice to be exposed now. Ji-sun felt that he needed to wait a little longer. Wait for both sides to consume more energy. Although the golden ball of strength was in his hands, the demon camp didn't know it. So they would definitely continue to attack the camp. The group tactics of the beast army before were fine. But it's hard to say in the future. Now more than half of the 300 guards have been reduced, and the card consumption is also huge. If they continue to resist, they may not be able to hold on. Just like a dam, once a crack appears, it may be crushed when it collapses. So Ji-sun felt that according to the current strength, they could only hold out for one more day at most, and the beast army would definitely choose to split up and fight guerrilla warfare. The elite team took the young Master Khan to hide in the forest, and the other teams dispersed and led the monsters away. Now the main force of the demon army has also been consumed by more than half. The Sawtooth Forest is so large that they may not be able to hide until the kingdom reinforcements arrive. But once the beast army splits up, it will be the opportunity Ji-sun has been waiting for. By then, the forest will be full of humans, and once the demon army is dispersed, he will be safer. There will be fewer concerns in the battle. Since they have offended each other, they must try it anyway. Ji-sun will not let those guys from the beast corps get out so safely. Not only that, he always has a feeling that the difficulty of this different dimension should be more than this. This is war mode. The difficulty has been triggered to double a level, but there are still more than 100 people alive in the beast corps. Calculated, the mortality rate is only about 70% at present. It is still far from the legendary A-level difficulty of almost 95% mortality rate. Since the spatial will allow 500 hunters to come in, then there must be an equal difficulty for 500 first-level spell card masters with top-level equipment to come in. Have a good rest, maybe there will be changes in the plot. Ji-sun was not in a hurry. Anyway, it seemed that he was no longer in danger. He found a rock wall and hung it with a steel wire, resting and meditating to recuperate. The battle in the distance was still going on. The demon army was still attacking. He meditated leisurely for a few hours. However, before the beast army could break through, Ji-sun was suddenly awakened by the enlightenment that appeared. Intuition came true. A plus-level opportunity plot is triggered, the transmission channel is destroyed, the demon lord sends his 97th son, Red Baron Dodon, to reinforce the battlefield. He will do everything to take back the holy object. The supreme magic tower of the human kingdom also discovered that the pure demonic aura has crossed the border. The paladin also set out from the nearest city. The reinforcement army will arrive at the Thunder Fortress in 3 days. The exploration degree plus 20%. Ji-sun looked at this enlightenment, his eyes narrowed slightly. Opportunity plot? He heard from the hunters. It is said that some different dimensional spaces will trigger some unexpected plots, opportunity plots, and treasure plots with a very small probability. But as long as you can pass the level, it usually means extra rewards. There is no need to guess the opportunity plot in the war mode, it must be a good thing. But it is not easy to get. Now the difficulty is double A, and it is still increasing, tut-tut. Although Ji-sun guessed that there might be some changes in the plot, looking at the current enlightenment, he couldn't help but complain in his heart, this is a bit cheating. It was obvious that he had destroyed the passage. Or maybe he destroyed it too early, and the demon army had not yet completed its layout. In this situation, most of the demons in the Sawtooth Forest were killed by the beast army, and the difficulty would theoretically become less and less. Clearing the level is just around the corner. Now this has suddenly happened, and it is obvious that the spatial will has temporarily increased the difficulty. But complaining is complaining. There was no resistance in Ji-sun's eyes, but instead a strong expectation emerged. The plot of opportunity, all put. Opportunity. The words are marked. How could I miss it? At worst, the clearance evaluation will be raised, and the chance of winning the lottery will increase. Besides, it is not Ji-sun who should panic. The beast army is large in number, and if pressure is to be exerted, it should be exerted on those guys first. Again, no matter how difficult the spatial will is, it will definitely give participants a glimmer of hope. It depends on whether they can grasp it. Red Baron. I don't know what the situation is, and I don't know whether I can kill him or not. Ji-sun has already found a more stable way to pass the level, which is to survive for 3 days, and wait for the support of the paladins of the human kingdom. The forest is so big, he thinks if he can't survive, others can't survive either. Ji-sun didn't worry about the difficulty increase. The thought of complaining flashed in his mind, and he thought about how to deal with it. Is it because the beast army used equipment and cards that crushed the demon army that caused the difficulty to increase? Or is it the golden ball? Ji-sun analyzed the two most important factors that triggered this opportunity plot. One of the factors is himself. Thinking of this, he frowned. Before, he thought it was no problem to keep the golden ball around. Now that the difficulty has increased, he doesn't think so. It's possible that the Red Baron has some special means to sense the golden ball. It will definitely be a time bomb if he keeps it in his hand. But such a good thing can't be thrown away. However, just as he was still thinking about it, he suddenly saw that the battle in the beast army in the distance suddenly became fierce. The brilliant elemental explosion exploded in the forest, and the flames shot up into the sky. Like fireworks, they exploded everywhere in the forest, divided into more than a dozen places. Oh, they are breaking out by dividing their forces. Ji-sun looked at them and chuckled. Much earlier than expected. The commander of the beast army is also a master, and he definitely would not have thought of what he just thought of. The sudden enlightenment made those guys realize that positional warfare would not work. It was obvious that the Red Baron was definitely not as strong as the previous second-level A-level disasters. If they continue to fight a positional war, the monster will definitely find them first. That's why they decided to split up their forces. Ji-sun didn't have the energy to care about others for the time being. He looked at the golden ball of power in his hand. He also looked at the blue light column on the Demon Mountain range dozens of kilometers away. His thoughts turned, and he ran away at full speed. The golden ball cannot be hidden casually, and it is not safe to carry it with you. The only safe place he could think of was the magic secret box in the residence of Ronan the Mage in the Meteoric Eagle Fortress. Since the rune token can be hidden under the nose of the second-level demon, I think those magic restrictions can also play a certain isolation effect. Not long after, Ji-sun arrived at the Meteoric Eagle Fortress. The operation of sneaking into the fortress was much smoother than expected. This fortress was originally a sentry post to observe the Howling Abyss. It is not like the Thunder Fortress, which is a key pass across the Demon Mountains. There is no value in garrisoning. So even if the demons captured this place, there were not many demons left here. Ji-sun sneaked along, carefully exploring with a compass, but did not find the second-level demon in the fortress. He thought that he might have been summoned to the forest to find the holy object. Ji-sun also sneaked into the residence of Ronan the Mage smoothly, and then secretly placed the golden ball in the magic box. He ignored the demon minions in the fortress, and sneaked down again quietly, climbing along the rock wall. Not long after, he came to the position of the beast army again. When the beast army retreated, a mountain of corpses was left behind. Yes, a real mountain of corpses. The solidified blood plasma on the ground was several feet thick, and the corpses of various demons were dismembered, cut, burned, and mixed together. The air was filled with a suffocating, thick, bloody stench. There were piles of corpses, and there were some scavenging monsters greedily looking for food on them, tearing the flesh and blood of those demons. Yeah. Ji-sun had a strange smile on his face. He had hoped that the people of the beast army would split up, and there was another most important factor, which was these corpses. Where can you find so many corpses outside? It is roughly estimated that the demon army lost 100,000 or 200,000 people here in one day and one night. If it were a morgue, it would take many years to get this number. Although dozens of hours have passed, the extraordinary characteristics have dissipated a lot. But the advantage is the large number. In his eyes, the extraordinary characteristics emanating from these corpses are like blazing flames, extremely tempting. Ji-sun sneaked over and didn't pay attention to the little demons eating, and laid down in the pile of corpses. The strong smell of blood covered the little breath of life that he leaked out. After the proficiency of the Devil's Feast skill was raised to LV2, the range of swallowing has covered a radius of more than 10 meters. Then, he swallowed it in big mouthfuls like a whale. Inspirations appeared densely. You use the feast to swallow. Physical fitness plus 0.002. You use the feast to swallow. Strength plus 0.009. Although not as pure and strong as the medium, there are tens of thousands of threads of various colors in the mountain of corpses. Accumulated rain formed a waterfall. Extraordinary characteristics poured into Ji-sun's body. Time passed in a flash, and before he knew it, another day and night had passed. Sporadic fighting occurred in the Sawtooth Forest. In the pile of corpses outside this nameless cave, a little demon, like a skinless monkey, was looking for food in the pile of corpses. After turning over a few corpses that did not suit its appetite, it seemed to step on something. Before it could figure it out, a big hand stretched out from the pile of corpses and grabbed the little monster. Click. With a sound, it broke its neck. Ji-sun sat up from the pile of corpses, exhaled a long breath, and said to himself, I can't devour it. He looked at the pile of corpses around him, and said it was a pity. It's not that they were all devoured, but that too many were wasted. Usually on the second day, more than 90% of the extraordinary characteristics in the corpse will dissipate. And most of the corpses here are incomplete, so the dissipation speed is even faster. Now, even in the pile of corpses, sucking hundreds of them at a time, the data growth brought by the feast swallowing is negligible. After the body becomes stronger, the quality requirements for supernatural properties are getting higher and higher. The thinner the supernatural properties are, the harder it is to absorb. But the ending is very satisfactory. Ji-sun took a look at his data panel. Strength has soared from the previous 18.5 to 23.8. Agility, toughness, and traits are all over 23. The average increase is 5 points. This is even greater than the increase brought by the previous top-grade psychic. This time, I won't be chased by the three-headed dog again, right? Ji-sun clenched his fists, and the feeling of surging power made him feel great. Fortunately, he came to such a war-mode alien space, otherwise where else could he find hundreds of thousands of corpses at once? At present, some low-level materials may be disassembled from these corpses. But Ji-sun didn't take a closer look, because it would take too much time. He didn't covet the last bit of extraordinary characteristics left in the pile of corpses. Instead, he looked at the fighting sounds that were heard from time to time in the forest. The equipment of a single soldier of the Beast Corps may be worth tens of thousands of demon materials. Originally, if he hit for 2 days, he would probably be able to leave the space alive. But Ji-sun didn't think so. Now that his strength has skyrocketed, he no longer thinks that passing the level is a problem. Thinking of something, he suddenly transformed into a werewolf and rushed into the Sawtooth Forest. Chapter 108. The supernatural perception of the werewolf allows Ji-sun to clearly sense the smell and movement in the forest. There are scents left by battles in all directions. The Beast Army is not here to pursue any clearance rewards, so even if the opportunity plot is triggered, they will definitely not take the initiative to break the situation. The current tactic must be to play hide and seek in the forest. Bet that they can avoid the Red Baron, survive until the 3rd day when the human army reinforcements arrive, and then leave the space. However, the number of demons is still much greater than that of humans. Once they spread out, it is like a fishing net that is spread out to block the river. It is difficult not to hit them. Even if low-level demons cannot defeat the elite of the Beast Army, once the battle breaks out, their positions will be exposed. High-level demons can immediately determine the direction and reinforce them. It is precisely because of this that after hiding for a day and a night, the few remaining guards of the Beast Army have been greatly reduced again. The traces of the Beast Army's hiding seem to be untraceable. The Demon Army is just searching in the forest by chance, and whoever they encounter will be surrounded and killed. But Ji-sun knew. Even if those guys were scattered, their purpose must be to protect the young Master Khan. There are traces of their whereabouts. The Sawtooth Forest is very large. As long as the team cooperates well, and someone is willing to sacrifice to attract monsters, the probability of that young Master Khan surviving the 3rd day is quite high. So Ji-sun's idea at this moment is that he must increase the strength of that young master, since the space has thrown the opportunity in his face. He also wants to use the people of the Beast Legion to try the Red Baron. How strong is it? Ji-sun sneaked all the way. On the way, he also encountered several groups of small demons patrolling in the forest, and the ubiquitous red-eyed bats. But he was alone and had a small target, and he had the relic cloak and shadow stealth, so he passed smoothly. Following the smell of blood, he searched all the way. Not long after, he found traces of a battle in the forest. The towering trees here were cut down in pieces, and the flames burning on the trees had not completely extinguished. There were a large number of demon corpses on the ground. There were 5 more human corpses. There were sticky spider webs everywhere, which were obviously the work of the Hell Spider. Ji-sun had personally experienced the difficulty of this spider. If you don't have the means to restrain yourself, you will die if you get stuck in the spider web. Even so, this 5-member team of the Beast Group cleared hundreds of monsters. It is not known whether the demons are not interested in human equipment, or whether it is left by the rules of space. Except for the flesh and blood of the 5 corpses that were eaten, most of the equipment and storage rings were still in place. Ji-sun checked the battle traces around him, and found 7 storage rings along the way. However, the potions and cards were almost all used up. However, there were some extra equipment. Hey, I came to the right place after all. Ji-sun cleaned up the battlefield, and made some small gains. The things in these storage rings were worth tens of thousands of demon corpses. Several military merit plaques also added nearly 10,000 military merits to Ji-sun. It seems that the 100 people who broke through alive yesterday carried the equipment and military merits of nearly 300 people in the entire legion. If we really want to find the bodies of the remaining people, it will be a huge sum of money. Moreover, the value of the bodies is not just equipment and military exploits. After checking the traces, Ji-sun also found some other clues. There were traces of 5 people fighting all along the forest. It was like a direction arrow marked on a map. Ji-sun also concluded that the direction that this team deliberately avoided when escaping was most likely the location of the young Master Khan. Although the range is still large. But as long as a few more such battle scenes are found, this range will become smaller and smaller. If you are really lucky, maybe you can really meet the young master in the vast forest. Ji-sun was in high spirits when he thought of this. He searched in the forest for more than half an hour. Soon, he found the second battle scene. However, this battlefield was a little special. Following the traces all the way. From a distance, You can see burnt marks on the jagged tree trunks and the ground along the way. Hellfire? Ji-sun had been burned by the three-headed dog before, and when he saw these burnt marks, he immediately thought of something. It is not difficult to guess that one of the fighting parties is a powerful demon who is good at using hellfire. When he saw the corpse, Ji-sun's expression suddenly became solemn. It was still a 5-man elite team. But now the traces of fighting were far less intense than before. One had his head crushed, one had his chest punched, one had a knee-like fighting technique that broke a tree, and another had his abdomen pierced. The wounds all had signs of burning. They were all killed in one blow. The most exaggerated one was the Black Knight. Ji-sun walked over and looked at the Black Knight, who seemed to be lying in the crater, his eyes flashing fiercely. The Black Knight's armor was broken? Ji-sun's eyes twitched inexplicably. It was hard to imagine what kind of horrific attack could achieve such an effect. His thoughts raced all of a sudden. A picture appeared in his mind. A tall fire monster killed 4 people instantly, then pressed the Black Knight under it and punched hard. The violent force caused the ground to sink deeply. The Black Knight relied on his armor to hold on for a few more punches, but he had no chance to fight back. Until the armor was cracked by the hammer, and he died on the spot. It's a bit too strong. Ji-sun thought of this and murmured in his heart. He had personally seen the combat power of the 5 elite teams of the Beast group. Even if they encountered a second-level disaster, this team could fight. I didn't expect to be killed so easily. He is more than 5 meters tall, has a very fast short-distance rush speed, and has mastered the hellfire suppressed by the law. He has super strength and super defense without any shortcomings. After observing the traces of battle around him, Ji-sun got a lot of useful clues. Judging from the current means, the several second-level A-grade demon commanders that appeared did not have this means. So it can only be the Red Baron. Very tricky. Seeing this, Ji-sun had already concluded that this monster was not capable of fighting. But even after coming to this conclusion, the corners of his mouth rose instead, thinking, but that young Master Khan must have a lot of life-saving things in his hands. I don't know if he can be killed. The previous second-level demon commanders could not do anything to that young Master Khan. Now this seems to be enough. Needless to say, the single combat power of this demon is absolutely invincible in the other dimensional space. Ji-sun estimated that this was probably a second-level S, or a third-level disaster. But the Beast Army must have a lot of life-saving cards and ancient relics in their hands. It doesn't mean there is no chance of winning. If these two sides don't fight, Ji-sun thinks it's too boring. Thinking of this, he cleaned up the battlefield and continued to search in the forest. He felt that he had to help the demon army find the group of people. The smell of corpses can spread for dozens of kilometers in the forest, especially the smell of human corpses. Ji-sun relied on the werewolf's super sense of smell to track it all the way. It took half a day. He found the 3rd, 4th, and 5th battlefields. After seeing more and more battlefields, the clues in Ji-sun's mind became clearer and clearer. He took out a pen and paper and drew a sketch of the military sites he had seen before. Then he marked the locations of several battlefields he found, and the escape routes of the 5-man team were also marked on the map. All signs indicate that these teams are not running around in panic. Rather, they are commanded by experts. They are baits specially designed for young Master Khan to escape. Ji-sun is now very familiar with corpses. He can immediately determine the exact time of death by simply checking the temperature and stiffness of the corpse. If the time and route are determined, then many things can be determined. First fled to the northeast corner, then went southeast, and then went to the north. Ji-sun looked at the picture he drew, and his expression was a little confused at first. But after a little thought, it suddenly dawned on him. He analyzed several possible directions that young Master Khan might have fled to. But the most likely one was a route that led to the Howling Abyss in the north. Now that the demon army is all pressed near the Thunder Fortress, it is safer to be close to the base camp of the Howling Abyss. Is that the Fox commander thinking that the most dangerous place is the safest? TSK. If it weren't for me, this plan might have really allowed you to successfully escape. Ji-sun felt that if he were in that situation, he would do the same. The intelligence of high-level demons is higher than that of ordinary humans. If they just run to a safe place, the other party will definitely guess such a simple intention. The 5-man team that was killed is the best example. But in fact, these are all baits to confuse the demons. It's a risky move. Ji-sun guessed that the team led by young Master Khan went north. As long as there are enough baits, this is actually the safest choice. If they really let them hide like this, maybe they can really survive for 3 days. After all, the demon army didn't know that these humans were protecting young Master Khan. Ji-sun thought of this and suddenly laughed. Unfortunately, I know. He was also prepared to try his luck. What if he really encountered it? Ji-sun didn't think his judgment was necessarily correct. But at least he had an idea. He searched all the way in the direction he had guessed. It was a coincidence. Just when he was walking north, he heard the sound of fighting in the forest near Thunder Fortress in the south. The noise was quite loud. Ji-sun could see the flames rising to the sky from a distance. Before, Ji-sun would definitely be interested in going to see it. But now that he has determined his idea, he is more certain that his judgment is correct. This roundabout plan is to sacrifice the car to save the king, and someone must be needed to attract the monster's firepower, tear the encirclement, and confuse the enemy. It is definitely not young Master Khan and his group who are exposed now. That can only be a bait. Ji-sun doesn't need to take a detour alone, and he walks very fast. I don't know if he was lucky or if Master Khan was unlucky. After walking in the dense forest for more than 2 hours, Ji-sun suddenly found something unusual in the forest. This forest is marked on the map as windswept sandstone forest. Because of the constant wind, a large area of land nearby is weathered sandstone, which will leave obvious marks when stepped on. But this area is the only way to the north. Ji-sun felt that those guys would definitely not make such a low-level mistake, so they would definitely walk along the outer edge of the sand. Ji-sun himself made the same choice. As he walked, he accidentally found a very shallow human footprint. There was fine sand floating around, and with so many people, it was inevitable that some traces would be left. This small mistake was not a big problem. After all, demons would not look at shallow footprints, and most of them had been attracted to the other side. The forest was so big that it was not so easy to be discovered. But it was Ji-sun who found it. When he saw the footprints, he was 100% sure of his judgment. It seems that Mr. Khan is not far away. Ji-sun muttered in his heart. After observing the direction of the footprints, he chased after them without delay. He was not worried about traps. If they set traps on the road now, they would be exposed if they were triggered by the demons. It would be a loss. Not much later, Ji-sun stopped running. The wolf eyes with green light looked at the dark forest in front of him, revealing a solemn look. The werewolf's strong sense of crisis made him sense the danger before approaching. Have you been discovered? Ji-sun felt that although he was hiding well, he was not surprised to be discovered. He had seen the methods of the beast army before, and it would be strange if he was not discovered when he approached. It should be a stealth assassin. Ji-sun raised his eyebrows slightly. He can only be a very skilled assassin if he hides so well. But if the other party does not take the initiative to attack, it will be difficult for him to find him. Ji-sun did not dare to be careless. The people who stayed with the young Master Khan must be the elite of the elite. He could not guarantee that he would be killed in seconds by some incomprehensible means as soon as he showed his head. But now, it is not him, Ji, who is hiding here and there. Since he seems to have encountered someone, it can be confirmed that the group of people from the Beast Legion are nearby. Then, the rest will be left to the Demon Legion. Thinking of something, Ji-sun grinned. He suddenly took out the signal gun, and then fired 2 shots into the dense forest. Not bullets, but flares. Bayu! Bayu! One of the 2 flares exploded in the forest, and the other exploded in the sky through the treetops. In an instant, white light illuminated a large area nearby. It also illuminated the shocked eyes of the 2 stealth assassins. At the same time, 2 kilometers away, more than 20 people who were secretly moving forward under the cover of the relics were also shocked. Looking at the dazzling flare in the sky, the Fox commander of the Beast Corps had a livid face, and was shocked and angry. How is it possible? As soon as the flare came out, he already knew that their position was exposed. And his roundabout tactics were all in vain. No need to guess, it must be the guy who sneaked into their inner circle before. Damn it, how did that guy know? Fox commander looked ashen. How could someone be so accurate in chasing such a large sawtooth forest? They only got here after sacrificing more than a dozen squads to cover them. They thought they had fooled the devil's eyes. Unexpectedly, they were forced into a dead end by 2 flares. For a moment, he even suspected that there was a problem within their legion. But now is not the time to think about this problem. The position is exposed, hiding is meaningless. Commander Fox shouted, "Everyone prepare for battle." On the other side, Ji-sun also exposed his position after firing 2 shots. The 2 assassins lurking nearby did not continue to hide, but rushed towards him decisively. If he did not kill this guy quickly, there would be greater hidden dangers later. The 2 of them were one in front and one behind, and their figures were as fast as ghosts. This is the assassin's advanced body movement phantom step. A short distance sprint is like teleportation. Even when Ji-sun had just put down the launcher in his hand, the two people's poison daggers had already appeared on his neck and heart. Regardless of cooperation or strength, this is considered to be the top existence among the first-level card masters. However, seeing the two people attacking, Ji-sun was not panicked at all, and a reflection flashed in his eyes. The dagger was about to pierce the skin. With a whoosh, Ji-sun's figure disappeared on the spot. Looking again, the tall werewolf body had strangely appeared above the assassin's head behind him, and then the wolf claws hit him hard. At this moment, it seemed as if time slowed down 100 times. Ji-sun pressed the assassin to the ground with an expressionless face, and gravel flew everywhere. While exerting force, the sharp wolf claws had already revealed a cold light and penetrated into the assassin's exposed neck. In an instant, blood splashed out and slowly floated in the air. A faint sound of bone cracking was heard. On the other side, the assassin in front saw that his knife had missed. He jumped in the air, his eyes widened, so fast, Ji-sun raised his head and glanced at him indifferently. While severely injuring the assassin under him, he had already pulled his hand out. The movements of the two assassins seemed to be slowed down several times, but the knife in Ji-sun's hand seemed to be unaffected and was still fast. He stabbed the assassin in front of him, who had no time to put away the knife, with a backhanded knife. At this time seemed to have returned to normal. With a dong sound, the muffled sound of being pressed to the ground came from the ground. With a pu sound, blood gushed out. It happened almost at the same moment. One assassin was lying on the ground, his life or death unknown, and the other's neck was gushing with blood. Ji-sun stood there calmly, holding a bloody scalpel. Ji-sun killed the two men instantly, glanced at the corpses, and didn't show much expression. This elite assassin might have been a big threat when he first entered the space. Facing them would make his scalp tingle. But now, there is no such feeling. Even if these two assassins have reached the peak of the first level, their agility attribute is estimated to be only 30 points. Now Ji-sun's agility attribute of more than 40 points after the beast transformation is far beyond the average second-level spell card master. All attributes are still over 40. How can a first-level spell card master fight this in close combat? There is still a chance if he hides and attacks. But close combat is completely impossible. Agility is not just about movement speed, but also about nerve reaction speed. It is not whoever strikes first will have the upper hand. With Ji-sun's current nerve reaction speed, he can avoid this kind of opponent even if the dagger is against his neck. Instantly kill two people, pure attribute suppression. Not bad. Ji-sun tested his skyrocketing strength and exhaled slightly. The noise around the forest was getting louder and louder. He didn't dare to delay, he picked up the spoils from the corpse, and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Ji-sun's two flares had attracted all the nearby demons. Although he hadn't yet determined where young Master Khan and his men were. But there was no need for him to get involved. The large number of demons could help him confirm. Now that they were exposed, the people of the Beast Legion could no longer hide and walk slowly. They were so many that they couldn't run fast. Suddenly, the sound of fighting was heard in front of the forest, and some demons were attracted there. Are they splitting up again? Ji-sun looked at them and sneered. There were not many people left, so he wanted to see how many times the other party could split up. Ji-sun thought about it, and found a direction to continue chasing. It was just because young Master Khan was unlucky. Now he was at the edge of the windy sandstone forest. He couldn't hide his body if he entered the sandstone area in the east. So he could only run to the north and west. The bait attracted firepower again, and there were fewer directions to choose from. Ji-sun had expected this and chased after them in a circle. He also fired a few more flares to guide the demons. After chasing for a while, he saw more and more red-eyed bats nearby and knew he could let go. There were not many people around Mr. Khan now. There were not enough baits, so the roundabout tactics could not be used. They could only bet on good luck and not be stopped by high-level demons. If they escaped again, they would be really lucky. But the facts proved that fate would not favor some guys who were supposed to die. Not long after, a battle broke out in another part of the forest. Young Master Khan and his last elite guards encountered the demons head-on, and a battle broke out. Although it was short, the elite army rushed past. But once the tracks were exposed, it would be impossible to hide anymore. Before, Ji-sun was chased by the hellhound for most of the forest. Now it was that group of people who were chased. He was also happy to see it. Hearing the direction of the dog barking, Ji-sun also followed it. He chose a safe distance to watch the battle, and followed along to watch the excitement. I have to say that the remaining dozen elites of the Beast Legion are really powerful. Several of them have relic-level equipment and special cards. The first-level disaster was almost instantly killed. Even if it is a second level, C level, or D level disaster, a few people can still kill it with cooperation. These more than 10 people ran all the way, and the several demon legions that came were shattered at the first touch. No one could stop them. But after all, the team can't run fast together. The demon legion also chased them relentlessly. Chasing is consumption. As they chased, a turning point occurred. The young Master Khan was able to keep up at first, and he showed all kinds of advanced body movements, looking like an expert. However, he suddenly slowed down after running for a while. Ji-sun looked at him and laughed awkwardly. It was obvious that the young master ran out of mana. Even powerful potions could not replenish it. The remaining dozen people in the team were all first level, but they were all elite among the elite, and they also practiced advanced breathing methods. Their mana values were definitely first class among their level. But this young master was the weak link in the team, far behind. If he couldn't run, the others couldn't run either. Their speed was slowed down, so they could only kill monsters to break through. What was worse was that, probably because they killed too many high-level disasters, the news had spread to the top leaders of the demon army. After the Lionheart family was chased around in the forest, a red-skinned demon with flames all over its body appeared in their sight. Even when Ji-sun was watching, his pupil shrank suddenly. Red Baron? I thought it was a third level, but seeing that it was a second level, I was slightly relieved. Red Baron Dodon detailed explanation. Second level A-level disaster, son of the demon lord, pure-blooded high-level demon, vanguard commander, blood gives him powerful strength and the ability to control hellfire, and he also has a supreme body that far exceeds the same level of demons. But what is this supreme body? With the recognition blessing of the clown mask, Ji-sun saw more information. There were no other surprises, but looking at the description of the dominant body, he didn't quite understand it. I couldn't understand it. But it didn't prevent him from knowing that this ability must be very powerful. Chapter 109. Ji-sun hid in the distance, looking at the 5-meter-tall red-skinned demon with a pair of exaggerated demon horns on his head, which were like antelope horns. His expression was inexplicably solemn. Even the second-level A-level disasters he had seen before had never given him such a palpitating feeling at a glance. That kind of domineering pressure was not only due to the difference in rank, but more importantly, it came from the difference in life level. Thinking about it, it could only be the description of the pure-blooded demon in Enlightenment. He had seen some higher creatures in the classics before, and the description of lower creatures. Gods, dragons, demons, elves, and the like in myths and legends are all higher creatures, born with extraordinary powers, which are the power of higher blood inheritance. And humans are a kind of intelligent race among lower creatures. This is really interesting. So the legend is true. Pure-blooded demons are so much higher than human life. Ji-sun saw this and suddenly understood something. Why are they all second-level disasters, but this Red Baron is so strong? On the other side, the people in the Beast Legion felt it more clearly. Facing the pressure of such a high-level demon, they couldn't help but take a breath. The Red Baron ran over with big strides, his body burning with black hellfire that twisted the air, and his momentum was terrifying. He didn't look fast, but in fact he was faster than most demons. He was about to catch up. When encountering such an invincible monster, the best choice is to run away separately, and definitely not to fight head-on. But they had to protect the young master, so they couldn't escape and had to take action. A group of 15 people covered young Master Khan's escape. At this time, a female elemental manipulator wearing a spell robe took out a card, and after infusing it with spell power, lightning flashed instantly. Ji-sun keenly caught her action and thought, there are so many good things. The attack is the arcane card. Before, when he was pretending to be a wounded person in the cave, he had already observed the people of the Beast Legion. At present, these more than 10 people are the personal guards of young Master Khan. Even when the battle was the most intense before, they didn't do much. Now, it's time to get serious. After accumulating energy, the silver light in the female elemental controller's hand became brighter, as if she was holding a thunder spear. She pointed behind her, and with a crisp sound, the thunder spear exploded and rushed straight to the red-skinned giant chasing behind her. The speed of thunder spells is the fastest among all spells. The moment the silver light is released, it has hit the target. The terrifying power was so terrifying that even Ji-sun, who was far away, had his eyelids jump, and he could actually feel the restless thunder element particles in the air that made his skin numb. This attack was enough to kill any first-level spell card master he had seen in an instant. However, such a powerful arcane card surprised everyone. The spell hit accurately, and the red-skinned giant trembled with hellfire. But when he looked again, he was intact. 100% immune to spells? Ji-sun frowned and was puzzled. Even if the second-level disaster has a certain degree of law immunity to the first-level spell, the law level and power of this arcane-level card are equivalent to the second level. Not completely unscathed, right? The Beast Legion's guards also changed their expressions when they saw this. Suddenly, the killing intent resurfaced. A wave of twisted waves flashed in the air, and an assassin holding a pair of short knives suddenly appeared behind the Red Baron, and stabbed him with both knives. This was a combined attack tactic. The spell paralysis plus precise assassination. Even the second-level disaster immortals were severely injured. The assassin chose a very subtle time to attack, and his backstab technique was also sophisticated and tricky. However, even with the determined double knife stab, others did not see the expected blood-splattering scene. Instead, a crisp sound of clang was heard. It was like the sound of metal touching granite. Everyone in the Beast Legion felt a chill in their hearts. Looking again, the assassin was also shocked. He had just ignored the burning of the hellfire and attacked at close range, but he never expected that his double swords could not even penetrate the skin of the red demon. No injury at all. This Ji-sun also frowned when he saw it. Even if it was not a relic level, the double swords were rare silver weapons, with the entry of armor penetration. Assassin Benjio is one of the strongest spell card masters in terms of burst. Even if he is facing a second-level master, as long as the sneak attack is successful, the probability of serious damage is also very high. How can he not break the defense? Obviously. It's not that the two spell card masters are not good. It's that the Red Baron is too strong. It's a bit outrageous. Not only can he resist the lightning arcane, but his physical defense is also so strong. If the Black Knight is wearing heavy armor, it's fine, but this Red Baron is shirtless. This is pure physical strength. After the card apprentice is transferred to a formal spell card master, there will be a spell power body protection. The occupational entry will greatly enhance the body's defense. If the card apprentice's body is as fragile as clear water, then the formal card master is like mud mixed with water, and the defense is greatly increased. Even if it is a second-level card master, the body protection seal has not yet been formed, and the mud is only more compact to the extent of dry mud. But it won't turn into steel, right? This Red Baron is steel. Ji-sun looked at this outrageous scene and thought, is this the supreme hegemony? However, the more shocking scene was yet to come. After the assassin's sneak attack, he had no time to react, and the raging hellfire had already burned his clothes. He was about to jump away. But he didn't expect to hear the whistling of the wind, and the red giant elbowed back, so fast that a series of shadows appeared in the field of vision. The assassin couldn't avoid it, and was hit in the lower abdomen by the hand in midair. The terrifying force had not yet been completely transformed into a thrust to knock him away, and suddenly exploded in the body. Bang! As if a bomb had exploded inside his body, the assassin's abdomen burst open with flesh and blood. He died instantly. The scene was extremely brutal. Both the physical and the demonic defenses are invincible, and the attack power is so exaggerated and outrageous. Ji-sun's eyelids twitched as he watched. Although he had speculated before, it was another matter to witness the human body explosion with his own eyes. He also suddenly realized the intensity of this opportunity plot. It's really exaggerated. This power must be 80 or 100? I'm afraid that even a third-level human card master can't reach this level. Ji-sun took a breath. Seeing the Red Baron, he suddenly felt a kind of self-mockery. His attributes are indeed top-notch among humans of the same level. But compared with high-level demons, it is really far behind. This is an extraordinary world, and humans are just one of many intelligent races that have mastered extraordinary powers. Not only compared with humans, but also compared with extraordinary creatures of other races. He has a hunch that in the future he may see more and more advanced races, such as dragons, elves, angels, and even gods in myths and legends. It's not just Ji-sun who is shocked. The Beast Legion was under even greater pressure. Seeing their assassin companion explode into a ball of blood mist, the dozen or so people were also filled with astonishment. Fortunately, the assassin's death had bought them time to condense the spell. Seeing that the Red Baron was about to chase him after killing someone, at this moment, another elemental manipulator, who had been prepared for a long time, took out the khaki card that had been infused with a large amount of spell power, and quickly slapped it on the ground. Arcane Quicksand Falls. Looking closely, a six-pointed star spell formation the size of a football field suddenly lit up under the ground, where the Red Baron was standing not far away. The moment the earthy yellow light shone brightly, the originally hard ground suddenly became soft. In the blink of an eye, a rustling sound was heard. The tall Red Baron was running, but his feet seemed to suddenly step on quicksand, and his body staggered and sank rapidly. He wanted to stabilize his body, but the soft sand could not support it at all. In an instant, half of his body was submerged. The elemental manipulator was full of magic power like flames, and he was still pouring magic power. In just 2 or 3 breaths, the huge piece of land was like a quicksand waterfall, sinking deeper and deeper. Ji-sun, who was watching from a distance, couldn't help but exclaim, "Easy to deal with. This kind of super defensive melee opponent, if its displacement can be limited, the threat will be greatly reduced." However, before everyone had time to breathe a sigh of relief, they heard a sonic boom in the air. Pa! 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 A series of sounds, like high-pressure steam boilers deflated, came from the quicksand. The beast group looked at it carefully, and their expressions, which had just relaxed, instantly stiffened. They watched the Red Baron rush out of the sand waterfall with great strides. With each step, the sand sea under his feet seemed to be impacted by a high-pressure gas, exploding into layers of sand waves. He was not affected by the quicksand at all. Stepping on the air? Ji-sun looked at it with a stern pupil. The huge force stepped on the air and made a loud noise. It seemed to be flying in the air with each step, but it was actually stepping on the high-pressure air. Although he understood the principle, how did this guy do it? Golden body technique. Without thinking too much, after a few steps in the air, the tall flame demon had already escaped the influence range of the quicksand spell. The guard who was still controlling the quicksand had no time to dodge, and the Red Baron had already turned into a string of red afterimages and rushed in front of him. He looked at the man with an arrogant and indifferent look and punched him. Bang! The flame fist hit the man's head, and the red and white thing exploded on the spot. Another second. Ji-sun also felt an inexplicable pain in his head when he saw it. He felt that if he was hit by this punch, the same outcome would happen. That terrifying power would kill anyone who touched it. But at the same time, he also saw some of the foundation, and said to himself, the demon can only advance a short distance in the air, and it seems to only move in a straight line. Ji-sun also looked solemn, at least so far, he did not see any possibility of killing this hexagonal demon. 2 people died in the 2 encounters. He glanced at the dozen or so beast army guards, who were still alive, and muttered, "It's time to fight with the relics. If they don't fight hard, these people will really have no chance." Ji-sun now clearly sees that the strength of the Red Baron is not something that a first-level spell card master can kill. The invincible defense of both physical and magical is not really invincible. It's just that it can't do anything to the first-level card master. This is suppression at the level of law. So the only chance of winning can only rely on some external objects that surpass the level of combat power. Arcane cards are useless. Then there are only relics. And the people in the Beast Legion obviously think so. They knew this better than Ji-sun, who was watching the battle. The Fox Commander also analyzed the Red Baron's combat power throughout the whole process, trying to find flaws. They knew very well that it was meaningless to split up and evacuate now. Now that their whereabouts had been exposed, they could not escape at all. The Red Baron was so strong that even if they split up their troops, it would only delay the time of death. They could only give it a try. There was only a glimmer of hope if they killed this demon. Seeing the second elite guard being killed, the Fox Commander was heartbroken, but wasn't this also a bait? With the sacrifice of the bait, another opportunity was created. From the beginning, Commander Fox knew that large-scale quicksand spell could not be moved. If he could not trap the demon, his teammate would be the first to be killed. But the monster would also appear at the predetermined location. The fact was just as he expected. Commander Fox decisively activated the backup plan and shouted, "Kill!" As soon as the words fell, the spell card master standing in 4 directions, not far away, poured spell power into the ground. The earth element spell power condensed by the elemental manipulator, who was killed just now, was not only used to cast the quicksand spell. At this moment, the 4 people borrowed the rolling earth element power that had not yet collapsed, and shouted together, "Ban!" Almost at the same time when the Red Baron killed the elemental manipulator, a series of khaki spell chains instantly condensed from under its feet, climbing up rapidly like vines, and in a blink of an eye, they tightly wrapped around the lower limbs of the Red Devil. The 4 people pulled together again, and they each pulled out a khaki chain from the ground. With a sudden force, the Red Devil actually... Bang! He fell to the ground with a thud. In the distance, Ji-sun watched the Red Devil suffer his first loss, and his expression also brightened. "Oh, this relic is interesting. Relic Earthbound Chain Detailed Explanation. First level Ancient Relic, Toughness +8, using elemental chains condensed by Earth-based spell power to bind a single target within a range of 80 by 80. The binding strength is affected by the user's spell power and strength. Elementalized chains, virtual real conversion, concealed and fast. It is indeed hard to guard against. After all, the Lionheart family is an old noble family that has been passed down for hundreds of years, so some strange relics in the family warehouse are not too strange. Ji-sun was even more amazed by something else. He saw through the series of plans of those people and sighed, what a tacit cooperation. Bait, prediction, spell, if any one link goes wrong, the red demon cannot be trapped. And trapping is just the beginning. Killing is the goal. Ji-sun was also very curious about what means those people could use to kill it. Just as the red demon was pulled down by the chain, a cold man in chain mail beside young Master Khan suddenly took out a card, infused it with magic power, and shouted like a judge, "Punishment guillotine." The cards collapsed instantly. A blood-red hexagram spell formation appeared in the distant sky. As the magic formation glowed, an ancient and sharp guillotine slowly emerged from the formation. Then it chopped down fiercely. Another ancient relic. Relic guillotine of King Louis. Detailed explanation. Second level ancient relic, mysterious relic exclusive to the Law of Order. Use requires mastering the Law of Order, summoning a guillotine cutter, causing cutting damage to the target. Using this relic requires understanding the power of the corresponding Law of Order, and there is a probability of causing a slash. These two relics are really a perfect match. When Ji-sun saw this relic, he knew that the spell card master was the Club 6 executioner of the Order Path. The biggest feature of the Order Path is control. The Diamond 6 path has an additional execution, which focuses on killing. This spell looks like pure physical damage. But in fact, the killing damage is more of a judgment at the level of law, which is a method of the mystic system. Once locked, there is no escape. Originally, this huge relic was a bit clumsy. But with the chain, it's a 100% hit. Seeing these two relics, Ji-sun was also glad that he let the demon test the strength of the personal guard of Mr. Khan. Otherwise, he felt that if he had touched it personally, he would have died in countless rounds. In the moment when the thought flashed, the bright and heavy guillotine fell down. It was not the kind of neat swish sound of the body and head being separated. It was like the sound of metal touching the body when it was cut on a bronze statue. Dong. Everyone was terrified when they heard it. More than a dozen guards from the Beast Legion also looked at the guillotine with nervous eyes. The combination of the two relics can almost be said to be their strongest killing method. Under everyone's expectation, they also saw a stream of light golden blood slowly flowing on the guillotine. This killed? Ji-sun didn't think so, but his expression was stern. The werewolf, he transformed into sniffed, and clearly felt a more and more terrifying devil's breath. The Fox commander also noticed this. His face suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Be careful, trap it quickly." But it was too late. On the guillotine, the hellfire on the flame demon's body not only did not go out, but suddenly burned fiercely. At the same time, an invisible domineering aura instantly swept the whole place. As if the ancient demon god had descended, a blood pressure that was several times more terrifying than before was like a sledgehammer hammering down on the souls of several nearby beast groups. The four strong guards who were pulling the earth-binding chains turned pale in an instant, and their strength loosened. Ouch! The Red Baron roared, and the big hand stuck on the side of his neck suddenly exerted force, and lifted the sharp guillotine with his bare hands. As if two mysterious forces were wrestling, it lifted up little by little, and the demonic momentum on its body became higher and higher. The beast army guards in the four directions in the distance were horrified and hurriedly pulled the chains in their hands, trying to imprison it in place. The Red Baron's face showed a strong disdain, which made people see anger and tyranny. How could a low-level creature be qualified to judge a high-level demon? It grinned, holding the guillotine in one hand, and slowly stood up. Like a tug-of-war, it gained the upper hand in this wrestling with its own strength. Even with the blessing of the relics, the four people were not as strong as the Red Baron. Relics are just equipment, not omnipotent. It's like giving you a knife, but the enemy can take the blade with bare hands, which is not a level at all. No, it's five people. In the distance, the executioner who was guarding young Master Khan was controlling the guillotine and wrestling at a mysterious level. The moment the Red Baron stood up, he finally couldn't hold back and spurted out a mouthful of blood. The mysterious methods collided, but they failed to kill the enemy, and the law backfired on themselves. He didn't hold on for 2 breaths, his eyes rolled up, and he died on the spot. When the cursed card master died, the guillotine in the distance seemed to suddenly lose the suppression of the law of order. The Red Baron felt relieved instantly, laughed wildly, and then punched out. With a bang, the guillotine was blown away by one punch. The Fox Commander's face changed drastically. Holding a fishbone rapier, he rushed forward without caring about anything else. Go. They knew that this was the last chance. Once the demon escaped, they would have no chance to lock it again. Others couldn't do it, only he could. He transformed into a flashing fox body, his figure was like a stream of light, and in a blink of an eye he rushed hundreds of meters, and appeared next to the Red Baron. The rapier in his hand burst into a dazzling golden light, and his whole body was divided into 7 or 8 phantoms, stabbing the monster up and down, left and right. The action was so light that Baron Hong swung his fist twice, but both hit nothing. Clang! 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 The tip of the sword pierced into the Red Devil, making a crisp sound. Dozens of swords in an instant. What a brilliant sword skill! It was the first time that Ji Sun saw the Fox Commander take action himself. I didn't expect him to be so strong. The Beast Fox's super high agility coupled with this exquisite sword skill, the sword light woven into an airtight light net. Like the bright stars in the sky on a summer night. Ji Sun was dazzled, and it seemed as if points of light were lit in his eyes. Before the light here faded away, it lit up again there. This is the real skill suppression. And the guy also had a relic level weapon in his hand. Relic flashing heart-piercing sword detailed explanation. First level ancient relic, piercing +8, bleeding +2, causes an additional 15% light damage and 15% piercing damage to dark creatures, infused with spell power, and comes with the flashing cross star special effect, causing blindness to the target, and an additional 30% sword energy penetration. This is already the third relic. Ji Sun looked at it with a slight sigh. The nobles have so many good things in their hands. But he also frowned. That relic sword, even with the sword skills, can only cause a little skin injury. His own scalpel is probably only good for scraping. The scalpels. 35% magic break. Item is good, but it also depends on the opponent's defense base. The defense base of the Red Baron's supreme body is too high. Even if it is reduced by half, it is still very high. It is difficult to cause fatal damage. Just like the relic level rapier in the fox's hand, it did break the defense. But on the red demon's skin, it only pierced some red spots like mosquito bites. At this level, stabbing 10,000 swords may not be able to kill this disaster. Seeing this, Ji Sun originally thought that the people of the Beast Legion would be wiped out. However, he still underestimated the foundation of the Lionheart family. He watched the Fox Commander's dazzling stabbing, and when the red demon swung his fist, the silver ring worn by the cunning fox quietly came to life. I don't know if the demon can see it, but he can see it clearly. The ring turned into a small metal leech-like insect, ignoring the hellfire on the Red Baron, and stuck to his back, then hid in the black flames. Huh, a level 3 relic? Ji Sun also blinked when he saw it. Relics of this level are already very rare. Even in the warehouses of top nobles, there may not be many. Relic magic leech ring detailed explanation. A level 3 ancient relic. A sinister ring forged by dwarf craftsmen using the corpse of the Abyss Emperor Leech and magic absorbing green copper. After being infused with spell power, it can temporarily turn back into a living body, cling to the target, and quietly absorb the target's energy and blood, causing continuous reduction of the target's physical and magical resistance, and reducing toughness. Chapter 110. Oh, you actually brought such a relic? When Ji Sun saw the properties of the relic ring, he sighed and understood the fox's intention. If you can't kill quickly, you can only consume blood. This relic ring can continuously reduce double defense, which obviously means that it intends to continue fighting. Ji Sun didn't expect that the guys in the Beast Corps were so cautious, and brought all the equipment to deal with various situations. The larger the body size, the larger the blind spot of vision. This 5-meter-tall Red Baron is sturdy and strong, with knotty muscles, which is the source of its terrifying power. But its back, especially the shoulder blades, is a blind spot that his hands cannot reach. The metal leech is stuck there. The Red Baron didn't even notice it. The battle situation changed suddenly several times. Seeing this, Ji Sun really felt that the people of the Beast Legion had a chance to kill the Red Baron. Sure enough, this world is still very balanced in some aspects. Humans are not as strong as demons. But they are obviously better in terms of equipment. In theory, the longer you persist, the more the leeches will reduce your double defense. The Red Devil's supreme body will be broken later. The Fox Commander's fancy instant sword skills obviously did not really think he could kill the Red Baron, but to hide the purpose of poisoning. Now it worked, he suddenly pulled away and retreated. At the same time, the other members of the Beast group also cooperated tacitly, and took over the rhythm of the battle. There was no chance for the Red Baron to breathe. The next second after the fox flew backwards, the magic card master who first used the lightning secret had already used another barrier card, secret, Thousand Gates of Prison. The earth element can also be considered to restrain the fire element. As soon as the spell was cast, the red demon had no time to completely break free from the chains, and the earth elements around it quickly condensed into rune pillars in the shape of the word door, locking its limbs and body inside. At the same time, the psychic in the team took out the summoning card at the same time, flew towards the trapped Red Baron, and chanted, "Een Python swallowing divine art knock." The dark gray card lightened, and a translucent Een Python more than 10 meters long bit the Red Baron. Ji-sun was also amazed. This Een Python spiritual creature turned out to be a soul-type disaster of the first order A-level disaster. The Een Python flew past quickly, and it looked like it swallowed a mouthful of air. But in fact, it was a spiritual attack. After it passed by, the Red Devil's momentum suddenly decreased a lot. However, the Hellfire also burned the Een Python and made it scream, and it also dimmed a lot. The remaining dozen people also attacked at the same time, and a big fight began. Special moves were frequently used, and various rare spells that hunters usually don't see at all, and advanced secrets appeared one after another. Regardless of the cost, regardless of the capital, all kinds of smashing. Seeing the fierce beast army, Ji-sun also breathed a sigh of relief and changed into a lively and leisurely demeanor. The guards of the beast army have these means, and if they fight to the death, it is really hard to say who will win. With the restriction of the relic earthbound chain, the Red Baron is greatly restricted. The remaining dozen people are the elite among the elites, and their coordination, strength and experience are impeccable. The two sides of the battle fought back and forth. Theoretically, as long as the time is long enough, the chances of winning on the side of the beast army will be getting bigger and bigger. But the problem is still there. The Red Baron has a supreme body, and his defense is invincible. He can be hit by 100 punches. And the human side will die if they are hit by one punch. In the blink of an eye, one of the 4 people who was pulling the chain was pulled over by the Red Baron's huge force and died with one punch. Someone else took his place. With this kind of fighting style that consumes people, it is really hard to say which side can hold on to the end. However, for Ji-sun, this is completely good news. This kind of stalemate is much more ideal than a one-sided battle. As time went by, Ji-sun also observed the strength of the beast core thoroughly. The various spells opened his eyes. The two sides fought for half an hour. There were only 8 people alive on the beast core side. Among them, 3 or 4 were seriously injured. Because of the metal magic leech, the Red Baron's dominance gradually lost its power, and the wounds on his body increased. There were several burnt spears and short swords stuck on his tall body. When Ji-sun saw this, he knew that the battle was almost over. It could end at any time. He was also thinking about what he could do after the battle. He took a glance and saw that there were already a lot of demons gathered around the forest. Probably because of the pressure from the high-level demons, they didn't dare to move forward. In this situation, even if the Beast Legion won, it would be difficult for them to get out alive. Now they are still holding on, just for the young Master Khan. Thinking of this, Ji-sun looked at the young master who still had a guard guarding him. This person is the most important person. There was nothing worth paying attention to in the battle over there, so Ji-sun looked at this young Master Khan for a while. But as he watched, Ji-sun suddenly felt that something was wrong. After observing for a while, he immediately confirmed that it was not an illusion. No, those 2 people ran away. No wonder something was wrong. Ji-sun had the ability to remember everything he saw, and he felt familiar with the young master's second action of touching his nose. When he thought about it, he found that the details of the 2 actions were exactly the same. Even if people in this world discovered it, it might be difficult for them to understand this phenomenon for a while. There were clearly 2 living people in front of him, and he couldn't see the difference. But Ji-sun was different. In the previous life, various holographic images could be almost completely indistinguishable from the real thing. As soon as he saw the abnormality, he knew what the other party was doing. Did he record a 30-second clone image? Haha, how much life-saving equipment did the young master bring in? After observation, it was determined how the 2 guys escaped. The holographic image was left at the original place, and so many demons around did not find it. It was probably some ancient relic. It turned out that the battle was a bait from beginning to end. The real purpose was to cover up the escape of Mr. Khan. Ji-sun smiled self-deprecatingly. Even he was fooled. However, this was also the last wave of bait. Abandoning the most elite personal guards, in order to escape for the last time. We can't let the young master escape so easily. Ji-sun thought of this and sneered. After identifying a direction, he decisively stopped paying attention to the battlefield. He disappeared quietly on the tree branch. Although I don't know when the young Master Khan slipped away. But the whole battle lasted less than half an hour. Those two people must not walk fast to avoid the demons. And young Master Khan can't walk fast. Ji-sun chased him all the way in the forest, and soon got out of the circle of demon monsters behind him. I didn't smell any human scent. There are only two people on the other side now, and it is much easier to hide traces than the previous large army. There is also a professional guard beside him. It is almost impossible to make low-level mistakes such as smell and footprints. Ji-sun searched in the forest, and didn't find any suspicious places. Is he going to lose him? Ji-sun had no idea, so he simply stopped. He took out the map he drew by hand, and looked at it carefully. Let me think, where will the young Master Khan escape to? The Sawtooth Forest is full of demons. Although there are advanced stealth equipment, the probability of being discovered is quite high if you carry a burden with you. Ji-sun analyzed it. The guards will definitely try to avoid fighting with the burden, and hide as much as possible. They have no chance to make mistakes. So they will definitely choose a safer place to solve the problem once and for all. Thinking of this, Ji-sun turned his sight to the Howling Abyss in the north of the map. Most of the monsters are now concentrated in the south. He had been to the Howling Abyss before. It was a rocky abyss with flashing lights. Few demons would be interested in going down there. Find a place to hide on the cliff, so that the chance of surviving to the third day would be very high. Ji-sun thought of this, and estimated the path the two would take after avoiding the demons just now, and chased them all the way to the north. He planned to try his luck. Even if he guessed the direction that the young Master Khan and his partner might escape. The northern part of the Sawtooth Forest is also very large. Ji-sun knew very well that the chance of finding it alone was extremely low. After running for a while he stopped. He roughly estimated the opponent's speed. If the direction was correct, he should be nearby. But as long as the opponent was always stealthed, it would be almost impossible to meet him. This time, Ji-sun did not plan to use the devil. There were only two people on the other side, so he thought of a better way. If it were someone else, knowing that this was a matter of life and death, they would hide and would not show up. But some people would not. For example, the young master of a high-ranking noble family. Ji-sun understood human nature very well. After observing in the cave for a night the day before yesterday, and hearing stories from the tavern and intelligence dealers before, he knew a lot about the young Master Khan. He was sure that the young master was definitely not the kind of person who could endure humiliation. So Ji-sun decided to try another way. Force them to show up. Thinking of this, Ji-sun shouted at the top of his voice towards the surroundings of the forest. Young Master Khan, isn't it said that the descendants of your Lionheart family have the courage of a lion? Why are you hiding like a coward now? Are all of you in the Lionheart family such cowards? Oh, the Lionheart family, nothing special. Don't you know who wants to kill you? Stand up, I promise you with my honor as a man, and let you die knowingly. Yes. This method is just talking nonsense. Through his understanding, Ji-sun already knew that the honor of the nobles in this world is above all else. Those old nobles have an almost morbid sense of honor. His words directly insulted the family honor and superior noble bloodline that young Master Khan was proud of. If he really had to die, Khan would probably just endure it. But if he couldn't die, according to the temper of the spoiled young master, he would definitely not endure it. Ji-sun was sure. If the young master heard it, he would definitely come out. Because he had been observing before, and had confirmed that this guy had an extremely rare space transmission card, the young master was not a ruthless character who could remain calm in the face of adversity. He was not scared to death after several dead ends along the way. His calmness could only mean that he had some backup plan to get out. I just don't want to use it easily. Ji-sun's guess was not wrong. Khan did have a space teleport card. His father had used the Lionheart family's space to rent it from a big force in Dragon City at a high price just in case. The preciousness of the teleport card is one thing. More importantly, the ancestral precepts of the Lionheart family do not allow such things to be brought to the trial. This card was originally supposed to be used in some top-level alien space explorations, for those who are truly strong, instead of wasting it on a small trial of adulthood. If the old man of the family knew that Khan used this card to escape, he would be furious. Even if he got out alive, he would lose his heir qualification immediately, and he might not be able to return to Dragon City in this life. But the old couple couldn't bear to let their son take risks, so they let him carry it with him in case of emergency. I thought that with 300 Elite Beast Legion escorts, this card would be useless. When the time comes, return it, and the old man at home won't find out. I didn't expect to meet Ji-sun, the old man. Ji-sun just kept shouting and talking nonsense in the forest. His voice could be heard for miles. He was not afraid of being exposed. Most of the demons in this forest were attracted to the battlefield over there. Even if he was really discovered, he could easily escape with his current speed. Now it has been confirmed that the Red Baron was also seriously injured in the opportunity plot, and almost all fatal threats have been eliminated. Sawtooth Forest, you can go anywhere. Ji-sun's verbal tactics were also very successful. His mocking words, like magic, entered the ears of two people who were resting in the invisible cloak just 1 mile away. It was the young Master Khan and his close guard. Khan was shocked at first. That man actually caught up with him again. However, after hearing those words clearly, he was furious on the spot. As Ji-sun expected, how could this young master who had never suffered a setback stand such a mockery? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, gritting his teeth. The guard on the side quickly persuaded, "Young master, don't be fooled. That guy is trying to provoke you on purpose. As long as we don't go out, he won't." But before he could finish his words, Khan interrupted him furiously. "Shut up, useless trash. Isn't this situation caused by you, trash?" As he spoke, he poured all his anger on the only living guard, sarcastically saying, "You still say you are an elite? Haha, there is only one person on the other side, and there are hundreds of you. But he actually threatened my life many times, and now you are riding on my head, insulting me, insulting my Lionheart family?" Young Master Khan was being hunted all the way, and he was already furious. He had never been so embarrassed in his life. He had always killed whoever he wanted to kill, and who dared to kill him. The feeling of being offended made him feel that his dignity as a high-ranking noble was trampled upon. A first-level killer dared to insult his family. If it really got out, how could their Lionheart family still have face? The guards were scolded so much that they dared not speak, and they just lowered their heads more humbly to be scolded. Even now, he still didn't understand why just one enemy could force hundreds of people from their beast army into a desperate situation. Although his young master said this to vent his anger, as a guard, it was a dereliction of duty to put the master in danger. Young Master Khan looked at the speechless guard, and was even more furious, cursing waste. However, at this time, the magical taunting rushed into Dooley again. "Coward, don't you dare to come out." One insulting word after another was like an arrow, hitting Khan's heart. "I have a teleportation card, and the demons are never a threat. But the insult to my personality caused tons of damage, which was unbearable. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. I was furious. Finally, I couldn't help it anymore, and I stood up to go out to fight." The guard tried to stop him. But Khan glared at him coldly. "Get out of here." He had already decided that even if he used the teleportation card, he would definitely vent his anger. It was just a few billion, which was not a big problem for his Lionheart family. With that, the furious Khan walked out of the tent directly. Ji-sun shouted a few times, but didn't see anyone. He thought he had miscalculated his position. Or maybe he was unlucky and missed it. However, he didn't expect that at this moment. A blond young man in gorgeous armor came out of the forest angrily. "Yo!" Ji-sun saw this young Master Khan, and suddenly smiled. Happiness came too suddenly. Khan was full of anger and shouted, "I'm out. Despicable assassin, can you tell me who ordered you to come?" Of course. Ji-sun saw that this young master couldn't help but come out to confront him, and he laughed. He didn't intend to speak out of turn, and said the answer, "No one ordered me to do that. It's just that I want to kill you. That's all." He didn't intend to argue with this young master, nor did he want to talk about martial ethics. Just before he finished speaking, a flash bomb exploded. At the same time, his legs suddenly swelled, and he kicked the ground hard, and the whole person was ejected like a bullet. Although he knew that the space card could be teleported. I guess that guy must have a life-saving treasure. But what if the sneak attack succeeds? It would only be risky to try. If it succeeds, it would be a huge profit. Puff. A dazzling light burst out in the flash bomb forest. The dazzling white light would make people temporarily blind, and for humans who are adapted to the dark cave environment, it would even make people dizzy for a short time. A weak chicken like young Master Khan would be affected even more. This time is enough for the werewolf to get close to his face. Ji-sun rushed forward, turning into a gust of wind. Even before the light of the flash bomb disappeared, he had already appeared in front of young Master Khan, and slapped him with a cruel and tricky claw. As expected, a stealth assassin appeared beside him, and the black dagger stabbed at his lower back. This was the only chance to kill this young Master Khan. Ji-sun did not hide anything, and the scalpel in his hand flew out, and went towards Khan's neck. Although a layer of golden shield appeared on Khan's body, Ji-sun's expression was also stern, and he controlled the scalpel with his mind and stabbed it hard. At the same time, he was able to avoid the attack of the assassin beside him just right. But just as the scalpel was about to pierce Khan's neck, there was a clang sound like an eggshell breaking, and the scalpel was bounced away. Another layer? Seeing this, Ji-sun secretly said it was a pity. He also realized that there was no chance to attack again. He rushed past young Master Khan by inertia, caught the flying knife, and pulled away. The assassin did not chase him, but guarded Khan. Khan had never really fought since he was a child, so how could he expect to be ambushed and thrown a flash bomb? He came back to his senses from the dizziness, and found his back was covered with cold sweat. He realized that he had just walked through the brink of death. He quickly grasped the space card, but felt that his dignity was trampled on again. He looked at Ijishuan not far away, and said angrily, "I, Khan, swear on the honor of the Lionheart family. No matter who you are, no matter which force is behind you, I can guarantee that you are dead. You and your family, your friends, and your woman, all have to die. I will definitely make sure that you will regret coming to this world." Although Ji-sun did not feel that this was a threat to him, his eyes turned cold when he heard it, and he said lightly, "Oh." It was this look that frightened Khan before he could finish his words. He saw that this guy really dared to kill him. From childhood to adulthood, this was the first time someone dared to look at him with such a cold look. He never wanted to feel the feeling of walking on the line of death again, and his instinctive fear made him hurriedly activate the teleportation card. The space fluctuated, and the man disappeared on the spot, leaving only a battle medal. Ji-sun felt it was a pity. But this young master had too many treasures and a teleportation card, so his methods could not kill him at present. Before he could think about it, the assassin guard had already rushed over. Seeing his young master teleported away, he breathed a sigh of relief, and finally he could let go and fight. He also wanted to try, where did this enemy come from? The two of them fought fiercely in the dense forest. Ji-sun had to admit that he thought this assassin was the strongest assassin in the Beast Corps. No matter his physical skills, equipment, or martial arts, he was at the top level of the same level. In terms of combat skills, he even completely suppressed Ji-sun, a half-baked man who relied entirely on cards to improve. But after all, he was only at the first level. The gap in physical attributes was so large that it could not be made up by martial arts skills. The process was a little thrilling, but the ending was doomed. In the end, the two fought for dozens of rounds, and Ji-sun killed him with a flying knife. Ji-sun collected the assassin's spoils, and there was nothing special in them. A good poison dagger, an inner armor, and some high-level potions in the storage ring. Generally speaking, they were all top grade. But there was nothing very eye-catching. The good things to save lives were all taken away by that young Master Khan. Ji-sun didn't dwell on it. He had tried several times, but failed to kill him. Then that guy shouldn't die now. And it was good to have a harvest. He collected the assassin's spoils, and turned back the way he came. Now that this little bit of time has passed, the battle over there should have been decided. He did not forget that the group of people over there had at least 4 relics. Now that young Master Khan has escaped from the space, Ji-sun can focus on looking for the bodies and equipment of the beasts. And the Red Baron. I don't know what the situation is. Maybe there is still a chance to try. Chapter 111. Ji-sun returned along the original route. As he expected, the battle here was over. Those people from the Beast Legion did not hold out until the end, and were all killed. The dozen or so corpses were pierced with a wooden stick and hung in a row like trophies. It was just a bloody scene. Most of them were missing arms and heads, and their intestines were flowing all over the ground. These corpses seemed to be recognized by the Red Baron for their strength, so they were hung there. As food. Or as food later. The equipment and storage rings of several people were also beside the corpse. Like the previous relics, Earthbound Chain, King Louis's guillotine, and flashing heart-piercing sword. The demons were not uninterested in the equipment, but probably because of the patch made by the Space Will. They turned a blind eye to some out-of-date equipment. Like mechanical equipment, cards, and so on. But high-quality magic equipment, such as ancient relics, can be seen. Ji-sun learned from the manuscript of Master Ronan that the Demon King has the habit of collecting the spoils of powerful heroes. It seems that these things are going to be taken away as trophies. When Ji-sun saw this, his eyes became cold. After working so hard to lure the monster for so long, the boss wanted to take the trophies away, and he didn't get any benefits. This is really unpleasant. Suddenly, he saw those relics and thought of something. Hey, Demon Leech Ring, is it on the back of the Red Baron? I didn't see the relic ring in the pile of weapons under the corpse. Ji-sun changed the direction again and looked carefully. There was a little metallic luster on the back of the Red Baron. This is a sinister and hidden relic. The demon has no enlightenment, so it may not know what this thing is. The fox commander had this idea before, but the demon's thick muscles made it have a blind spot when its arm touched the back. If it can't touch it, the magic leech ring can always be attached there. At this moment, the Red Baron's condition looks very bad. Although he won. But there are many wounds on his body. There are blood holes pierced by rapiers, elemental burning left by spells, and lacerations from daggers. Although more than 10 people from the Beast Legion died, the damage caused was not small. And since we know that this demon is fast, the legs are also the focus of the attack. On the knee, you can see a bloody mess. In Ji-sun's eyes, this is a big disabled boss. When he saw those wounds, he immediately thought of something else in his mind, and muttered in his heart, it can break the defense. Obviously, for such a long time, the Demon Leech Ring has quietly reduced the Red Baron's double defense to a very low level. As soon as this thought came up, some other thoughts in my mind also began to stir. Like the tigers and lions trapped in the iron cages of the circus. Occasionally, they should be allowed to go out for a bit of fresh air, so that they would not get angry and hurt people. Now the beast army is almost wiped out, and the harvest is already very rich. If I survive, I will definitely be able to pass the level alive. But this desire for stability is like the iron cage that holds the beasts. The tighter it is, the more restless it becomes. In an instant, it was swept away by the restless thoughts. Ji-sun's mouth suddenly raised an arc, as if to persuade himself, and said to himself, if you touch it, you will die, so let's bet that it can't touch you. Thinking of something, the excitement that made his scalp tingle surged into his heart. Obviously, he convinced himself. It would be fine if he couldn't beat it at all. But if he could beat it, it would be really boring if he didn't challenge it. As long as there is a glimmer of hope. That is a chance. Ji-sun grinned slyly. From the moment he chose to stand on the tip of the knife, it was as if a crack in the iron cage opened in his heart, and the beasts rushed out of the cage. The hollow soul trembled with excitement. The battle was over at this moment, and the demons surrounding him had dispersed. The Red Baron was like a proud lion king, sitting alone on a raised stone, recovering the physical strength consumed by the fierce battle. High-level demons and low-level demons are two different races. Even if a wounded lion is injured, wild dogs cannot get close to lick its wounds. The Red Baron's pride would not allow low-level demons to see his weakness. There were no demons within a few miles. The Red Baron was sitting there. It naturally realized that its body was abnormally weak, because it was hit by some secret techniques of humans. But it just didn't figure out the reason. Unknowingly, in the darkness, the murderous intent had quietly sneaked in. Ji-sun had carefully observed the battle between the two sides before. This Red Baron has physical attributes far beyond the second level, but it is not without shortcomings. Its perception is very weak. The fact that the previous assassin was able to successfully sneak attack many times at close range is a good proof of this. With the supreme hegemony, it was originally completely unaffected by sneak attacks. But now that the double defense has been reduced by the ring of the demon leech, this is the best opportunity for Ji-sun. The hellfire on the Red Baron has been extinguished, but the flames burning on the surrounding trees have not been extinguished. The flickering flames dragged its tall shadow very long. At this moment, a group of people merged into the dark elements have quietly touched behind it. Even if the Red Baron is sitting, he is nearly 3 meters tall. The advantage of being tall is that it can hide many fatal weaknesses. The back muscles of the Red Baron are very thick, and even if the scalpel is completely inserted, there will be no fatal damage. It was probably like a fish bone was embedded in it. Ji-sun knew that it was impossible to kill quickly. Suddenly, a sharp scalpel quietly extended out and stabbed into the side of the spine of the Red Baron's back. Then, a nearly 20-centimeter long cut was pulled down. The blood with a little golden luster also flowed out from the cut wound. It can kill! Ji-sun looked at the scalpel's ability to break through the defense, and his eyes were cold. In an instant, his thoughts seemed to have seen the thousands of cuts not long after. The scene. There are a lot of spirits near the spine, and cutting off some muscle fibers can also limit the force of many movements. This kind of wound of 5 or 6 centimeters deep is already fatal to humans. But for the Red Baron, it was just a little skin break, and not much blood flowed. But since one knife can break the defense, there is still a chance to kill it with dozens of cuts. The back was stinging, and the Red Baron also reacted. Its eyes turned cold, and it kicked the ground violently at a speed like a conditioned reflex, and the whole person rushed behind. Ji-sun had just started to strike, but before he could draw his sword, he suddenly felt as if the air around him was imprisoned, and a strange pressure accumulated that made his body unable to move. Then, the red figure, as tall as a mountain, with black flames all over his body, rushed over at a speed with a heavy afterimage. The huge force squeezed the air, and layers of transparent air waves formed on its entire back. What an exaggerated fighting instinct! Ji-sun was sure that the demon had not discovered him in advance. But almost at the moment he took action, it launched a collision. This was purely a battle instinct. Ji-sun clearly felt the pressure of death coming at him, like a needle. But it was too late to avoid it. Although his eyes had seen it, his body just couldn't react. He kicked his legs forward decisively. Ji-sun chose the blind spot of the fist's attack, and originally wanted to use the force to bounce off the Red Baron's back to avoid it. However, after contact, he found that he was still a long way off. The speed of the terrifying collision was faster than the moment his legs exploded. Crack. Crack. The moment of contact, there was a faint sound of the bones and muscles bearing a huge squeezing force, almost reaching the critical point of collapse. Ji-sun felt a sharp burning sensation in his leg muscles. Then, it was as if the power was instantly accumulated and could not be released, and was about to burst. The beast-like wolf leg muscles had swelled to the extreme, and the blood vessels were swollen and knotted. Ji-sun's pupils shrank suddenly, and he gritted his teeth and grinned, so strong. Fortunately, before the muscles could bear the critical point, he found the point of force, and with a fierce kick, he turned the accumulated impact force into kinetic energy and launched himself like a cannonball. The sound of breaking through the air was so loud that it seemed to cut through the eardrums. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, the figure flew backwards for hundreds of meters like lightning. After crashing into several giant trees, Ji-sun finally stopped on a jagged tree trunk that was hit, and sawdust flew everywhere. At the same time, puff! A mouthful of dark red blood mixed with unknown blood and flesh spurted out. If it weren't for his excellent agility, he would be like the guards of the beast army before, and the collision just now would be a scene of blood and flesh explosion. Although he was severely injured by the blow, Ji-sun looked at the Red Baron, who turned back in the distance, and the gleam in his eyes became more fierce. After being injured, he was not afraid, but grinned. Hey! If you don't fight with a strong man, how can you really experience this feeling of life and death? If you make a mistake, you will die suddenly, and there is no room for luck. But now he is not dead. In other words, the risk is within the controllable range. The countless thoughts in my mind that usually quarreled were now highly concentrated, and I was determined to fight the enemy. This made him feel great. Since coming to this different dimension, he has never felt his soul burning like this. It was like fireworks on a summer night, blooming brilliantly. His thoughts flashed, and there was no extra time. 100 meters away, the tall fire giant was already rushing over. When Ji-sun saw this, he suppressed the restless blood in his chest, kicked the ground hard, and dodged sideways. Almost the next moment, he appeared in his field of vision. With a bang, the several-meter diameter tree that Ji-sun had just smashed the skin of exploded. At the moment of passing by, a sharp knife appeared on the Red Baron again. The blade quietly cut a long bloody wound on his lower ribs. Whether it is a collision or a punch, there will always be a moment of stiffness when the action is exhausted and stopped. Ji-sun seized this time, and rushed 100 meters away at the same time as the knife was drawn. He had observed it carefully enough before. Straight-line collision is the advantage of the Red Baron's air-stepping body. But it is also like a cannon that cannot turn, so people can predict the trajectory. Ji-sun's agility value is over 40, so he can't escape in a straight line, but as long as he keeps a distance of more than 30 meters, he can basically predict and avoid it. The people in the Beast Legion had previously chosen the tactic of using the ancient relic chain to restrict the Red Baron's movements. Ji-sun used agility to avoid the unmatched force. It's like a bullfight. As long as he doesn't get hit. The moment he dodges is also an opportunity to attack. The methods are different, but the situation is the same. The Red Baron can withstand countless attacks without dying. But he can't make a mistake. If he does, he will die suddenly. It depends on which side can last the longest. The difference is, after a fierce battle, the Red Baron has consumed most of his physical strength. His speed is only 70% to 80% of his peak. The threat is greatly reduced. Most importantly, the Beast Army took so long to wait until the hegemony was reduced to the point where it could cause fatal injuries. But they didn't last until the end. Now Ji-sun takes over. The timing is right. The wisdom of high-level demons is higher than that of ordinary humans. The Red Baron obviously saw through the human's thoughts. It watched its punch miss, and new wounds appeared on its body. Its eyes turned cold. Without any pause, it turned quickly and chased in the direction where Ji-sun fled. To deal with this kind of agile opponent, who is good at dodging, use a high enough frequency to force the opponent to make mistakes. Just one hit is enough. A moment later, the flame-red devil and the werewolf met again. There was another loud thud, and a giant tree was pierced by a beam of flame shock wave. This hell punch, which can send shock waves of more than 10 meters, is one of the few long-range attack methods of the Red Baron. The punch shock wave is as fast and deadly as a cannonball. If you haven't seen it, you will definitely die in one shot. The Beast group took 2 lives to test this killer of the devil. But unfortunately, Ji-sun had already observed it before. The pre-swing action of the punch charging is very obvious, although it makes up for this defect with the speed of the punch. But once you pay attention to it, the threat is greatly reduced. And this move consumes a lot of energy. Every time the Red Baron uses it, there is a slowdown period of several breaths. Ji-sun was so kind to help the Red Baron guide the direction of the Beast group before, just for now. Intelligence has always been a very critical part of the battle. He knows the enemy very well. The enemy knows nothing about him. This information gap is enough to make up for a large gap in combat power. The werewolf body ran wildly in the forest, and the fire giant chased behind him. The Red Baron's attack frequency was very high, not giving Ji-sun any chance to catch his breath. Boom! 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 The forest was filled with explosions. The 2 figures fought all the way in the forest, heading towards the howling abyss in the north. Except for the initial collision when they met, Ji-sun did not give the Red Baron any chance afterwards. On the contrary, every time they fought at close range, the scalpel could still cut a wound on the tall demon's body. He was not in a hurry either, as this battle was destined to be a war of attrition from the beginning. The spell power is still sufficient, and there are enough medicines to replenish it. Moreover, there is another good thing. From the beginning to the end, he had to deal with only one Red Baron. The high-level demons have their own pride. Even if they are killed, they will not run away in front of low-level creatures. Just like before, when the Red Baron was surrounded and killed by the Beast army, it did not ask any low-level demons to help. If the Red Baron wanted to escape when he saw that the situation was not right, Ji-sun could not kill it. But it did not do so from the beginning to the end. Ji-sun saw this point and provoked it all the way. One chasing and the other running. Without realizing it, the battlefield spanned dozens of kilometers. At this moment, Ji-sun's werewolf body was covered with burns all over, looking very miserable. This was because he was burned by the hellfire when he was close to him. Thanks to the high-end potion used by the Beast army to clean the fire poison, he didn't die suddenly on the way. On the other side, the Red Baron was also in a very bad state. At this moment, he was covered with wounds all over his body, with hundreds of new wounds of various sizes. Although the wounds did not bleed after being burned by the hellfire. But some of the parts that were stabbed multiple times had deep cuts into the muscles, which greatly affected the power of some of its movements. Especially the muscles and tendons near the knees. Speed-type demons must limit their displacement capabilities. Before, those people from the Beast Legion hammered at their knees, and now Ji-sun did the same. The muscle layer at the joints is very thin. Although it has the highest strength, the relic of the Demon Leech Ring is still reducing the Red Baron's double defense. Until the cut a minute ago, Ji-sun found that the scalpel could already make effective wounds, like a blunt knife cutting cowhide. He knew that the battle was coming to an end. This war of attrition was a torment for both sides. But the turning point often comes at a certain moment. Very suddenly. The turning point came. The wounds on the Red Baron looked messy, but they were actually left by Ji-sun deliberately. Some key points had been cut very deeply, and were on the verge of collapse. Just like a steel wire can bear a ton of weight, but after some of its thin steel wires are cut, it continues to bear the same weight, and will suddenly break at some unexpected moment. Ji-sun also induced the Red Baron to attack again and again. At this moment, the Red Baron seized an opportunity, and rushed forward with his exaggerated air-stepping sprinting body movement, just like many times before. The hard ground was stepped on, and deep pits were created. The speed of this rushing body movement was indeed very amazing. But the more explosive skills like this, the greater the pressure on the muscles. Suddenly, the tall flame demon seemed to have cramps while running wildly, and its right leg suddenly softened. The inertia continued, and its whole body looked like a truck overturning. Bang! 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 It fell to the ground and broke a big tree. Ji-sun in front was just about to dodge, but he immediately became alert when he saw this. Finally it worked. The arrogant Red Baron would not play any conspiracy or tricks. Most importantly, Ji-sun knew clearly how tricky the positions of his previous attacks were. He was extremely sure that the Red Baron's calf tendon was broken. Seeing this, Ji-sun quickly turned around and took the initiative to attack for the first time. The Red Baron was still staggering to stand up, watching the human coming, and he punched hard. But don't think that the power of the fist is the participation of the upper body muscles. But in fact, if you want to punch hard, the body needs a reaction force to push the fist out. And this counter-pushing force all starts from the lower limbs. With only one leg, the speed of these punches was obviously too slow. Ji-sun cleverly left the fist, went around and stabbed the Red Baron's wounded back with a knife. The Red Baron felt pain and swung his fists back and forth like a strong wind. But after all, his mobility was limited, and he couldn't touch the agile werewolf once. Ji-sun was also not polite, waving the scalpel and stabbing fiercely. Although the Red Baron was full of vitality, and his leg was broken, he was still roaring and fighting back fiercely. Wanted to kill this obviously weak human. But from the moment it fell to the ground, death was doomed. There was no thrilling big move, no exquisite martial arts. From the beginning to the end, this battle was purely a blood-consuming tactic. See who can survive to the end, see who makes the first mistake. In the end, Ji-sun did not make any mistakes and killed this hidden boss that was already low on health. Not long after, swish, Ji-sun stabbed the Red Baron's head with a knife. The hellfire on the body of this high-level demon was extinguished, and the fist that struggled with the last bit of strength fell down powerlessly. Chidi also appeared at the first time, killing the Red Baron, military merit plus 20,000, completing the opportunity plot exploration plus 20%, opportunity treasure chest plus 1. Ji-sun looked at Chidi and sighed with relief, but his expression was calm after a climax, and he murmured, "Killed it." Then, he did nothing and sat on the corpse. After killing the enemy, the tense nerves relaxed, and a feeling of exhaustion violently attacked his heart. After a long moment, he looked at the corpse in front of him and grinned. Ji-sun drank a potion, and then poured a few more potions on the burning wounds all over his body. While drinking the potion, he looked at the opportunity treasure box that appeared on the corpse, and he was also slightly surprised. It was the first time he saw a treasure box not appearing at the settlement, but appeared on the corpse of the killed monster. Is this the reward for the opportunity plot? Ji-sun was also looking forward to what was inside. His finger touched the shiny treasure box, accompanied by click. There was a sound of unlocking, with a strong sense of ritual. The treasure chest opened, and the things inside revealed their true appearance. However, Ji-sun looked at it with a look of surprise on his face. Huh? This thing again. The treasure chest did not contain the expected materials, or some rare cards. Instead, it contained a piece of mysterious copper with irregular fractures. Mysterious copper detailed explanation records the fragment of the Supreme Tyrant body, which ranks 7th among the 52 forbidden magic arts of the demon gods. Chapter 112. Ji-sun was stunned for a second when he saw the copper piece. He looked at it carefully again. Isn't this the same copper piece he got from killing the plague Dr. Heisen? Heisen analyzed a secret method from the copper piece, which is the cellular activity boiling that is almost immortal. And here comes another piece? When he saw the copper piece for the first time, Ji-sun was a little disappointed. He took a lot of effort to kill the opportunity boss, and this is it. After all, there is still a copper piece in his storage ring gathering dust. However, when he saw the contents of the enlightenment clearly, he was eagerly looking forward to it again. Supreme Dominant Body? Isn't this the devil's secret technique that the Red Baron used to be invincible in both defenses? Ji-sun and read the few words of the enlightenment content one by one. Then he was sure, maybe it was because he had seen the Red Baron use this secret technique, or there was cognitive blessing in the different dimension. This time, he saw the name of the secret technique on the copper plate, as well as its origin. Ji-sun suddenly knew why there was a second piece of copper. Judging from the content of this revelation, not to mention the fragments, there may be 52 complete pieces, records of 52 kinds of forbidden magic. Ji-sun couldn't help but wonder, could it be the 52 epic demon marks that correspond to the secrets of the 52 demons? That's the real demon in the legend. God-level secrets? This is amazing. Ji-sun took a breath. Looking at it this way, this opportunity treasure box. The copper piece that was open not only did not meet expectations, but exceeded expectations. He had previously thought that this copper piece was just some advanced secret technique. He did not expect it to be so powerful. Moreover, the Red Baron of Supreme Domination had only learned a fragment, and was almost invincible. What would the complete magic secret technique be like? However, after a little excitement, Ji-sun's eyes twitched. But, this advanced demon language, I can't understand it at all. Enlightenment only showed the name, but no translation content. This is really speechless. After taking a look, the copper plate still contains a huge amount of information, and the mysterious spell that makes people dizzy. Ji-sun doesn't have any old gods to help interpret it. This thing is like a safe without a key. Knowing that there are treasures inside, but there is nothing I can do. I just thought that if I learned this secret method, I would become a werewolf with a domineering body. Who can take it? This immediately poured a basin of cold water. It seems that I have to find a way to crack the advanced demon language after I go out. Ji-sun was also troubled when he thought of this. He himself was learning various ancient written languages such as Telugu, so how could he not know the difficulty of interpreting the high-level demons that contain the law? Not to mention Innocent City, it is not certain that anyone in the entire Federation can really interpret this copper piece. But since the copper piece is in hand, I can always find a way slowly. Ji-sun put the copper piece away and turned his eyes to the body of the Red Baron. At this moment, the extraordinary characteristics of the corpse gathered together, and soon a faint black gold luster was emitted at the heart. Ji-sun took out a knife and peeled open the corpse, and got a ball of material burning with black flames. The richness of the extraordinary characteristics exuded was the most abundant material he had ever seen. Red Baron's demonic holy blood quality, excellent silver. Detailed explanation: the demonic blood of high-level demons contains a trace of high-level biological genetic material of ancient demon gods, has pure and powerful demonic power, hellfire blood power, second-level flesh and blood system top-quality material, excellent silver. Although Ji-sun expected that this boom baron would produce good materials. But when he saw the word excellent, his eyes lit up. This word meant that the material was the top material at the current level. And he was very satisfied after seeing the introduction. Although Ji-sun had just advanced to the first level not long ago, he didn't know what the second level was. But as soon as this material came out, it seemed that he had some ideas. Almost any melee card master profession can use it. The main material of excellent brilliant silver can't be bad no matter what. Ji-sun was satisfied and put the material away. He didn't dare to stay there any longer. He had been chasing the demons very fast just now, and the other demons in the Sawtooth Forest couldn't catch up. Now he could hear some sporadic noises. Ji-sun was in a very bad state, and needed time to recover. After cleaning up the corpse, peeling off the 2 high-level demon horns, and taking off the relic demon leech ring behind the corpse, he quickly disappeared into the forest. A few hours later. In the forest, Ji-sun, who had recovered to a certain extent, appeared leisurely in the forest. He went to the previous battlefield, and looted the spoils of the dozen elites of the Beast Legion. In addition to the 3 relics he had seen before, Earthbound Chain, King Louis's Guillotine, and Flashing Heart-Piercing Sword, he also found the relic that the young Master Khan used to escape and save his life. Relic Mirage Lamp. Detailed explanation: a second-level ancient relic, the magic lamp is lit by the power of the spell, and can replicate a mirage image for 30 seconds, and can 100% simulate optical images, breath, and all law fluctuations. This relic is a bit like a combination of a camera and a holographic projector, and the most important thing is that it can also simulate breath and law fluctuations. A life-saving weapon. Together with the previous Devil's Compass, a total of 6 ancient relics were harvested this time. If others knew this, they would probably be shocked. You know, the probability of relic production is extremely low. It is not possible to produce 6 relics in 100 high difficulty different dimensional spaces. And there are also second-level and third-level relics. Even many nobles may not be able to produce so many ancient relics at once. That is to say, even the top warlords of the Federation, such as the Lionheart family, are so wealthy. We have to thank the young Master Khan for taking his life so seriously and bringing in so many treasures. Ji-sun got a bargain. There were also many high-end items in the storage rings of the dozen or so corpses. Ji-sun also accepted them with a smile. What surprised him a little was that there were nearly 100,000 war merits in the battle merit cards of more than a dozen people. After searching together, Ji-sun's own war merits had reached an astonishing 245,510. After cleaning up the battlefield, Ji-sun went back to the south of the Sawtooth Forest. He had not forgotten that the Beast Legion had been divided into more than a dozen 5-man groups. If nothing unexpected happened, those people would have at least 100,000 war merits and several demon horns. And the equipment was worth a lot of money. At the moment, almost all of them should be dead. Those equipment were like blind boxes, waiting for you to pick them up in various places in the forest. Ji-sun walked all the way south. The space channel was cut off. The Red Baron in the opportunity plot was killed. There was no particularly big threat in the Sawtooth Forest. There are still some second-level demons, and several demon leaders are still alive. But now, without the help of the beast army, Ji-sun can't kill them alone. Just avoid them. Occasionally, he encounters some first-level disasters on the road, and kills them to gain some military merits and demon horns. In this way, Ji-sun stayed in the forest for another 7 days. Although on the 3rd day, the kingdom's army came to reinforce and recapture the Thunder Fortress. But Ji-sun was not in a hurry to settle the account. This different dimension did not prompt a time limit. He had been in the forest with the kingdom reinforcements, besieging and killing the remaining demons. It was not because he was greedy for the military exploits. But he had not forgotten that Mr. Khan had gone out early. Ji-sun had to make some preparations. He could not let the other party calculate the time and place of his departure. To do this, the only way was to make the alien space disappear completely. Ji-sun now had the golden ball of power gem in his hand, and he had completed 2 A-level plots and killed the Red Baron in the opportunity plot. He estimated that as long as he could get the clearance evaluation to A, this alien space would most likely disappear. But this is the Legion War mode, which encourages fighting. And Ji-sun was able to trigger those high-level tasks by taking advantage of the situation. Most of the demons were killed by the Beast Legion. Just in case. So he planned to kill a few more demons. The S is unlikely, but it would be best if he could get an A+ rating, which would be foolproof. When he goes out, the location will be random, and he won't be blocked at the door. This went on until the 11th day of entering the space. The demons in the Sawtooth Forest were almost all killed. Ji-sun also found 273 battle merit plaques among the 300 Beast Army guards. There were also a lot of storage rings and equipment. The remaining 20 or so were really hard to find. Finally, with the demons he killed and the rewards for completing the mission, the total battle merit reached an astonishing 350,000 plus. In addition, there were 7 high-level demon horns and dozens of ordinary demon horns. The combat experience also skyrocketed. Probably because Ji-sun's behavior in the different dimensional space was too bad, the space couldn't stand it anymore. On this day, Ji-sun was still wandering in the forest, and suddenly the enlightenment for clearing the level appeared. Congratulations on clearing the 3rd Holy Grail War Outpost Battle. Space Exploration Degree 91%, get A+ level reward, fixed reward 120%. Outstanding Military Exploits, high-level card draw probability plus 9%. Unparalleled Courage, high-level card draw probability plus 5%. Devil Horn Collector, special card acquisition probability plus 11%. Devil Slayer, extra rare card draw probability plus 5%. Soul Survivor, rare card draw reward plus 4%. Boss Kill, 2nd level A-level Red Baron special reward plus 3%, 1st level A. Level Treasure Chest Monster reward plus 2%, level 1B Wall of Flesh reward plus 1%, level 1C Dark Elves *6, Dream Spiders *2, level 1D Giant Demons *5. Complete Opportunity Plot *1, Special Card Probability plus 20%, Core Hidden Plot Exploration *2, Level A Plot Mission *2, Level C Mission *1, Level D Mission *1 Treasure Chest Draw Rare Probability plus 35%. Comprehensive Rating A+, Obtain Clearance Settlement Treasure Chest *3 TSK, you're not allowed to brush it. Ji-sun looked at the sudden enlightenment of clearing the level and complained. He obviously didn't go to Thunder Fortress. This twisted light gate appeared out of thin air. However, this means that the space will also recognize it, and all the necessary brushes have been brushed. Looking at the A+ evaluation of clearing the level, Ji-sun was also satisfied. This time, the space will definitely collapse. The most important thing has been settled, and Ji-sun has nothing to worry about. Then, he took a closer look at his clearance reward. The evaluation entries such as Outstanding Military Achievements and Devil Horn Collector are pleasing to the eye. A lot of card draw probabilities have been added. Ji-sun glanced at the basic card draw probability. 10% probability of drawing white cards, 44% black iron cards, 41.7% silver, 4% gold, and 0.02% special. Gold? Ji-sun looked at the prompt and was slightly expectant. This was the first time he saw the probability of gold cards appearing in the card pool. He sighed, TSK, this is the treatment of the super high mortality war mode. Thinking about the various evaluation terms and the 3 card draw rewards, he must get 1 gold card, right? He looked at the 5 cards in front of him, and without much hesitation, he directly clicked on the first one. The first one was a surprise. Open the clearance treasure box and get the Silver card Skill Floating Kick detailed explanation, Silver secret level body movement and kicking skills. Learning requires advanced body movement expertise. Wind element affinity 20. Strength not less than 40. After using it, master the floating kick LV0. Can use the kicking skill to step on the air and gain a short-term flying ability. The higher the proficiency, the stronger the flying ability. Is this the body movement of the Red Baron stepping on the air? Ji-sun was also very surprised, and thought to himself, it really came out. Although he didn't draw a gold card, the skill card was no worse than gold in his eyes. If he had to say what he was most looking forward to, this skill would definitely be one of the most ideal rewards. Although the werewolf runs fast, if it encounters a trap like quicksand, it will really die. With this ability to step into the air, damn, awesome, but it's not too surprising. After experiencing several different dimensional spaces, Ji-sun also discovered a pattern. There is a pattern to the cards that are drawn. Skill cards don't come out of thin air, but only appear in the card pool after encountering them in the dungeon. So things like 407 Shadow Voyage and Greedy Mind's Dipolar Collapse are skills that he has encountered in the plot of the alien space. There may not be a 100% causal connection, but there must be a probability increase. This is also the will of the space to encourage hunters to discover more hidden plots and challenge more difficult monsters in order to obtain rarer skill cards. TSK, really good luck. Looking at the good start, Ji-sun was in a good mood. This was already a guarantee for the expectation. Whatever he got next, he would accept it. Then he turned over the next 2 cards in succession. Open the clearance treasure chest to get the gold card and skill level upgrade card. Open the clearance treasure chest to get the special reward and the scapegoat. Golden legend? Ji-sun saw a flash of golden light. With the hidden probability added, he drew the gold card not too unexpectedly. Skill level +1 detailed explanation, limited time equipment, can improve the proficiency level of any skill, used within 12 hours, otherwise it will disappear. As expected, you don't need to be lucky, as long as the evaluation is high enough, you can always draw good things. Ji-sun saw the effect of this gold card. His eyes were bright. Limited time use? No need for a limited time, you can use it now. The first time he saw this prize, he thought of what skill to use it for. It must be the newly upgraded Devil's Feast LV2, 185/8000. According to his proficiency, he estimated that he would need to rely on devouring corpses to increase the level of the feast. It would take at least 1 or 2 years to upgrade to level 3. After the feast skill is physically improved, it can greatly reduce the time of the Devour Corpse feature and increase the range. This is another skill that urgently needs to be improved. Just like when Ji-sun was in the pile of corpses before, if he had a level 3 feast, he would not have wasted so many extraordinary features. He did not hesitate, and used it directly. The data on the panel directly changed to Devil's Feast LV3, 1/16000. Feeling the mysterious feeling of mastering new abilities after fusing skill cards, Ji-sun clearly felt that the ability of the feast had been improved, the feeling of looking far from a high place. Now if I want another medium, I don't need to spend a whole night, I can devour it in a few hours. Ji-sun exhaled a breath of refreshing air. If there was no feast, he really couldn't bear to use this skill +1 gold card to bless any skills. Then the last card. The draw was special. Ji-sun was still thinking about whether he could draw a space transfer card or something. After all, the bounty for that thing is over 2 billion. But this one seems good too. Death Substitute detailed explanation, an extremely rare mysterious relic, a straw man planted by the gods, containing the power of the rule of death. After the contract, the main body's fatal damage can be transferred to the straw man. Not bad. Ji-sun smiled. This card looks very powerful, equivalent to an extra life. But in fact, it has great limitations. It was like encountering a bug-like monster like the Red Baron. If you really can't defeat it, even if you transfer damage once, you will be killed again immediately. So in terms of value, it is far inferior to the space transfer card. But Ji-sun was very satisfied. The 3 card draws as a reward for clearing the level were very satisfying to Ji-sun. And it was so generous that it made people feel a little dreamy. But after thinking about it carefully, it seemed okay. It looked very generous, but in fact, he concentrated the profits of 500 people on one person. For example, the settlement items such as demon horns, beheadings, and military merits, he alone sucked the blood of 300 elite beasts to get this total harvest. It's not bad if it's shared. But the fact is, the winner takes all. The other dimension encourages adventurers to challenge difficult plots with high mortality rates, and also gives those who survive the end a chance to get rich once. Therefore, there is an extra reward such as the only survivor in the completion items. Is the will of the other dimension trying to raise a goo? Ji-sun experienced so many spaces, and suddenly had a feeling. This mechanism of the different dimensional space is to select and cultivate some very strong curse card masters. From low level to high level different dimensional spaces, like a pyramid, they are screened layer by layer. Those who can survive in the end must be strong. However, Ji-sun also likes this mode. Without thinking too much, he looked at the Battle Merit Exchange catalog that appeared beside him. The Twisted Light Gate can appear in the forest, so it is not surprising that this Battle Merit Exchange catalog appears. Ji-sun has more than 300,000 war merits, which can still be exchanged for a lot of good things. The catalog is exactly the same as the one he saw before. Now that he is rich and powerful, and has enough war merits, he dares to think about the gold products at the beginning. After a glance, he quickly confirmed 2 items. Consume 150,000 war merits, Demon Horns *20, high-level Demon Horns *1, and give Rhea Shinmin Alloy *1. Consume 100,000 war merits, Demon Horns *16, high-level Demon Horns *1, and get Wolf Fong 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 Fist Ancient Martial Arts Secret Technique, gold. These are the 2 treasures that Ji-sun had been optimistic about before. When I first came in, it was like looking at an exhibit in a window that I couldn't get. Now that I hold it in my hands, I can't help but feel a little emotional. The alloy is in my hand, and the metal block trembles with a thought. Rhea Shinmin alloy, it is the most important material for making spiritual power flying knives. I have never heard of it outside, and now it is rare to exchange it, so I must get it. This piece of exchange can be estimated to forge at least several flying knives. Although not every knife is as powerful as a scalpel, a flying knife that can be controlled by the mind will pose a much greater threat to the enemy. As for the other golden secret skill book that appeared, Ji-sun directly exchanged it for a downgraded silver skill card. Skill Wolf Fong Wind Fist Detailed Explanation, Silver Quality Skill Secret Training Card. A unique fighting martial arts created by an ancient fighting master after studying the habits of magic wolves, which can perform super high-speed combos on the target, causing high frequency and huge damage. Fusion requires high-level fighting expertise. Skill cards are also the most direct means to increase the combat power of the main body. After Ji-sun transformed into a werewolf, the attributes are sufficient. But the attack is very simple. In addition to some superficial fighting skills, the rest is to grab, grab, grab. In the previous fight with the elite of the Beast group, he clearly felt suppressed by the skills. That kind of suppression of breaking strength with cleverness made him feel that his attributes could not be brought into play. This is the difference in combat skills. Later, when he killed the Red Baron, he felt even more strongly. The too simple attack method made him feel restricted everywhere. A good gun also needs some good bullets. Therefore, Ji-sun urgently needed a martial arts skill with a high degree of compatibility to turn physical attributes into direct combat power. I had seen this martial art before when I came in, and it was 100% compatible. It just so happened that I had upgraded to advanced combat expertise before, so I used this skill card directly. After Ji-sun selected these 2 items, he still had more than 100,000 combat merits left. Materials and other things are not important for the time being. Ji-sun specifically selected skill cards that can directly improve combat power. Outside this space, intermediate and higher skill cards cannot be bought even if you have money. It just so happened that the skill air kick that he had drawn required advanced body skills. Ji-sun directly exchanged for 3 mysterious books, and then downgraded to elementary, intermediate, and advanced body skills. With the blessing of body skills, his super high agility attribute can really burst out. The silver skills in the War Merit Exchange catalog can only be downgraded to black iron skill cards for about 10,000 war merits. The remaining hundreds of thousands are enough to exchange for a lot. Ji-sun simply exchanged all of them and upgraded his Qigong to advanced Qigong specialization. The remaining little bit was upgraded to intermediate weapon specialization. After a series of operations, all the war merits were exchanged. Ji-sun looked at his brand new skill panel. He felt like a martial arts master had taught him a set of skills. Although those fancy advanced specialization might just be the beginning for high-level spell card masters. It was also light and light. But for a first-level spell card master, this is definitely the top configuration. The combat power has increased many times. It has to be war mode. Ji-sun was quite emotional, his eyes sparkling. After all, war mode? Space is hard to come by. If you encounter it, no one dares to say that he will survive to the end. If he survives to the end, it is impossible for him to have 300 elites to work for him. All kinds of opportunities. This time, he really got rich overnight. After Jason completed the exchange, he was not allowed to stay in the space any longer. He stepped into the twisted light gate and left the space. Chapter 113. Jason had been in the alien space for more than 10 days, and had no idea that the ruins camp outside had been in chaos. The tavern in the ruins camp was full of hunters today. The new hunters didn't know what happened, and asked for news in the tavern. And the hunters who had been there for a few days were angrily telling about the evil deeds of the young Master Khan. Hey, the guards of the Lionheart family have been killing like crazy these days. Did you see the corpses hanging on the small building opposite? They are all suspects. It is said that all the hunters and intelligence traders who had contact with that space were arrested and tortured, and none of them survived. So many suspects? Suspects? Haha, you just listen to the nonsense of those nobles. See the dozen or so corpses next to them. This is Lao Luo from the Gunfire Group and his members. They were labeled as suspects, killed and hung up. Ah, I know the Gunfire Group, and the leader Lao Luo is a good person. How did they get involved in the assassination? It has nothing to do with the assassination. Last night, a female team doctor from Lao Luo's team disappeared in the camp. Some people saw that it was the young Master Khan who sent someone to kidnap her. And that's what happened. Why do you say that? Oh, this kind of thing has happened a lot since the young master came to the camp. Why don't the people from the Hunter Guild come forward to take care of it? Take care? The Golden Knights of the Beast Corps are here. If anyone dares to step forward now, he will be labeled a suspect and will be killed if caught. Besides, I heard that the innocent city is about to announce an amnesty. The high-level officials of the Hunter Guild are busy trying to get themselves an official position. How dare they offend such a noble? Last night, Lao Luo first went to the Hunters Guild. There are so many bodies hanging. They want to announce that the nobles have the power of life and death over us hunters. Haha, that young master really doesn't treat us as human beings. Nobles are all bad. If I have the ability, I will definitely kill that bastard. Shh, don't talk nonsense. Be careful that someone hears you and catches you as an accomplice of the assassin. In the tavern, the hunters looked at the bodies hanging on the small building in the distance, and they were all indignant. But there was nothing they could do. The Golden Knights of the Beast Corps were guarding the young master, suppressing him with absolute force, and no one dared to step out. In the corner of the tavern, there was a table of 3 guests. If Jisun was here, he would recognize that they were Xie Guizhong and the other 2 from the Federal Bureau of X, whom he had met once before. Not long after arriving at the camp, the 3 of them also chose to sit in the tavern to inquire about the news. Originally, they came here to track down the people of the Silver Moon sect, but they didn't find them, but heard the news instead. Xie Guizhong looked like a sloppy cowboy as usual, and he seemed to be used to it, gulping down his wine. Beside him, the 2 young assistants looked unhappy. The hunters in the tavern scolded the young Master Khan, and by the way, they scolded the law enforcers. The words noble running dog and accomplice made the 2 young assistants' faces turn green and black. Mushroom-headed Jia Yu paused for a moment, and finally couldn't help muttering, although most of the people in Innocent City are exiles. But speaking of the facts, their crimes had already been punished when they were sentenced to exile. Now Khan tortured and killed the suspects without conviction, which is illegal. And if those girls were true, even if they were the legitimate children of the Lionheart family, this crime would be enough to send them to the gallows. Xie Guizhong listened with a gleam in his eyes, as if he thought of something, and smiled and shook his head slightly. He took another sip of wine and said nothing. On the side thought about it and said, according to federal law, noble private soldiers do have the power to enforce the law. Since the Lionheart family said they were looking for people who conspired to attack the nobles, as long as they insist that those people are suspects, no one can do anything even if they bring the case to the federal Supreme Court. Mushroom Head argued, but the fact is that he really killed someone. If the nobles are above the law, what is the difference between the new federal law and the dark old times? If the law cannot represent absolute justice, then what is the meaning? On was speechless after listening. The corpses outside are so dazzling that anyone who sees them can tell right from wrong. Besides, they have heard of young Master Khan's reputation in Longcheng. Xie Guizhong listened to the arguments of the 2 assistants, pondered for a moment, shrugged and smiled. So what do you think should be done? Mushroom Head said seriously, I think we should investigate the truth. If the truth is like this, they should be convicted and arrested according to the law. Otherwise, this will expose more innocent people. On listened and shook her head, with a little helplessness in her tone towards the naivety of her teammate. Arrest the direct descendant of the Lionheart family? Let's not talk about whether they will pay attention to us or not. I can guarantee that even if he is really sent to the court of execution, he will be bailed out immediately. The federal law is biased towards the nobles. If we really come forward, not only will we not be able to solve the problem, but we will also cause a lot of trouble for the Bureau. Mushroom argued, we are the most authoritative law enforcers in the Federation. We should abide by fairness and justice. How can we change our position because of good or bad? We can't just turn a blind eye to him because he is a noble. The new federal law clearly stipulates that nobles and civilians are equal before the law. It's against the law. It's against the law. An wanted to say something else, but her expression became awkward and she didn't say anything. She thought her teammate was a nerd who just graduated from college. The two of them didn't come to a conclusion, but they didn't expect that Xie Guizhong would laugh when he heard it, and even agreed, Jia, you are right. The mushroom-headed man looked at her in surprise, and was greatly encouraged. Captain. An also cast a curious look. Xie Guizhong said, when I was young, I thought the same as you and did the same as you. As he spoke, he didn't know what he was thinking about, and his expression became very subtle, as if he was smiling but not smiling. Mushroom-headed man asked quickly, what happened next? They thought they would hear some interesting stories, but Xie Guizhong raised his eyebrows, as if he was telling a cold joke, and said, later is now. You should all know Lu, the director of the 8th Precinct, right? You also know Jane, the deputy chief judge of the federal court, right? They were my assistants like you back then. Now one of them is the director, and the other is the chief judge. And I am still a captain. The tone was very carefree, without feeling any regret. Mushroom head, on, the two assistants rolled their eyes. Xie Guizhong continued, I used to be as cynical as you, and I was indignant about all the injustices in the world. When I graduated from the federal college, I had a dream, that is, to become a Supreme Court justice in the future and dedicate my life to justice and order. Later, it was proved that there was no direct relationship between the two, and there was even a conflict. I insisted on the latter. So I could only be a team leader for half my life. The two young assistants also understood, and this seemed to be about the social etiquette within the system. An also understood, and said, the team leader is too upright. The mushroom-headed man, however, had a gloomy look in his eyes, and said, even if I am a team leader for my whole life, I will still think that right is right and wrong is wrong. Xie Guizhong smiled slightly when he heard it, and did not think that what he said was wrong. Instead, he nodded in approval, yeah. He then turned and said meaningfully, but later, I realized that even if I became a Supreme Court justice, I could not change anything. The two assistants looked over in confusion. Xie Guizhong's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he didn't tell any more stories. Instead, he talked about something extraordinary, saying, later, I found that this is part of the order of the world. Just like light and darkness, where there is light, there is darkness. Where there is order, there must be disorder. Opposite but inseparable. This is the basic rule of the operation of the universe. As he said, he looked at the two assistants and said, I can't give you the answer to the previous question. No one can give it to you. Stick to your original intention and keep going. When you stand at a higher level, you may find the answer for yourself. Oh! The two assistants listened and fell into thought. Forget it back then. Report the Lionheart family's affairs truthfully. The law enforcement power we have is not enough for us to change anything. Xie Guizhong smiled and didn't mean to continue, unless we kill that young master on the spot. The two assistants' eyelids jumped when they heard it. This is the outlaw, killing high-ranking nobles on the spot. Is this also acceptable? Xie Guizhong did not say more on this topic, and instead said, our mission this time is to pursue those guys from the Silver Moon sect. Judging from the current development situation, the dangers hidden in the broken history of the Great Cataclysm far exceeded the estimates of the federal high-level officials. Now that the old miracles are being discovered one after another in the old continent, the threat of faith pollution may be more serious than expected. If those old believers really awaken the will of God, it will be a disaster of civilization destruction. Speaking of business, the three did not continue to talk about Master Khan. The old sect is the greater threat. The three talked about something else. The mushroom head suddenly said, but then again, why do I feel that the suspect wanted by the Lionheart family may be the one we have seen? That relic scalpel, isn't it the weapon of the plague Dr. Hessen? Or did the captain lose the bet to that person before? It should be given to someone else, right? That guy is just an apprentice of a card master. Even if he advances, he won't be a threat to Master Khan, right? Xie Guizhong, it may not be the same person. There are not many sources of high-quality werewolf materials. The Black Wolf mercenary group also wanted several people before. The time and place are right. Just when the hunters in the camp were making a fuss about what the Lionheart family did. in that heavily guarded small building. In the luxurious room, young Master Khan looked at the naked girl who had already died, his eyes still burning with evil fire. Come on, hang these two bodies outside. The old butler in a black tuxedo walked into the room. He didn't look at the bodies for long, but waved his hand, and the servants behind him took out the body bags and packed them up. After the servants left, the butler spoke. Young master, the manager of the Hunters Union came here before and said that the hunters in the camp were making a lot of noise, and asked if we could take the bodies hanging outside, otherwise it might cause some unnecessary trouble. Put it away. Haha, I let those who want to murder me see that I mean what I say. My Lionheart family will take revenge. Khan sneered and said disapprovingly. The old housekeeper seemed to know his young master's temper very well, and did not dare to anger him. Instead, he said, Madam heard about what happened here, and sent an urgent message, asking you to return to Innocent City as soon as possible. Madam said that you don't have to worry about anything else, the family has arranged everything. Go back? Khan stared at the old butler coldly, furious. I won't be able to get rid of this anger unless I catch the guy, skin him alive, and kill all his family and friends. As he said that, he asked coldly, have you found out who that guy is? Not yet. The old butler knew that this would definitely anger his young master, so he quickly added, but the family army and mercenaries have blocked the space exit. As long as that person comes out alive, he will definitely not be able to escape. Sure enough, Khan got angry when he heard it. A bunch of trash. Didn't you say before that the trial was foolproof? Then explain to me, what happened to the assassin? If it wasn't for the teleportation card my mother gave me, I would have died in space long ago. Now it's been so long, and you actually said that you didn't find anything? The old housekeeper, I failed in my duty. It was a coincidence that at this moment, a servant came running in a hurry. Master, there was news from the ruins that the man appeared. Khan immediately became energetic when he heard it. Let's go! Before, the ruins were full of low-level guards, and he almost died. Now outside, the Golden Knights of the Beast Army are all there, and he wants to see who the guy is, in the valley more than 10 kilometers northeast of the camp. At the entrance of the distorted light gate of the space of the Third Holy Grail War, Outpost War, a large number of elite Beast Army soldiers have gathered here. Various forbidden barriers have been set up in a radius of 1 kilometer near the exit. Not to mention that the assassin is a first-level spell card master. With this posture, even a top-level card master can't escape even if he has wings. Not only at the exit, but even at the periphery a few kilometers away, there are a large number of mercenaries stationed. This place has long been surrounded by 3 layers of encirclement. The private soldiers of the Lionheart family have no complaints. The military discipline is strict. They take turns to guard the place strictly, and dare not have any accidents. The mercenaries are a little bored waiting. They are second-rate mercenaries, who are paid to do things. They can't be said to have high quality. On the hillside 1 kilometer northwest of the Twisted Light Gate, a group of mercenaries from the War Bear mercenary group are bragging and talking nonsense. Captain, it's been more than 10 days, and he still hasn't come out. What's going on? Who cares when he comes out? We just need to get the money. Don't be so serious. Eat when you need to eat, and sleep when you need to sleep. It's probably not necessary for us to do anything. The Golden Knights of the Beast Corps are guarding the exit. That guy can't fly out even if he grows wings. Will the space collapse, and that guy fall into our mercenary group's defense zone? What are you thinking? This is war mode. Who the hell can get an S-level clearance in one go, and alone? I think the assassin may have died in there. I haven't recognized him yet. Maybe the one who is still alive is from the Beast Legion. After all, I heard that 300 elite soldiers went in last time. But what if? What if? But just as the voice fell, the words came true. There was a sudden turmoil near the exit in the distance, and someone shouted, "Oh no, the space collapsed." The shout made the mercenaries present change color, and their faces were full of disbelief. Someone really cleared the level in one go. However, despite the shock, the fact is that the Twisted Light Gate at the brightly lit space entrance in the distance really collapsed. The encircling team also reacted immediately. Everyone pay attention to the stealth unit. Report immediately if you find it. In the distance, the elites of the Beast Legion moved instantly. The encirclement, that was thought to be foolproof, was disrupted by the sudden collapse of the space. Before the War Bear mercenaries on the hillside could figure out what happened, the Beast Legion's perception card master in the distance suddenly discovered something and shouted, "At 9 o'clock! 9 o'clock? Isn't it our side?" The expressions of the mercenaries changed drastically when they heard it. The second-level leader also suddenly came to his senses and shouted, "Developing powder." It would be fine if he didn't come, But if he really let the assassin go in his own defense zone, no one could bear the terrible consequences. Almost immediately, hundreds of mercenaries on the hillside took out their cards and activated them. Bang! 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 It exploded. The sky was full of white powder. Developing powder. It is the most direct means to target invisible targets. This tiny silver-like particle will stick to almost any material, making it impossible for the stealth target to hide. Almost at the moment when the developer powder exploded, they saw a transparent figure appear. A mercenary shouted there. But before the mercenaries could react, the figure rushed out quickly. Ji-sun felt that he was lucky. When he came out, he was quite far away from the disintegrating twisted light gate. Glancing at the brightly lit encirclement, he sneered. The situation was similar to what was expected. Because the time of coming out was not determined, these guys were caught off guard. The most important thing was that the space collapsed and the landing location was random, which was beyond the expectations of those people. Even the developer powder was expected. The direct line of the Lionheart family was indeed a huge threat, but this was the old continent. 300 people died in the space before, and it was good to have a few hundred left outside. Some of them had to be sent to heavily protect the young Master Khan. With a few people left, they couldn't surround a large area in this wilderness. Ji-sun guessed that there might be a large number of mercenaries participating in the joint defense. Now it seems that it is true. Don't underestimate the number of mercenaries. In Ji-sun's eyes, hundreds of mercenaries are not as threatening as a 5-man team of the Beast group in the previous space. These mercenaries, whether they have demon marks, skills, or equipment, can never be compared with the noble's private soldiers. Even if the sturdy leader with a one-eyed bear badge on his chest is a second-level card master, Ji-sun didn't take it seriously at all. Ji-sun didn't give these guys any time to react. As soon as his feet touched the ground, his leg muscles instantly tensed up, and with a slight explosion, he was ejected into the darkness outside the encirclement. The werewolf's body was so fast that he had already rushed 100 meters before the mercenary shouted. Now with advanced body skills, specialization, and super high agility, he ran like the wind. The group of mercenaries behind him were about to chase him, but they were stunned by the outrageous speed. The gap was obvious from the start, and they simply couldn't catch up. Then the sound of gunfire rang out on the hillside. Ji-sun ran while glancing behind him. He didn't care about the dense bullets at all. With his current werewolf body, ordinary bullets were basically no threat. Even those special magic-breaking bullets would only leave superficial injuries embedded in the muscles. A large number of bullets could be fatal. But as a mercenary who was paid to do something, he didn't think he could just shoot special bullets worth tens of thousands of rounds without paying. Besides, his speed was so fast that it was impossible for anyone other than a top shooter to hit him. Ji-sun rushed all the way. Before the mercenaries could set up a blocking formation, he had already rushed several hundred meters. He also deliberately chose places where people were standing to land. You don't need to guess, you know. There must be traps and mines around here. Ji-sun didn't know where the traps were, but these mercenaries definitely knew. Where there were people standing, there must not be trap areas. He rushed all the way. The mercenaries were as fragile as paper, and even in groups of 3 or 5, they could not stop him at all. But even with such caution, Ji-sun still accidentally stepped into a trap. Just as he ran down the hillside, his feet suddenly loosened, as if he had stepped into the soft mud of a swamp. Ji-sun's whole body was unstable, and he was about to sink. If he really fell, the elite of the Beast army behind him would definitely catch up. However, before the mercenaries in the distance had time to be happy, they suddenly heard. Paw! Paw! Pop! The air exploded. They watched the tall werewolf walk on the swamp trap as if it were flat ground, stepping on the air ripples and rushing all the way. After using it, Ji-sun also secretly thought that this floating kick was really a wonderful body movement. There are only a few ways to limit the agility card master. With the ability to step on the air for a short time, quicksand, swamps, sticky traps are unlikely to pose a real threat. This solved a huge hidden danger for him. Although a few mines were detonated along the way. But it was all because of his speed. In the gap between triggering the mechanical device, he had already rushed far away, and the damage caused by the explosion was very limited. As long as he broke through the first line of defense, the threat behind him would become smaller and smaller. If he couldn't catch up, no matter how strong the Beast army was or how many people they had, it would be meaningless. Ji-sun didn't get entangled with those mercenaries. From beginning to end, he was only worried about the second-level assassin card master behind him. His agility attribute after Beast transformation was already stronger than that of the average second-level all-agility assassin. Only assassin card masters above level 3 can catch up with him steadily. Ji-sun had no doubt. There must be such a master around that young Master Khan. So he ran all the way. After escaping the area covered by the developer, he quickly changed some of his clothes, left some traps, and then made some anti-tracking measures. Not far behind him, explosions were heard from time to time. He knew that those masters were chasing him. On the other side, when young Master Khan heard that the assassin had appeared, he also excitedly left the camp with a large number of guards and rushed over. Seeing the Lionheart Legion making such a big noise, the onlookers in the camp also rushed out and followed. They were also very curious about who the assassin was who dared to assassinate the direct descendant of the Lionheart family. Not long after everyone left the camp, the information about the disappearance of the Holy Grail War in the other dimension came. As soon as this explosive news came out, the whole camp was boiling. Originally thought it was just an assassination, but unexpectedly the assassin directly passed the war mode with a super high mortality rate. Everyone knew that there was going to be something interesting to watch. Now, almost everyone in the camp followed. Curiosity is one thing. What if they ran into a dead rat? Everyone knew what the disappearance of the other dimensional space meant. Moreover, judging from the situation, the assassin side was well prepared. If a fight really broke out, they might be able to pick up a big loophole. However, no one expected it. A young man with black cloth covering his eyes mixed in with the crowd of spectators. Watching young Master Khan finally walk out of the small building with many restrictions and leave the camp. The real assassin who had been waiting for several days showed a smile on his face. Chapter 114. Young Master Khan was surrounded by a group of guards from the Beast Corps and rode a military vehicle to the call northeast of the camp. He had originally planned to capture a live person and torture him for interrogation. However, he didn't expect that as soon as he left the house, he heard that the person was not blocked, and the space collapsed and disappeared. On the speeding steam transport vehicle, the young master was furious. Damn it! What the hell are those rubbish doing? The old butler was sweating profusely on his forehead at this moment, and he never expected such a change to happen. Young master, the Golden Knight has locked the man's position, and will not let him escape. At this moment, Khan was no longer interested in talking to the old butler. He turned around and looked at the guards running side by side with the troop carrier and said, "You guys go too." The outfits of these guards were different from those of the ordinary Beast Corps guards. The armor and equipment on them were mostly shining with golden light. These were the Golden Knights of the Beast Corps. Each of them was a level 2 card master or above. Even though the troop carrier was running fast, the few people running beside the car were not slow at all, and their breathing was even. Yes! Before he finished speaking, 2 assassin-type Golden Knights, who were good at tracking, had left the convoy and disappeared into the darkness. The distance from the camp to the call in the other dimensional space was only a dozen kilometers, which was not far. Not long after the convoy drove, they could already see the sound of fire exploding over there. However, at this moment, no one expected the sudden change. Crack. The troop carrier suddenly braked. It stopped. Young Master Khan in the car lost his balance and almost hit his nose on the front seat. Damn it! He was about to curse, but the Golden Knights around him were already guarding him as if they were facing a great enemy. Khan swallowed the rest of his words. Because at this time, he saw a strange man wearing a cloak and with his eyes covered with black cloth appearing in front of the convoy. If an ordinary person dared to block the road, he would just drive over. But they didn't dare to do that. Because there was a demon phantom behind that person. The blindfolded man stood alone in the middle of the road without saying a word. But the terrifying pressure was like the coming of a demon, and the hundreds of people in the Beast Legion dared not breathe. Just looking at this strange scene, the several Golden Knights around him felt a lot of pressure. The old butler thought of something, his expression changed suddenly, and reminded, "Master, be careful, it may be the 13th Kamen Rider." Others may not know the origin of the person in front of him, but as the butler of the Lionheart family, the old man knows a lot of high-end secrets. If it is true as he guessed, the guy in front of him is definitely an extremely dangerous guy. There is an ancient assassin organization called 13 Masked Riders active in the federal black market. It is said that they are a group of guys who really want to make the world chaotic. They are active in major battlefields, instigating wars, assassinating important figures, helping rebels to seize power, and funding plunderers. Many times in the federal high-level turmoil and coups, there are active members of this organization. They are unscrupulous, cruel and ruthless, and frightening. It is said that as long as enough price is paid, there is no task they cannot complete. They even dared to assassinate high-ranking nobles, There have been rumors in the aristocratic circle that the death of Chao Sihai, the Lord of Innocent City, was directly related to this organization. The most obvious signs: cloak, mask, demon shadow. This person in front of him is all satisfied. Young Master Khan couldn't hide his panic when he heard it. Although he didn't know what the masked organization was. But he clearly sensed that the mysterious man's aura was locked on him. The feeling of being stared at by the ancient demon god frightened him so much that he couldn't help trembling. After being glimpsed by the murderous eyes in the space a few days ago, Khan was still frightened. Now the man in front of him gave him exactly the same feeling. He felt that this guy really wanted to kill him. The Lionheart family's convoy suddenly stopped. The spectators behind were also very curious about what happened. Looking over, they also saw the blindfolded weirdo blocking the convoy. Xie Guizhong and the other two originally wanted to follow and watch the excitement. But when they saw the demon shadow behind the mysterious man, the three of them changed color. The hunters at the bottom don't have access to much high-level information, and don't know what the demon god shadow means. But as agents of the Federal Bureau of X, they know it very well. An recognized the outfit at a glance and shouted, "It's the killer of Kamen Rider 13. But then, her eyes turned and she wondered, I wonder what the demon god shadow is. I haven't seen it in the files. Could it be a new member of that organization? Mushroom Head said in disbelief, Captain, that can't be the legendary epic source card? Although the demon shadow was a bit blurry, it was not difficult to tell that the demon had 3 heads and 6 arms. The 3 heads were a ferocious demon, a holy angel, and a blindfolded human face in the middle, with a huge snake tail behind it. The demon held a big sword, the angel held a scale, and the human face held a lamp. It was a very strange image. Xie Guizhong also looked solemn, as if he recalled something, and nodded. The scale represents fair trial, the big sword represents punishment, and the blindfolded lantern represents absolute justice. This is the demon god Bikas who represents justice, law and punishment. If nothing unexpected happens, this guy has fused one of the 52 epic source cards, Mark 6 of Heart's Lantern Bearer. As he spoke, he looked at the blindfolded young man in front of him with a complicated expression, as if he saw a scene he couldn't believe, and muttered to himself, how is it possible that someone in that killer organization could fuse this card? Demon god Bikas? An was shocked and puzzled at the same time, as if she had never heard of it before. The mushroom-headed man had obviously heard of this. He thought of something and said directly, Captain, I have seen the records in the files. It seems that this source card has been taken in by the Bureau. Isn't it sealed in the warehouse? Yes. Xie Guizhong's eyes were misty. He paused for a moment, and then said in a complicated tone, I personally led the team to take in this epic source card. The 2 assistants were dumbfounded when they heard this. No wonder he recognized it at a glance. It turned out that the captain took it in personally. After thinking for a moment, Xie Guizhong said, 3 years ago, the warehouse of the Federal Court headquarters was robbed. At that time, a batch of very important things were lost. Among them was the 6 of Heart source card of Order Path. I didn't expect it to be stolen by the mask organization. Hearing this, An was surprised. The source card was stolen. Such a serious incident, how come I haven't heard of it? Xie Guizhong didn't explain much, just said lightly, the theft case involved some high-level scandals, so it was concealed from the outside world. Otherwise, the sealed items originally in the headquarters warehouse would not appear in the federal court. An was also curious, but Captain, why didn't anyone fuse the epic source card, and it was stolen? The mushroom-headed man obviously knew something. He explained first, as if reciting something, I know this. The higher the quality of the demon mark, the more stringent the fusion conditions are, and usually some characteristics that match the corresponding demon must be met. Especially for marks above legendary, the lack of fit, and the high probability of distortion. I guess that the card must have a high probability of distortion due to fusion, which is why it was sealed. Not bad. Xie Guizhong nodded and said, it's not that no one has tried to fuse. But after testing, it was found that the fusion conditions required for the source card are very strict. As far as I know, since the card was taken into custody by the Bureau. At least 3 judges of the Federal Court of Justice have tried to secretly fuse it. But in the end, they were all distorted. An looked incredible. This top card master like the judge was distorted? What are the conditions for fusion? After hearing this, Xie Guizhong pondered for a moment before saying, this is the source card of the Order Path, pointing to the judge occupation sequence. If a card master in this professional sequence wants to be promoted to a higher level, he must possess certain qualities, such as integrity and justice. After the source card was fused and distorted several times, The Research Institute also made some more accurate judgments. They believed that the quality required for this epic source card might be absolute fairness and justice. Mushroom Head and On were also incredulous when they heard this explanation. Absolute justice and fairness? Who can meet this condition? No wonder the Grand Justice would be distorted after fusion. So, this is what is strange about Xieguozhong. The Chief Justice is distorted. A member of a killer organization has successfully merged. This makes people feel that the order is reversed. Xieguozhong looked at the mysterious man, with his eyes blindfolded in the distance, his eyes trembling frequently, and it was obvious that his psychological activities were very complicated. He muttered to himself, he blindfolded himself to show justice, and held a lantern to illuminate the light for others. At this moment, he seemed to understand something. Only card masters, who are also in the order path, can sense that someone is controlling the law of order around them. The power of the Mushroom Head. At this time, the Mushroom Head asked again, "But Captain, that guy seems to be here to assassinate the young Master Khan. Should we stop him? After all, he is a high-ranking noble." Xieguozhong shook his head, his eyes deep and slightly bitter, and sighed slightly. "He represents justice. What's the point of us taking action?" The Mushroom Head's round eyes turned straight, excited. "Oh, that guy is dead." On frowned and said, "But if the higher-ups know that we were there and didn't take action, will it be very troublesome? The Lionheart family is very protective of their own people." Xieguozhong tilted his head, took out a gas mask and put it on his face naturally, and glanced at her. "If we don't show our heads, who can prove that we were there?" The two assistants' eyes twitched when they heard it. This old-timer in the bureau was imparting some unorthodox experience again. Just when Xieguozhong and the other two were talking about the phantom of the demon god, the confrontation in front was still going on. The old butler beside young Master Khan looked at the visitor without saying a word, and his eyes turned. He did not dare to act rashly, but took the initiative to speak. "Who are you? Why are you blocking my young master's way?" The tone was very polite. Young Master Khan was no longer arrogant and domineering at the moment. He swallowed his saliva and sat obediently in the car. For some reason, the several powerful golden knights around him could not give him a sense of security. After hearing the question, the blindfolded mysterious man spoke, and his tone was as familiar as if he was familiar with others. He said easily, sorry, I almost forgot to introduce myself." As soon as these words came out, no one in the Lionheart family laughed. But the spectators behind them, who didn't know what was going on, laughed. This guy didn't speak, and he still had the cold temperament of a mysterious master. Once he spoke, this temperament was gone in an instant. Instead, he looked like an immature and reckless young man. The blindfolded man continued to introduce himself. "Lantern Bearer Lu Yu, nice to meet you all." In this way, he added, "Oh, I am also an apprentice 13th Kamen Rider." Well, this introduction may give you a more accurate understanding. Hearing the identity confirmed, the old butler's eyes twitched. Since it was confirmed that he was a killer sent by Kamen Rider 13, the pressure suddenly increased 100 times. He asked cautiously, "What is the purpose of your coming here? I mean, if it is convenient, I can talk. My young master is the legitimate son of the Lionheart family, and everything can be discussed." The old butler's words were very subtle. Since he was a killer, he also knew that the other party might be paid to do the job. Apart from anything else, the Lionheart family has a lot of money. He saw that since the other party did not take action at the first time, it was probably negotiable. If adding money can solve the problem, that would be the best. However, unexpectedly, the blindfolded Lu Yu seemed not to understand and responded, "Ah, I know, it's the 9th young Master Khan. I have already investigated it very clearly before." After saying that, he said, "Oh, you saw it, I was blind. You didn't say anything just now, I thought I found the wrong one." Since the old man said that it was not the wrong one, I am relieved. The old butler's eyelids twitched slightly when he heard this. This was clearly a rejection of the proposal to negotiate terms. However, young Master Khan, who was standing by, did not understand the confrontation between the two. Hearing Lu Yu's words, he just wanted to slap the old man beside him. "Damn it, you are betraying your master, right? You didn't stop the assassin when he came, and you said, 'This is the one.'" If he hadn't been locked by the invisible aura, he really wanted to kick the old man down. Seeing this, the old butler already knew the other party's intention, and didn't dare to waste any more time, and said again, "Can I talk to you privately?" Facing this killer, who is said to never fail, the old man is under great pressure. But it is better for me to take risks than for the young master to take risks. As soon as this was said, the crowd behind understood that this was to use the power of money. But they had never heard of the 13 Kamen Riders, So they didn't understand why the young Master Khan would be so polite to a person who blocked his way. This is completely different from the young master's recent rampant behavior of killing hundreds of people. Blindfolded Liu Yu listened to this and explained with a look of realization. You may have misunderstood something. I was waiting for the spell to take effect, so I had time to chat. As he spoke, he turned to the old butler. I don't know if his blindfolded eyes really couldn't see, but he looked like an old lady nagging. Oh, you are a third-level card master, you should understand. Many high-level spells are difficult to perform. I have only learned them not long ago, and I am not very proficient yet, so I am only an apprentice knight. The old butler's expression changed drastically when he heard this. He already knew that the situation was irreversible. The enemy is preparing for the spell, and if he continues to wait, he will be really stupid. Before he could signal, the golden knights around him had already taken decisive action. 5 figures suddenly disappeared beside the steam car and rushed towards the man not far away. Are you going to do it? Blindfolded Liu Yu heard the movement. His expression was as indifferent as before. He raised his hand carelessly, holding a card between his 2 fingers, and muttered to himself, "What I say is order." As he spoke, the card in his hand burst into a dazzling blue luster, as if some invisible force was spreading, and he shouted softly, "Spell. This place is a prison." The voice was not loud, but it sounded like the whisper of a demon. The sound of the spell chanting was clearly echoing in the ears of everyone present. As soon as the voice fell, a strange scene appeared. All the guards, including the Golden Knights, who were surrounding the young man, were suddenly stopped several meters away from Liu Yu, and a yellow line square several meters square appeared under their feet. No matter what they did, they couldn't get out. It was like a prison. A prison of rules. What you say is what you say. Seeing this, Xie Guozhong in the distance changed color again and blurted out the word spirit curse of the 52 magic secrets. I didn't expect that someone could actually master it. The mushroom-headed avatar asked like a curious baby, "Captain, this is not one of the things that the federal court lost at the beginning, right?" Xie Guozhong nodded, "Yeah." Hearing this, the 2 assistants, Mushroom Head and On, frowned. Why do I feel that those big men in the federal court are not necessarily very efficient in doing things, aiding the enemy? He is quite good at it. Such an important thing was stolen. Now, it was used in assassination by the notorious assassin group. Xie Guozhong shook his head slightly and sighed. He seemed to have accepted the reality, and said with relief, "This guy is recognized by the devil, which means he really represents absolute fairness and justice. This can be bound by the rules of order." He smiled bitterly. It's ridiculous. What the federal judge couldn't do, a killer actually did. Seeing this mysterious man subdue the Golden Knight with a spell, young Master Khan was so scared that he completely collapsed on the seat. This guy really came to kill him. He regretted it very much. Damn it, if I had known earlier, I would have obeyed and left this damn place. However, it was too late to regret. The old butler's face changed again, but he was still fighting, and said directly, "Sir, can you stop? No matter where you accepted the task, we can negotiate all the conditions you proposed. The price offered by my master and his wife will definitely satisfy you and the organization behind you." The shadow of the 3-headed demon behind the blindfolded Liu Yu became clearer and clearer. He ignored the old housekeeper's words and said, "Master Khan, I'm sorry to meet you in this way. I have investigated your deeds, and it is not a pity to die. But before that, you have the right to receive a fair trial." As he said this, he seemed to be conducting a mysterious trial ceremony, took out another card, and chanted, "What I said is the fair spell judgment day." As soon as the words fell, the face of the angel among the 3 demons behind Liu Yu turned around. He looked at Khan, whose crotch was wet with fear, and stretched out the illusory hand. The old housekeeper wanted to stop him, but found that his soul was shocked by the pressure of the demon, and he couldn't even move, let alone anything else. Everyone watched the hand pull on Khan's chest, as if pulling out something, and then put it back on the scale. Looking closely, it turned out to be the soul. On one side of the scale was a feather, and on the other side was Khan's soul. As soon as it was placed on the scale immediately tilted towards Khan's soul. Seeing this, Liu Yu's expression suddenly changed. He suddenly became expressionless, like a fair and impartial judge, and shouted, "As you can see, you deserve to die." As soon as the voice fell, the 3 demons behind him suddenly turned into demon faces, and the long sword in his hand swung, and it was unknown what was cut off. In the distance, young Master Khan kicked his legs and died. This scene stunned the crowd. They watched the excitement at first, then were shocked, and finally felt unspeakable horror. They watched the demon shadow that they didn't know what it was before, so easily killed young Master Khan. They realized that the mysterious man in front of them was a top card master. No one could have imagined that someone could kill the eldest son of the Lionheart family, Khan, in front of everyone and under heavy protection. In terms of status, this young Master Khan was a nobleman of a higher level than Lord Chao Si. Being killed now, this is a big deal, very big. The old butler and the guards of the Beast Court looked ashen. Their young master was killed in front of them, and they felt as if the sky had fallen. Although they knew the enemy was strong, they had to fight. The old butler's face was grim, and he rushed out first, kill. Before he finished speaking, fireworks exploded in the sky. In the distance, the knights who were still chasing the assassin saw the fireworks, and immediately realized that something big had happened. They didn't care about the roundup anymore, and quickly gathered in the direction of the fireworks. On the other hand, Ji-sun, who was running wildly, saw the fireworks that suddenly exploded in the darkness. He didn't know what happened, but he knew that there were several third-level chasers behind him, and there were large troops surrounding him. Fortunately, he had long anticipated that the risk of this chase would be very high, and he had thought of various plans. The original plan was to escape to a cliff deep in the ruins. But even so, if they really chased him to the end, the masters of the Beast Legion might not be able to catch up. During this chase, Ji-sun never thought that he would be able to escape. However, he never expected that while he was running, the people behind him actually evacuated. What happened? Ji-sun also found it a little unbelievable. At first, he thought it was a confusing tactic of the enemy. However, after running for a while, he found that there was really no pursuer. Ji-sun stopped. Looking at the gathering fireworks in the distance, he suddenly realized that something big might have happened. Could it be that someone is trying to assassinate Mr. Khan, who is so desperate to get those guys to come and reinforce me? Ji-sun thought of something, and his eyes twitched slightly. He killed Khan on impulse. It seems that there is another group of people waiting to kill him, and the location of the fireworks seems to be outside the camp. In other words, someone deliberately waited for Khan to leave the camp before taking action? From this point of view, my troubles are not that big. Ji-sun thought of a lot, and his eyebrows raised slightly. Chapter 115. Ji-sun saw that no one was chasing him anymore, so he didn't want to run to a safer place to hide away from the limelight. Instead, he walked towards the direction of the gathering fireworks with great interest. He also wanted to see what happened. But unfortunately, when Ji-sun arrived, the fight was over. All the people of the Lionheart family chased the assassin to the depths of the ruins. The crowd was left there in shock. Oh my god, the strength of the blindfolded man is too terrifying. He just said a few words of spell chanting, and directly killed young Master Khan, who was protected by the Golden Knight. Hey, good kill. I've been fed up with that kind of noble bastard for a long time. It's satisfying to kill him, but it's a big mess now. The Lionheart family's eldest son was killed, and the federal military may intervene directly. Let's go quickly, or you may not be able to leave if it's too late. It seems that it was premeditated. Originally, they planned to ambush and kill him in the different dimension, but they didn't expect that Mr. Khan had a space transmission card and escaped. The organization sent people to intercept and kill him again outside. I said that whoever can break the war mode different dimension at once, with such a powerful method, can be justified. Without the excitement, the hunters also returned to the camp one after another. After listening for a while, Ji-sun roughly understood what had just happened. The fact was as he guessed, someone really chose this time to assassinate Mr. Khan. And he really killed him. 13 Kamen Riders? This was also the first time Ji-sun heard the name of this mysterious organization. He also roughly restored the process of the incident from the hunter's excited descriptions. There was a mysterious man in a cloak and a blindfold who intercepted the Lionheart family's convoy on the road. Then, that person alone used a few very strange and mysterious spells to kill Khan. The hunters did not understand what those spells were, and only described some superficial phenomena. But when Ji-sun heard that there was a vision of a three-faced demon god phantom behind the blindfolded man, he thought of something else. Usually, a 4th-level spell card master can cultivate his own demon spell spirit and manifest it as a protective phantom. But it is not easy to directly manifest the vision of the ancient demon god. It is said that only certain spell card masters, who have a high level of comprehension of certain laws, or a few awakened people with legendary demon marks, can do this. And Ji-sun has seen one. That is Chujio. And back in Space 407, when Chujio was still an apprentice, he used that secret method once, revealing a phantom of an unknown demon god. This gave her a terrifying combat power beyond her rank, and killed the A-level disaster fallen which that had been deformed twice at that time. Even with Ji-sun's current cognition, he still couldn't understand what the phantom of the demon god was. But it did not prevent him from guessing that the demon mark fused by Chuchio was one of the 52 demon source cards. That phantom was directly related to her demon mark. Could it be that the killer also fused an epic source card? Ji-sun listened to the description of judgment and balance and felt that it was a bit like the 6th order path mark. This 13 Kamen Riders organization is quite strong, and all members are equipped with epic source cards? No wonder they dared to assassinate the legitimate son of the Lionheart family. Of course, the possibility of impersonation and bringing trouble cannot be ruled out. But none of this mattered to Ji-sun. What mattered was that the lantern-bearer Liu Yu's appearance and assassination had directly attracted the firepower. Am I now a member of that night organization for no apparent reason? Ji-sun listened to the hunter's speculations and felt at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The assassin chose a very subtle time, just when he came out of the other dimension, and Khan was on his way to the scene of the roundup. To outsiders, this was a premeditated assassination by the organization. Even Ji-sun felt that if he was not involved, he would not believe that they were not in the same group after hearing the cause and effect of the incident. Thinking of this, Ji-sun smiled. This is good news for him. Originally, he was ready to deal with big troubles, but he didn't expect that now this 13 Kamen Riders would directly attract firepower. The pressure suddenly decreased by 90%. A small shrimp of the first level, even if he was really wanted, would be the most inconspicuous position. This is a big advantage. The people of the Lionheart family are now looking for the murderer everywhere in the endless wilderness outside the camp. Ji-sun followed the hunters back to the camp. He was not afraid of being discovered. Young Master Khan never saw what he looked like from beginning to end, so the only useful clues were the werewolf transformation and the scalpel. As long as these two features were not exposed, it would be safe. Ji-sun walked into the camp and saw his wanted posters posted everywhere. It looked like they had been posted for many days. There were only 2 clues on it, the werewolf and the scalpel. Ji-sun did not feel any threat and walked towards the camp. After not going out for more than 10 days, the number of hunters in the camp has increased several times. Many new taverns, shops, equipment supply stores, etc. have also opened. Ji-sun originally wanted to go to the hunter tavern to sit and find out what happened before. Unexpectedly, as soon as he walked outside the tavern, he saw the small building with dozens of corpses hanging on it. He stopped. This is the residence of the young Master Khan in the camp. Ji-sun stopped and looked at the corpses for a long time. The corpses swaying in the wind were like flags, declaring the supreme power of life and death of the nobles. Just a glance, he seemed to hear Khan's arrogant threat before. I can swear on the honor of the Lionheart family that you and your family, your friends, your women, all must die. The ugly side of human nature was laid out nakedly before his eyes. Those corpses seemed to be laughing at his incompetence. See, he didn't kill him, the young master did evil again. Ji-sun tilted his head and looked at the hanging corpse, silent for a moment. I don't know what he thought of. He suddenly grinned again. In front of him was a brightly lit building. He turned around and walked into the dark tavern. Ji-sun stayed in the tavern for a while, and roughly figured out what had happened during this period. And what about the corpse hanging outside? It was almost the same as expected. As for the 13 Kamen Riders organization, the information from the intelligence dealer was very limited. All he knew was that it was an ancient and mysterious killer organization. The only valuable information was that Ji-sun knew that there was a rumor that the last time the governor of the Great Cemetery Labyrinth, Chao Si-hai, was killed, it was probably related to this organization. Not long after staying in the tavern, some people from the Lionheart family came back. While searching everywhere, someone posted the bounty notice for the blindfolded cloak man everywhere. Obviously, the assassin was not caught. And the bounty of 100 million became a new topic of heated discussion among the people in the tavern. With such a person to attract firepower, no one paid attention to the first-level assassin from a different dimension. Not long after the notice was posted, the Hunter Union also issued a notice that the train back to Innocent City was suspended due to a malfunction. Now the Thunder Fortress camp is only open for entry and not exit. Everyone knows that this is an excuse, and stopping the train is just to catch the assassin. The hunters are making a big fuss. Several managers of the Hunters Union can't stand the pressure. The people of the Lionheart family stand up. They bluntly said that they would wait until the military sent people to investigate until the truth of Khan's assassination was found out. Before that, no one can leave. This is not a problem in other places. The nobles have all the rights of the territory. If they order curfews and blockades, the civilian class can only obey. But this is Innocent City, the old continent. As soon as these words came out, the hunters in the camp immediately rioted. However, the people of the Lionheart family were also very tough. Perhaps they knew that young Master Khan was killed, and if they let him go, there would definitely be no good results. The Golden Knights directly suppressed the riot with their powerful force. They even blew up the train tracks and blocked the key roads, leaving everyone temporarily trapped in the camp. Seeing this, the hunters were helpless. There is a very dangerous section of the road from the camp back to Innocent City. Without an armored train, it is difficult for ordinary hunters to return alive. Although there are many hunters, they are not united. If they really fight to the death, they will not get any benefits. After some people died, the riots subsided. Ji-sun didn't care. The more chaotic the better. He also wanted to see how powerful the Lionheart family is, and how they can reach out to the old continent. After Ji-sun came out of the tavern, he set up a marching tent in the camping area of the camp. No matter how lively the camp is, he still has to practice. Turning on the tent light, Ji-sun opened the classics and began to meditate and read again. This time he brought out a bunch of Ronin's classics from Outpost War, but he hasn't had time to read them carefully. Now that he has some free time, he can read some leisure books. He also wants to see what kind of ancient civilization the Deland Kingdom that disappeared in history is. What is the connection between these civilizations and the present? Without the blessing of space enlightenment, the manuscripts of Master Ronin and those magic books have no translation, all of which are ancient characters like earthworms. Ji-sun looked at them bit by bit, and translated them by comparing them with the contents he had written down before. And this ancient text seems to be older than the ancient text of Terran, and closer to the advanced demon language. Especially in those magic books, there will be some runes and mysterious symbols that clearly depict the meaning of the law. The content is obscure and profound, and looks very boring. But Ji-sun really enjoyed the feeling of traveling in the ocean of knowledge. His high level of understanding and photographic memory allowed him to digest these profound knowledge faster. Every time he understood a part, he would feel a sense of achievement and satisfaction, as if he had caught a fish in the ocean of knowledge. His intuition told him that these cognitions would also be of great help to his future extraordinary path. The more he understood, the wider the door to the mysterious world would open to him. Time passed quickly without him noticing. Ji-sun's brain was like a high-speed processor, processing the information that entered his mind through his eyes all the time. However, the good times didn't last long. Just when his brain was working at high speed, Ji-sun's expression suddenly froze. His head was empty, as if he was anemic, and his thoughts slowed down. After a long while, he came back to his senses. But Ji-sun didn't feel that surprised. He just looked at his pocket watch and murmured, "Is 2 minutes longer this time than last time?" This was not the first time he encountered this situation. Ever since he had acquired the ability to remember everything he saw, he had been absorbing all kinds of knowledge in the world like a whale. But from one day on, he found that when he was immersed in this learning state, his brain would occasionally crash. It was just a moment before, then a few seconds, and then more than 10 seconds. Ji-sun knew why. His concentration and high comprehension allowed him to learn knowledge efficiently. But sometimes, this is also a disadvantage. It's like a computer that processes too much information in a short period of time, which is prone to jamming and sluggishness. The ability to remember everything at a glance also occupies too much brain memory. Ji-sun has looked up the classics, and knows that the root cause of this problem is still mental power. Before he crossed over, his mental power was far superior to that of ordinary people, but it was pathological and often uncontrollable. In the eyes of the card master, this is a symptom of mild mental distortion. Especially after mastering the skill of mental power to control the flying knife, this out-of-control state became more and more serious. Before, Nanjing gave him the mental secret method she practiced herself. Ji-sun has been practicing recently. The mental power value on the panel has also been improved. But the problem is that the secret method is not compatible enough. The essence of the spiritual secret method is to structure the scattered mental power according to a specific matrix, so that it can grow continuously and steadily. It's like building a high-rise building after having a design to ensure that it will not collapse. This is also the principle of controlling mental distortion. But the problem is that Nanjing's secret method can only restrain one mental power. And there are many in Ji-sun's sea of consciousness. So this problem has never been solved. If this problem is not solved, not only may the mind become distorted, but the telekinetic flying knife will also be greatly limited. With his brain down, Ji-sun did not continue reading, but exhaled a long breath and sighed, "It seems that I have to find a highly compatible spiritual power secret method as soon as possible. But this is not easy. If Nanjing hadn't given me a copy of the spiritual secret method, there would be no place to buy it. He lay back on the chair, wanting to relax for a while. However, when he spread his hands to lie down, the bookmark on the small table was accidentally touched and fell down. Ji-sun picked it up casually. This was a piece of letter paper that was sandwiched in the set of Card Master Encyclopedia that he bought in the black market of Innocent City last time. Because it was of the right size and very beautiful, Ji-sun had been using it as a bookmark. Before, he thought it was an ordinary piece of letter paper. However, at this moment, something strange happened. He picked up the letter paper and was about to put it beside him, but when he glanced at it, his eyes were immediately shocked. Huh? Ji-sun thought that his brain had crashed and he was dazzled. But after a closer look, there was indeed a problem. He clearly remembered that the content on the letter was a little girl asking some questions about the ancient Talon language symbols. Ji-sun had answered with interest before. However, he never expected that the text on the letter, which was already so familiar, would gradually fade away like a faded color. Then it turned into new content. The content is as follows. I didn't expect that I really received a reply. Oh, it turns out that this magical stamp is really useful. Thank you so much. No matter who responded to my request, you have helped me a lot. I found the birthday present my grandfather gave me. Haha, my family is still very surprised. How could I crack the ciphertext of Telugu so quickly? Humph, I won't tell them. Ji-sun saw this and confirmed that it was not his eyes that were dazzled. It was not that his memory was confused. It was that the girl who wrote the letter saw his previous reply, and she even wrote back? Or is it haunted? What's going on? Ji-sun was also confused by this sudden change. But he felt that even if it was haunted, there must be a reason. He looked at the letter over and over again, confirming that it was the same letterhead as before. Enlightenment did not show anything either. It was obvious. This was some kind of extraordinary power beyond cognition. And the letter was just a carrier. The source of this power was no longer on the letter. Ji-sun did not understand how this dialogue across the air in front of him came about. I thought it should be a relic with some kind of extraordinary power. Or a disaster? Magical stamps? What did Ji-sun think of? And below, a paragraph gradually emerged, but I encountered a problem recently. After the coming-of-age ceremony, according to the family rules, the peers in the family will have a business competition. Whoever wins in the business can get a lot of rewards, and the family resources will be tilted in the future. I also have my own small shop. But I don't know how to run a business at all. After I took over the store, it has been running the same as before, and there is no difference. But I want to win the reward. It's really distressing, so I can only come to you for help. Ji-sun saw the handwriting of the beautiful font gradually written on the new signature, and his expression was solemn and curious. It felt like the internet chat box suddenly popped up in the previous life. Was he talking to someone through some mysterious power? Ji-sun didn't expect that this extraordinary world actually had such a way of communication. Looking at the words, he seemed to see a girl holding a pen, lying on the table, and writing these help messages. After reading the above content, Ji-sun suddenly felt a little bit amused again. Why does it feel like a girl got an Aladdin's lamp and used it to make a wish? Now he understands the function of this letter. It is definitely not random. It is a bit like a directional drifting bottle, through mysterious power, directed to someone who can solve the relevant problem. After all, Ji-sun was able to answer both questions. There must be some kind of causal connection for this letter to appear in front of him. But the question is secondary. Ji-sun thought of something else. What kind of family is this? Such a powerful treasure is actually used to ask these small questions? Huh? While complaining, a sudden flash of inspiration came to him. Ji-sun thought of something. The lower class people have come into contact with the unspiritual secrets, but the nobles can definitely do it. It's good for children from ordinary families to be able to recognize words. Those who can use Talon ancient text as a guessing game are definitely young ladies with a deep background. No matter where this letter came from, since she can ask me questions, can I ask her questions too? This idea popped up in Ji-sun's mind, and his brain suddenly became active, thinking that there seemed to be no harm in trying anyway. He picked up the pen and started writing. But before asking questions, he had to show his respect and solve the other party's questions. As for other things, he was still unsure. Business management. The business in this card master world is very primitive. There are too many classic business routines in the previous life. Ji-sun suddenly thought of the Big Ivan's secret treasure shop. Those business ideas are considered top-notch in this world, but they were also common in a previous life. Judging from the situation described by the girl, it should be a finished product store that was taken over. For the same products, if you want to stand out, you can only compete with service. Ji-sun searched the knowledge in his mind and wrote down methods that can improve customers' shopping experience, such as discounts and promotions, opening draws, VIP levels, kneeling services, money-burning subsidies, sexy beauty sales, key account specialists, and VIP private dances. Then I also wrote about things like Pink 60 cuts down the price, Black Cat genuine products, delivery within an hour, discounts for new customers, whoever wins the losers wins the world, and it is easy to make money from women and dogs. These market-proven business concepts and methods. The financial tycoons in the past made a lot of money with these methods. The girl who wrote the letter is obviously not short of money. These methods are very suitable for her status. Greed is the root of human nature. The times and environment are different, but the essence behind these methods is the same. Ji-sun tried his best to express these methods in a language that fits this world. I don't know if there is a length limit for the information conveyed by the letterhead, so I thought I would leave some for next time. He only wrote a few in detail, and for the others, he simply mentioned the concept. Then, he wrote down his true purpose. Sorry, I also have a confusion. My mental power seems to be distorted. In my mind, can you give me some advice? How should I deal with it? Ji-sun looked at the content of his reply on the new signature and exhaled slightly. He replied, but he didn't know whether the other party saw it. And this communication method seems to be one way. In other words, he can only reply when the other party takes the initiative to initiate communication. Calculate the time of the last reply. It seems that the delay is not short. Ji-sun is not in a hurry. Instead, he feels that this mysterious communication method has made him discover another little fun in life. If he can really get a response for Ji-sun, isn't it like having an Aladdin's lamp? After writing it, Ji-sun didn't think much about it. He still used this letter paper as a bookmark and stuck it in the book. I don't know what the trigger condition is, so try not to change the existing conditions. After resting for a while, when the feeling of downtime in his mind completely disappeared, he began to meditate and read again. Chapter 116. 2 days passed in a flash. The incident of young Master Khan being assassinated became more and more serious, and the hunters in the Thunder Fortress camp became more and more dissatisfied. Now the hunters can't go back, and those hunters who came back from the ruins are also piled up in the camp, and the number of people is increasing. Not only the hunters are trapped, but also some special guys. In the small building of Cayenne Chamber of Commerce in the camp, a mysterious woman with a black veil on her face is standing in front of the window, looking at the crowded camp in front of her. Her silver pupils, like the moon, are shining. Behind her stood a hunchbacked old man who looked lifeless. Looking at the people of the Lionheart family, who were still searching everywhere in the distance, the silver-eyed woman murmured to herself, "What a pity! It's rare for such a high-ranking noble to come to Innocent City. Originally, I wanted to use the young Master Khan to get close to the top of the Lionheart family, but I didn't expect that he would be killed just after I got the disguise." Hearing this, the hunchbacked old man responded in a hoarse voice, "Recently, more and more nobles have come to Innocent City, and there may be opportunities in the future." After a pause, he continued, "It's those guys from Bureau X who are still haunting us. They came to the Chamber of Commerce yesterday to investigate, and may have discovered some problems. If we don't solve them, they will keep causing trouble for us. The silver-eyed woman, then just kill them all together. It just so happens that the last sealed relic has been found, and the restrictions on the 4-pillar seal have been basically lifted, so it doesn't matter if they are exposed now. The weeping angel still needs some soul nourishment, so let's sacrifice these people in the camp. If we act now, the 13 Cayman riders can help us attract the attention of the top leaders of the Federation." The hunchbacked old man, yes. Ji-sun walked slowly on the street of the camp. In addition to practicing and studying in the tent every day, he would also walk out in the evening when the tavern was the most crowded and inquire about the news. The tavern was still the most crowded and lively place in the camp. Ji-sun squeezed into the Hunter Tavern like the previous 2 days. Then he sat down in the corner of the bar and ordered a beer. There has been no new supply in the past 2 days, and the price of beer has increased almost tenfold. This is no longer a luxury that ordinary hunters can afford. Ji-sun sat at the bar, drinking and listening to the news as usual. The hunters talked most about the old news about Khan's assassination the day before yesterday, mixed with various rumors that were difficult to distinguish between true and false. After listening for a long time, Ji-sun found the only reliable thing to be that the federal military would arrive tomorrow. "I heard that an important person from the Lionheart family will also come. Most hunters are pessimistic and resistant to this news. After all, these noble lords, who are high up, are not friendly to the lower class. Before, the young Master Khan killed hundreds of people for no reason in order to find an assassin. No one knows what will happen when the people from the Lionheart family come. But there is nothing they can do. For most hunters, their current situation is like a shipwreck trapped on a deserted island. If we really rush blindly into the unexplored old continent, it is like tying a raft to the sea. The risk is much greater than staying in the camp. There is also some information about the land reclamation. A group of hunters have discovered several new dimensional spaces deep in the ruins, and no one has yet come out alive. Some people speculate that it may be a new war mode space. There are many and mixed messages. Ji-sun drank it in a sip. He sat for nearly an hour. After listening and listening, he wanted to leave after hearing no more valuable information. But at this moment, 3 people suddenly walked into the door of the tavern. The leader was a sturdy middle-aged man wearing a leather jacket, followed by 2 young people, a man and a woman. All 3 of them covered their faces with scarves, and the 2 behind them covered their bodies with deerskin cloaks. Ji-sun looked at these 3 people, and felt that they looked familiar. Although these 3 people were also dressed in hunter costumes, their temperament did not look like low-level hunters. The 3 also walked towards the bar. The man in the jacket waved to the bartender and said, 3 beers. As soon as he opened his mouth, Ji-sun immediately recognized the rough voice, and was surprised. Those 3 guys from Bureau X? At this moment, he finally knew where that familiar feeling came from. Aren't these the 3 people who chased the plague Dr. Heisen when Innocent City wiped out the Silver Moon sect's stronghold? He remembered the one in the leather jacket was called Xie. He had a good impression of him. After all, he was able to successfully get the scalpel that time thanks to this guy who kept his promise. But why did they come to the ruins of Thunder Fortress? This kind of official investigators with a job doesn't have to risk hunting to make a living. In an instant, Ji-sun thought of something else, and thought, could they be here to chase the people of the Silver Moon sect? Then his thoughts turned, and the possibility was not small. It was the case last time. It is likely to be the case this time. And there is another point. Ji-sun also guessed that those people from the Silver Moon sect might really come to this ruins. In the previous outpost war in the other dimension, the god of the demon camp was Arachne, the lord of dreams and pleasures. This is the old god that the Silver Moon sect believes in. Ji-sun has personally seen the altar, the statues, and so on. The old heritage in that space is much more complete than the current half-baked Silver Moon sect. If the people of the Silver Moon sect knew about this situation, they would most likely come to look for those ancient heritages. And maybe there are more than just that one space. When Ji-sun thought of this, his expression was a little strange. Could it be that someone from the Silver Moon sect really came to look for the old god's heritage, and then these 3 people from Bureau X came after them? It seems that he and this old sect are really incompatible. They can be seen everywhere. However, he didn't have time to think about it. As soon as Xie Guizhong sat down, the drinker next to him tried to sneak away. The mushroom-headed and short-haired girl stood there, and cleverly stopped the guy. Xie Guizhong chuckled and said lightly, "Old Su, long time no see." The sneaky guy shook his head again, and wanted to sneak away. No. You recognize the wrong person. Hearing this, Xie Guizhong muttered to himself, "You forgot me again." As he said this, he smiled and said, "Don't worry. We are not from the Lionheart family. We are from Bureau X, and we want to ask you a few questions." At this time, the man dared to look up at the 3 people. Huh? Although the conversation over there was not loud, Ji-sun still heard it clearly. What a coincidence. The guy who was stopped by Ji-sun turned out to be an acquaintance. It was the old man Su, the Dog King, who had teamed up with him in the other dimension before. It's a small world. Oh no. The camp is small to begin with. There are only 2 taverns, and this guy is an old drunkard, so the chances of running into him are quite high. Ji-sun had noticed this guy before. He was timid when drinking, and kept complaining that the wine was too expensive. He looked a little funny when he took a sip. But thinking that there were many strange people among hunters, Ji-sun didn't pay much attention to it. I didn't expect that he was an acquaintance. He actually survived. Ji-sun recognized Old Man Su and felt emotional. The Dog King is worthy of being the Dog King. It is a real skill for him to survive. But on second thought, if it weren't for the crotch avoidance method mentioned by the old man, it would be difficult for Ji-sun to avoid those ghost monsters in this space. It can be considered a bit of kindness. And he drank for so long just now, but he was not recognized by me. This old man's disguise is really something. Ji-sun thought of something, and narrowed his eyes slightly. However, the following conversation could not be heard. Used a soundproof ban? Ji-sun also frowned slightly. The more mysterious these guys were, the more he thought something might happen. He took a curious look with his peripheral vision. For Ji-sun, who had a photographic memory, lip reading was not a difficult skill. Even if he couldn't hear, lip reading could still help him understand what they were talking about. Old man, I know you are well informed. We want to find out something. Ah, I don't know anything. Did you find the wrong person? I know you are proficient in some secret techniques. Have you found anything unusual in the Cayenne shop? Oh, that secret technique. I just made it up when I was drunk. You three big guys won't really believe it, will you? It's not in vain. Give me money. Brother, just tell me what you want to know. Xie Guizhong seemed to know Old Man Su. But Old Man Su didn't seem to know him. Ji Sun also felt very strange. But these are not what he needs to pay attention to right now. When he read out this information, the bad premonition in his heart became stronger and stronger. Since the people from Bureau X have found this place, there must be some clues pointing to it. At this moment, are there really Silver Moon believers in the camp? To be honest, even if he knew that the Lionheart family was coming, Ji Sun didn't feel much sense of crisis. After all, there was a lot of intelligence, and many things were predictable. But the old believers were different. These people only gave him 2 words of feeling. Weird. Originally, I wanted to take a few more glances and listen to what else they talked about. Unexpectedly, Xie Guizhong seemed to notice it. His eyes twitched slightly, and he raised his eyes. Ji Sun observed these details and quickly retracted his gaze, thinking, what a strong perception. Xie Guizhong and the other 2 seemed to have no interest in paying attention to others. They continued to ask questions with increasingly serious expressions. If he continued to look, he would be noticed. Ji Sun did not plan to stay in the tavern for long. When he met these people, Ji Sun suddenly smelled a hint of crisis. He wanted to leave as soon as possible. At least, away from Xie Guizhong and the other 2. However, the change came very suddenly. Just when Ji Sun stood up and prepared to leave, the change suddenly occurred. The butterfly door opened, and a hunchbacked old man carrying a black cross as tall as a person walked slowly into the tavern. This man looked like he had crawled out of a grave, his whole body exuding a strong aura of death. The cross was dragged on the wooden board, making a rubbing sound from time to time. It was this sound that made people's backs shiver, making the whole tavern seem to have pressed the mute button. The originally noisy tavern suddenly became silent, because the hunchbacked old man came in. Everyone felt as if they were being watched by the god of death, as if they were falling into an ice cave. And beside his ears, he could clearly hear the ancient and profound sacrificial language chanted by the hunchbacked weirdo. Rejoice in the pain and wailing, rejoice in the blood spilling. Wandering in the shadows of the tombs. Thirst for blood, give mortals fear. Joy, dream, thousand-faced moon. Gaze happily at the sacrifice of your devout believers. The first time this man entered the tavern, the spell had just been finished. It was as if some magic ceremony had begun. Ji Sun heard the spell that sounded like the devil's whisper, and felt something was wrong. The clown mask was instantly put on his face. Looking at the cross with dark golden blood, his pupils shrank suddenly. Not good. Relic light and dark cross detailed explanation. 3rd level ancient relic, sacred +9, curse +9, binds the target, can seal the soul fluctuations that are not higher than the law level of the relic itself. This is a torture instrument that imprisoned the soul of an indescribable existence in ancient times. It is a rare seal artifact that is both good and evil in the world. It is soaked in the blood of the gods, and has a strong light and dark pollution characteristic. The attributes of this cross and the light and dark holy nail in his hand are from the same source, and even the content inspired is almost exactly the same. After a glance, Ji Sun was certain that the strange man carrying the cross in front of him was a believer of the Silver Moon sect. Thinking of this, and looking at the iconic hunchback, wasn't he the wanted senior deacon of the Silver Moon sect, Old Man Duan? Looking at his posture, it was obvious that he came with bad intentions. And the hostility was not directed at him, but at Xie Guizhong and the other 2. Dare to come in so brazenly carrying a cross? This guy obviously has the intention to kill. And he is also sure of the kill. It's not good to be affected by a battle of this magnitude. Ji Sun would not wait foolishly for the other party to make a move. Almost the moment he put on the mask, he didn't care what others thought, stepped on the stool, and rushed out of the back door. When he ran, the people in the tavern were stunned for a few breaths, and then they reacted and rushed out of the tavern. In a blink of an eye, the tavern that was packed just now was almost empty. But there were still some people who didn't understand the situation and watched the excitement from a distance. Xie Guizhong and the other 2 had naturally discovered it long ago. But there was no fear in their eyes, and they sat there steadily. Since they were the ones who came to them, they would not retreat. Instead, they felt that it was just right, saving the trouble of looking for those people. But there was a little doubt in their eyes. These guys from the Silver Moon sect did not hide, and dared to show up in front of them? The hunchback weirdo ignored others, and there was only an evil and cold smile on his old face. A black nine-pointed star formation had appeared under his feet, and the chanting had ended. Finally, he shouted softly, "Spiritual art undead disaster." In an instant, as if the gates of hell were opened, the dead air in the nine-pointed star formation under his feet gushed out like a gusher. Seeing this, Xie and the other two not far away suddenly changed their expressions. Ji-sun jumped out of the back door of the tavern without looking back, wanting to stay away from the battlefield. His original plan was to go outside the camp first and observe the situation from a distance. However, he still underestimated the cruelty of the people of the Silver Moon sect. Almost at the moment he jumped out of the tavern, a bright white moon appeared in the sky. Then the ground of the entire camp was lit up with black magic runes, and an unknown wide dead spirit barrier instantly covered the entire camp. Everywhere he looked was a gray dead aura. Seeing this scene, he immediately knew that he had thought too simply. The hunchbacked old man just now was not targeting only Xie and the other two. He was targeting everyone in the entire camp. Ji-sun quickly ran to the entrance of the camp, and his expression changed. The wilderness, where the outline of the mountain could be seen clearly, was now pitch black, and some huge monster shadows could be vaguely seen. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Are those guys going to perform some evil ritual to sacrifice everyone in the camp? His intuition told him that it was very likely. But now Ji-sun was in a dilemma. Leaving the camp was definitely not a good choice, and not going out didn't look good either. Others in the camp didn't understand what was happening yet, and they were all on the street to see the strange moon in the sky. At this time, the dog king, Old Man Su, ran over with a strange cry, "Second boy, come out quickly, run, it's over, it's over, it's over." Hearing the shout, a young man with a rapier on his waist rushed out of a tent not far away. Before Ji-sun could figure out what was going on, something strange happened again. Looking up, a terrifying spiral black hole suddenly appeared in the sky above the camp. Will they summon the bone dragon again? Ji-sun's eyelids jumped. He had seen this psychic spell before. In Innocent City, when the Silver Moon sect went to the auction house to rob the moon, this happened once. But that time was in Innocent City, where there were many masters. The Silver Moon sect was beaten and ran around like a rat crossing the street. And now, this is a wild camp in the old continent. Apart from Xie Guizhong's 3 men whose strength was unknown, he didn't think anyone else had the ability to solve this problem. However, Ji-sun still underestimated. These guys were not going to summon some bone dragon, but a more terrifying existence. At the moment when the black hole appeared in the sky, an indescribable aura suddenly descended, pressuring the entire camp. Ji-sun was no stranger to this feeling, thinking, higher creatures? When he met the Red Baron in the space before, he also had such pressure. However, the pressure this time was even more intense. Looking again, a dead figure slowly appeared in the black hole. However, when Ji-sun saw the huge wings spread out on the back of the figure, his pupils trembled constantly, and he murmured to himself, no way. This time, it was not a bone dragon that was summoned. It was something more terrifying. An angel slowly appeared in the black hole, an angel with a bandage covering his face, gray wings on his back, and a dead body, but the dead air radiated holy light. Ji-sun's eyelids twitched. This kind of existence can also communicate with spirits. It's okay for these guys from the Silver Moon sect to tinker with some underworld stuff all day long. Is it necessary to create such a mythical existence? Chapter 117. A psychic phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky. Before the hunters could react, they found that the entire camp had been shrouded by a huge dead spirit barrier. Except for the camp, the wilderness was surrounded by a sticky black gas. What is that? It has wings, like an angel in mythology. Although the hunters didn't know what happened. But when they looked up at the masked angel in the sky that slowly descended from the black hole vortex, their eyes were filled with fear. The pressure from this higher life comes from the instinctive fear deep in the blood of living things, which makes all humans breathless. There are also differences among higher life forms. Mythical creatures like giant dragons are also higher life forms. But there are some mythological stories recorded in the classics, which describe powerful warriors among humans who successfully slay dragons. It doesn't give people a feeling of being unmatched. But angels are different. This kind of existence is a true god in itself, so Ji-sun found it unbelievable when he saw it. The gods have descended, summoned by mortals? This seems impossible no matter how you look at it. When he looked carefully, he also found that this angel only had a soul, no body. There was a dark blood hole on his chest, and the palms of his hands. The whole soul was in the shape of a cross, which looked like a torture posture. And the mixed breath of death and holy light, the conflict between holiness and evil, also gave people a very strange feeling. Is this the reason why the hunchbacked old man carried a cross into the tavern before? Ji-sun vaguely felt that he seemed to have grasped something key. This strange angel, no matter how you look at it, is not a spiritual object of normal means. But even so, Ji-sun felt a headache and complained in his heart, aren't the old days of the Silver Moon sect only a group of second and third levels? Why are the spells they are tinkering with more and more outrageous now? They were not so strong when they were cleared out in Innocent City before. Who can handle this now? He also guessed that those Silver Moon believers must have found something key and obtained the recognition of the old gods. In other words, the current strength of the Silver Moon sect is unfathomable. Before Ji-sun could think about it, the angel had already landed on a small building in the camp, floating in the air. Hundreds of people on the nearby streets were shocked by the pressure, and could not move. At this moment, a strange scene appeared. The hundreds of people looked up at the angel in the air, as if they were petrified. Then, uncontrollably, strands of white quicksand-like substances were drawn out of their bodies. What did Ji-sun understand? Absorbing souls. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of hunters near the small building seemed to have their souls sucked out, and they instantly collapsed on the spot, no longer breathing. The angel did not seem to absorb souls consciously, but just floated there. But his own status was fatal to humans. At this moment, he was like an out-of-control pollution source, and anyone who approached would die. After absorbing the souls of these hundreds of people, the masked angel began to wander aimlessly in the camp. Wherever he passed, everyone died. Ji-sun's eyes were full of solemnity when he saw this. Being strong is not scary. What's scary is that I can't understand it at all. It's definitely impossible to deal with it head-on. He immediately thought about what means he could use to deal with it. The clown mask is not strong enough now. It can block the second-level mystical spell, but it definitely won't work for the angel soul-sucking spell. The spell pottery jar is used to block curses. I don't know if this attack is a curse. Oh, right. There is also relic light and dark holy nail. This thing is the same as the cross that the hunchbacked old Duan carried before. Ji-sun didn't know if it would work, but he took out the containment card, activated it, and held the nail in his hand. One more preparation means one more chance to save your life. However, a terrifying scene took place in the camp afterwards. Wherever the angel wandered, it shocked and sucked souls, and large groups of hunters fell to the ground on the street. The hunters also wanted to use various purple light bullets, holy water, and other traditional methods to deal with evil spirits to attack this angel of unknown origin. But these methods not only did not cause any harm, but the attack would attract the angel to float towards the direction of those who took action, and another round of harvest. Even the Lionheart family's golden knights of the second or third rank were the same. In front of this extremely high-ranking masked angel, high-level card masters could use various means to struggle a few more times, but they could not escape death in the end. Any means had no effect on him. The population in the camp was very dense, and tens of thousands of human souls were absorbed in a blink of an eye. The soul of the masked angel visibly solidified by 10%. And an even more bizarre scene was taking place at the same time. After the ubiquitous dead spirit energy was infused into the dead bodies of those humans, who died due to the absorption of their souls, they came back to life. It's not a distortion, but a transformation into an undead zombie. The masked angel seemed to have no consciousness, just wandering around the streets of the camp. But the undead monsters had the initiative to kill. They killed crazily in groups in the camp, chasing hunters everywhere. For a while, the huge camp was filled with ghosts and wolves howling, a purgatory-like scene. The people of the Silver Moon sect didn't even do anything themselves, and a spell had already put everyone in a desperate situation. Those old sects really want to sacrifice everyone. Ji-sun took a deep breath when he saw this scene. Now he finally understood why the old believers were hated by everyone in the card division. This anti-human behavior of offering sacrifices at every turn is really a cult. After observing for a moment, Ji-sun also realized that the masked angel summoned by the people of the Silver Moon sect was not a real god. It was more like a defective soul. This was obviously also a sacrifice ceremony, borrowing the souls of tens of thousands of people in the camp to restore some of the abilities that gods should have originally. And the human corpses seemed to become part of the undead barrier. Kill two birds with one stone. The situation is not good. Ji-sun looked at the people of the Lionheart family on the camp wall, and saw that they had no room for resistance. He thought quickly about what to do now. He glanced at the Hunter Tavern. At present, the biggest hope is the 3 people in Bureau X. If they can kill the hunchbacked old Duan, they may be able to solve the current crisis. However, Just as this thought flashed, the window glass of the tavern suddenly exploded. Bang! From this angle, Ji-sun could see Xie Guozhong, who had exaggerated muscles and evil ghost tattoos all over his body, throwing the mushroom-headed boy out like a sandbag. Then another window was knocked open by a figure, and a short-haired girl in a tights rushed out with a serious expression. At the same time, Xie Guozhong shouted, "I hold this guy, you two go first." Seeing this, Ji-sun's eyes jumped. Looking at this situation, it seems that the three guys from Bureau X can't beat them either. The situation became very bad in an instant. The camp was full of undead monsters in a blink of an eye. It was definitely impossible to stay here. Not only in the camp, but also outside. There was a thick black fog in the wild that was pitch black, and countless monsters were wandering around. At this moment, the screams and wails of the hunters, who rushed in first, could be heard. No matter how you look at it, this situation is a dead end. If you can't beat them, there's nowhere to escape. Seeing this, Ji-sun didn't know how to deal with it for a moment. But suddenly, he thought of something. Since he didn't have any ideas, then go find someone with ideas. At this moment, it's hard to say who is the strongest in the camp. But if you want to say who can survive to the end, there is one person who must be mentioned. Dog King, Old Man Su. Now it seems that the old man is definitely quite capable. Thinking of this, Ji-sun thought about the direction that the grandfather and grandson had escaped before, and also looked for it. However, the situation changed too quickly. As soon as he started to move, a chilling aura suddenly rose from the tavern behind him. Ji-sun looked back in surprise, and the original location of the hunters' tavern had been crushed into a ruin by a mysterious force. On the ruins, the two men confronted each other. I don't know what happened, but the hunchbacked old man who was carrying the cross suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, obviously seriously injured. On the other side, Xie Guozhong, with his upper body naked, showed an exaggerated and extremely strong body, and the black and red curse power all over his body rolled out into flames. What is even more eye-catching is the tattoos all over his body. The tattoos that looked like tattoos just now are now completely alive. They are not dead things, but countless living wronged souls and evil spirits. These evil spirits seem to be imprisoned in Xie Guozhong's body. Once exposed to the air, they struggle and roar and want to rush out. But they seem to be bound by an invisible rule, and become part of the red and black evil spirit lingering around Xie Guozhong. Although it looks like a mess of evil, it gives people a sense of righteousness. He stood alone on the ruins, his domineering aura was revealed, and he killed evil spirits and frightened them away. Even the surrounding dead air seemed to be forced back and avoided as if it had a spirit. In terms of momentum alone, he was much stronger than the hunchbacked old man opposite. Ji-sun looked at this scene and sighed in his heart. So strong. So he threw out the two assistants just now, in order to use the ultimate move. At the same time, he thought, is it going to be a reversal? If he really killed the hunchbacked old man, perhaps the crisis in the camp would be resolved. This scene was seen by almost all the survivors in the camp. Those who were still alive almost thought they saw hope. However, in a corner, a wretched old man saw this scene and his face changed drastically. Destroy evil, seal evil, and slay gods. The king of heaven curses his body? What happened to that guy? He didn't have the source card mark, but he actually practiced this forbidden magic technique. The young man next to the old man stabbed a zombie to death with a sword. His bright eyes trembled and he asked with interest, "Grandpa, is it the same forbidden magic technique as the one who assassinated young Master Khan before?" "Yeah." Old man Su was already shaking with fear, and had no interest in talking about forbidden or non-forbidden techniques. He just muttered, "Oh, it's over, it's all over now. That guy from Bureau X actually knows the secret magic of the devil. Although he didn't learn it all, those people from the Silver Moon sect can't kill him." The young man was puzzled when he heard it. Grandpa, isn't it better for that guy to be stronger? Just kill the caster, won't it be enough?" Old man Su said unhappily, "Bullshit. The old believers of the Silver Moon sect don't have the strength to kill the guy from Bureau X, and they will definitely make the weeping angels open their eyes." As he said this, he thought of something and said quickly, "Second boy, remember not to look back when the time comes. When the weeping angel opens his eyes, whoever sees him will die. If you really see him, stare at him and don't blink. Otherwise you will die." "Oh." The young man believed it without a doubt, but also said, "Grandpa, what should we do now?" "Old man Su, what else can we do? Find a way to escape. This undead disaster has not yet become a big deal. There may be a chance to escape. Hurry up, or you won't be able to escape." Boom, boom, boom. The fighting in the camp became more and more exaggerated. As expected, As Old Man Su said, once Xie Guizhong used his ultimate move, the battle instantly became one-sided. Under the strong and powerless oppression, the old man carrying the cross was blown away again and again, smashing through a building from time to time. Although it was strange that the hunchback didn't die. But no matter who looked at it, the ending seemed to be doomed. The hunchback was beaten the whole time, and had no chance to fight back. Even Ji-sun made the same judgment. However, when everyone thought that the battle was already decided, Xie Guizhong, who had the upper hand in the battle, felt more and more uneasy. Although the guy in front of him was not strong enough, he could not be killed. Even after several fatal attacks, he was still hanging on. Xie Guizhong also guessed that this might be the secret method of immortality favored by the old gods. His intuition told him that if he didn't end this battle quickly, the risk would increase. At this moment, Xie Guizhong, who was surrounded by evil spirits, punched out again, and the hunchbacked old man's sternum was dented, and then the whole person flew backwards and hit the wall. This heavy punch mixed with the law of chaotic order is enough to kill any card master below the 3rd level. But it still failed to kill the hunchbacked old man, who seemed to be only at the 2nd level. And this time, after being severely injured, the hunchbacked old man did not choose to fight back. It seemed that the time was ripe. Instead, he stood there and laughed strangely. The King of Heaven's cursed body is indeed worthy of its reputation. You are an extraordinary person, who can master this magic secret art. It's a pity to die. Now I will give you a chance to live. As long as you are willing to believe in the great Silver Moon Saint, you can still keep your life. Xie Guizhong listened to this surrender, and his eyes turned cold. He didn't say anything nonsense. As soon as he stepped on the ground, his figure disappeared from the spot with a whoosh. Bang! A splashing sound of flesh and blood breaking and breaking sounded. He looked again. A few dozen meters away, the hunchbacked old man had been punched through the abdomen by Xie Guizhong, and blood and internal organs were flowing all over the ground. However, even with such a fatal injury, the old man did not show any despair on his face. Instead, he had an extremely ferocious smile on his face and said, "Since you don't appreciate my kindness, then go and die." As soon as he finished speaking, a mysterious force was added, and the blood under his feet strangely condensed into a 9-pointed star magic circle. The hunchbacked old man looked up at the aimless floating Mongolian angel above the camp and shouted, "Angel, please open your eyes." As soon as these words came out, Xie Guizhong sensed something for the first time, and his expression changed drastically. Chapter 118. The battle between the two people in the camp was very fast. It took Ji-sun only 2 more glances to see the result. The hunchbacked old man was punched in the abdomen. This injury looked like he would not survive. However, just when Ji-sun thought it was over, something unexpected happened. The magic light on the hunchbacked old man's body shone, and a ball of black and white light suddenly burst out from the cross beside him. Looking again, the sleepwalking masked angel in the sky seemed to be stimulated by something, holding his head and wailing in pain. No sound was made. But everyone in the camp heard the hysterical howling clearly. The angel seemed to be in unbearable pain, and his hands were like claws, and he began to tear the bandages on his face. What's going on? Ji-sun had a premonition that something big was going to happen, but he didn't know what it was going to happen. In order to be on the safe side, he even transformed into a werewolf. However, it was after the transformation that the sense of crisis that made people's hair stand on end became even stronger. In the distance, the angel tore off the bandage covering his face. In an instant, everyone saw a pair of red pupils with golden blood flowing. At the moment of seeing it, the angel's whole body trembled like a cicada, strange and soul-chilling. The real death harvest began at this moment. What happened? Ji-sun didn't understand anything, just watching the people who were still alive around the camp, falling down in groups like wheat being cut. The white smoke-like soul was completely pulled out of the body, turning into tens of thousands of silk threads, gathering on the angel's phantom. How did those people die? Ji-sun didn't understand. He just blinked, trying to see more clearly. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he was shocked. Teleport. At this moment, he finally understood how the hunters in the camp died. Because at this time, the angel had already appeared in front of Ji-sun's face. At this moment, Ji-sun's wolf body and hair stood up, as if he was staring at the god of death face to face. Finally, he understood what the strange tremor was. The weeping angel absorbed the soul of the person at a speed beyond the range of human vision and returned to its original position. In the blink of an eye, he had moved back thousands of times. That's why people can see the vibrating double image, like the sound of cicadas with their naked eyes. At the moment of looking at each other, Ji-sun clearly felt goosebumps all over his body, as if his heart stopped for a moment. Even with his current mentality, Facing this existence that was too much beyond his cognition, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. At this moment, he clearly felt the unprecedented experience of death coming. In his field of vision, he saw a beautiful and delicate face. But it was extremely painful, and golden blood flowed in his eyes. Death and holiness intertwined on his face, like a soul imprisoned, in pain, but unable to break free. Just a glance, Ji-sun seemed to have brought his soul into the abyss of despair. Enlightenment also emerged at the same time, and the spell pottery jar exempted you from the soul curse damage from the weeping angel. Ji-sun's heart had no time to rejoice. In a blink of an eye, it disappeared again. In another blink of an eye, he came again. Turning around, he also came. Enlightenment appeared frequently. After 3 times, Ji-sun resisted blinking, and the angel stopped coming. He had already understood some rules. He could not let the angel disappear from his sight, otherwise he would be killed by teleportation. What a strange ability. Ji-sun widened his eyes. It was the first time he encountered such a bizarre situation. If it weren't for the spell pottery jar that could exempt the curse, he would have died many times just now. But he didn't die, so Ji-sun became very interested. If it was somewhere else, he would really be interested in studying the killing rules of this weeping angel. But it is not possible now. This is the undead barrier of the Silver Moon sect. Just now, after the angel opened his eyes, he killed tens of thousands of people in the camp in almost an instant. If he really waited a little longer, there might be other changes. Ji-sun did not dare to bet that the pottery jar would work every time, and he did not know whether the Silver Moon sect had any other means. He had to find a way to leave here first. Thinking of this, Ji-sun did not hesitate anymore and rushed out of the camp. Even while running, he kept his eyes on the angel and did not dare to blink. Soon, he smelled a familiar smell. Just before the angel opened his eyes, Old Man Su and his grandson quietly left the camp and walked into the thick black fog outside. But because both of them were of low rank, they didn't dare to walk fast in the undead enchantment, which was full of undead monsters. And suddenly, they were startled by the footsteps behind them, thinking that some monster was chasing them. The young man even drew out the rapier from his waist in an instant. At this time, the two saw a werewolf carrying them on its back in the black fog from under their crotch. It wasn't a monster, and the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Grandpa, wasn't that before? Shoo. Ji-sun caught up with Old Man Su, and was surprised to see that the grandfather and grandson were really alive. He, Ji-sun, walked backwards in front of the two of them, and looked at the grandfather and grandson walking with their buttocks stuck in their crotches, but he didn't think it was funny. Instead, he suddenly thought of something. These two people are using this method to avoid some monsters of the vengeful spirit system. Without even any hesitation, Ji-sun suddenly turned around, buried his head in his crotch, and made the same move. And just when he turned around and lowered his head, enlightenment reminded him again, "You have exempted a soul curse." Ji-sun felt more and more strange now. It was obviously surrounded by black fog, and the angel should have been invisible for a long time. But the fact is that the angel was always in front of him, like a shadow left in his eyes, lingering, and he was always there. The three people looked at each other with their butts sticking out, and the atmosphere was indescribably strange. Seeing the werewolf, the grandfather and grandson also guessed who the person was. There have been wanted posters posted everywhere in the camp recently, so it can only be that person. Old Man Su recognized him, but pretended not to recognize him, and complained in his heart. Khan was assassinated, and everyone who had contacted the space before was affected. He and his father were the only two people who survived except the two parties involved, so they were naturally wanted. It was not easy to hide until now, but they encountered this situation again. Based on Old Man Su's many years of survival experience, it is best to stay away from this kind of troublemaker to ensure safety. But due to his strength, he dared not speak. His eyes were full of resentment and wretchedness. After all, the three of them had met once before in the other dimension. There was even some affection, in which they gave each other equipment. The young man seemed much less distant, but looked at Ji-sun's eyes, and never turned away, so he asked, "Why are you looking over there?" Ji-sun looked at the mysterious runes drawn in blood on the faces of the two people, and knew that he might have found the right one. These two people probably really knew how to get out. Ji-sun thought that the old man might know something, and said truthfully, "I saw the weeping angel. So you can't look away." The boy didn't finish his words, and didn't understand what it meant. Old Man Su, who was standing by, looked surprised and blurted out, "You saw the weeping angel, but you're still alive?" "Yeah." Ji-sun didn't want to explain why he didn't die. But as soon as he thought about it, he caught a hint of other information from this sentence. This old man Su actually knew that seeing an angel would kill him? Oh, that's right. The grandfather and grandson didn't die. If they weren't lucky enough not to see it, then they knew some taboos about the weeping angel in advance. The old man is quite genuine. Angels only exist in myths and legends, but he knows them? Ji-sun couldn't solve this problem by himself, so he asked directly, Senior, do you know the weeping angel? Is there any way to solve my current situation? Knowing that he was a master, he naturally used honorifics. When old man Su heard the word senior, his face twitched violently, and he looked sad. He didn't have the demeanor of a master at all. He didn't know what was going on, but he obviously didn't want to cause trouble. Oh, how can I understand those things? Ji-sun thought of the scene in the tavern where Xie Guizhong asked this guy questions, and directly took out a stack of banknotes. If the senior can solve my doubts, we can discuss the information fee. This trick really works. The old man looked at the money, and his eyes lit up. This wretched demeanor really doesn't match that of a master. Although it was still a bit embarrassing, for the sake of the money, he also asked, why didn't you die? Ji-sun said lightly, I have a relic that can exempt me from the curse. The old man listened to this and obviously knew that he had concealed something, and said casually, even if this weeping angel only has a residual soul, that kind of rule pollution is not. He didn't finish his words, and suddenly swallowed the second half of the sentence. He originally wanted to say that something that could exempt from that curse was not an ordinary relic. But thinking that prying into other people's secrets might bring disaster, he quickly stopped talking. After receiving the money, old man Su didn't hide it, and said, I read in an ancient book that if you encounter this kind of situation, unless you are strong enough to resist that kind of pollution, you will almost certainly die. He paused, and looked at Ji-sun with a strange look, and said, now that you are not dead, as long as you run far enough, you should be able to survive. But before that, you have to keep staring at him, not blinking, not turning, not letting any obstacles block your sight, in short, not letting him disappear from your sight. Otherwise, he will chase you. Ji-sun was relieved when he heard it. Originally, he didn't have much hope. After all, no one has ever seen an angel, let alone know how to deal with it. Unexpectedly, an old hunter in the hunter camp really knew. No matter if it is useful or not, it is a direction. After saying that, old man Su hesitated to speak, and it was obvious that he was struggling with how to express tactfully. Let's say goodbye now. Such words. Ji-sun also pretended not to understand and wanted to ask something else. Unexpectedly, at this time, hurried footsteps were heard again behind him. Ji-sun and the grandfather and grandson both changed color, and the three of them were facing a great enemy. Those who are still alive now are most likely monsters or enemies. However, before the three footsteps in the black fog approached, Xie Guizhong's rough voice was heard, Old Su, it's us. Ji-sun listened with a trace of caution in his eyes, and instantly changed back to human form from the werewolf state. Although I don't know how these three people are still alive, it is an official organization after all, so it's better not to expose my identity as an assassination suspect in front of them. In a blink of an eye, Xie Guizhong and the other two came over. Looking at the three people walking with their butts sticking out, the three of them were stunned and embarrassed. But Xie Guizhong seemed to know this method, without any burden of being an expert, and buried his head in his crotch, and sighed at the same time, oh, I knew you had a way, old man Su. As he said that, he did not forget to call the two assistants, you two should learn it too. This is a very practical secret method to avoid evil spirits and undead monsters. The mushroom-headed man was also very curious and followed suit. An looked at the 5 men in front of her with their butts sticking out, and her face became strange. Although she could face death without frowning. But if she really had to do this action, she always felt very ashamed. An looked at the 5 men looking at her, and felt even more uncomfortable being stared at, and reluctantly joined the group of sticking out their butts. In this way, the 6 people walked in the black fog with their buttocks sticking out, in a strange posture, and in a weird atmosphere. But the effect was also very obvious. They could clearly hear some monster sounds in the black fog just now. After the 6 people used this secret method, they seemed to be invisible. Ji-sun was also a little helpless when he met the 3 people from Bureau X. Having just seen Xie Guizhong's fighting power, he knew very well that if this guy really wanted to take action, it would be useless whether he turned into a werewolf or not. Instead, he was interested in the black box in the hands of the 3 people, and guessed what might be inside. Disaster object? Treasures like these. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the 3 of them to survive here. Originally, I wanted to pretend that I didn't know him. But after all, I was the only one among the 6 who was walking in the right direction. It would be strange if this posture didn't attract attention. The mushroom-headed man blinked. Sir, have we met before? Ji-sun didn't say anything. But he knew that he should have been recognized when they met just now. At least Xie Guozhong recognized him. But he didn't say it. Fortunately, the mushroom-headed man didn't ask much, but just asked curiously, why are you walking backwards, still looking over there? Old Man Su's expression was not very good, and he responded for him. He saw the weeping angel, so he could only keep looking like this. Otherwise the angel would catch up. Mushroom Head was like a curious baby, asking, then why do you keep staring at the angel? The two of them had left the camp before the angel opened his eyes, and did not see what was behind. Old Man Su said, the curse of the weeping angel is a rule-based taboo. Once you see it, you can't let it out of your sight, otherwise it will teleport over and kill you immediately. You guys should be careful too, it's best not to look around. If you see it, you have to keep staring at it, don't blink. Xie Guozhong and the other two suddenly realized, no wonder. Old Man Su's tone was full of helplessness. Originally, I wanted to stay away from trouble, but I didn't expect that the trouble seemed to be getting more and more. Once the three people from the X-Bureau came, if the believers of the Silver Moon sect came, they would definitely fight if they met. Before the old man could say take care of yourselves, Xie Guozhong smiled and said in the tone of an old friend, Old Man Su, how should we get out now? Old Man Su frowned and asked instead of answering, did you really know me before? Xie Guozhong's eyes also showed a trace of reminiscence, and he said, yes. 20 years ago in Longcheng, we drank together. You old thing, you said you owed me a drink at that time. But you disappeared for 20 years. If I hadn't come to Innocent City to handle the case, I really wouldn't have known that you came to the old continent. As he said this, he obviously knew why, and sighed, it seems that your amnesia is not cured yet. Oh! Hearing that the other party could talk about his forgetfulness, and that they had drunk together, Old Man Su knew that he might be an old acquaintance, and said, yes. The older you get, the more you forget things. It seems that he really forgot. Xie Guozhong also sighed and asked, did you find what you were looking for? When Old Man Su heard this question, there seemed to be a ripple in his cloudy eyes, and he shook his head, no. But now is obviously not the time to chat and help recall. Xie Guozhong frowned and asked, let's not talk about this. How are we going to get out? Old Man Su asked back, can you kill the caster? Xie Guozhong said helplessly, I can't kill him. I just tried. Those old believers should have awakened some of the will of the old gods. Now they are blessed by the power of the gods, so it is difficult to kill them. More importantly, it is the angel. The disaster objects I brought can't withstand the curse, so I can only run away first. Alas, there will be a lot of trouble later. It's really a big trouble. Old Man Su's face wrinkled up when he heard it. It seemed that he didn't hide it because he knew him. He continued, I don't remember it clearly. But this should be the forbidden spell magic of the undead system, the undead disaster. It's just that the caster's level is not high enough, and now he has made a half-finished product. Otherwise, once the barrier covered us, we should have died long ago. I remember that I can get out by walking like this. But I'm not absolutely sure, I can only take it one step at a time. Ji-sun listened to the conversation between the two and analyzed their relationship in his heart. Xie Guozhong and Old Man Su knew each other 20 years ago, but why did he forget? This Old Man Su's origin is very mysterious. No wonder he can survive from so many different dimensions. It's no wonder that he has these incredible supercognition and means. However, they didn't say it. Ji-sun had no way of knowing. However, he was more concerned about other things. Originally, he had to keep staring in one direction, and he didn't think it was a big problem. But as he walked, Ji-sun suddenly found that the weeping angel that was getting smaller and smaller in his vision was now enlarged. Xie Guozhong and the other five didn't look behind them. They didn't know what happened. But their sharp perception made them discover something. It seemed that something was chasing them silently. The five people seemed to have sensed something, but they didn't dare to look back. They all looked at Ji-sun, who was the only one looking behind them. What happened? Ji-sun's eyelids jumped, but he didn't hide it, and said, Senior Su, I want to ask. The angel suddenly got closer. What's the situation? Old Man Su was stunned. What? The other five people all changed color at the same time. Ji-sun's words expressed the worst expectation. Old Man Su asked again, did you blink? Ji-sun said affirmatively no. He was also sure that he had not let the angel out of his sight just now. But he still came. Hearing this, Old Man Su was also confused and asked again, how close? 1 second ago, the distance was about 300 meters, and now? Ji-sun couldn't help but twitching his eyes as he said, it's right behind you. At this moment, The weeping angel was floating a few meters away, and he could even clearly see the faint light emanating from that beautiful face. But strangely, none of them died. Old Man Su's eyelids twitched violently. Even Xie and the other 4 felt the hairs on their back stand up. They had seen the weeping angel just now, and now it was right behind them. It was scary, not to mention murderous. But since they were chasing after him, why didn't they do anything? They didn't dare to look back. I can only keep walking like this. The 6 people all guessed that it was because of this posture that they were not seen. But it was also a solution to keep wasting time like this. Old Man Su was so scared that his voice trembled a little, and asked, "Is he looking at you, or at one of us?" Ji-sun replied, "Me." The angel's eyes were dull, but he was indeed coming for him. Hearing this, Old Man Su immediately laughed awkwardly, and complained in his heart, "Big brother, I knew that nothing good would happen if I met you. I shouldn't have asked for money and walked faster. But it's useless to say more now." The old man thought of something and said puzzledly, "No, that's not right. Now the weeping angel is just a remnant soul, and should be unconscious. How could he catch up? And that's a trapped soul. He can't leave the soul carrier too far at present." The young man next to the old man asked, "Grandpa, what is a soul carrier?" "It's usually the weapon that kills a creature before it becomes a vengeful spirit. Resentment is also a kind of spiritual energy, which will attach to the weapon like an anchor. It can carry the soul, and will not disintegrate. It is roughly equivalent to the body of the resentful spirit." The old man briefly explained and said to himself, "This is even more wrong. How could he follow me?" He looked at Ji-sun again and asked, "Think about what you did before, or do you have anything special on you?" After saying this, the 5 people looked over. Ji-sun also immediately thought of something. He took out the light and dark holy nail and asked, "Could it be this?" The only possibility he could think of was this thing. I had seen the properties of the cross before, and it was almost exactly the same as this nail. If I guess correctly, this holy nail was one of the murder weapons that nailed a bleeding hole in the angel's body. Seeing the strong light and dark characteristics on the nail, the corner of Old Man Su's eyes twitched. He looked at Ji-sun again, and his resentful and vigilant eyes seemed to speak, "You guys are not a Silver Moon cultist, otherwise how could you have this thing?" However, the other 3 knew the origin of the nail. Xie and Mushroom Head were not surprised at all, and they could tell at a glance that this was something that leaked out when the auction house was robbed. Although they didn't know why the thing fell into his hands, thinking that this guy dared to lure and kill the 2nd-level plague Dr. Heisen when he was an apprentice of Master Ka, one thing that can be confirmed is that this person is definitely not a Silver Moon believer. And An was a little slow to react. She thought Xie didn't see it, so she quickly reminded him, "Captain." Xie didn't say anything. Ji-sun felt uncomfortable being stared at by those eyes, so he explained, "I got it by chance when I killed a few believers during the auction robbery." Xie raised his eyebrows, but didn't care about this statement. He was obviously more concerned about something else, and asked a question that he hadn't had time to ask before, "Are you a member of the 13 Kamen Riders organization?" Ji-sun said, "No." Xie raised his eyebrows. "Oh." Listening to him, the fierce light in his eyes immediately dissipated. Ji-sun felt that it was very refreshing to communicate with such an honest person like Xie. If you tell him, he will believe it. No need to explain it in a long-winded way. But now is not the time to explain in detail why the nail is in Ji-sun's hand. The angel is right behind him, and maybe in the next moment, several people will die on the spot. Old Man Su also guessed a little bit when he saw the expressions of Xie and the other 2. But as long as it is not an old believer, it will be fine. He doesn't care where the nail came from, but with this thing, his memory seems to be stimulated by some kind of directional stimulation, and suddenly said, "Oh, I have an idea. Maybe we can completely solve the problem of angels." After hearing this, Ji-sun and the others all looked over. Old Man Su said, the angel was imprisoned by necromancy, not really controlled. Besides, the psychic's rank was too low, and he couldn't control it at all. The most important reason why he could communicate with the psychic was that he had the soul carrier of the cross in his hand. Ji-sun and the others listened with unchanged expressions, as they had thought of this a long time ago. Old Man Su continued, "But angels are high-level creatures, and it is impossible for them to be willing to be controlled by humans. Even if it is a remnant soul, he will instinctively want to escape the slavery of that kind of spell. And he must have sensed the presence of the holy nail before, so he has been following you." After hearing this, Ji-sun and the other 5 also felt that the logic was correct. So what? Old Man Su didn't beat around the bush and said the method, "I have an idea that if we regard this nail as his soul, we may be able to collect him and make him no longer controlled by the caster." The weeping angel is like a source of pollution. The ability to kill people and absorb souls is released passively. He has no subjective consciousness now. As long as it is put away, the threat will disappear. Or it will be greatly reduced. Ji-sun and the other 5 people listened to this method and thought it was feasible. Xie Guizhong also narrowed his eyes slightly and said, if the problem of the angel can be solved, maybe I can go back and completely eliminate those old believers. The matter is directly related to him, Ji-sun asked, so what should I do now? Old man Su said unceremoniously, lend me some of your blood. Ji-sun asked cautiously, can other blood be used? Actually, I want to ask, why don't you use your own? Old man Su shook his head and said, the existence of vengeful spirits, obsession is usually causal and directed. If I'm not mistaken, this nail is the murder weapon that sealed him back then. As he said that, he glanced at Ji-sun with a strange look as if he was wondering why this thing was in your hand, and continued, since you have this nail, part of his obsession has been transferred to you. Maybe the remaining consciousness feels that you can save him, or maybe it's the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. In short, it must be you. Besides, only you can block that soul-sucking curse. Okay. After hearing this, Ji-sun thought about it for a moment, and didn't hesitate. After all, if he didn't do this, it would seem that the angel would always follow him. He cut his finger, and squeezed out some blood. Give me the blood and the nail. Old Su also became active. After all, if the problem was really solved, most of his risks would disappear. He took the nail, dipped his finger in a little blood, and drew a spell on the nail. Ji-sun and the other 5 looked at him drawing the rune with blood, and they didn't think it was anything special at first. However, when they saw the finger drawing hundreds of tracks in the air, they realized that the grade of this spell was quite high. This method was quite powerful. Ji-sun looked at the rune drawn out of thin air, and always felt like he saw the special symbols in the ancient language of Talon that could contain advanced laws. However, there was no time to ask more questions at this moment. As the spell gradually became perfect, the nail also lit up with black and white light. However, while drawing, Old Man Su suddenly stopped and muttered, "Hey, how did you draw the last part?" He obviously forgot something, but then he finished it. Forget it, this is enough. As the last stroke of the spell was drawn, the light and dark holy nail immediately became bright with holy light. Old Man Su looked at the glowing nail, as if holding a hot potato, and quickly threw it to Ji-sun, saying, "You ask him and see if he is willing to go with you." Ji-sun got the holy nail, and the enlightenment showed that there was an additional temporary effect similar to enchantment, called Requiem spell. He tried to lift it up, and asked the weeping angel who had been watching, "Are you willing to go with me?" The tall angel had no intelligence, his eyes were blank, and he didn't seem to understand. But the nail didn't have the restraining force that made him uncomfortable. The remaining instinct made him unconsciously drift towards Ji-sun. At this moment, the blood-colored runes on the light and dark holy nails glowed red, and the 2 extraordinary characteristics of holiness and evil surged out. The angel seemed to sense something, and the originally translucent shadow rushed into the holy nail. The blood-colored rune dimmed instantly. The holy nail had returned to normal. The 6 people looked at each other in bewilderment. Ji-sun had originally been trying it out, but he didn't expect it to work. Did the holy nail take away the angel? The fact made people feel like they were in a dream. But in an instant, the 6 people all felt that the invisible pressure on their shoulders was really relieved. The biggest threat disappeared. Chapter 119. Old Man Su drew runes with blood on his hand, and the weeping angel was directly put into the holy nail of light and darkness. At the same time, the hunchback old man who was still in the camp suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his expression changed suddenly. How is it possible? He quickly chanted the spell, but after trying several times in a row, he found that the cross beside him had no movement at all, and he could no longer sense the existence of the angel. Although he didn't know what happened, it was definitely not good news. The soul of the weeping angel was obtained after breaking the ancient seal. As long as they sacrifice enough souls, even if it is just a remnant soul, they will not have to hide like this in the near future. I thought the angels could provide great help for the revival of the sect, but I didn't expect that they would lose control and disappear after just using them twice. The hunchbacked old man would never dream that the light and dark holy nail that was robbed before would be in the camp by chance. What's even more coincidental is that there is an old man Su who can summon the souls of angels. At this time, a veiled woman quietly arrived in the camp full of wandering zombies. The hunchbacked old man said anxiously, "Chief, the angel is out of control. You go first." He knew very well that without the weeping angels, the undead scourge, which had not yet become a force to be reckoned with, could not stop the guy from Bureau X. Hearing this, A solemn look flashed across the woman's silver moonlight crystal eyes, and she shook her head and said, "It's too late." At this moment, the two saw a muscular man with evil spirits all over his body running towards them. The person who came was Xie from Bureau X. Xie and the other two came here to deal with the belief pollution incident in Innocent City. Before, they thought that it would be just some small shrimps polluted by the belief of ancient relics, just like they had dealt with countless times before. At least they still thought so when they were in Innocent City. However, they didn't expect that this time when they came to the Thunder Fortress camp, the wanted criminals of the Silver Moon sect used the Weeping Angels in one hand and the Undead Scourge in the other, which almost made them suffer a great loss. Judging from the current situation, if we let these believers go today, it may be a big trouble if we meet them next time. Faith is immortal, and gods are immortal. Xie felt that these guys might have mastered the key to reviving the old gods. The old continent does have great opportunities, but it also gives these old believers a great help. So even if it is risky, he decided that he must kill these old believers here this time. Bang! 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 The battle from the camp was very fierce. Xie fought back. Ji-sun and his men did not run around in the dark world of the undead. The 5 of them waited there. Xie was very powerful, and had many pieces of equipment for the old believers. Without the angel, the people of the Silver Moon sect might not be able to gain any advantage. The fact was as they expected. Not long after the battle, the dark undead aura around them gradually dissipated. The vision gradually became clear. The outline of the camp with lights on also appeared in the field of vision. However, looking back at this time, the steel-cast mechanical camp was now in ruins. The walls made of thick steel plates and rivets were full of gaps caused by energy, and the buildings in the camp were also destroyed. The silver moon in the sky had disappeared. The ending could be guessed from this situation. Since the old believers had retreated, there was no need to run around. Ji-sun and the other 5 returned to the ruined camp. As soon as I walked in, I saw Xie wearing a windbreaker, sitting on a metal box in the ruins, smoking a cigarette, thinking about something solemnly. Assistant On walked over, looked around, and asked, "Captain, where are those old believers?" Xie said lightly, "They ran away." As he said that, he exhaled a puff of smoke from his mouth and said, "The old believers of the Silver Moon sect have become a force to be reckoned with, and the religious pollution is worse than we expected. This time when we return to the Bureau, write a more detailed report. I hope it can attract the attention of the higher-ups." "Yes, Captain." After saying this, the mushroom-headed man beside him also took out his notebook and carefully wrote a record report. After Xie finished speaking, he didn't speak for a long time. Ji-sun also looked around the camp, and strangely, there was no body. It seemed that the sea water receded, taking away the fish and shrimp. The black tide of the undead receded, taking away the bodies as well. The huge camp was empty, making people feel gloomy. If you don't see what happened with your own eyes, I'm afraid no one would dare to believe that there were tens of thousands of living people in the ruins not long ago, and it was very lively. The crisis has passed. Not far away, the old man Su, who was missing his front teeth, had lost all the panic he had when he fled. He was not polite at all, and quietly searched in the ruins. When he found something, he kept muttering, "Oh, I'm rich, I'm rich." He looked so wretched and greedy, and there was no trace of the mysterious master from head to toe. But the more this happened, the more mysterious Ji-sun felt about this old man. He gave people the feeling of seeing an incomprehensible disaster. Before he could think about it, he suddenly heard Xie shouting from a distance, "Old Su, come over and have a drink." Ji-sun looked over and saw Xie had found 2 barrels of beer that had not been broken from somewhere, and greeted him with a smile. He seemed to be in a good mood, and there was no trace of the depression and deepness on his face just now. At this moment, there was only a hearty and heroic smile. Old Su heard that there was a drink, and he ran over happily, "Okay." As he said that, Xie did not forget to greet Ji-sun, "Brother, do you want to have a drink too?" "Okay." Ji-sun listened to the greeting, thought for a moment, and walked over. Together with 2 assistants, the 6 people who had fled together sat at the table made of rotten wooden boards and drank together. Ji-sun originally didn't want to deal with official people. After all, he also had the identity of an assassin. But the current situation is a little delicate, because he has an angel in his hand. If the other party really has bad intentions, he may not be able to leave even if he wants to. But obviously not. And Xie made a good impression on him. Frank, heroic, and upright. In the current situation, he is also interested in getting in touch with it. Another point is that Ji-sun is very interested in the secret method of the evil ghost, and he also covets the cross left in the camp. The light and dark cross soaked in the blood of the angel cannot be stored in the storage space. Now that the angel is gone, the use of this cross is not too big for those Silver Moon believers. Maybe it was too heavy, so it was left behind when they escaped. But after all, this was Xie Guizhong's trophy, and it looked like he was going to take it away as evidence. Ji Sun thought that since he was invited to drink, he should be able to talk. The six of them sat down, poured wine, and got some dried meat and other food, and chatted in the ruins. They had been through hardships together, and they didn't seem as estranged as before. "Old Su, where have you been all these years? You saved me once. In a different dimension. The secret method of hiding your head in your crotch was taught to me by you. Do you remember what you were looking for? Maybe I can help now. Forgot everything? The situation is not critical now, and they can chat about trivial things." Xie Guizhong wanted to reminisce with Old Man Su. The people around him were also curious about their relationship. However, after chatting, they found out that Old Man Su had forgotten everything. The old man seemed to have very serious senile amnesia, and almost all his memories over a year had been forgotten. Through the conversation between the two, Ji Sun also knew why Old Man Su was running around in different dimensions. It was not for treasure hunting, nor for life. It was for finding something. I thought it was a treasure that was hard to find. But what surprised everyone the most was that even Old Man Su himself could not remember what he was looking for. He only knew it was something very important. He was looking for it when he met Xie Guizhong 20 years ago. He is still looking for it now. It seemed that he had forgotten something very important in time, and he wanted to find it back. He not only forgot Xie Guizhong, but even forgot his own name. But he didn't forget to find the thing that was very important to him. Even the skill of drawing spells with bare hands before was not really remembered by him. It was more like muscle memory engraved in his soul. When he encountered a critical situation, he drew it casually. Old Man Su didn't seem to care about the past, but not as much as the wine glass. Many things were still remembered by the boy named Che beside him. The boy was an orphan that Old Man Su met in the City of Innocence. The old man was lonely, and the boy didn't despise him, so he became a little follower. It also became his notebook. Ji Sun was also surprised, and a little sad, when he heard the story of Old Man Su. Most of the time, it was Xie Guizhong and Old Man Su who were talking, and the others didn't say much. Ji Sun also sat in a corner. At this time, Xie Guizhong raised his glass towards Ji Sun. He didn't have the slightest sense of oppression of a master, and grinned kindly. "What's your name, brother?" "Ji Sun." Ji Sun didn't hide anything. Xie Guizhong listened and laughed heartily. "Brother Ji Sun is very powerful. When we met in Innocent City last time, I knew you were definitely not an ordinary person. Now I see that I was right." There was no mention of assassination in this sentence, but it was obviously referring to assassination. After all, the war mode destroyed the 300 beast legions, which must be a difficult plot. But you survived, which is a real skill. Ji Sun was also a little surprised that this official did not ask about the details of the assassination, but cared about this. But he shook his head after listening to this and said, "Your Excellency thinks too highly of me. This is not modesty." He thought it was fine in front of others. But at this table, he dared not be arrogant. Not to mention Xie Guizhong and the mysterious Old Man Su, even the two young assistants, Ji Sun felt that they were not simple. The only one who seemed to see through was probably the boy named Che. Even if it was a test, Xie Guizhong spoke frankly and directly. At this time he asked, "I'm just curious, you are not a member of the 13th Kamen Rider, so which company do you work for?" After all, he is an official, so many things still need to be investigated. Ji Sun said, "I don't work for anyone. I am a lone hunter." "Lone hunter?" Hearing this, Xie Guizhong looked at him more, and a look of astonishment flashed across his eyes. "You know, curse card masters pay attention to the accumulation of resources, demon marks, breathing methods, martial arts, equipment, etc. A lone ranger without power, no matter how talented he is, it is difficult to go far." Hearing this, Xie Guizhong became interested and asked, "Brother Ji Sun, are you interested in joining our Federal Bureau X? I have high hopes for you. If you are really interested, I can be your referral person. The entry procedures will be simplified." Ji Sun was also surprised when he heard this. This person doesn't care about his assassination of a high-ranking noble? Being able to join the X Bureau is similar to the feeling of passing the civil service exam in the previous life. For ordinary people, it is a great opportunity. But Ji Sun is not interested at all. He likes this world only because it is mysterious, dangerous, and exciting, which makes his soul feel alive. Instead of looking for a stable job, he thought that the other party invited him, maybe for that. Angel? The two assistants beside him couldn't hide their surprise, wondering why their captain would invite a stranger. You know, the recruitment threshold of Bureau X is very high. Almost only the best graduates of the federal college are qualified to be interns. Just like the two of them. The first is to ensure the origin of the personnel in the bureau. The second is strength. Longcheng Federal College is a holy place for curse card masters. It can be said that graduates from the Federation Academy may not necessarily become high-level spell card masters, but more than 80% of the current high-level spell card masters have studied in the Federation Academy. The two did not expect that their captain would be so keen on meeting a lone hunter in a place like Innocent City. I may have to think about this. Ji-sun did not refuse directly. I always feel that there may be some contact with this official organization in the future. That's right. Think about it carefully. When I was young, I also felt that I would be constrained, but in fact, the bureau is pretty good. Xie Guozhong laughed heartily, showing his understanding. His words were very sincere, and there was no sense of oppression in the invitation, just like a friend. After thinking about it, Ji-sun did not hide anything and stated his purpose. Before that, if possible, can you give me the light and dark cross? Or exchange it. I think I probably need this thing. He also saw that Xie Guozhong's observation ability was very sharp, even if he just glanced at the cross for a second. The other party had actually guessed that he was interested in that thing a long time ago. He wanted to buy it, but it was obvious that the other party was not short of money. So, he could only vaguely hint that there was an angel in his body, and he needed this thing. If it didn't work, he would exchange it. Although the angel was in the holy nail, Ji-sun didn't dare to say it was his. But the holy nail was undoubtedly his. At present, it seems that the cross is more valuable than an uncontrollable angel. When Xie Guozhong heard this, his decisive character also showed a rare embarrassed expression. He didn't know that Ji-sun wanted the cross for the divine blood on it. He just thought it was for the angel sealed in the holy nail. But in fact, in addition to really thinking that Ji-sun is very suitable for the chaotic order of outlaws, cherishing talent is only one of the reasons. There is another important reason. That is the containment procedure of Bureau X. You know, Weeping Angel, this kind of taboo existence that can cause large-scale death, is the focus of their Bureau X to contain. But now the cause and effect of the angel is on Ji-sun again. If he rashly takes the holy nail, there may be big problems. The correct way to deal with it is to take this person away with him. But it is definitely wrong to arrest him. So the best choice is to let him join Bureau X. There will be more talents in the Bureau, and there will be one more angel, killing two birds with one stone. Xie Guozhong said, this matter involves too much, and it is difficult for me to make a decision. Ji-sun frowned as he looked at him, obviously knowing that this matter was very difficult. It was not difficult about the relic cross. But it was difficult about how to take the angel away. Before this thing went out of control, it took the lives of tens of thousands of people. If it gets out of control in some big cities, the consequences are hard to imagine. Taking it away, and sealing it in the headquarters warehouse, is the most reasonable choice. Xie Guozhong's embarrassment shows that he has never thought of forcing it. With his strength, it is completely possible. Ji-sun is also very self-aware, and does not think he has the ability to control such a dangerous existence. Everyone thought he would refuse and think about bartering. But unexpectedly, this guy suddenly changed the subject, as if he suddenly thought of a good idea. How about this? Let's make a bet. Roll the dice to bet on the size. If you win, the cross will be given to you. If I win, I take it away. By the way, please come with me to the bureau, and then consider whether to join after the visit. Ji-sun narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this, and immediately agreed, okay. He had no interest in ordinary bets. But he was also very interested in this bet, which always felt that winning or losing would affect his future destiny. Xie Guozhong also smiled happily when he heard it, okay. Not only did Ji-sun have a good impression of him, he also had a very good impression of the young man in front of him. But as soon as these words came out, the assistant On's expression changed, and she reminded anxiously, Captain. She knew that the regulations of the Bureau had no binding force on their captain. But that was another time. Last time, he gave the body of the plague Dr. Heisen to this man, with just one sentence. How could such a big problem as Angel be taken away by someone who didn't know the details? Xie Guozhong smiled and waved his hand, signaling the assistant not to speak. He took out 3 dice from somewhere, and tapped them lightly on the table. It seemed to be just a small action before throwing the dice, and no one at the table noticed anything unusual. But old man Su at the side seemed to have seen something, and raised his eyebrows to take another look. He saw the law of order flowing on the dice. But he didn't say anything. Ji-sun naturally didn't see such profound things, but he vaguely felt something as if fate was beating. Xie Guizhong threw the dice, and it turned over on the table. Several people stared at the 3 dice and stopped. Finally, they stopped at the number 3, 4, 5. Not small, but not big either. Xie Guizhong looked at the number he threw, frowned, and muttered, "Not bad luck." Then, he glanced at Ji-sun and said, "It's your turn." Ji-sun didn't think much and picked up the 3 dice. Just as he was about to throw, he felt a palpitation in his heart, as if he had grasped the pulse of fate. It was a stronger feeling than when he gambled his life with that gambler in room 407. This feeling of holding his fate in his own hands always gave him an inexplicable confidence and excitement. He suddenly grinned. Xie Guizhong, who was opposite him, saw this scene and seemed to have noticed something, and his pupil shrank slightly. Ji-sun threw the dice. The dice rolled on the table, and then the number 666 appeared. The people at the table were stunned. The 2 young assistants blinked, a little bit unbelievable. If it wasn't cheating, this was too good luck, right? Even old man Su showed a puzzled look. Ji-sun looked calm, as if he was bound to win. Xie Guizhong looked at the points and narrowed his eyes slightly. But after a moment, he was relieved and smiled heartily. "Okay. You won, the things are yours." If it was any other points, he would still have some doubts about whether his choice was correct. But 666, that is to say, there is no better choice than this. Order made the choice for him, so there was no need to worry about it. Xie Guizhong raised his glass again. "Drink?" Ji-sun also smiled. "Thank you." The 2 of them completed a gambling game that would scare people to death by rolling dice. Seeing the result, Assistant An's face was very stiff, and she always felt that this was too childish. The mushroom head on the side also had a bitter face and asked, "Ah, Captain, how should I write this report?" Xie Guizhong gulped down a sip and said with a look of disapproval, "How to write what? The people of the Silver Moon sect have escaped, and the whereabouts of the cross and the angel are unknown. How else can I write it?" Mushroom head, "Oh." Just when Ji-sun and the others were drinking in the camp, an armored steam train also sped towards the Thunder Fortress camp from the gold-digging port of Innocent City. This is the investigation team of the Lionheart family. In a carriage with a strict barrier defense, there sat a man and a woman. There were no guards present. A single man and a single woman. The man wore a straight gray military uniform and had a signature golden hair, handsome and steady. But there is a highly recognizable scar on his left eye, which gives people a sense of oppression of an iron-blooded soldier. The 4 stars on the shoulders of the military uniform are shining. This is no one else but the youngest 4-star general in the Federation, the real power figure of the Lionheart family, the Golden Lion Carlo. This person also has another identity, that is, the second uncle of the young Master Khan, who was just assassinated. And opposite him sat a woman in a gorgeous red court dress. The woman is about the same age as Carlo, but there is no trace of time on her face. Instead, she is noble and her eyebrows give people a sense of pride of being in a high position for a long time. The 5 major federal congressional families are still discussing how to divide the pie of the old continent. The conservatives even suggested completely destroying the Innocent City and disconnecting the connection channel of the old continent. TSK, those ignorant politicians are really whimsical. The impact of the old continent is too great. No one can guarantee what will be found in this miracle continent. Those people in the parliament are in high positions and have enjoyed privileges for too long. They are afraid that someone can shake the power they already have. It is normal that they don't want to change the existing situation. If we wait until those greedy politicians have finished their negotiations, we will have already established a firm foothold in the old world. General Carlo, don't forget what you promised me. Of course, Lady Catherine. You have the most complete information about the old world, and our Lionheart family has the strongest military force in the Federation. Our cooperation will definitely be very pleasant. The 2 had a good conversation and got the results they wanted. At the end, the woman in the red dress also stood up, smiled and nodded. "Then I wish us a happy cooperation." Even though Carlo was already one of the most powerful figures in the federal military, he did not dare to look down on the woman in front of him. He stood up and supported her hand in a gentlemanly manner. The woman in the red dress smiled charmingly. "Then I won't disturb the general's rest. We should be arriving at Thunder Fortress soon. I go back and change my clothes." Carlo nodded and said, "Come on, send the lady back." The carriage door opened, and the maid came in and respectfully greeted the beautiful lady. After the people left, an old man in a black tuxedo came in with a telegram. "General, I just received a telegram that the 17th Legion of the Beast Legion has set out and is heading to Innocent City. It will arrive in 5 days. When Carlo heard this, he sneered, "Haha, my useless nephew has helped the family a lot." The old man is Carlo's most trusted staff, and he was the one who planned this matter. He said yes. Without the assassination, the Beast Army wants to enter the Innocent City, and the great senators of the Federation will definitely stop it. The Chow family, who is still the governor of the Innocent City in name, will definitely be the first to jump out and oppose it. Carlo said, "Is everything handled?" The old man said, "Yes, General. Even if someone really found out, the one who put up the bounty on the black market was Lieutenant General Recco of the Iron Hands Legion. After all, Master Khan just tortured and killed his only daughter. It has nothing to do with us. Your itinerary was arranged several months ago. No one will doubt your motive for coming." Carlo thought there was nothing missing, and after a moment of silence he said, "Well, after the Legion moves in, get rid of the several major gangs in Innocent City as soon as possible. Control the Gold Nugget Dock as soon as possible, recruit hunters, and prepare for large-scale development of the old continent." "Yes." The old man nodded, then pointed outside the carriage. "What about that lady?" Hearing this, Carlo's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he shook his head and said, "Those remnants of the old times are too naive. The current Dragon City is no longer the Supreme King's court, and the strength of the major families in the Federation is much stronger than that of the Orlan dynasty. How can they be restored successfully? But they are still useful for the time being, so we will cooperate temporarily according to those conditions, and the infiltration of the Special Agent Team should also be stepped up." Chapter 120. Ji-sun had never expected that he would win the Relic Cross by rolling dice, which seemed a bit unreliable no matter how he looked at it. Even Xie, the Weeping Angel, had no intention of taking it away. This made Ji-sun feel a little strange. This dangerous existence made him feel like he was carrying a nuclear bomb that could explode at any time. Although he himself did not feel bad. He did not feel any fear. On the contrary, this uncertainty could bring him some different sensory stimulation. But I was also afraid that the angel would suddenly appear one day and hurt some innocent people by mistake. Fortunately, I asked Old Man Su, and he said that as long as we don't actively provoke the angel and force him to come out, there will be no problem in a short time. Ji-sun was relieved. The 6 of them ate and drank in the ruins of the camp, and talked about some not-so-sensitive topics. Ji-sun learned about the 52 magic secrets of the Heavenly King Cursed Body through the conversation with Xie and the other two. Xie has a generous personality. When he meets a friend who suits his taste, he doesn't hesitate to talk about his secrets. He even thought that Ji-sun was very suitable for the career sequence 6 of Diamond's Outlaw, and invited him to join many times. He also said that Bureau X had several 52 secrets and various fragments and relics, disaster objects, and some unsealed top-secret files, which recorded a lot of secrets that ordinary people would never be able to access in their lifetime. Ji-sun was really interested after hearing this. Although Ji-sun also knew that they often wanted to test his background. But he didn't have any background, and there was nothing to hide. The most sensitive thing is his feud with the Silver Moon sect, and this random assassination. This may be a big trouble in the eyes of others, but in the eyes of a few people, they don't care at all. They even think that the death of the young Master Khan is good. They are official personnel. Even if they know that the other party deserves to die, they cannot lynch him. Especially when the high nobles break the law, they have to go through the judicial process. But in that case, they know that Khan will never die. On the contrary, it is very gratifying now. After this dinner, the few of them became familiar with each other. Xie was generous, Old Man Su was mysterious, the boy named Che Er wanted to be a swordsman, An was a combat genius who graduated from the Federal Card Master Academy, and the mushroom-headed boy named Jia Yu also left a deep impression on Ji-sun. Smart, innocent, studious, and well-informed. Ask him almost any question, as long as it is in the book, he knows it. He can even recite various federal legal provisions clearly and accurately. Time passed quickly. There were only 6 of them in the empty camp. It was not until the evening of the next day that an armored steam train came from a distance. Before the train arrived, a team of guards from the Beast Army came first. Seeing the dead silence of the hunter camp, these people were also very scared. Fortunately, Xie and the other 2 were there to explain, so the train did not turn back on the spot. But everyone in the camp was dead, so there was nothing to investigate. Of course, except Ji-sun and Old Man Su and his grandson. After all, the 3 of them were also important suspects involved in Khan's assassination. They didn't want to cause trouble for themselves, so they didn't stay in the camp and wait for the Lionheart family to catch them for interrogation. The 3 of them stayed in the wild for 2 days. Ji-sun wanted to crack the magic secrets on the 2 copper pieces, and took the opportunity to ask Old Man Su about the high-level demon language. However, he was disappointed. Old Man Su's amnesia is very serious, and he can only remember some trivial things with specific stimulation. In non-critical situations, this is just an ordinary wretched old man. Even if he was asked to draw the Requiem spell that contained the angel, he couldn't draw it. Ji-sun also felt helpless. A few days later, the train brought a large number of hunters from Innocent City. The camp gradually returned to its former bustle. The matter of the angel was top secret, and ordinary people had no idea what happened. Besides, it was not uncommon for the camp to be massacred by monsters in the wild. The hunters, who were risking their lives to take risks, didn't take it too seriously, and continued to open up the ruins and explore various different dimensions. Ji-sun didn't plan to stay in the camp for long. He had too many spoils of war to deal with, and he also needed to buy some supplies suitable for himself. Most importantly, the fragment of the mysterious breathing method he practiced only had 6 sections of formulas. He had already practiced to the 6th section, and it was difficult to increase the spell power. He wanted to go back to the Innocent City to find the subsequent formulas. And the Old Man Su and his grandson had to stay in the old continent and continue to look for that unknown thing. Before leaving, Ji-sun gave Che-er the relic flashing heart-piercing sword that he had seized in the space before. The relic is precious, but it is nothing compared to the grace of saving his life. Without Old Man Su, he would not have been sure to survive the angel's arrival. Ji-sun knows how to repay a favor. This day, clang, 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 a steam train from Thunder Fortress back to Innocent City slowly entered the station. Ji-sun mixed in with the crowd returning to the fortress and got off the train. After all, he was still a suspect, so he was always cautiously observing his surroundings. As soon as he got off the train, he saw the station's bulletin board full of wanted posters. The assassin had revealed his identity before and killed Khan in public, and the intelligence was very detailed. The photo was of a blindfolded cloaked man, lantern-bearer Liu Yu. The eye-catching red letter, 100 million coins, marked the bounty amount, which attracted the passing hunters to marvel. Ji-sun also saw his wanted poster in the corner of the notice board. Those people didn't know his true appearance, so they just used a hand-painted image of a werewolf and marked a bounty of 5 million. Ji-sun looked at it and laughed in his heart. If they really wanted to arrest people based on this image, none of those card masters, who used werewolves as their main material spade for Beast Walker, would be able to escape. But this image is quite different from his real master. He used the original template when he took office. There is a reversion entry, and now the werewolf form changes every day. The image after the transformation is very different from the wanted poster. If you really compare Ji-sun's werewolf form with others, it's like the difference between a tiger and a cat. Ji-sun didn't look at the wanted posters. He walked out of the station. But as soon as he arrived at the Gold Nugget Pier, he immediately became cautious. Because Ji-sun found that the security personnel here were more than 10 times more than before. Before, only a few teams of the Innocent City gang would patrol the pier. No one would make trouble. After all, the gangs have absolute say in Innocent City. But when he came back today, not only were there several times more gangsters, but there were also people from the Golden Oak Security Company wearing suits, professional soldiers from the Beast Corps wearing standard military uniforms, and plainclothes sheriffs from various unknown forces. Hey, that's strange. Are the military stationed here? When Ji-sun saw this, he immediately felt strange. He thought the extra people were there to catch the assassin. But seeing this exaggerated posture, it was obviously not the case. He had only been away for a month, and it seemed that a big change had happened in Innocent City. Ji-sun walked to the cable car at the edge of the rift with the crowd, bought a ticket, and got on the car. He was not stopped by any search at all. After all, Ji-sun knew that Khan had died. Many hunters who came out of other ruins didn't even know what had happened. Seeing the noble army appearing in various places in the port, everyone was very surprised. When they got on the cable car, the hunters talked about this topic. Hey brother, what happened to the Gold Nugget Wharf? Why are there so many people suddenly? Hey, it's because several gangs in the city have had conflicts recently, and now the city is fighting fiercely. Each one is fighting for the transportation rights of the wharf. Now the major gangs don't trust each other, so they asked the Golden Oak Security Company to assist. Then a few days ago, I heard that a high-ranking noble was killed in the ruins, and the noble army inexplicably stationed here. Anyway, it is like this now. We are all so nervous, afraid that the dock will be bombed one day. I understand all this. But why are those noble troops stationed at the Gold Nugget dock? Even when Governor Chao Sihai was still alive, not even a sheriff could be stationed in the lower city. Now even the army is here? The Lionheart family is very tough, and is determined to catch the murderer of young Master Khan. Whoever dares to stop them will be treated as the murderer, and the fight will not stop until they are dead. Even Governor Chow's family dares not speak. Who else dares to stop them? Hong Lu, will the Brotherhood allow it? What if they don't? There are 50,000 elite members of the Beast Legion stationed in the upper city of Innocent City now. Who dares to say no? Besides, there are rumors that several gangs have been bought by the nobles, and are now secretly helping the people in the upper city. When Ji-sun heard this, he suddenly understood. He had seen the combat power of the Beast Legion. Not to mention 50,000, even if it was 10,000 elite members, no gang in Innocent City would have the strength to confront them head-on. Strength means the right to speak. Originally, there were no outsiders, and the Gold Nugget Wharf, the only passage from Innocent City to the Old Continent, was managed by several major gangs in the city. After all, it concerns their own interests, and no one dares to make trouble, and the dividends are distributed in proportion. But now a large number of foreign forces have poured into Innocent City, and this stable pattern has also undergone subtle changes. After the original balance was broken, the ownership of the wharf became crucial. It was fine before, but now the internal fighting is fierce, and once the gate is opened, it can't be stopped. That's what gangs are like. Although they fight and kill without blinking an eye, they are actually doing it for profit. As long as they are paid enough, they can turn against their own side in a minute. However, it is also surprising that the Lionheart family has gained certain garrison rights at the dock so quickly. Ji-sun faintly smelled the scent of political conspiracy. As soon as Khan died, they moved in immediately, although everything seemed reasonable. But somehow, they felt something was wrong. He didn't think about it carefully. This conspiracy had nothing to do with him, and he had no interest in it. After getting off the cable car, we walked a few steps and arrived at the bustling Downing Street. Although Innocent City has been in turmoil recently, it is more prosperous and lively than a month ago. The influx of various outsiders has also made this entertainment street a veritable den of money, with various taverns and gambling stalls crowded. Some old taverns on the street have also been renovated, and many more are magnificent, and they are obviously big places opened by chaebols. Ji found a tavern and sat down. He spent money to buy some recent news about the situation in Innocent City from intelligence dealers. It's almost the same as expected. The current Innocent City is full of good and bad people, and various forces are fighting secretly. If the nobles want to reach out to the Old Continent, they will inevitably make Innocent City chaotic first. Only by disrupting the original order can there be opportunities for outsiders. It's not completely chaotic now, mainly because the nobles in the federal parliament have not reached an agreement on the division of interests in the Old Continent. Now, only some chambers of commerce, hunters and mercenaries have come. The real noble army is not allowed to enter Innocent City. The Lionheart family's army was able to move in purely by accident. In addition, the two largest gangs in Innocent City, Hong Lu and Brotherhood, have been operating in Innocent City for decades, with their power intertwined, and they have no intention of surrendering for the time being. However, the situation of the two gangs has not been good recently, and they have been fighting each other quite vigorously. Ji-sun just listened to the information. He was more curious about the 7th Hall Master of the Brotherhood, the boxing champion A Tai. After all, the secret breathing method came from him. After asking the information dealer, no one knew what the secret method was. Some say it was obtained from ancient relics. Some say it was passed down from a master, a family, and various versions. Ji-sun did not get the desired result. But it was also very strange. You must know that any breathing method must have some inheritance veins. Especially the high-quality breathing methods such as gold and legendary, which are like the treasures of the martial arts sects in the previous life. Not to mention that someone has practiced it, but outsiders must have heard of it. But this incomplete breathing method seems to have appeared out of thin air. Mysterious, and unique on the market. The source only points to a tie. This makes Ji-sun feel very magical. He feels more and more that this breathing method may have a great origin. After all, he has really practiced it, and knows the power of this secret method. With only 6 sections of the formula, he has a spell power value far exceeding that of the card masters of the same level. Others' understanding of this secret method is still very shallow, and they only think it is a breathing method that can breathe in and out multiple elements. They think that a Tai's level is already the limit. But Ji-sun knows very well that it is definitely not, so Ji-sun suspects that this is not a golden fragment at all, or even a legend. He planned to go to that A Tai in person to check the situation. Going to his house and asking directly would definitely not work. The other party was a genuine second-level Qigong master, and the legendary #1 underground boxing champion of Innocent City, whose strength should not be underestimated. More importantly, the leader of the Brotherhood was always accompanied by a large group of people. The intelligence dealer said that this man was tyrannical and cruel, and was definitely not a good person. But Ji-sun didn't have any connections to help him ask. He could only think about going to check the situation first. A-Tai liked gambling, especially boxing. Ji-sun planned to try his luck. Midnight is the busiest time in Downing Street. Old Ship Casino is at 95 Downing Street. This is the most famous underground boxing gambling house in Innocent City. Casinos are more profitable than brothels, and this is almost the most important source of income for all gangs in Innocent City. This is also a stable cash cow for the Brotherhood. Ji-sun changed into a gambler's outfit and walked into the crowded gambling house half an hour early. After entering the door, you will pass by a betting point surrounded by barbed wire, and there are a group of gangsters wearing iron nails and leather jackets with tattoos all over their bodies, looking around. These human-shaped security scanners will check whether there are faces of rival gangs among the gamblers. Like other gamblers, Ji-sun went to look at the match schedule, and then placed a bet of tens of thousands of yuan. When I walked in, I immediately heard a commotion, and the strong smell of alcohol and sweat immediately hit me. The inside of the boxing gym is a tube building, like a square deep well, going more than 10 floors underground. The lights in the building were dim, but the lights on the ring in the center of the venue were very bright. The arena was right in the center of the ground floor, and gamblers could watch the fights on the fences on each floor. What a damn bad luck, I lost another 30,000. Iron Fist Cena has won 3 games in a row, and I thought he could keep winning, but he was beaten to death by a newcomer. Hey, I also lost 20,000. Ha ha ha, this newcomer is not bad. I told you a long time ago that this is a war slave exiled from the upper city, but you still didn't believe it. The winner laughs wantonly, the loser curses. Gamblers like this kind of boxing match very much, because it is a fight of life and death. This is the extraordinary world, and other gambling games have endless ways of cheating. But there are few tricks in the death boxing match. Because the loser will definitely be killed by the opponent, no one dares to play a fake fight. Bloody, exciting and real. Therefore, there are not only hunters who want to get rich overnight in the gambling den, but also many wealthy businessmen and guests. Ji-sun was not in a hurry to watch the game. While choosing a viewing position, he strolled along the way and observed the situation of the entire gambling house. Finally, he chose a corner on the 6th floor with a good view. He bought a beer and started watching. After the cleaner cleaned the blood in the fighting cage, the sexy sign girl raised the sign again. 2 topless contestants entered the venue. Each floor was filled with gamblers, who started shouting and yelling with their lottery tickets in their hands. The bell rang, and another life and death game began. This game was a high-level competition, and both contestants were official curse card masters. One was Spade's 4 Beast Walker, who could transform into a black bear, and he was fighting against Spade's 8 Magic Warrior, who was an elemental path. The Magic Warrior is a rare occupation sequence among the lower class. It cultivates both physical and magic skills, and can resist damage and output. But the occupation sequence materials and marks are hard to find. Obviously, this fighter is not from the City of Innocence. This kind of death boxing match is not only a carnival for individual players, but also a gambling fight between various foreign tycoons. There are many real masters among the gladiators in their hands. It must be said that in a fighting match where equipment cannot be used, the Beast Walker who can transform has a great advantage. At the beginning, the giant bear pressed the Magic Warrior and hammered him. Although the giant bear was clumsy, he had the advantage of the ring. Bashyong, kill that guy. Oh damn, how could that guy on the other side use magic spells? Too cunning. The gamblers were very excited. Ji-sun was also very focused. He was now specialized in advanced fighting, so he could understand the beauty of these fighting techniques. The moves of the 2 contestants were not fancy martial arts, but were vicious, and they were as deadly as possible. These practical skills are very useful for Ji-sun, whose mind is now filled with moves filled with skill cards. Ji-sun's eyes reflected the 2 figures fighting quickly, as if he was on the ring. The fight was raging in the boxing gym, and gamblers poured in like a tide. At this time, a pretender with a mustache and a brown cap also walked into the gambling house. Recently, many outsiders have poured into the City of Innocence. This outfit looks like a speculator, which is not strange at all. But as she walked, she whispered to the air, "Hey, hey, hey, stay away from me. Do you really think there are no masters in Wuzue City? If I am discovered, even a fool can guess that my identity is not right. After walking around, this person also found an empty seat on the fence on the 6th floor. The view of the ring here is not so good, but the overall view is very good. The little mustache also ordered a glass of wine in a flawless masculine voice, and also paid attention to the fighting game. Ji-sun also caught a glimpse of the little mustache from the corner of his eye, but he didn't pay much attention to it. This little mustache is the same as other gamblers. And the same as himself. No difference. Soon, the appetizers were over. The final result of the game was another upset. The newcomer Magic Warrior actually dragged Beast Walker towards the end of his transformation, and then smashed his head with a hammer, blood spurting all over the ring. This caused a group of gamblers in the casino to cry and curse. You can make a lot of money by getting upset. This is also the way some big dealers behind the gambling stalls make money. Death fights are difficult to fake, but you can find some unknown masters to get upset. The fact is that gamblers have also gained experience, and they will not bet too much on such matches that are prone to upsets. The next match is the highlight. The host walked into the ring and announced excitedly, "The following is the golden match tonight." The two sides of the match are the Meat Mountain Hogan with 17 consecutive wins, and the Tiger Luo Xiong with 10 consecutive wins. There are still 10 minutes before the start of the game. Those who still need to place bets, hurry up. Ji-sun listened with interest. He came here for this match. That fierce Tiger Luo Xiong is the disciple of boxing champion Atai. Ji-sun wants to see the level of this disciple and feel Atai's strength. Atai himself fought in the underground ring, and his disciples will naturally follow the same path. Although many died. But those who survived must be masters of the same level. The gangs in Innocent City need such ruthless thugs. What Ji-sun didn't know was that the little mustache not far away also showed an excited look. It was also her first time to watch such a bloody boxing match, and it was a different experience. Not long after, two players entered the arena. In the death fight, there are only wins, no losses. Meat Mountain Hogan has won 17 games in a row, and is the most popular fighter in the gambling den recently. It is said that he is a professional fighter raised by a noble in the upper city. This is a little giant of nearly 2.5 meters, with exaggerated muscles. Ace of Hearts Light Warrior, the quality of the mark and the professional card are very high, and the flesh and blood are very tough, and the main feature is that the body can withstand beatings. The fierce Tiger Luo Xiong on the opposite side looked much weaker. However, when the bell rang, the guy's flame-like black spell power instantly ignited, and his momentum soared. The gamblers also burst into cheers like a tide. TSK, this spell power is more than 6 sections of formulas. Ji-sun looked at it, and narrowed his eyes slightly. If I saw the second-level tiger before, I couldn't be sure to what extent his breathing method had been practiced. But the first-level Luo Xiong in front of me was very clear. Ji-sun's current mantra value is around 6,000 points, but he doesn't have such exaggerated overflow of protective mantra. The man in front of him is obviously more exaggerated. It can only mean that he has a subsequent practice formula. Ji-sun saw this, and a trace of thought flashed across his face. However, he didn't know that the mustache man not far away looked at the black mantra, and his expression also became very subtle. He muttered to himself, "It's indeed the gluttony secret technique, one of the 52 magic secret techniques." The breathing method of the first martial arts genius, who suddenly disappeared in the Federation 80 years ago, actually appeared in the Innocent City. Thinking of this, the corners of the mustache slightly raised. However, suddenly, when she was playing with a gold coin in her hand, she seemed to find something unusual, and wondered in her heart, "Hey, Destiny Coin actually has a reaction." She glanced at the dozens of gamblers watching the game around her, and she didn't know what she thought of, and her expression became more and more strange. The two sides of the battle on the ring instantly fought fiercely. Both are the two professional branches of the A Courage path. The Light Warrior takes the Blood Bull route, and the fighter's advantage is skills. Although there is a big difference in body shape. But Luo Xiong obviously suppressed Hogan in body movement skills. Luo Xiong could hit the opponent with 10 punches, while the opponent could only hit 2 or 3 punches. But facing an opponent with such a big difference in strength, Luo Xiong's 10 punches seemed to be painless. Ha ha ha, Luo Xiong doesn't look good either. He jumped up and down for so long, and Hogan didn't even catch his breath. When his curse power and physical strength are almost exhausted, he should be beaten to death. Yes, Hogan can win 17 games in a row. Facts have proved that his physical defense is invincible. If he just stands there, it will be hard to kill him even at the second level. That's what I said. The size difference is too big, there's no way to fight. The gamblers looked at Luo Xiong's scraping operation, and were not optimistic. However, Ji-sun was amazed when he saw the curse power overflowing from Luo Xiong's body and faintly condensed into a black tiger. He bought detailed information from the intelligence dealer. This is a Tai's famous silver martial art, curse power transformation tiger. Now it looks very strong. The punch is as strong as a needle, and the force penetrates the bones. There are indeed some tricks to the Qigong branch. The more Ji-sun watched, the more exciting it seemed. Na Luo Xiong's whole body was filled with cursed power and turned into a spiral black tiger. His hands were lingering and turned into a pair of tiger palms, and every time he punched, the black curse power seemed to ignite the opponent's skin, lingering for a moment before disappearing. Those punches were not as easy as they looked. Ji-sun himself knew secondary collapse, so he could see at a glance that the energy had penetrated the surface muscles and had pierced into the opponent's meridians like a needle. This was an advanced technique of the Qigong master lineage. This kind of close combat without armor is not easy to deal with. Although it will not be fatal in a short time, as long as it lasts, the hidden injuries will accumulate. It is hard to say who will win or lose. Hogan is very resistant, and the fight between the gladiators is very intense. Ji-sun is also fascinated. His comprehension is very high. Even if he is just watching the fight, his fighting experience is soaring rapidly. Fighting experience plus 0.7. Fighting experience plus 0.3. Fighting experience plus 1, enlightenment keeps coming out, and Ji-sun is also immersed in watching the fight between fighting masters. However, at this moment, an inopportune revelation appeared. You exempted yourself from mental hypnosis. When Ji-sun saw this, his eyes suddenly shrank. Because he was exempted, he also clearly sensed the moment of mental trance. He had been thinking about coming to the Brotherhood's base before, and was afraid of being secretly calculated by some mysterious spell, so he always wore a clown mask. I didn't expect to really encounter it. Chapter 121. Area-wide mental hypnosis? Ji-sun saw Chi-Di, and his expression remained calm. Because he was not sure that the spell was aimed at him. He continued to cheer as before, but his mind was thinking rapidly. Thinking back, he was very careful all the way here, so he should not have been exposed. He looked around with his peripheral vision, but did not see anyone looking at him. It was probably not me who was exposed. What's going on? Who would use arranged mental hypnosis on a group of gamblers for no reason? Ji-sun was also puzzled, but he was not panicked at all. After the clown mask absorbed the divine blood on the light and dark cross, its grade and attributes were improved again, and its immunity to various mysterious spells was also raised to a higher level. It is difficult for him to be affected by ordinary mysterious spells now. Instead, he wants to find out where the source of this spell is. Mental hypnosis is usually achieved by affecting the target's perception, and the most common ways are vision and hearing. Ji-sun glanced around and didn't find anything like a pocket watch or a luminous pendant or other visual hypnotic medium. Could it be a sound? Ji-sun carefully analyzed the noisy sounds and still found nothing unusual. This means that either the opponent's spell is very advanced or some special means are used. The immunity of mental hypnosis enlightenment is still constantly prompting. This means that the caster is nearby. After observing, Ji-sun finally found something unusual. A mustache guy wearing a baseball cap changed his position several times during this period. Ji-sun did not show any abnormality, thinking, looking for someone? Or looking for something? He was also very interested. The mustache guy seemed to have not found what he was looking for, and kept changing his position in the crowd. His acting skills were very good. Ji-sun, who was also an actor, watched and realized why he had not noticed that this guy was abnormal before. Not long after, the mustache guy walked up to Ji-sun, leaned on the railing, and asked casually, "Brother, which one did you buy to win?" As soon as these words came out, Ji-sun immediately confirmed that it was this guy. Because enlightenment accurately prompted a directional spell exemption, you exempted a mental spell, the hypnosis of the word of truth. Amazing, just a conversation can hypnotize people. Who is this guy? It is very likely that he is not a member of the Brotherhood. Ji-sun's thoughts were flying in his mind, and he raised the betting ticket in his hand and answered without any flaws, "Oh, I bet on Luo Xiong. After all, the odds are much higher." "What about you, brother?" "I bought Luo Xiong too." However, the mustache guy obviously thought that the hypnosis had taken effect, and asked directly, "Where are you from?" Inspirations kept appearing. Every word this guy said was blessed by the truth word, and normally he couldn't lie at all. Ji-sun already knew that the other party was testing him. "Oh, I am the hunter of Innocent City." As he said that, he didn't hesitate to put his arm around the other party's shoulders. With a familiar expression, "Where are you from, brother? You look like you are from Chongqing." He was also very curious about this person's background. Ji-sun was an excellent magician, and he was also proficient in the skills that ordinary thieves would know. This innocent city, apart from other things, had many thieves. Even if he was exposed, it wouldn't be surprising for him, a local of innocent city, to know a few tricks of theft, right? He guessed that since the other party used hypnosis to investigate, his identity was obviously not to be exposed. You can't just stand up and kill me when I touch your shoulder, right? As Ji-sun said this, his hands were also very impolite, quietly touching up and down. Hey, this chest muscle seems a bit exaggerated. The outer garment is normal, but the lining material is too smooth, isn't it? He originally wanted to touch this guy to see what special things he had and confirm his origins. But something seemed wrong. The mustache looked at this familiar guy hooking his shoulder, and before he noticed anything unusual in the clever trick, a trace of disgust flashed across his eyes. No one has ever dared to offend her like this. Hearing that the answer was not what she wanted, she said coldly, "Let go. You exempted a mental spell." Commands obeyed. Ji-sun looked at him, and sneered in his heart. Oh, you can't stand it? Ji-sun immediately judged that this was a guy disguised as a man. Not a professional agent, but a good actor, lacking the real-life experience of the lower class, but thinking that he was very smart. Could it be a noble lady who went on a secret visit? The disguise was not good, but with this strange spell that could hypnotize people by talking, it was difficult to reveal the flaws. Ji-sun couldn't understand this guy's intention. But he also knew what this command technique meant, and he seemed to be completely unaware and let go of his hand. The mustache man felt bored and left. Ji-sun didn't know what she was looking for, and didn't dare to follow her. Since she was a noble lady visiting incognito, there was a high probability that there were guards watching in secret. As long as they were not coming for him, Ji-sun didn't worry too much. It seemed that he would not be able to wait for the boxing champion Arteus to come to the arena tonight. But seeing the fighting method of one of his disciples was also a gain. Ji-sun continued to watch the game. Seeing that the two sides were about to decide the winner, at this time, a group of guys who were obviously gang members rushed in from all over the gambling den. Dark panic, obviously something serious happened. Damn it, Boss Chun was assassinated. The one who did it was Honglu's captain Ghostface Fong Chung. He has been caught, and his legs are broken. They dared to do it in our brotherhood? Gather the brothers. Let's go, kill the fucking Honglu gang. Ji-sun looked at the mouth shapes of those people from a distance, and roughly knew what happened. The Boss Chun mentioned by these people seemed to be the big moneymaker of this gambling den, and one of the elders of the brotherhood. He was not a master, but he had a high status. Now, he was assassinated. But this kind of thing is not strange at all recently. Recently, the two major gangs, Honglu and the Brotherhood, have been rushing to each other's places, and there are also many casualties. But this seems to be the first elder-level big man to die. But then again, the people of Honglu sent a killer, but they didn't know to find an unfamiliar outsider, and it must be a small captain? Ji-sun thought of something, and raised his eyebrows. You said that the assassination was fine if no one saw it, but he was caught in the act. Isn't this obviously provoking a fight? Ji-sun didn't think that the two major gangs could be as big as they are now. They were all a bunch of fools who fought and killed without thinking. But the assassin was caught in the act? He was caught red-handed. It would be unreasonable not to fight. When Ji-sun thought of this, an idea suddenly popped up in his mind. What if Fong Chung was not so stupid as to want to kill him, but had to come? For example, family members were threatened. Or mental hypnosis. Thinking of this, Ji-sun's eyelids twitched slightly. Oh, could it be that little mustache guy from before? Although it feels a bit far-fetched to force the connection, Ji-sun's intuition tells him that this explanation is quite reasonable. If you really think so? Next, the Ghostface Fong Chung should be silenced, right? After all, if it is really a spiritual secret technique, the truth will be revealed after he wakes up. But no matter how fiercely the two gangs fight, it has nothing to do with him. At this moment, the death fight was over. The fierce tiger Luo Xiong finally dragged his opponent to death with his powerful curse power, and won a narrow victory. Ji-sun saw this, his eyes turned, and he thought of the previous plan. In any case, get the last few breathing methods first. The old ship gambling den. In the VIP room on the second floor, a body with a dagger stuck in the chest was lying in a pool of blood. This is one of the elders of the Brotherhood, the financial sponsor of the gambling den, Boss Chun. After hearing the news, the boxing champion A Tai hurriedly returned from the headquarters for a secret talk. His face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out. Although he had long been dissatisfied with these gangs who relied on their seniority to bully others. But the fact is that without the connections of these financial sponsors, those big customers would not come to the gambling den to spend money. Besides, he was the one who protected the fighting arena. Now that such a big thing has happened, Atai was furious. He kicked the body of the assassin, who had been beaten to a state of disrecognizable form not far away, and said angrily, "Also, which idiot killed Fong Chung with a ghost face? I also said to take this guy to Dongju of Honglu and see how they can quibble. This is good, there is no evidence. There are 7 or 8 people in the room, all of whom are Atai's trusted captains, including the fierce tiger Luo Xiong who just came down from the fighting arena." All the gang members shrank their heads when they heard this, and no one dared to talk. Just now, in order to capture the assassin, they had already beaten him up. After catching him, they were excited again, and they all went up to punch him randomly. Who knew that he died inexplicably? It's hard to say who beat him to death. Anyway, he is dead. Atai looked at the group of trusted men in front of him, and his eyelids twitched violently with anger. But looking at the corpse, he suddenly thought of the secret plan that the gang cadres had discussed against Honglu. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and he thought coldly in his heart, "It just so happens that there is no reason. Now that this matter has become so big, don't blame my brotherhood for breaking the rules. Atai didn't dwell on the assassination anymore. The gang's top leaders will negotiate this matter, so don't worry about it for now. It just so happens that you are all here. Gather at 7 o'clock tomorrow night. We are going to do something big." Everyone responded yes. The tiger Luo Xiong dragged his tired body out of the private room. He had just won a death fight and was in a good mood, but this assassination ruined his mood. He was also the captain, good at fighting and loyal. He was also a big shot in the brotherhood, with a group of younger brothers and several streets under his control. As soon as he walked to the door, several confidants came to greet him. "Captain, oh, that fight just now was so exciting." The Meat Mountain Hogan, who had won 17 consecutive games, was a gladiator specially trained by the slave merchants in the upper city. "You beat him to death." "Yes. Captain is a hero." Luo Xiong was very pleased to hear all these flattering words. Besides, every time they fought to the death, they bet all their savings, and he also won a lot of money. A few people went out and got on the car, leaving Downing Street. The street Luo Xiong was covering was the Stinky Water Street, which was 5 or 6 blocks east of Downing Street. This was a civilian neighborhood, and the sewers were always blocked and stinky water flowed everywhere, so it got this name. Not long after, the steam car stopped in front of a dilapidated building at number 5 Stinky Water Street. Luo Xiong walked in with a group of his brothers. There were few pedestrians on the stinky street, so many of the Brotherhood's shady businesses were based here. As soon as he entered the door, a younger brother would report, "Captain, someone from the middleman sent a message that the Iron Cross Chamber of Commerce has sent someone to pay the ransom if they want to redeem the manager we kidnapped before." "Oh, this money is so easy to get? Then ask them for another 2 million and let the person go back." "Yes. But boss, there is another question." That's right, the female manager was quite sexy, and the brothers who were guarding her couldn't help themselves, so the hostage had some mental problems. It might be difficult to report. Then take the money and throw the body to Honglu's territory. Okay. Luo Xiong didn't care. Kidnapping and killing are normal in the Brotherhood. Recently, the gang's business has been greatly affected, and those chambers of commerce that come to the city have become fat sheep that can afford huge ransoms in the eyes of the gangs. A lot of them have been caught recently, and many of the hostages are here now. Luo Xiong walked to the basement. There were several rooms here, with several sickly children aged 4 or 5 locked up. Luo Xiong frowned. Didn't they sell out yesterday? Why are there still a few? Illegal human trafficking is also a hot business on the black market recently. In the past, there was a shortage of supplies in Innocent City, and no one wanted orphans thrown on the street. But recently, the upper-level slave traders came down, and 1 child could be exchanged for 1 gold coin. In Luo Xiong's eyes, these were just picking up money. This also made them a lot of money. The younger brother responded. The doctor who received the goods said that these people were sick after the physical examination, so they were sent back. Sent them back, and kept them for free? When Luo Chung heard this, he said coldly, "Dig out their eyes, and throw them to the beggar Lao Huang at the station. There are so many good guys coming to the city, I should be able to make a few days of money." The younger brother, okay. On the dimly lit street, a figure quietly came. Ji-sun followed Luo Xiong's motorcade all the way. He observed the environment, put on a cloak, and disappeared into the darkness. There were some tattooed punk leather-clad gang members playing cards in the streets and alleys, but such eyes were useless in Ji-sun's eyes. He jumped onto the wall. He avoided the main door and went down from the rooftop. Soon, He followed the smell and found a room. Ji-sun pushed the door open directly. Luo Xiong was meditating to recover the magic power consumed in the previous fight. Hearing the door unlock, he thought it was his own brother and frowned. Just when he wanted to get angry, his eyes suddenly became cold, and he felt something was wrong. As a fighter, he reacted very quickly, and he got up and took a fighting stance. However, the figure outside the door was even faster, with a whoosh sound. The light cast a shadow of a tall wolf head on the wall. Before Luo Xiong could react, the wolf's claws caught his neck and slammed him against the wall. His own physical strength had not recovered, and under the absolute power suppression, this fighting master didn't even have the slightest chance to resist. Ji-sun punched out and directly slammed his head into the wall. He was not killed, but he was knocked unconscious. Ji-sun injected another dose of medicine to prevent him from waking up, then carried the body and walked out swaggeringly. Originally, Ji-sun wanted to take this man away. But when he passed a room, he looked at the children with bloody eyes and stopped again. He tilted his head to look, suddenly grinned, and fell back. And just as Ji-sun left, another group of people rushed to the stinky water street. If Ji-sun was here, he would probably recognize the leader, the woman with a mustache who was dressed as a man and met in the gambling den before. She came here to ask about the legendary secret method of gluttony. She originally wanted to go and see it herself. But the smell of the stinking ditch was so bad that she didn't even want to step into it, so she sent her subordinates over. The man with a mustache was waiting on the street, playing with the ancient gold coin in his hand. But suddenly the gold coin trembled, and she looked puzzled again, muttering, "Strange, is there something wrong with the fake gold coin? It jumped before, and it jumps now. It jumped once in the gambling den before," and she checked around, but there was nothing unusual. At that time, she thought she had overlooked something. But now he jumped, which was very strange. However, before he could think about it, the subordinate in the black cloak had returned. The mustache took it and asked, "Where are the people?" The man said, "Someone got there first." The mustache frowned instantly. The black cloak quickly explained, "Miss, when I first arrived at the Brotherhood base, I found that all the gang members in the building had been killed. There were no obvious signs of fighting at the scene." The subordinate speculated that the attacker was at least a second-level melee card master. The time of death should be 20 minutes ago. The mustache was surprised. "Killed them all?" The black cloak, "Yes. No gang members in the building were left alive. There were a few blind children and a few women hostages. But Luo Xiong's body was not found." When the mustache heard this, his eyes turned and he murmured, "We are a step late. The lives of gang members, like Luo Xiong, are of little value, but they were kidnapped." Her intuition told her that the other party had the same goal as her. They were all targeting the secret method of gluttony. But she thought it was not a big problem. After all, there was still Tiger. After the Brotherhood's robbery was completed tomorrow, she could still spend some time on that guy. On the other side, Ji-sun had brought the unconscious Luo Xiong to an abandoned basement. After tying him up, Ji-sun injected this guy with another potion. Luo Xiong woke up from his coma, saw the surroundings and the people in front of him clearly, and struggled frantically. Seeing that he was awake, Ji-sun didn't waste any words and directly took out a few military interrogation drugs. This was a good thing that he had looted from the Beast Corps before. It was originally used to deal with strong-willed prisoners of war spies. There is a low-end version of this drug in the black market, called obedient water. Now it is perfect for the subsequent formula of the breathing method. Gang members all have a fierce spirit, especially those who dare to go to the life and death arena. Luo Xiong thought he was captured by the enemy gang and didn't hold out hope of returning alive. For those who are in the gang, this day will come sooner or later. But he thought about the previous attack when he was weak, and he was not convinced, and shouted, "Let me go, and fight me." No normal person would agree to this reason. However, he didn't expect that the guy who was preparing the syringe reagent on the opposite side seemed to be very interested when he heard this. Ji-sun raised his head and grinned, "Okay, wait until I ask what I want, and I will definitely fulfill your wish." Before Luo Xiong could say more, the medicine was injected into his arm, and his consciousness gradually dissipated. An hour later, Ji-sun looked at Luo Xiong, who was foaming at the mouth and had fainted, and pursed his lips. The interrogation potion was indeed useful. He got what he wanted. There are only the subsequent 6-level formulas. Ji-sun narrowed his eyes, and looked at the interrogation breathing formula he had copied down in front of him. As expected, this guy was already a first-class Qigong master in Wuzui City after practicing the 12th level formula. And according to his account, it turned out that only Tiger knew the remaining breathing formula. There are still follow-ups to this breathing method, but not much. It seems that Tiger himself only got a fragment. Ji-sun couldn't help but think of a question: where did Tiger get the fragment from? This question can obviously only be asked to Tiger himself. According to Luo Xiong, the disciple, even Tiger's lover, family, or even anyone else, did not know the origin of the secret method. Moreover, during the interrogation just now, he also found more interesting information. At 7 o'clock tomorrow night, will Tai and his gang have another big move? Chapter 122. A few hours later. A messy abandoned basement. Luo Xiong, with a big bloody hole in his chest, looked at the tall and terrifying werewolf in front of him with a horrified and unbelievable expression. He was captured in the base in an instant before, and he thought it was an illusion. But now seeing this guy in front of him transform into a werewolf, and severely injure him with one grab, Luo Xiong realized that the gap between the two was so big that it was like the gap between the great ranks. This is not something that can be made up for by any fighting skills. And he also guessed that this person was not ordinary. He might be the assassin, who had a bounty notice posted in every tavern for killing young Master Khan. Ji-sun said calmly, I didn't want to transform at first. But in terms of fighting skills, you are indeed better than me. I have gained something from the fight. In return, I can give you a quick death. He never intended to leave anyone alive. But he kept his promise, and gave this guy a fair chance to fight. I didn't want to transform, but this guy wanted to run away during the fight, so Ji-sun had to end the fight early. After saying that, Luo Xiong smiled bitterly. Ji-sun grabbed him again, giving him a good beating. Looking at the visible increase in combat experience, Ji-sun was also very satisfied. He sat next to the corpse, and devoured the extraordinary characteristics. Now that he has obtained the subsequent 6th level breathing method, his mantra value finally does not have to stagnate. He also happened to be familiar with the new breathing method formula. The next day. In the evening, Ji-sun squatted on a high tower on Tongjiang Street, watching the gang members gathering not far away, and murmured, are they finally going to take action? He looked at the time, and the pocket watch showed exactly 7 o'clock. Last night, he learned from Luo Xiong that Tai and his subordinates were going to do something big tonight, and Ji-sun was also interested in going with them to see. As he was staring, a guy with a green coxcomb came out of the door and greeted everyone. Ji-sun bought the information of almost all the core members of the Brotherhood from the intelligence dealer. This green-haired guy is called Brother Dao, a small captain under Atai. Before the operation, only a few captains knew that there would be a mission tonight, and Ji-sun had been waiting for this guy here for almost an hour. Get ready, guys. Everyone get in the car. Great. There have been fights every day recently, and the minions don't care where to go. They are carrying various guns and ammunition, and they shouted and got on several modified steam jeeps. The locomotive roared, and the convoy rushed towards the east city gate. Ji-sun looked at the direction the motorcycle was heading, and also jumped down from the tower, shuttled between the buildings and chased after it. Not long after, several team leaders and Atai's team joined together to form a convoy of 20 to 30 vehicles. Ji-sun originally thought that they were going to destroy a certain base of the hostile gang Honglu. Unexpectedly, the convoy drove all the way to the eastern suburbs of Wuzhui City. After leaving the densely populated urban area, there were no street lights to the east, and it was pitch black. Ji-sun also transformed into a werewolf, without any scruples, running wildly in the dark ruins of the building. Half an hour later, the convoy finally stopped at the intersection of a continuous arch viaduct. The people in the car got off, and then buried mines at the intersection. Ji-sun saw this and understood, are these guys going to rob? This viaduct is one of the main roads that the convoys from the eastern suburbs must pass through. Recently, many of the various chambers of commerce convoys coming from the upper city to the innocent city will take this road. But Ji-sun was a little confused when he saw the actions of these people. The gangs are not predators, and there are also some rules to abide by. Almost all the shops of the Chamber of Commerce that want to open in Innocent City will pay a certain security fee to the gang. This is also a stable source of income for the gangs. So usually the well-known gangs in Innocent City will not rob shops. At least they will not do this, directly said the hall master. Especially for large gangs like the Brotherhood, they have to save face. If it is really spread that the hall master of a certain gang will lead the robbery of the Chamber of Commerce, their reputation will be ruined. Who will pay the protection fee? And even if it is revenge for the murder of Boss Chen last night, robbing the Chamber of Commerce under the protection of the enemy gang will appear very despicable. If you go to smash someone's place openly, no one will say anything. But if you go to find someone's wife and children, that's against the rules. Ji-sun looked at it, and felt that the motive for this robbery was not pure. Either the goods being robbed were problematic, or there was something fishy about the matter itself. Not long after, 3 heavy steam trucks drove over from the east of the viaduct. There was a white unicorn logo sprayed on the body of the truck. When Ji-sun saw this, he recognized it at a glance as the emblem of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce, the parent company behind the Big Ivan's secret treasure shop, the top chaebol of the Federation. Now all the big chaebols in Innocent City are competing for the market and paving the springboard to the old world. And Big Ivan's secret treasure shop stands out with its excellent management ability. It is almost one of the largest and most successful shops in the city now. There are many chain stores. Ji-sun also heard that this shop is protected by Honglu. It is reasonable for Brotherhood Atai and others to rob this convoy. Just at this thought, 3 heavy trucks had already passed the viaduct, and suddenly flames exploded. Bang! 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 The anti-armor mine blew the leading vehicle away more than 10 meters. Seeing the attack, 20 or 30 escorts got off the 2 trucks behind. The 2 sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. However, the Brotherhood had more people and more firepower. Then, there was Atai, a second-level card master. With a black cursed energy that overflowed into flames, he rushed forward in the hail of bullets, and killed the second-level security captain of the Chamber of Commerce on the spot in a few strokes. The battle was over soon. No one was left alive, and it seemed that no ransom was sought. The robbery went very smoothly. Ji-sun had been observing in the darkness in the distance. Seeing this, he suddenly realized TSK, they came here with detailed intelligence. It was obvious that the Brotherhood knew the situation of Big Ivan's convoy very well. The time, route, and security personnel configuration were all clear. Relatively speaking, it was much more difficult to obtain this information than to intercept the goods. This level of information could have been leaked by an insider. Seeing this, Ji-sun was certain that this matter was definitely not over. These people were probably not just after the goods. The escort party was completely wiped out, and several minions from the Brotherhood also died. The gang members pried open the sealed carriage, and were instantly excited. Oh, P2 type explosive bear mechanical city boiler. It's still brand new. This thing is worth tens of millions. Ha ha ha. So many military ammunition. This car is also worth over 100 million. Brothers, look, there is a car full of alloy mechanical exoskeletons. Fuck, they are all equipped with the 7th generation T6 type Storm individual steam boiler. My goodness, this is the real mechanical equipment. The price of a single set must be 2 or 3 million. We are rich, we are rich. The gang members excitedly picked up a set of mechanical equipment and put them on themselves. For card players and low-level card masters, this kind of thing has a qualitative improvement in combat power. The Brotherhood was very excited. Boxing champion Atai looked at the goods, his eyes full of joy after getting rich. Big Ivan's shop is really rich. If I had known this information earlier, I would have come to rob it every time. This batch of goods alone would be enough for them to be rich for the rest of their lives. But the task assigned by the gang leader this time was not robbery. Atai took a look and said, "Pack the things first and take them away later." When the minions heard this, they all looked puzzled. "Boss, shouldn't we leave quickly?" "Yes. Now the goods have been intercepted, and Big Ivan is under the protection of Honglu, so they will definitely send someone. If we are late, it will be very troublesome." Atai's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he didn't say much, just said, "We are not here to intercept the goods today, but to deal with those bastards in Honglu." After hearing this, the minions also became excited. Ji-sun, who was far away, saw that the group of people did not leave, and he also watched with interest. So it's not just a robbery, but they are going to kill a big shot in Honglu. He didn't think there was anything wrong. Gangs fight and kill each other. Last night, Honglu's men assassinated Boss Chen in the gambling den, so it's reasonable to take revenge today. This wilderness is also suitable for ambushes. Even if a fight breaks out, there will be no timely reinforcements. But the thing is abnormal because the logic is too smooth. It's like playing chess. The chess pieces seem free, but in fact, they must follow certain hidden rules, and must move in this way. Ji-sun had nothing to do, so he thought about it. But he was more concerned about that Atai. He was also hoping to get the subsequent breathing method from this guy. Having just observed Atai's fighting power, Ji-sun was not sure that he could kill this guy in a short time. Innocent City is not like the old continent. If it really drags on for too long, it will be a big trouble if it is targeted by a master. And if the people from Honglu come, both sides will be defeated, and it would be okay to pick up a loophole at that time. Hey, it's not bad. Thinking of this, Ji-sun continued to watch patiently. 20 minutes later, the roar of motorcycles suddenly exploded from a distance. In Ji-sun's field of vision, he saw a dozen people riding motorcycles rushing over to reinforce. As soon as the two sides met, they were not polite at all and opened fire instantly. Bullets and explosives of various colors exploded in the darkness. Hong Lu's side was probably in a hurry to come. There were not many people, but the firepower was extremely fierce. These people's motorcycles were also modified, and various military-grade heavy firepower was installed. As soon as more than a dozen motorcycles stopped, various mechanical arms popped out like transformers, and several six-wheeled Gatling guns were firing blue fire. As soon as the firing started, the firepower net instantly suppressed the Brotherhood. There were many special ammunitions mixed in those bullets, bang, 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 hitting the iron plate, and a hole was made with each hit. The Brotherhood members hiding behind the armored vehicles were beaten and screamed, and almost all of them were broken arms and legs. In this kind of technological suppression, relying solely on firearms, the people of Honglu obviously have the upper hand. Ji-sun looked at the bloody scene covered by the firepower, and his eyebrows raised. No wonder so few people dared to come. With this firepower, a first-level card master would be beaten into a sieve. The Big Ivan shop is under the protection of Honglu. With that kind of financial resources, Ji-sun thinks it is not surprising that Honglu has the top mechanical equipment and firearms and ammunition in Wuzhuai City. If the fight continues, even if the Brotherhood has 10 times more people, they will have to kneel down. Obviously, things are not that simple. After all, there is a boxing champion, Atai. Seeing that his brother suffered heavy casualties in the first encounter, Atai's face turned cold. The firepower of the people in Honglu is much stronger than he had imagined before. Atai knew that he could not waste time any longer. His whole body of cursed energy turned into a flaming tiger, and he rushed towards the dozen motorcycles. His body was very flexible, and even the range trajectory of the Gatling gun could not keep up with his evasive displacement speed. Moreover, even if it hit, it would not be a big problem except for a slight block. The special enchanted bullets hit Atai's body protection energy, and had almost no effect. This is the absolute combat power suppression brought by the card master rank. The threat of firearms will become smaller, and smaller in front of card masters above the second level. Ji-sun's expression was also very subtle. He was envious of the power and density of the curse. In this kind of firearms competition, a master is enough to reverse the situation. Just when Ji-sun thought that the previous robbery scene was going to be repeated, something unexpected happened. As soon as Atai showed his head, the leader of the motorcycle gang, the guy wearing a skull helmet, suddenly raised his hand, and the firing port on the mechanical arm bounced off with a clang. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the blink of an eye, 6 micro-missiles were fired at Atai. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the 6 missiles seemed to have the ability to track the direction, and accurately hit the rushing Atai. The blue-green flames of the exclusive magic-breaking explosives burst out instantly, and Atai could not avoid it, and was directly blown up. Ji-sun's eyes froze as he looked at the scene, and he was surprised. Micro-missiles locked on the target? This world does have firearms, but the level is only the level of guns and bombs. The technology level required for a micro-missile with positioning function is not even reached by the current federal military. Obviously, this can only be a black technology created by the drawings in some ancient ruins. However, the size of the missile also limits its power. Atai was blown away by the impact of the explosion. But the whole person jumped in the air, and after landing, he rushed forward again. So strong. Ji-sun watched the whole process, and saw clearly that the shock wave of the magic-breaking bomb did not break Atai's body-protecting chi at all. This layer of chi is made of pure compressed mana, which is a physical defense layer. Not only is it not damaged by explosions, even a scalpel cannot penetrate it. Seeing this, Ji-sun also sighed slightly. This guy is indeed not so easy to kill. Atai alone withstood most of the firepower. Like a tiger descending from the mountain, he pounced and plunged into the firepower position formed by more than a dozen motorcycles. He punched the head of the Honglu member, who was still wearing a mechanical exoskeleton behind the motorcycle. Then he turned around and killed another one with his kick. The wonderful fighting skills he had acquired from dozens of consecutive victories in the fighting field allowed him to easily avoid various attacks and kill 4 or 5 people in a blink of an eye. Seeing that one person was about to break through. At this time, the leather-clad man who had launched the micro-missile also reacted, swung his arms, and ejected a blade with a spell, and went forward fearlessly. Atai obviously knew that this man was difficult to deal with, and his fists turned into tigers, punching the man through the air. A sonic boom sounded, and with the naked eye, a pair of cursed tiger claws condensed on his fists, and he blasted at the leather-clad man from a distance. Ji-sun also recognized Atai's trump card, Tiger Cannon Fist. The information he bought said that this was a move similar to dipolar collapse, and could rely on vibration waves to severely injure heavy armored professionals. Atai had killed many masters with this. Bang. A muffled sound. The leather-clad man was also blasted back. The leather coat also exploded instantly. However, she seemed to be unharmed. After rolling to relieve the impact, she stood up again. Not far away, Atai looked at him with an incredible look. Similarly, Ji-sun, who was watching the game, was also surprised, and was also very surprised in his heart. Iron Man? Looking at the cool mechanical armor covered with spells, it seemed to be tailor-made. You have to know that the mechanical technology in this world is almost all heavy armor line. Because in order to resist extraordinary power, the armor must be thick enough. Even the most advanced standard mechanical armor of the federal military, when worn, looks like a mechanical giant, tall and mighty. The lighter it is, the weaker its defense is. It is useless. But the mecha in front of me is completely different. This set of mechanical armor is so precise that it is visible to the naked eye. The industrial cutting level is definitely not produced on an assembly line, but is high-end custom-made. The mecha is embedded with various tiny mechanical parts and weapons all over the body, just like the 6 missiles before and the close combat double blades now. Before use, all kinds of equipment are perfectly hidden in the weapon compartment, and will be ejected when needed. This set of armor has the cold and violent aesthetics of mechanical black technology, and also takes into account the smooth artistic sense of shape. This is also the most pleasing mechanical armor that Ji-sun has seen so far. And good looks are secondary. The combat power shown by the armor at the moment is definitely far beyond the so-called military mechanical armor. Ji-sun just saw clearly that after the shock wave hit the armor, it was like hitting a non-Newtonian fluid, causing layers of ripples. It was these layers of ripples that completely absorbed Atai's punch. When Ji-sun saw this strange energy-absorbing property, he immediately thought of it. This seemed to be the legendary energy-absorbing metal that seemed to be produced only in the old world, Gunnar Oaken. Good stuff. Ji-sun looked at it with his eyes trembling slightly. This metal is the same as the Rhea Shinmen alloy that he used to forge the flying knife. They are both legendary metals. Many people have never even heard of this thing, let alone buying it. This set of external mecha, not to mention its function, is invaluable just for its materials. The fighting skills of the man wearing the mechanical armor were also quite good. After he turned over, he actually fought back and forth with Atai. The mechanical equipment's attack had limited damage to Atai, a Qigong master. But Atai's attack was also almost completely offset by the strange armor. The two sides fought fiercely, and there was no sign of a winner for a while. Atai obviously didn't know that the other party had this invincible defensive armor, and his expression was shocked. This is different from the plan. Originally, they got accurate intelligence and came to intercept the cargo of Big Ivan. Although I don't know why the gang leaders are so sure that the reinforcement must be Dong Chi. But she really came. Atai originally looked down on mechanical equipment. He thought that with his own strength, he could easily capture this person. However, he never expected that this strange mecha would disrupt his plan. He couldn't do anything about this mechanical armor in a short time. If he continued to fight like this, when the reinforcements from Honglu arrived, this matter would not end well. The mechanical appearance has a slightly raised chest and a perky buttocks, and the feminine features are very obvious. Ji-sun looked at it and guessed the identity of the person, thinking, could it be Dong Chi from Honglu? He had met Dong Chi twice. After careful identification, the height and figure really match. The most important thing is that only someone with Dong Chi's status can get Gunnar Ogden to forge this expensive armor. So it seems that the Brotherhood's plan to kidnap this person this time is not for revenge, but to go after Honglu's boss Dong Jui? Ji-sun recognized the identity of the person, and immediately thought of what those guys were going to do. This is really going to be a big deal. If this guy is really caught, it would be strange if the two gangs don't fight to the death. Ji-sun also likes to watch the fun. Originally, no matter how the two gangs fight, his idea is just to fish in troubled waters. But looking at this Dong Chi, he frowned. He came here for the breathing method. But to say that he got the breathing method fragments in the first place, he also asked for this person's guidance. Just like the wings of a butterfly, without the initial flapping, Ji-sun might not have been able to reach this point. With the protection of the mechanical armor, Atai could not do anything to Dong Chi in a short time. Normally, if the fight continues like this, reinforcements will arrive soon. The Brotherhood's kidnapping plan will most likely fail. However, Ji-sun did not think so. When he saw this, the conspiracy in his mind became clearer and clearer, thinking, if there is really someone behind the scenes as I expected, then at this time, they will definitely come out to help, right? Thinking of something, Ji-sun also came up with a plan. If there is no third party, Dong-chi will be fine. There is no need to worry about anything. If there is, it will be interesting. Ji-sun also wanted to see if his judgment was correct, and quietly disappeared into the darkness. However, the fact is that there is a third party. In addition to Ji-sun, the bystander, there is another person who is always paying attention to this robbery. In the darkness in the distance, an old woman in a cloak looked at the stalemate and said to herself, these gangs are really useless. They have given so much information, but they still can't take it down. I originally thought that I didn't need to intervene. But now, I have to help. As she said that, she also took out a palm-sized spell puppet. The puppet was full of ghost energy, and the old woman was muttering some spells. A strange scene appeared. The spell on the puppet was faintly glowing, and the ghost energy was sucked in, as if it was injected with soul, and its appearance became clearer. If there were outsiders present, they would recognize at a glance that the appearance of this puppet was almost exactly the same as Dong-chi. Seeing that the time was ripe, the old woman shouted, "Ghost puppet technique break." With a snap, the joints of the human idol were broken by some mysterious force, and the limbs actually made strange anti-joint movements. In the distance, the battle continued. Although Dong-chi's fighting skills were not superior, she did not lose the upper hand with the defense of the mecha. However, at this time, she was once again knocked away by a Tai's punch and fell to the ground more than 10 meters away. The fatal damage of this punch had been offset by the armor, and originally, as long as the impact force was removed, there would be no effect at all. However, at this moment, she suddenly felt that her body seemed to be out of control. Crack. With a sound, her leg and hand bones were broken. Dong-chi, who was wearing a helmet, changed his face suddenly. She wanted to struggle to stand up, but because of the broken bones pierced into the flesh with a slight movement, and she felt a sharp pain like a needle. In the moment of hesitation, the fist had already attacked again. Tai was also confused. Was the effect of his previous punch so good, or was it a mechanical failure? Humph, the more sophisticated the armor, the higher the failure rate, which is normal. Tai didn't think much about it. The fact is that Dong-chi seemed unable to move his hands. The battle was fleeting. It must be ended as soon as possible. Tai seized the opportunity and punched several more times, until a big hole was blasted out of the ground and then he stopped. But seeing that the armor still showed no signs of breaking, he could only get a few mechanical steel cables, and directly tied Dong-chi up tightly. The few people who were still alive in Honlu wanted to save Dong-chi, but how could they be Tai's opponents? Without Gunir Oken's armor, they were killed on the spot with a few punches. The battle ended quickly because of the intervention of some unknown mysterious force. The minions of the Brotherhood also shouted and cheered. Chapter 123. Ji-sun suddenly sneered when he saw this scene. Is there really someone secretly attacking? He didn't think Dong-chi's abnormality just now was a surprise. It was the third party behind the scenes who took action. In this case, seeing the battle end, Ji-sun didn't hide anymore. He walked out of the darkness with a swagger, and his appearance and attire changed to that of the unlucky guy he had just quietly killed. The battle scene was in a mess. Although those people from the Brotherhood won, it was a miserable victory. Looking at the corpses and the seriously injured people wailing in the pool of blood, the gangsters cursed angrily. Fuck, those guys in Honlu killed more than 30 of our brothers. Who the hell knows where those guys in Honlu got so many heavy weapons? Tai also looked gloomy. The enemy was underestimated, and the loss this time was heavy. But this was obviously not the time. He called a group of brothers and said, "Clean up the battlefield and leave here first." The battle just now lasted longer than expected, and there would be changes if we were late. At this time, several armored vehicles also drove over. Ji-sun mixed in the crowd, and saw that the trapped Dong-chi was pressed on the middle car. At the moment the door closed, he also rushed up. Bang! The door closed. The modified armored vehicle drove away at high speed. At this time, someone also found Ji-sun, who got on the wrong car, and asked, "Sean-ji, why did you run into our car?" Ji-sun also looked confused by the battle just now, and apologized repeatedly. "Ouch, I got on the wrong car." Those people obviously didn't care. Forget it, the car has already started. That's it. The 7 or 8 hooligans didn't care about the extra person, but instead looked at Dong-chi, who was tied up with wire in the car. So many people died just now, so these people naturally didn't have a good temper, and they all had dirty words. But because there was no gap in the full body armor, these people couldn't do anything. Dong-chi, this bitch, I will make her regret falling into my hands later. I've been wanting to get this bitch for a long time. Hack her. The guys in Honolulu have been very arrogant recently. But this mechanical armor is really weird. How do I take it off? Someone tried to open the almost completely enclosed mechanical armor, but suddenly a sharp blade popped out and cut off 3 of the man's fingers. Several people knew about this situation. Dong-chi was still awake. Ah! A painful scream sounded in the car, and blood was all over the car. Just when several people were about to draw their guns, a Thai, who was sitting at the front of the car, opened the window and took a look. Don't touch her first. This Dong-chi is still useful. When the matter is settled, everyone will be happy. Yes, boss. The people in the carriage suppressed their anger and sat down. The guy with the broken finger couldn't hold back his anger and kicked twice, but it seemed like he kicked on a steel plate, and there was another twitching pain in the corner of his eye. Ji-sun watched silently in the corner. There were 2 first-level captains in the carriage, and the remaining 5 were all apprentices of card masters, who could be killed with a flip of the hand. The only threat was a Thai sitting in the front. This was also the goal of his trip. But in the current situation, it is almost impossible to capture a Thai alive in a short time. Moreover, there is a third party force involved. If a fight really breaks out, there will be a lot of changes. Ji-sun didn't think it was a good opportunity to take action now. But he had to do something. He glanced at Dong-chi, who was unable to move, and his eyes gradually deepened. He looked at the road conditions outside. He didn't take action immediately because he wanted to go further away, thinking about that third party. After confirming that the Brotherhood had successfully taken Dong-chi away, they might leave. Only then would there be a real chance to save people. The armored vehicle sped towards the outside of the city. Before they knew it, they had traveled several kilometers. Ji-sun had an impression of this road, the ruins of the rotten bridge in the East 4th District, where he had been when he was a corpse collector. There were only a few wanderers in this area, and there were a lot of ruined buildings, and the terrain was very complicated. If they went any further, they would be out of the city. Almost there, Ji-sun thought. Suddenly, he exploded. Before the people in the carriage could react, Ji-sun, who was sitting on the bench in silence, flashed a cold light in his hand. He stabbed the eye socket of the first-level team leader without hesitation, and blood spurted out instantly. At the same time, he turned over and kicked another first-level team leader hard on the neck crack, with a crisp sound of bone fracture. Because it was a sneak attack, the huge force made the 2 people have no time to react at all, and they died on the spot. The remaining 4 were shocked. They hadn't realized that there was an outsider among their companions. They shouted, "Shan-ji, what the hell are you doing?" Ji-sun would not give them a chance to stop him. His Wolf Fong Wind fist was full of murderous intent, and his fist was as sharp as the wind. The individual combat power of the gangsters was much worse than that of the Beast Legion, and they didn't have any good equipment. After killing 2 first-level team leaders, the remaining few were even about to draw their guns, but they were killed in the blink of an eye. From the beginning to the end of Ji-sun's attack, the whole process took only 2 or 3 seconds. At this time, a Thai, who was in front, also sensed the sudden murderous aura and turned around to see Mountain Chicken killing the last 2 minions. His expression changed suddenly, and he realized that there was an enemy in the car. He cursed, "Damn it!" But he was at the front of the car, and when he turned around, Ji-sun had already jumped off the car carrying the tied-up Dong-chi. Ji-sun was not prepared to transform and expose his identity. As soon as he jumped off the car, he happened to be on a carefully selected viaduct. He jumped off without hesitation with the person on his back. With a glance, a Thai, who was emitting terrifying curse power, also jumped down. Ji-sun sneered, raised his arm, and the steel cable on the mechanical arm instantly popped out and changed direction in the air. That Atai was indeed extraordinary. Seeing that he could not catch up, he suddenly sank down and accelerated to the ground, then stepped on the ground and chased him all the way. He jumped off the bridge when he saw it, and smashed the wall when he saw it, and his speed was not slow at all. But Ji-sun looked at him without any strange expression. He did not stop, just because he was afraid of that third party. Not just Atai. If he really wanted to run, even if he was carrying a person, he was confident that his current agility could get rid of him. Besides, the terrain here was so complicated. Sure enough, after Ji-sun jumped several times with the steel cable, he suddenly turned a corner and entered a culvert leading to the underground. Atai was not good at tracking, and now that he lost his target, he immediately ran around like a headless fly. Ji-sun listened to the roars outside, and his eyes turned cold. After observing this culvert, it seemed to be very deep, and there was air circulation inside, so the internal structure must be very complicated. He didn't dare to delay at all, and ran wildly in this developed underground pipeline with Dong-chi on his back. While running, he also took out 2 deodorant and poured them on himself and Dong-chi on his shoulders. At the same time, he was very careful not to leave any traces. It was easy to get rid of a tie, but it was hard to say about others. Ji-sun had seen the scene of Dong-chi being tricked before, and guessed that the third party who attacked should be a mysterious curse card master. This kind of card master usually has some tracking methods that people can't defend against. Ji-sun did not dare to be careless, and set up some warning traps along the way. He ran all the way to the deep underground, and then he found that he had come to a huge underground space. After observing it, the surroundings were very open, and the pipes were connected in all directions, so he could go in and out. He could still hear the sound of water faintly. Ji-sun came here and stopped. He put Dong-chi off his shoulder. Dong-chi didn't say anything, but Ji-sun knew she was awake. Until now, he hadn't taken off his armor, probably because he doubted this. Rescue. It is part of the enemy's conspiracy. If she really takes off her armor, she will be at the mercy of others. Ji-sun also understands this caution. He didn't say anything more and said directly, "You were ambushed just now. It may be that a mysterious card master left a mark on you. Think about it carefully. Only if you can eliminate the mark in advance can you be completely safe." Dong-chi heard this, and thought it made sense. But she still acted very cautiously. After all, how could it be such a coincidence that someone just kidnapped her and someone came to rescue her on the way? After a moment of silence, she didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "Who are you?" Ji-sun didn't think there was anything to hide, and said, "We met once at Old Man Benson's ancient book shop. At that time, I needed a multi-element breathing method, and you directed me to the Black Market Silver Star mystery shop. Is it you?" Dong-chi was obviously very surprised when she heard this. It felt like a dream. If the other party made up any origin, she would remain skeptical. But this person said something she had never thought of. She naturally had an impression. It was not about what happened in Benson's shop. She didn't care at all at that time. But later she heard the gang's deacon talk about the hunt in the black market. At that time, the gang's deacon said that she introduced a very powerful young man, and Dong-chi herself was very surprised. Originally, I thought that the man was giving bread to beggars, and I thought it was pleasing to the eye, so I casually mentioned it. I didn't expect it to cause such a big commotion. Later, I checked and found that the man seemed to be a wanted criminal related to the Governor Chow's family. But there was no news after that. Dong-chi didn't take it seriously. I didn't expect to meet him now. And he saved me in this situation? Except for the bookstore owner, there was no one else present when we met at Benson's store. This identity doesn't seem to be a lie. But isn't that guy a card master apprentice? Just based on the ability he showed just now to escape from Atai's hands, this is not something that ordinary people can do. Dong-chi asked directly, "How did you get in the car of the Brotherhood?" Ji-sun said, "I want the follow-up of that breathing method. Only Atai knows this breathing method, so I followed him." He didn't hide it. After all, he learned about this breathing method from Dong-chi. The most important point is that Ji-sun himself is not sure that he can get all the information from Atai. It's not so easy to leave a master of that level alive. And Dong-chi's identity as a veteran gangster is very special, and he may know the origin of Atai's breathing method. Dong-chi believed most of it when she heard it. The logic made sense. However, she still couldn't figure out why it was such a coincidence. And even if this identity was true, could it be that this person saved her for other purposes? This kind of expert doesn't look like someone who can be trained in Innocent City, but more like a subordinate of those nobles. She didn't forget that she was tricked just now. Dong-chi's thoughts were very confused now. She didn't think clearly, and she didn't say anything. Ji-sun didn't expect the other party to believe it after just 2 words. He looked around and directly expressed Dong-chi's doubts at the moment, saying, "The third party behind you is very powerful. I can't guarantee that I can take you away if someone really comes after you. If I can't defeat them." Dong-chi interrupted him before he finished speaking and said, "If I can't defeat them, don't worry about me." She added sincerely, "Thank you for saving me anyway." It's instinct to be cautious. Otherwise, she wouldn't have survived this long in the gangs of Innocent City. But Dong-chi's intuition told him that this person had no ill will towards her. Ji-sun listened and said nothing more. He also heard extraordinary courage from Dong-chi's tone. Now that the person has been saved, it can be regarded as a repayment of karma. But whether he can survive is another matter. Ji-sun asked again, "Can you walk now?" Dong-chi also responded truthfully, "No. My leg bone is broken. I can't stand up at all." She knew her condition very well. If she didn't treat her injuries, she couldn't walk at all. But if the armor is removed, there will be no guarantee of safety. Ji-sun frowned when he heard this. He did not ask any inappropriate questions, but asked, was the bone broken by external force or a mysterious spell? Dong-chi was also thinking when she heard this question. After a moment of silence, she said, "It should be a mysterious spell. The place where my bone was broken is tightly protected by armor, and it is impossible for external force to hurt there." Ji-sun also fell into deep thought when he heard this. Mystic card masters can be strong or weak, and now too few methods have been exposed, so he doesn't know what the other party is like. However, before he could ask more, at this moment, without any warning, enlightenment appeared, and you exempted the curse damage of the weeping ghost once. It's really chasing you. Ji-sun's pupils shrank suddenly. He quickly analyzed in his mind, curse method, and Dong-chi was hit before the ghost control, it should also be a curse. Several professional sequences have the ability to control the undead. But looking at this bizarre method, he suddenly thought of Red Heart for which professional path. This mysterious card master is good at all kinds of dark evil arts, curses, and ghost-controlling secret arts. A thought flashed through his mind. Ji-sun instantly made a judgment in his mind. No wonder he approached without triggering any arranged mechanisms. It turned out that he drove away the ghosts and avoided the traps in the passage. This method is quite clever. Before the person comes, he uses the evil spirit to control the person first. He has seen the curse attack of Weeping Ghost in the classics. It belongs to the curse of the dead spirit system. Once it entangles the person, it will continue to weaken the will until he passes out. Ji-sun didn't need to look, he knew there must be an evil ghost behind him. Unfortunately, he had 2 pottery jars that could prevent curses. Not to mention this low-level evil ghost, even the existence of a high-level weeping angel would be useless. Before, Ji-sun didn't know what the enemy's methods were, and he was not sure. Now he has it. The methods of the mysterious professionals are indeed weird and hard to guard against. But once they can be restrained, the threat will be greatly reduced. Ji-sun has a pottery jar that can prevent curses, and a clown mask that can exempt most mysterious spells below the 3rd level. Then for him, the risk of the battle can be roughly assessed. The 2nd level can be killed with a high probability. The 3rd level cannot be defeated, but the probability of survival is 50-50. As for the higher levels, the possibility is not high. Thinking of this, Ji-sun's eyes were eager to try. As long as he can kill, he will never think of running away. I just don't know if it's one person or several people. Ji-sun connected various clues in his mind and speculated. He felt that there was only one person with a high probability. After all, he was only dealing with Dong-chi, who specialized in mechanical engineering, and the curse technique just happened to restrain various mechanical armors. Besides, it was originally Atai from the Brotherhood, who was the main attacker, so there was no need for many people to come. Ji-sun remained calm, estimated the time, and fainted at the right time. And that crying ghost was coming for Ji-sun alone. Dong-chi, who was leaning against the wall, was still awake. She looked at Ji-sun, who suddenly fainted, and her expression changed, and she shouted urgently, "What's wrong with you?" But no matter how she shouted, Ji-sun was silent. Dong-chi also knew that the situation was not good. At this time, the explosion of the warning bomb came from the corridor in the distance. The noise was not loud, but it was particularly clear in this empty underground. This situation clearly showed that someone was coming. Dong-chi's mood also sank to the bottom. She struggled to raise her hand and ejected several missiles, wanting to make a final counterattack. But suddenly, the familiar feeling came again, with a crisp sound of click. Dong-chi found that her arm bones were also broken. Seeing this, she had confirmed that someone had put a directional curse on her, but it was too late. At this time, a mysterious man in a cloak walked into the passage they had entered before. "I didn't expect that Yu Honglu actually had such a hidden spy in the Brotherhood." The voice sounded like a standard vicious old woman. The old woman glanced at Ji-sun on the ground, and she said, "If I hadn't followed you for a while, you would have been rescued and escaped." Seeing this, Dong-chi was sure at this moment that the person who saved him just now was not in the same group as the enemy. Although she couldn't move, she didn't panic. People who are in the gangs don't care about life and death. "Who are you?" "Haha, you are definitely not from the Brotherhood." "Let me guess, the Chow family of the governor's mansion? The Lionheart family? Or some noble?" Dong-chi was not stupid. Now she saw the third party appear. She already knew that both Hong Lu and the Brotherhood were plotted against. This was a plot by others to fight and consume each other. When either of the two gangs was eliminated, the other would definitely be severely damaged. The situation of Innocent City will change immediately. The control of the Gold Nugget Wharf will also change hands completely. As for who it is, it can only be the aristocracy who benefited the most. The old woman didn't mean to say anything more, and smiled sinisterly. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is you. Since I have shown up, I will definitely not let you, a little girl, go back alive. Dong Qi was also very clear about this. She knew that she would definitely die. Looking at the deformed puppet in the old woman's hand, she also guessed something. You also bribe people around me? Yes. The old woman had nothing to hide. Now that the curse had been exposed, there was no point in hiding it. TSK, this place is not bad, quiet. People cannot be killed now. The old woman wanted to chat with her prey in a playful manner, just like a cat catching a mouse. However, an accident happened again. Without warning, an evil ghost beside her seemed to have discovered something and suddenly became angry and issued a warning. The old woman's face also changed suddenly, not good. However, before she could react, the guy who was lying unconscious not far from her feet suddenly jumped up. The man pounced on her, transforming from a human form into a terrifying werewolf in midair. This distance is absolutely fatal to the fragile mysterious card master. Before the old woman could react, the werewolf had already pounced on her face. At the same time, a sharp scalpel directly cut through the spell shield and stabbed her forehead. She was about to die on the spot. Dong Qi, who was lying on the side, was also dumbfounded when he saw this sudden scene. She had already been desperate, but she didn't expect that the man was pretending to be unconscious. I couldn't hide my expectation, but I was also worried. The enemy was a second-level card master. At this moment, the abnormality reappeared. The scalpel pierced into the old woman's forehead. The moment it touched the skin, the texture changed from flesh and blood to stiff wood. Ji-sun stabbed it in with a knife, and with a clang sound, a wooden puppet of the same height fell out of the cloak. This was a secret method of escaping similar to puppet substitute. At the same time, a black shadow rushed out like lightning and merged into the darkness in an instant. When Ji-sun saw this, there was only a cold look in the wolf eyes that flashed green light. Want to escape? How could I let you escape? The five senses of the werewolf allowed him to clearly hear, smell, and sense the exact direction of the old woman's escape. The moment the knife missed, he chased after her. Now, after fighting, Ji-sun is determined that the opponent is just a second-level mysterious card master with special abilities. Red Heart, for which the second-level profession of the Path Curse, which his current agility attribute is so high that even a non-assassin card master of the third level can chase him, let alone a second-level cloth armored, which the old woman was also frightened by the werewolf chasing her and fled in panic. As she ran, bubbles seemed to be coming out of her body, and all kinds of black shadows jumped out. For a while, the corridor was filled with cold winds and ghosts and wolves howling. Ji-sun, who was chasing behind him, instantly brushed countless enlightenments. You exempted the curse damage of blood-robed evil spirit once. You exempted the mental damage of horror bride once. You suffered a slight mental damage, which is a pity. Most of them are the means of the mysterious system. For others, being haunted by dozens of evil spirits might cause them to fall into chaos or die in an instant. But for Ji-sun, most of the risks were avoided. What's more, at that distance just now, even if she missed once, it was definitely not something that this frail old woman could escape. Witches and psychics, who are good at controlling ghosts, should not get entangled with any evil spirits, but just kill the controller directly. Ji-sun did not pay attention to those evil spirits and undead spirits. The next second after the opponent attacked, he appeared behind the old woman again. Another ruthless knife stabbed in without mercy. The old woman was not killed by the knife, and some poisonous acid gushed out from the wound on her back. Ji-sun dodged it sharply. Although his skin was burned a little, the werewolf's fur was thick, and the impact was not great. He just pulled out the knife and chased after it with the shining knife. At this moment, in the eyes of the old woman, the werewolf behind her was 100 times more terrifying than the evil ghost, and it was like a nightmare that kept haunting her. She wanted to escape, but she couldn't. It felt like carrying a werewolf on its back, and the murderous intent that followed him was lingering. One knife, another knife. The old woman used her secret technique to withstand many knives. But the werewolf behind her showed no sign of being repelled by the evil spirit. He stabbed her body with one knife after another. The old woman was so scared that her soul flew away. She never expected that the situation that was almost certain would take a sudden turn for the worse. She was actually forced to a dead end by a first-level card master. Why is my curse completely useless? I have carefully nurtured the evil ghost for decades, but why is it useless? The old woman began to doubt herself. She probably never thought that G had many treasures, and was good at defeating all kinds of mysterious card masters. However, another knife stabbed into her heart. The old woman was completely desperate. Knowing that she would die, she thought of her mission. Her face was dark, and her eyes were determined. She bit her tongue, and then spat a mouthful of black blood on the doll in her hand. Ji-sun also noticed the old woman's action. But even the spitting of blood also made her lose the last chance to escape. Ji-sun cut her throat with a cold knife. Looking at the cursed power that began to overflow from the corpse, he knew that he had finally killed her. There are so many ways to save her life. Ji-sun looked at the corpse on the ground and complained. Just now, she was killed with dozens of knives. If it was a normal second-level melee system, it would be dead. This old woman actually survived until now. But looking at the blood-stained puppet, Ji-sun realized that something was not good. He didn't stay there, but dragged the corpse by its hair all the way back. On the other side, Dong-chi hadn't figured out what had happened just now. But in the blink of an eye, she saw a scene that she would never forget. A tall werewolf was dragging a corpse back, like the dog-headed god of death in mythology, dragging the dead to hell. The man was dragging the corpse and walking towards her. This scene was full of oppression. It was terrifying and violently tearing apart some of her cognition. Chapter 124. Dong-chi looked at the tall werewolf dragging the corpse towards him, not knowing how to describe her complicated mood at the moment. She had already prepared herself for death. But it seemed that she was saved again. After 2 seconds, Dong-chi dared to believe what he saw. She really killed him. If I saw it right, that was a genuine second-level curse which... The strange curse method made her spine cold when she thought about it now. How long has it been? And she was killed? Dong-chi looked at Ji-sun again, as if some of his cognition was torn apart. While he was watching, the man walked away and turned back into human form. Ji-sun put the witch's body on the ground and said, "It should be safe now." He was just not sure whether the third party would catch up. Now he is caught up and was killed. He no longer has any worries. Dong-chi looked at the scene in front of him and let out a long breath, saying thank you. As he said that, click. With a mechanical sound, the precisely constructed mechanical helmet opened, revealing a face with punk smoky makeup. The other party had saved her twice, but she didn't even show her face, which was very rude. Although this move might put her in danger, Dong-chi didn't care. She trusted her intuition more. Ji-sun glanced at her. He had seen half of her face in Benson's antique bookstore last time, and his impression was that she looked good. Now it was true. A young girl with a high nose bridge, bright eyes, and beautiful facial features. But it is this smoky makeup that gives people a strong gangster vibe, black lip gloss, thick eyeshadow, and a kind of unruly and murderous aura unique to gang members that is faintly visible between the eyebrows. Ji-sun listened to the thanks, shook his head and said nothing. Saving people is a matter of heart, and it is also a favor. Another point is that he just wanted to do it. Ji-sun didn't care, but Dong-chi was very serious, thinking about how to repay you. She wanted to say something else. But suddenly, a black air surged up her cheeks, and she couldn't help the nausea in her heart. Ah! A mouthful of black blood spurted out. Ji-sun watched as his pupil shrank suddenly. He immediately thought of the scene when the old witch was killed and spit out black blood at the puppet in her hand. In this thought, Dong-chi's reaction became more and more intense. The veins on her neck bulged, and her entire neck gradually turned from white to black. Her expression was also very ferocious. As if possessed by an evil ghost, her eyes rolled up, and all the whites of her eyes were terrifying. Damn it! Seeing this, Ji-sun cursed inwardly. He also realized instantly that this must be the final assassin of the old woman. The third party came here to kidnap Dong-chi. Now that the original purpose has not been achieved, at least he must kill him so that he can put the blame on the Brotherhood. So this method must be to kill Dong-chi. Ji-sun didn't want to be killed at this time after he had finally saved someone. The reality was very critical, and there was no time to think about it. He shouted, "Take off the armor quickly." It seemed that Dong-chi also knew that the situation was critical after hearing this. She struggled with the last bit of willpower to suppress the erosion of the evil spirit, and pulled a certain mechanism. With the sound of the internal mechanism and metal gears of the metal armor on her body retreated in an instant. Finally, it was folded on her arms into a pair of mechanical gloves with blue light spells. Seeing this, Ji-sun sighed in his heart. Does this mecha have space folding technology? What a wonderful design. But at this moment, There was no time to think about those useless things. Ji-sun was not good at the secret arts of ghosts, but looking at the situation, it was impossible to take Dong-chi alive to the hospital. He thought of some descriptions and methods of breaking the secrets of the ghost way, and quickly took off a pottery jar from his waist and placed it close to Dong-chi. After this, some of the cursed power dissipated instantly, and the black air on her face faded a lot. At the same time, Ji-sun took out a few bottles of holy water and poured them into Dong-chi's mouth. But the situation did not improve much at all. The pottery jar only exempted the curse, but could not resist the evil ghost. The quality of those holy waters was too low, and it seemed that they could not solve the problem, because it was not just the mysterious spell, it seemed that there was some living monster in Dong-chi's body. It was Ji-sun's action that seemed to have angered the monster in her body. At this moment, a hideous ghost face strangely appeared on Dong-chi's flat and delicate belly. It seemed that there was something alive under her skin, constantly stirring in her abdomen, and it was about to break out of her body. As the human-faced monster struggled, Dong-chi spurted out another mouthful of black blood, and became 3 points weaker again. When Ji-sun saw the ghost face, he already recognized what it was. Hell-gu, human-faced ghost scorpion. No wonder he can cast spells in a targeted way. The benefits of knowledge are now apparent. In the other dimension of Outpost War, he flipped through the manuscript of Master Ronin, which recorded various creatures of hell. It happened to record this vicious poisonous insect. This is an evil parasite that lurks in the body of a living being. Once awakened, it will eat up the human's internal organs and then break out of the body. It is usually used by many evil magicians to cast curses. The ghost face just now was a sign that the poisonous insect had awakened. Once the poisonous insect wakes up, the host will die suddenly in a short time. This is troublesome. Ji-sun also felt a headache. Although he recognized the hell poisonous insect, he didn't know how to deal with it. If he delayed for a moment longer, Dong-chi would definitely die. The more urgent the moment, the clearer Ji-sun's mind became. He didn't panic at all, searching for all available information in his mind. By the way, all hell creatures can be restrained by things with sacred aura. Ji-sun suddenly thought of something. The holy water bought from the black market before had been tried, but it didn't work. Now he remembered that he still had an ancient relic with a sacred aura. He immediately took out a card, infused it with magic power, and said, "Release." Looking again, a wooden cross that was as tall as a person and surrounded by black and white luster appeared in front of him. This was the light and dark cross that sealed the angel before. This is a sealed relic that has both sacred and cursed attributes. Its function is to seal various sacred and evil organisms. Ji-sun was not sure if it would work, so he took out the cross and tied the pale-faced Dong-chi to it. As soon as the person was tied up, a magical scene appeared. As the skin touched the cross, the mysterious spell on it gradually lit up. Looking at Dong-chi's face again, the ghostly aura that had been lingering just now seemed to be suppressed in an instant. And the poisonous insect in her abdomen that was about to break out of her body seemed to be quiet in an instant. Suppressed? Ji-sun looked at it and breathed a sigh of relief for some reason. It was like the tug-of-war with the god of death was paused, and finally there was time to breathe. Fortunately, he had many treasures, otherwise Dong-chi would have died in front of him. At this time, without the invasion of the evil spirit, the pale Dong-chi also regained consciousness. She looked at herself tied to a cross, and her expression was slightly stunned. After thinking about it for a moment, she realized that she was possessed by evil spirits just now. Ji-sun looked at her puzzled eyes, and before she asked, he said directly, "You have a human-faced ghost scorpion in your body. It should be the poison that was cast on you before. Now I have used this relic to temporarily seal it. But I dare not put you down. Otherwise you will definitely die. The mysterious technique is strange, but there are usually traces to follow." Before, Ji-sun watched Dong-chi attack from a distance and guessed that there might be some biological markers left in her body, which made the old woman's directional spell successful. Now it seems that it is this human-faced ghost scorpion. Yes. Dong-chi's expression was also stern when he heard this. She knew the seriousness of the matter, and didn't mind. Speaking of goo worms, she obviously thought of something. Her mind flashed, and she returned to reality. There was a whistling wind in this underground space, and it felt cold when it blew on the skin. Her body was still very weak, and she couldn't help shivering when the cool wind blew. Seeing herself tied to the cross in cool clothes and unable to move, Dong-chi's expression was slightly different. She had just taken off her armor, and was now only wearing a chest-binding vest and panties. The graceful figure was almost completely exposed to the air. The concept of sex in Innocent City is open, and the gangs are used to all kinds of flesh trade. It's not shameful. Besides, the man opposite didn't look very interested. Dongqi glanced at the cross again, and his eyes became even weirder. A third-level relic. This is a rare treasure. Its origin is becoming more and more mysterious. Ji-sun didn't care what Dongqi was thinking. He was thinking about how to solve this problem completely. The spell cast by the old witch before her death was very tricky. It seemed that the cross only temporarily suppressed the time of the attack and did not completely solve the problem. At least the human-faced ghost scorpion was still in her stomach. It might wake up at any time and take Dongqi's life. No one spoke for a while. At this time, Dongqi suddenly asked, "By the way, what is your name?" Ji-sun glanced at her. "Ji-sun?" Dongqi also said seriously, "My name is Dongqi." With this introduction, the two of them officially met. However, suddenly, maybe the words triggered the poisonous insect. Dongqi's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Ji-sun was still thinking about the solution. Seeing this, his pupils shrank slightly. "What's wrong?" Dongqi seemed to be enduring the severe pain and could not speak. She closed her eyes and took 2 breaths before saying, "My lower abdomen hurts." Ji-sun saw her unstoppable cold sweat and knew that the situation was definitely not good. He did not hesitate and reached out to touch Dongqi's lower abdomen directly. He really felt the slight tremor clearly. Something seemed to be drilling under the skin. Ji-sun said in a serious tone, "The human-faced ghost scorpion was just suppressed by the relic, and it is not dead. It needs energy to wake up, and it is still instinctively gnawing at your internal organs." Even if she didn't say it, Dongqi knew that her physical condition was very bad. Her face had lost its color, but her expression was still calm. If you are destined to die, there is nothing to be afraid of. She didn't think about whether she could survive. She was still clear-minded and endured the severe pain in her abdomen. "If I die, please help me take a message and bring back what happened here to Honglu. There is a red box in my storage ring. Take it to my father, he will believe you." "Yes." Ji-sun listened to the last words and agreed. But he felt a little unwilling to let the person he saved die like this. After thinking about it, he frowned and asked, "I can try to remove the worms through surgery, but it may not succeed." Dongqi was also stunned for a moment and asked in surprise, "Are you a doctor?" The brutal werewolf form just now did not look like a doctor at all. Ji-sun didn't explain much. "I think I'm an intern." The severe pain in his abdomen had made Dongqi speechless, and he forced himself to say one word, "Okay." If he didn't try, he would die. If he tried, there might be a glimmer of hope. With permission, Ji-sun took out the surgical instruments. After disinfecting the skin, he reached out and touched Dongqi's lower abdomen again, identified the location, and said, "The bug has crawled under your right ribs. I need to cut your clothes." Dongqi responded calmly, "Okay." Ji-sun didn't show any strange color, and directly cut open Dongqi's close-fitting vest. After cutting it, her chest was exposed. It was white and delicate. It was tall and straight, and it was as slender as a jade carving without any flaws. The figure of this gangster lady was already wonderful, and it was beautiful to look at. Dongqi's chest felt cold, and her expression was as indifferent as always. She glanced at Ji-sun with her peripheral vision, and only saw those focused eyes. Ji-sun didn't say anything, and at this moment, there were only various human anatomy pictures and medical books in his mind. He disinfected the poison without any trembling in his hands. He chose the right spot, picked up the scalpel, and cut along the delicate skin. Because the cut was precise, a white scorpion with ghostly aura appeared after the cut. The poisonous insect was exposed to the air, holding its pliers in a show of force. This hell poisonous insect has a thick carapace and is difficult to kill. Forcible pulling will also hurt the host. It would have been difficult to deal with even if professional doctors came. It was a pity that there was the plague doctor's scalpel. Ji-sun did not hesitate, and the sharp blade of the relic-level scalpel easily pierced through the strange scorpion with a human face on its back. Then he picked it out and put the insect corpse in a glass container beside. It was this action of extracting the poisonous insect that seemed to have drained most of Dongqi's energy, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. Ji-sun didn't know if this treatment method was correct. But seeing that the person was not dead, it seemed that there was nothing wrong. He looked at the internal organs and found wounds. He also sutured it, and took out a few powerful healing potions, and poured them on. It must be said that the life-saving potions prepared by the Lionheart family for the young Master Khan were really effective. As soon as she fell on the wounds were healing visibly. However, it was true that she felt a little pain. Dongqi had not originally intended to disturb this intern doctor, who looked very professional, But she knew what the medicines with gold nameplates were, and she also saw Ji-sun's slightly raised eyebrows, so she took the initiative to say, "I give you the money for the medicines." After saying that, she said weakly, "Thank you." She felt that today was the most thank you she had ever said since she was a child. Ji-sun listened and smiled. No one died, so a little medicine doesn't matter. It would be even better if there was compensation. Dong-chi also guessed the origin of these medicines. In fact, she knew it when she saw Ji-sun transform into a werewolf just now. This person is the one on the wanted list recently. But it doesn't matter who it is. This person has saved her life several times. Although Ji-sun has no practical experience in surgical operations, he still has a sufficient theoretical foundation. The stitches that need to be sutured are sutured, and the medicines that need to be used are used. It was all standard operation, without any mistakes. The wound on the lower abdomen was not very small, and there was no obvious mark after the suture. Then, the medicine was used, and it seemed that there was no effect. The life was probably saved. It's done. Ji-sun was also very satisfied with his second life surgery. But he was not sure whether it was handled cleanly, so he asked the patient again, "Ms. Dong-chi, how do you feel?" Dong-chi was very surprised to hear the word MS. Because usually people in the underworld call her seventh brother. Forget it. She didn't care and felt it for a while not bad. Dong-chi was also relieved. The moment she saw the insect being picked out, the feeling of life passing away was obviously gone. After using a few special medicines, the feeling of weakness slowly receded. She also felt a sense of comfort after surviving a disaster. The two did not speak. The person was still tied to the cross coolly, with his chest exposed, even if this gangster lady didn't care about these details. But he also felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. Ji-sun obviously also noticed the strange atmosphere. He had seen through it long ago. He did not pretend to be a gentleman at this moment. He even looked at her again, without avoiding her gaze, and smiled and casually praised, "Nice figure." Dong-chi's crystal eyes stagnated when she heard it. This tone was not teasing, it felt like a casual remark, "The weather is nice today." The other party did not have any other extra emotions, and she also responded generously, "Thank you." Although she didn't like people praising her for her good figure. After all, in the gang, that kind of talk is for those women who make money by lying down. She is not like that. Without saying much, Ji-sun looked away and said, "I can't guarantee that the old woman's spell has been resolved. So you better stabilize your condition, and I put you down." Dong-chi also understood what he meant and nodded, "Yeah." Although both parties didn't care, Ji-sun always felt that this way of getting along, where you can see a beautiful spring scene when you look up, is very impolite. "Do you have clothes? I put it on you first." Dong-chi felt a little uncomfortable just now. After hearing this, the discomfort disappeared. She said, "It's in the storage ring? In my mechanical arm." She was tied to the cross, and could only ask someone to help her get it. Well, Ji-sun looked at her complicated mechanical arm and thought it was troublesome, so he took out a spare shirt of his own. "Forget it, just wear mine first. It's new." He took out the clothes and put them on Dong-chi to cover up the tempting spring scenery exposed. Dong-chi raised his eyebrows, but said nothing. When Ji-sun touched her, he clearly found that her hand and leg bones were fractured. He checked again, "Your right hand and left leg bones are fractured. Can I help you with them?" Dong-chi nodded, his tone sincere, "Then I trouble you. Broken bones are much easier to treat, put back in place, fix, and use medicine." Chapter 125. It was very quiet in the empty underground tunnel. There were only the faint sounds of running water and wind. Dong-chi looked at the man who was bandaging her, her eyes trembling slightly. Although they had only met twice. But he had saved her life 3 times in a row. They were not familiar with each other, but they could not be called strangers. But it seemed that there was nothing to talk about. Thinking of something, she said, according to him, Atai's breathing method is some kind of golden breathing method. But according to the old people in the gang, it should actually be a fragment of a high-quality ancient secret technique. I'm not a Qigong master, so I didn't pay much attention to it. I asked for you when I get back, and I'd definitely be able to find out for you. Ji-sun heard this, and he smiled while bandaging. "Okay." He then said, "But we may have to change places first. Although the pursuer was killed, it is not certain whether the movement just now will attract others. In this situation, no matter who comes, the risk is very high." Dong-chi listened, his expression was slightly different, and he seemed to hesitate for a moment, and then said, "I think I can come down." Ji-sun listened and looked at her, knowing that this must be very reluctant. But he didn't say much, and directly put the man down from the cross. There was no abnormal reaction. It seems that the problem lies with the scorpion. They both breathed a sigh of relief. Dong-chi had a splint on her leg, and it was difficult for her to stand. Ji-sun guessed that she wanted to try to walk. You want to go back? Yes. Dong-chi did not hide it, and nodded solemnly. This matter involves a lot. If I don't show up, many people may die tonight. Ji-sun was not surprised to hear this. The Brotherhood ambushed and killed Dong-chi, targeting the Honlu boss Dong-ji. The ambush was successful, and now Dong-chi's whereabouts are unknown. If she doesn't show up, the two gangs will definitely fight. The key is that it now seems that there is a third party secretly manipulating this matter. If the two gangs really fight, they will only fall into someone's calculations. So she must stand out. Dong-chi tried, and it was very difficult to walk, but she never thought of asking for help. After all, she is the eldest daughter of Honlu, and she has never been so weak that she needs help. However, when she was still in a dilemma about how to go back, Ji-sun thought about it and muttered, "Forget it. I take you out." She has been rescued, and she is still waiting for her to deliver the information about the breathing method. But if she really lets her go out like this, she will be killed if she meets any enemy. Do a good thing to the end. As he said that, he picked up Dong-chi like a sandbag. Just like when he came here before. Dong-chi was suddenly carried up by someone, and her expression was panic for a moment. Before she could say no, Ji-sun had already carried her out of the pit. Seeing that he had no intention of letting her speak, Dong-chi didn't say anything. She was not so hypocritical. Ji-sun didn't waste any time, and directly carried her all the way. Knowing that she was injured, he deliberately took off the momentum on his shoulders while running. He quickly left the underground space with a person. Soon, the two came to the viaduct where they were attacked before. At this moment, a large number of modified motorcycles and armored vehicles had been piled up on the bridge. Hundreds of Honlu members dressed in various strange costumes were looking for something everywhere. They surveyed the scene and restored the previous battle. Damn it, it was the Brotherhood that set up the trap. They robbed the Chamber of Commerce convoy just to capture the eldest lady. This mark was made by Attai's Tiger Cannon Fist. Brothers, blow the whistle and destroy the Brotherhood tonight. Fuck him. Look around, the enemy may not have gone far. Ji-sun and Dong-chi observed secretly for a while, and confirmed that they were all Honglu's people. Among them were a few second-level cadres with a strong aura. Looking at this posture, if they really showed up later, there might be a real fight in the city. Without delay, Dong-chi prepared to go up. She knew that Ji-sun was a wanted criminal, and guessed that he didn't want to show up, so she said, "Wait for me here. I give them a few words and come back." Ji-sun listened, thinking that with such a big incident today, the gangs in Innocent City would definitely not be quiet. The people were sent there, and he did not intend to not get involved. You deal with it first. I come to you when it's convenient in a few days. There's no rush for breathing method. Dong-chi was not happy to hear this, and said seriously, "I, Dong-chi, will avenge my grudges and repay my kindness. You saved me, and I must repay this kindness. Wait for me." This opening has a strong social accent. Ji-sun also found it interesting. Dong-chi has a big contrast between the two sides. She was a normal girl just now, but now she seems to have regained the arrogant aura of the gangster lady. "Anyway, I didn't plan to go anywhere, so I could wait." Ji-sun said Dong-chi to the road. The gangster lady limped out. Ji-sun hid his figure in the dark. He also observed the Honlu people with interest. If I guess correctly, the inside of Honlu might not be quiet either. As soon as Dong-chi left, the people in Honlu widened their eyes, thinking they had seen it wrong. Then, they confirmed it, and the crowd immediately started to make a noise. "Miss is there. Seventh brother, are you injured? Damn it, was it the Brotherhood who did it? We go and avenge you. Miss, aren't you going back now? Jio-yi is very worried about you. I have something else to do. You go back. How about leaving some people behind? I need your protection. When you come, the body won't be found. Tell the old man about the situation. Don't fight for now. I have something to deal with tonight. You go back first." Dong-chi explained a few words. The cadres of Honlu also knew what happened and breathed a sigh of relief. If a fight really breaks out, Wuzue City will be in chaos tonight. Fortunately, the matter was exposed early. The cadres also knew that the situation was serious, and they had to go back to the city to deal with the war that had been ignited. They also knew the temper of this young lady, and no one dared to say more after the decision was made. The sound of the motorcycle roared, and the thousands of people disappeared in a blink of an eye. A jeep was left at the scene. As soon as the people left, the surroundings became quiet. Ji-sun saw that the lame Dong-chi wanted to greet him, so he took the initiative to go out. Glancing out of the corner of his eye, there seemed to be someone else in the darkness. Dongqi had already installed a set of mechanical exoskeleton at this moment, so there was no big problem with walking. She opened the car door and invited generously, "Come on, get in the car. I treat you to something to eat." Ji-sun also walked over and put on a gas mask, but his eyes were always fixed on the window. Dongqi keenly caught this and said with a little surprise, "Did you find Uncle Luo? Don't worry, he is my father's confidant, he is here to protect me." Ji-sun didn't say anything more after hearing this. Hong Lu is the #1 gang in Wuzui City, and there are many real masters in the gang. The man hiding in the dark just now is at least a 3rd-level assassin. The car drove all the way to Wuzui City. Dongqi was a gangster after all, and he had a good grasp of the social etiquette of the underworld. Although they had known each other for a short time, she knew that Ji-sun must not like crowds. The car did not drive towards a crowded place. "What do you want to eat?" "Anything is fine. If you don't mind, I take care of something while I'm here." "Yeah." Ji-sun felt hungry, so it would be good to eat something. Soon, they arrived at a crossroads on Bidding Street in Dongcheng. This was Hong Lu's territory, and it was also a civilian area. There are several large factories here, with tens of thousands of workers. So there are many snack shops outside. It is midnight now, not mealtime. There are not many people in those food shops. The gangster's daughter is not a noble lady. She grew up in the lower class, and has no delicate temper. Even if she is not short of money, she is very happy to eat at the roadside stall. Dongqi parked the car on the side of the road. She looked at the sign of Joji roast beef, and a strange color flashed across her crystal eyes, saying, "This is the shop I have eaten at since I was a child. It tastes very good." She tilted her head to look at Ji-sun and added, "I thought you would mind." "No. It's very good." Ji-sun certainly didn't care. On the contrary, he felt that this feeling was better. He never liked the kind of pretentious hospitality. There were a lot of fragrant cooked meats hanging in the shop window. The boss was a gray-haired old man, with a scar on his face, and a faded tattoo under his collar, but his eyes were indifferent, and the edges had been smoothed by time. "Miss, you are here, or a roast beef?" "Yes, Uncle Xiong. My friend will have one, a large one." "Your friend looks unfamiliar." "Haha, the young man is very handsome." Ji-sun listened to the tone of the two people's conversation, and a strange look flashed across his face. Traveling through this world has always been about fighting and killing, but this is the first time I have felt such ordinary care. It's like the kind of caring greetings from uncles and aunts at home to the younger generation. It can be heard that the old man named Uncle Xiong is very familiar with Dongqi. But after hearing the greeting, Ji-sun also vaguely guessed what Dongqi was doing here. Soon, 2 large plates of fragrant beef were served. Uncle Xiong approached and saw the blood on Dongqi's clothes. He frowned and asked with concern, "Miss, are you injured?" Dongqi seemed not to hear it. While eating, she asked a question she didn't want to ask. "Uncle Xiong, how many years have you been in the gang?" Uncle Xiong showed a strange look when he heard it, but also responded, "Almost 30 years." Dongqi ate the rice seriously and said, "Yes, it seems like a long time ago. I grew up eating the food you cooked. No matter how good the food is, it is not as delicious as yours." Uncle Xiong saw that she was in a bad mood and guessed something, and asked, "Miss, I just heard from the gang that there was a mess. What happened?" Dongqi didn't stop eating and said casually, "I was plotted against. I was poisoned. I almost died." The tone was calm as if he was talking about someone else's business. Uncle Xiong was stunned when he heard it, and he also knew the seriousness of the matter. Dongqi's tone was still very calm, and he continued, "Uncle Xiong, I know it is definitely not you. Your wife and her godson Xiaolu recently lost millions in the gambling den of the fraternity, and they were asked to pay the debt. I helped them deal with it several times. But they didn't stop, continued to gamble, and owed a lot of bad debts. I thought about all the possibilities in the past few days, and they are the only ones who can cast a curse on me." Uncle Xiong's face turned pale instantly when he heard this. He was originally from Hong Lu, and he was tired of fighting and killing, so he used the little money he worked hard to earn to open this shop. But he still knew the rules. This was done by his wife and children, and he couldn't explain it. He didn't want to shirk it. Dongqi continued to eat, as if she was really hungry. Suddenly, while eating, she spoke again, and her tone could not tell whether she was happy or sad. "Someone will come to enforce the family law later. Let me tell you first. Not sending someone directly gave Uncle Xiong the opportunity to choose. If I stay, I will surely die. If I want to escape, the friendship will be severed." Uncle Xiong looked ashen when he heard this. Looking at the girl in front of him, He seemed to recall the time more than 10 years ago, when the little girl with pigtails came to the shop for the first time, pointed at the big goose in the window, and shouted crisply, "Uncle Xiong, I want to eat roast goose." Before I knew it, it had been almost 20 years. I was old, and the girl was already a big girl. She was like his own daughter. Uncle Xiong's yellow eyes were moistened, and he smiled with relief. He thought of something, and resisted the sourness in his throat, and asked, "Miss, do you still want to take a roast goose away after dinner?" He also knew that this was the last time he would cook for this girl. Dongqi listened, buried his eyes on the plate, and his expression could not be seen. Uncle Xiong stood at a loss, as if he was afraid that his daughter would be disappointed. "Oh, she is already disappointed." After a long moment of silence, Dongqi said 3 words in a very calm tone, "Well, pack it up." She knew that she would never be able to taste this familiar taste again. In this life, she would never, ever taste it again. Uncle Xiong heard this, and his kind old face suddenly smiled. "Okay. Or should I add more sauce for you? Well, the eldest lady has always liked this taste." He muttered to himself, turned around and walked towards the kitchen. The smile on the old face, smiling, suddenly burst into tears. Ji-sun watched silently from the side, without saying a word. Dong-chi was still picking at the food on the plate. She didn't raise her face. As she ate, she seemed to remember something and said, "Sorry, I made you laugh. I wanted to treat you to something else. But I thought I wouldn't be able to eat it in the future, so I came." Ji-sun listened and still didn't say anything. At this time, just be a good audience. He has always been an actor on the stage, and often watched the audience laugh out loud at his performance. But this time, he was an audience and watched a tragic farewell drama. Dong-chi ate very seriously. Ji-sun also picked up the tableware and tasted it. The taste was not amazing, but it tasted a kind of warmth of time. Ji-sun grinned. He suddenly felt that this was very appetizing. Human nature cannot be only black and white, but also red, yellow, green and colorful. This is the wonderful world. The two of them were busy eating, and soon, the packed roast goose was also placed on the table. Uncle Xiong did not say another word. He put down the roast goose, and sat quietly in the corner of the restaurant. Looking from afar at the girl who had grown up with her, she finished the last meal she made herself, with tears in her eyes. "Uncle Xiong, let's go." "Okay. Miss, take care. Next time." She wanted to say goodbye next time, but she swallowed the words in her mouth. Dong-chi didn't look back at the Joji roast beef shop. The moment she looked up again, her face was no longer depressed, and she turned back into the cold and generous gangster sister. She held the roast goose in one hand, and put the other hand on Ji-sun's shoulder, with a good brother's expression. "Let's go. I have to arrange something for you tonight. I've saved lives and shared secrets that cannot be shared with others. It seems like we are familiar with each other all of a sudden." Ji-sun didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. "What's going on?" Dong-chi looked dim, and was afraid that he would not be able to refuse, so he explained, "The old man is usually in Honolulu. No one knows the various secrets of Wuzue City better than him. He must know about the breathing method. I ask for you. What he said before and after is true. The arrangement is true. The breathing method is also real. The gangster's reward is simple and unpretentious. Let's not talk about the breathing method first, but the big sword must be arranged." Dong-chi, the eldest lady of Honolulu, took her savior without any hesitation and went directly to the most luxurious place of entertainment in Wuzue City, Honolulu. Ji-sun was also interested in seeing how generous Dong-jui, the legendary top master of Wuzue City, was. Chapter 126. Ji-sun had always heard of Honolulu before. This is not only the largest gang in Innocent City, but also the name of the most upscale comprehensive entertainment venue in the city. Number 1 Downing Street is not in Downing Street, but in the next 2 blocks, where there is a magnificent building complex. This is a steampunk-style Chinese building. Vermilion red walls, green copper tiles, carved beams, and painted buildings, flying eaves and corners, and 2 large stone lions more than 1 person tall at the door, and several green pines that are growing pleasingly to attract wealth. There were several tall chimneys behind the house, emitting white smoke, and various pipes were hidden in the darkness of the wall. Here were the most beautiful and best-looking prostitutes in Wuzue City, but the prices were relatively high, and usually only wealthy high-level hunters and businessmen liked to gather here. Ji-sun had never been here before, because this was the base of Honolulu, and he didn't want to cause trouble. Dong-chi parked the car on the street, and immediately 7 or 8 gangsters in black suits and shiny leather shoes came over, opened the door, and respectfully shouted, "Miss." The voice was full of confidence, and the strength seemed not weak. The gang members here were more like field agents of Golden Oak Company, and they didn't have any gangster habits at all. At first glance, they gave people a very high-class feeling. Dong Chi nodded, put his arm around Ji-sun's shoulders, and said with an expression of "This is my territory, I will arrange it" on his face. "Let's go in first." Ji-sun raised his eyebrows and took a look. After walking across the corridor bridge, there were 2 rows of beautiful and graceful girls at the door. They looked at Dong Chi and greeted her in a charming way. "Miss." A man with a mustache who looked like a butler stood at the head. "Miss, you are back." Dong Chi asked, "Is the old man here?" The man with a mustache replied, "The president just left 20 minutes ago to negotiate with the fraternity." "Oh!" Dong Chi tilted his head and glanced at Ji-sun, raising his eyebrows. "The old man is not here now. But it's just right. I will take you to experience the girls in our Honglu first." Ji-sun shrugged. Dong Chi led him all the way in. She also saw that it was Ji-sun's first time to come to Honglu, and he was like a qualified tour guide, introducing everything along the way. After entering the door, you will see a luxurious classical decoration style. There are wooden door rails and various exquisite screens. The space inside is very large. There are obviously many people, but because of the clever layout, guests rarely bump into each other. All you can see are all kinds of capable, but sexy waitresses in work clothes shuttling back and forth. Honglu has a total of 13 floors. The first and second floors are large bathrooms. The third and fourth floors are VIP bathing areas. The fifth and sixth floors are nightclubs and taverns. The seventh, eighth, and ninth floors are casinos. The 10th floor and above are private places for the bigwigs of the Honglu gang. Ji-sun was also amazed when he heard this. There are thousands of staff members in this Honglu. Along the way, he saw a dozen or so female staff members, as if all the beautiful women in the innocent city have gathered here. Each of them is top-notch. Soft and cute lowly, girl next door, housewife, college girl, office queen, noble lady, slave girl, sexy female hunter, and even various fox girls and cat girls with bestiality. Ji-sun also knew that the occupation card of 4 of spades beast walker can be used in this way. It does not require any combat power, just the ability to transform. It can satisfy some special fetishes of customers. And unlike other custom shops, the girls here do not have much custom atmosphere. It is more like a comprehensive office building with various role-playing staff. This is a very high-end way of playing. Dong Chi walked along and introduced all the way, "You can try anyone you like. From the moment we enter the door, as long as there is a woman with a work badge in Honglu, no matter who it is, as long as you want, you can try it." As she said that, she glanced at Ji-sun beside her and raised her eyebrows. "How is it? Is there anything you like?" Ji-sun took a look, and it was indeed quite good. But he didn't think it was a good choice to come to Honglu and waste time and opportunities on physical pleasure. Problems that can be solved with money are not worth wasting favors. If you don't meet Mr. Dongjio, you can try something else. He thought about it and said, "I remember Miss Dongji likes to collect various ancient books. Coincidentally, I also have some research on ancient books. If it's possible, I'd like to take a look." Dongji wanted to return the favor, and Ji-sun also thought it would be better to settle the matter. That would maximize the benefits. Wuzhou City is the only city connected to the old continent. As the largest gang, Honglu must have some rare collections, skills, and secret techniques. These things are much more valuable than any girl. Moreover, he had heard some legends about Honglu from the intelligence dealer before, such as Dong Jui, as the first master of Honglu, practiced a secret method of horizontal training that was invulnerable to swords and guns, and it was said to be a very high grade. Dong Chi was a little surprised to hear such unromantic words, but he didn't shy away from the topic at all, saying, "You have no interest in women." Ji-sun smiled and asked, "What do you think?" Dong Chi glanced at him with evil eyes and thought, "I think you should be quite normal." Ji-sun smiled, of course. It's not that he has no interest in women, but he can completely control his low-level desires. If he can't control this, he can't control his other selves either, and he would have gone crazy long ago. Dong Chi also looked indifferent. He thought of something, and was also very excited. "Okay. Come on, I take you to see my mechanical workshop." As he said that, the two of them walked onto the elevator. The elevator went up and down. Originally, they were going to the 11th floor, but when they reached the 10th floor, the elevator stopped with a clang. As soon as the door opened, a fat man in a white suit rushed over crying, "Oh, Brother Chi, I'm so glad you're okay. I heard that you were in trouble just now, and I was so worried." Although the expression was a bit exaggerated, it didn't look fake. Ji-sun had seen him before. This was the owner of Big Ivan's shop, and his name seemed to be Song Can. The fat man was crying and looked like he was about to rush into the elevator to continue talking. But Dong Chi stopped him and kept pressing the door closing button. "Fatty, you can play by yourself first. I have friends with me." "Oh." Song Can heard that there was a friend, and then looked at Ji-sun beside her, and a calm scrutiny appeared in her little eyes. When the elevator door closed, he realized something, and was very surprised. Brother Chi took a strange man to the 11th floor, in the elevator. Dong Chi smiled and shrugged, and added, "This fat man is the boss of Big Ivan. His father and my old man are old friends. Besides being a little afraid of death, he is a good person. Especially in business, he has some means. If you need any extraordinary materials in the future, you can go directly to him." Ji-sun also raised his eyebrows when he heard his expression. Sure enough, people who have reached a certain level of status have a high circle around them. If you really have this level of relationship, it will be much more convenient to need any rare materials in the future. Soon, they arrived at the 11th floor. There were no outsiders here. After getting off the elevator, it was like entering a bank vault. Dong Chi walked behind an oil painting and pressed the password on the combination lock. At this time, a hidden door made of alloy slowly opened. Dong Chi greeted, "Come in. This is my mechanical studio. It's just a bit messy." Ji-sun thought it was a study room similar to a small studio. But when he walked in, his eyes froze immediately. A mechanical workshop of more than 1,000 square meters came into view. In the workshop, various mechanical tools were hung on the walls, and all kinds of military-grade instruments and lathes were complete. There were also special workbenches for artillery and firearms, areas for locomotive modification, and disassembly, and manufacturing tables for power boilers. The most eye-catching thing was the mechanical crane in the center of the room, which even had a set of semi-finished heavy mechas hoisted on it. Just looking at the layout, one would think that this must be a very professional mechanic workshop. Ji-sun was surprised. "Is this your private workshop?" Dong Chi, "Yes. Take a look." And on the other glass wall, Ji-sun saw dozens of drawings of various mechanical parts. With just a glance, he recognized that the mecha designed on the drawings was the one Dong Chi was wearing. Seeing this, Ji-sun couldn't help asking, "Ms. Dong Chi, did you design the armor yourself?" Dong Chi seemed to be happy to share his work with others, and nodded, "Yeah. The design and mechanical parts are mostly made by myself. It's just that some high-precision parts require equipment from large factories, and they have never been made before. Fortunately, the Fat Man Song can help a lot. It has only been completed recently." When Ji-sun heard this, his eyes changed immediately. He thought Dong Chi was just a hobbyist who only knew how to use mechanical equipment. After all, the gangs give people the impression that they are reckless men who only know how to fight and kill, and have nothing to do with scientific research. "I didn't expect that this person is actually a developer. This is really a mistake. A gangster lady is actually a very good mechanic." Ji-sun looked at the exquisite hand-drawn drawings, and then thought about the function of the previous armor, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Miss Dong Chi is really amazing. He is a time traveler, and he knows that the upper limit of technology is infinite." Seeing these drawings, he seemed to see a genius mechanical girl drawing, manufacturing, and then creating that set of armor in this workshop for countless days and nights. Dong Chi is already very impressive at this age. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is a genius. Dong Chi also heard that Ji-sun's tone of praise was very different. Unlike many old-fashioned spell card masters, who always think that the ceiling of the machinery is too low and not up to standard, this guy is praising from the bottom of his heart. But being satisfied that someone can understand her design is one thing. Dong Chi also pursed her lips and said, "One more thing. Don't call me Miss Dong Chi. It sounds weird." "Ji-sun, what's that called?" Dong Chi thought about it and said, "Forget it, it's up to you." Ji-sun didn't care about the details, and pointed to the heavy mecha in the room with a strong sense of black technology, and asked, "What is that?" If I guessed the functions of those accessories correctly, the mecha on the market would not be as good as this one. When talking about his own work, Dong Chi's eyes sparkled, and he said with a little pride, "That is the heavy mecha designed for the item, Thor I. According to the concept product I envisioned. If it can be fully realized, it can even pose a fatal threat to high-level spell card masters." After a pause, she said with a little regret, "The design inspiration and many technical supports of this mecha are from ancient mechanical literature and books. However, due to the discontinuity of civilization, many books and drawings cannot be translated. For example, the power of the power boiler, the strength of the armor, the weapon system and other issues. If the translation is not good, the final product will be very different. In short, this heavy mecha has many defects and cannot be used in actual combat for the time being. Is that so? Ji-sun looked at the mecha with a slightly narrowed eye. The steam black technology in this world is not designed from scratch, but it was very powerful in ancient times. It is said that the goblin technology in the mythological era had the combat power to compete with dragons. Even in the Talon dynasty, which was interrupted for 3,000 years, the mechanical technology was much more powerful than it is now. However, even so, Ji-sun felt that Dong Qi was already very powerful. This reminded him of the first time they met at Vincent Ancient Bookstore, when Dong Qi went there to look for ancient books. I thought it was a collection, but it turned out to be for her own study. Dong Qi didn't say much, thinking that he knew a lot, and asked casually, "Are you also interested in machinery?" Without waiting for Ji-sun to respond, she pointed to the reference room full of various drawings and ancient books, and said, "Here are the various ancient books I collected. You can read whatever you want, you're welcome. Tell me if you need anything." Although she didn't think Ji-sun could understand it. But it was rare to find someone who could share her collection. Ji-sun walked over without hesitation. When the lights were turned on, the place was densely packed with various ancient documents and archives, and the bookshelves were full of mechanical books. So many. Ji-sun was also slightly surprised. A whole room of ancient documents, many of which were genuine antique originals and rare editions. These things may not be collected by top nobles. They are all treasures. Ji-sun's original idea was to take a look at Dong Qi's collection first, thinking that there might not be much. Then see if he can ask about other things indirectly, such as other classics collected by Hong Lu. However, seeing so many ancient classics, he didn't want to go anywhere else. His idea at the moment was to finish reading them first. Dong Qi sorted out the drawings on her workbench and said, "I like to stay here most of the time. Sometimes I stay for several days." After saying that, she looked at Ji-sun again to confirm, "Are you really interested in these ancient books? Or, let's go downstairs, and I help you arrange a few beauties?" Ji-sun was of course interested in ancient books. That's good. Dong Qi didn't say anything else, saying, "Then just read it casually, call me if you need anything. It's just right for me to repair my mecha. There was a small problem in the previous battle." As she said that, she walked out and fiddled with the tools. Ji-sun also sat on the chair and looked through the ancient secret books that had been sorted out. Most of them were mechanical books, but some were not. Whatever it was, Ji-sun was very fascinated. Many of the drawings in the classics had notes written in Xiaojuan font. Ji-sun looked at them, frowned occasionally, and couldn't help but make some changes. After all, he was now proficient in the ancient language of Tarun, and it was easy to find that many of the annotations on these drawings were wrong, so he marked them. The two of them were separated by a wall of glass. One was tinkering with machinery outside, and the other was reading a book inside. Dong Qi was also a little confused. Is there really someone interested in these boring ancient secret books? Before she came, she still doubted Ji-sun's motives. But she didn't want to think badly of the benefactor who saved her several times. Steal her mecha technology? Dong Qi thought that if he really wanted it, he should just ask and give it to him. There was no way to repay the life-saving grace. As long as it could be given materially, she didn't mind anything. On the contrary, she thought that it would be the easiest to repay with material things. But in the current situation, Ji-sun was not looking at the blueprints, but was really interested in those ancient books. This made Dong Qi very confused. So while she was tinkering with the mecha, she would glance at the archives room from time to time. Seeing that Ji-sun's concentration didn't seem to be fake, Dong Qi was even more confused. Glancing at the cover, the book in the guy's hand was a fragment of a mechanical book from the Talon era. She couldn't understand it herself. So how could he understand it? However, what surprised Dong Qi even more was yet to come. As she was looking, she actually saw Ji-sun modifying his notes. Dong Qi couldn't bear her doubts any longer, so she leaned out from the glass and asked, "Can you understand these ancient books of Talon?" Ji-sun glanced at her and said, "Yeah. I can barely understand it." Dong Qi didn't dare to believe it and asked in surprise, "You are a polymath? You should know that the Talon dynasty was a civilization that collapsed 3,000 years ago, and the inheritance of writing has long been broken. I searched the entire innocent city before, but couldn't find anyone who could master the ancient Talon language. Now this person who is about the same age as me actually said that he can understand it. Aren't you a werewolf? Besides, you are a doctor. Why are you a polymath now?" "No." Ji-sun knew what she was wondering about, and smiled. "I just like to study ancient books, so I understand some ancient characters." Hearing this, Dong Qi's eyes suddenly lit up. Are you kidding? She hurried in, looked at her revised notes, and asked, do you really understand it? Ji-sun didn't explain much, just pointed out one thing casually: the translation of this paragraph is not forging and shaping, but the characteristic extraction of extraordinary materials after heat treatment. If I'm not mistaken, the extraction steps are on the drawing. Also, this sentence in the gunpowder formula cannot be directly translated into the fire dragon burns the castle, and white smoke comes out. This is a coded metaphor, which should refer to the process of heating and volatilizing the material, and extracting the volatiles. Also, the term marked with a question mark on your drawing should be correction of bending. Well, this is not a mechanical drawing, but an explanation diagram of the magic matrix. Ji-sun explained several errors he saw one after another. The light in Dong-chi's black eyes became brighter and brighter. She racked her brains to interpret these drawings by guessing. Now she heard that there was really someone who could translate accurately. After all, they were all ancient drawings sorted out by herself. With this, she could naturally tell whether they were correct. She looked at Ji-sun again, and her eyes were different at this moment. This guy really understood the ancient language of Tarun, and not just ordinary understanding, but mastery. Before, Dong-chi just wanted to repay her gratitude, so she brought Ji-sun to her mechanical workshop where no outsiders had ever come. But at this moment, her thoughts were different. Dong-chi's breathing became excited, as if she had seen some rare treasure. If she could understand the ancient language of Talon, then these materials and drawings would no longer be secrets that she could not understand. The problems with her mecha could probably be solved, and many high-precision ancient machines that could not be manufactured could also be manufactured. Dong-chi was not the kind of girl who was reserved. As soon as she thought of it, she said directly, "Can you teach me?" She did not hide her enthusiasm for mechanical knowledge at all, and said bluntly, "It's not in vain. You just need to teach me how to interpret these drawings. As long as I can do it, I can agree to it." Ji-sun listened, did not refuse, and chuckled, "I am not proficient in it. I just know a little bit." He didn't want to waste his words. But just now, he saw that Dong-chi was a mechanic who could design his own mecha, so he had some other ideas in his mind. The talent of this gangster lady in mechanics is obvious to the naked eye. If this talent is not used, it would be a bit of a waste. But after reading the contents of these notes, it is obvious that Dong-chi is limited by the interpretation of words, and cannot understand many of the exquisite ancient machinery. That's why he said a few more words. Helping her a little may be a big favor that will affect her for the rest of her life. After all, without the opportunity, many people will never learn the ancient language of Tarun in their lifetime. And it's not a big deal to translate it. If you do more favors, you can also ask more questions. Seeing that Ji-sun did not refuse, Dong-chi's face instantly showed joy. She dragged a chair in directly from outside, and sat next to Ji-sun, and shouted excitedly, "Ah, why did I meet you only now? It would have been great if we had known each other earlier." This attitude seemed to be more worthy of gratitude than saving her life. Ji-sun listened and raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. How could this be like the cool and sassy gangster lady before? In the face of mechanical knowledge, she was just an enthusiastic and studious mechanic. Dong-chi was eager to learn, and Ji-sun was not stingy with his words. The two chatted in the archive room. But before long, a gentle and steady female voice sounded outside the door, "Chi-chi, can I come in?" Dong-chi didn't answer in a hurry, but glanced at Ji-sun beside her, as if asking again, "Can I?" After all, she knew that Ji-sun's identity was sensitive, and she didn't make the decision on her own. Ji-sun also felt that this mutually respectful mode of getting along was very pleasant, and didn't mind, and nodded. Dong-chi then responded, "Sure." Then she explained, "It's Aunt Sheen. Don't worry, she's a very nice person." Ji-sun guessed who it was after hearing it. This is the 11th floor, and the person who can come up must be a senior executive of Honglu. The boss of Honglu is Dong-jui, and there is also a vice president named Qin Rushi. It is said that she is the most beautiful woman in Wuzue City. The hunters all mentioned her, saying that she is absolutely beautiful. But very few people have really seen her true face. Ji-sun was also very curious. But he cared more about other things. There are many beautiful women in Wuzue City. It is possible to become the vice president of the first gang, and she is definitely not a vase. The strength is definitely very strong. But the intelligence dealer has never found any record of Qin Rushi fighting. Ji-sun thought of something and quietly put on the clown mask. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard footsteps coming from outside the door. Looking again, a beautiful woman wearing a black cheongsam, and with her hair tied up high walked in. Her figure was graceful, round and plump, and just the right amount of plump. The slit of the cheongsam was very high, almost to the root of the legs. When she walked in, her white and slender legs were faintly visible. Without looking at her face, her figure is already top-notch. Her face is impeccable, charming and mature. It makes people feel as if they are drawn to her. Even Ji-sun couldn't help but sigh in his heart, worthy of being the most beautiful woman in Wuzui City. But after just one glance, he also restrained his eyes. Qin Rushi walked in, and the gleam in her eyes had already been restrained. She looked at the blood on Dong Qiqi's body, frowned slightly, and asked with concern, "Qiqi, I heard that you were injured. Do you want to see a doctor?" Dong Qi said, "No big problem." She introduced directly, "Aunt Qin, this is Ji-sun, he saved my life before." Qin Rushi glanced at her with her beautiful eyes, smiled gently, and said sincerely, "Qiqi, this girl has caused you trouble." Ji-sun stood up very gentlemanly, neither humble nor arrogant. "President Qin is too polite. It's just a little help." Qin Rushi looked at the chairs next to each other, a little surprised, but also smiled slightly. "If you don't mind, you can call me Aunt Qin like Qiqi." Ji-sun nodded politely, and said nothing more. Qin Rushi asked again, "I heard some news from the gang members." "What happened?" "I received news that Big Ivan's goods were robbed, so I went to reinforce them." Dong Qi roughly described the process of the incident. When he was tied to the car, he glanced at Ji-sun again, and seeing that he didn't mind, he said, "Then Mr. Ji-sun rescued me. We also discovered that there was a third party. Fortunately, Mr. Ji-sun killed the cursed witch." Qin Rushi listened carefully, without any change in her expression. This skill of cultivating qi was beyond the reach of ordinary people. She did not ask any details that Dong Qiqi deliberately avoided. For example, how to kill people, what means, these questions that easily expose the identity. After listening, she just thought about it for a while, and said solemnly, "This matter involves a lot, I have to deal with it now." Qin Rushi did not plan to stay any longer. Looking at Ji-sun, she smiled gently, "You are the lifesaver of our Qiqi. I don't treat you as an outsider anymore. I treat you after I'm done with my work." As she said that, she turned to Dong Qiqi and said, "Qiqi, just take care of Ji-sun. I call a doctor to help you later." Dong Qi nodded. "Then I go down first." Qin Rushi smiled lightly, turned around gracefully, and left the workshop. Ji-sun looked at the graceful back, and the cautiousness in his eyes was also restrained. He knew very well that Qin Rushi said that she came up to ask about the situation, and more to see him as an outsider. Very strong. Ji-sun sighed in his heart. Although he didn't see Qin Rushi's career sequence throughout the whole process. But just because he didn't understand it, he knew that this person was definitely very strong. But since he wanted to know the origin of Atai's breathing method, the senior management of Honglu must have had some contact with him. Dong Qi looked at him for a moment longer and joked, "Auntie Qin is beautiful, right?" Ji-sun would not lie with his eyes open, and admitted generously, "Yeah." Hearing this, Dong Qi was not surprised at all. There is no man who doesn't praise Auntie Qin for her beauty. She even said without hesitation, "Ah, that's troublesome. If you like any woman in Honglu, I can help you find a way. But Aunt Qin can't do that. Of course, if she thinks you can do it, that's fine." Ji-sun laughed when he heard it. What does this have to do with it? He was not interested in dwelling on this topic. Instead, he asked with more interest, "Your name is Dong Qiqi?" "Yes." Dong Qi also said, "My mother gave it to me. But I think it's too weak. The old man at home is called Dong Jio, so I will be called Dong Qi." Ji-sun suddenly understood. Dong Qi didn't waste time talking about that. She looked at the 2 notes she had just written on the table and said, "Ah, let's continue." Ji-sun also nodded. The two sat back in their chairs, and continued to study those ancient archives and drawings. "If you are sleepy, I will arrange a few pretty girls to help you relieve your fatigue. Why do I feel like you know everything? Or you can stay at my place tonight? Ah, you are really amazing. You know some of the broken characters before the Tarun dynasty. How did you learn it?" Time flies. Ji-sun and Dong Qi stayed in the workshop for a whole night. Those boring knowledge to others are very attractive to them. Ji-sun meditated while flipping through those ancient documents, which was no different from usual. He didn't read much about the knowledge related to machinery, but focused on some ancient books related to the curse card masters. Dong Qi just didn't know the Tarun ancient text. After she could really translate it, she was also immersed in the mysteries of various machines. The two of them got along tacitly in the archives room, immersed in the ocean of knowledge. Occasionally they exchanged a few words. Although they didn't talk much, they gradually became familiar with each other. Sometimes you can tell whether your temperaments are compatible by communicating more. They had a good impression of each other. Ji-sun's original plan was to take a look at the classics here. Dong Jui should be back the next day. Then he could ask about the breathing method. By the way, he thought there might be some surprise rewards. However, before Dong Jui came back, an uninvited guest came to Honolulu. At noon the next day, someone shouted in the brass pipe used for communication, "Seventh brother, there is a very troublesome gambler in the casino on the 8th floor. Do you want to come down and take a look?" Chapter 127. At this moment, in the gambling den on the 8th floor of Honolulu, a group of gamblers were gathered around a gambling table, shouting excitedly, "Free, free, free! Ha ha ha, another win. That's too much, right? That gentleman must have won 1 billion this time? Hee, I've won almost 1 million by following suit. Thanks to that gentleman's good luck. Oh my god, that gentleman bet all 1 billion chips." At this moment, almost everyone in the gambling den was attracted by the big bet on this table. The dealer was sweating profusely as he looked at the pile of golden chips on the idle number. Although Honolulu was wealthy, they did not have much cash. If they continued to lose, their gambling house would be completely drained of cash. The key point was that there was no guarantee that others would not continue to gamble after winning this time. In contrast, the handsome young man in a white suit sitting opposite the dealer had a calm expression. It seemed that the astronomical amount of chips was not worth mentioning in his eyes. He did not forget to urge, "What's wrong, deal the cards? Is it because you Honolulu can't afford to lose?" The gamblers on the side also followed suit, "Yes, deal the cards quickly." On the other side, on the stairs of the 8th floor of the gambling den, there are some minor accidents in the gambling den from time to time on weekdays, and cadres like Dong Chi will come to deal with them. The two of them stayed in the workshop all night last night, so it was a good time to come down and move around. As soon as Ji-sun and Dong Chi came down, they saw Chin Rushi and several casino stewards meeting and discussing something. We greeted each other briefly. Everyone looked at the crowded gambling table downstairs. "Did you see anything?" "No. There was no cheating. The cards were changed. The dealers were also changed several times. It seemed that he was just lucky. He didn't win every time, but he lost a few small losses, but he would definitely win if he placed a big bet. He won more than 1 billion chips. The most important thing is that other gamblers followed his bet. In less than an hour, we have lost nearly 2 billion. Just as he was talking, a wave of cheers came from the gambling den. The young man in the white suit won again. 1 billion became 2 billion. What was even more exaggerated was that he had no intention of taking back the chips and bet them again. Seeing this, several managers of Honolulu could no longer sit still, and their eyes were filled with coldness. There were also some hidden rules in the gambling den. If you are really a gambler, even if you are really lucky, you have to give the gambling den some face and stop when you are ahead. This kind of killing all gambling method obviously didn't want to leave any room for Honolulu. This is obviously to stir up trouble. In Wuzue City, no one dares to do this. The only possibility is that the young man in the white suit came from Shangqing. And he is not an ordinary Shangqing person. Seeing this, Chin Rushi's crystal eyes flashed a ray of wisdom, and said lightly, "It seems that this person is coming for us. Manager Liu, please invite the guest to the VIP room number 3, be polite." One person nodded and said yes. "President, Ji-sun originally just came down with Dong Chi to walk around and then have dinner. This kind of thing has a special person to deal with, and there is no need for him, an outsider, to get involved." Just looking at the pile of chips, Ji-sun also took a closer look at the gambler. However, it was at this glance that he was surprised to find that this was the man with a mustache in the old boat gambling den that day. Although he didn't put on a mustache this time, Ji-sun remembered the facial features very clearly. Even if it was a disguise, the ears and other things would not be disguised together. Ji-sun took a closer look and immediately confirmed that it was the noble lady dressed as a man. This time she was not playing a speculator, but a rich young man. Does this noble lady like this role-playing game so much? Obviously not. She is here to pick a fight. TSK, interesting. Ji-sun narrowed his eyes. Before, in the old boat gambling den, this guy appeared and Boss Chen was killed. At that time, Ji-sun suspected that it was related to her, but the assassin died without evidence, and no one was sure whether it was really a third party to stir up trouble. Now it's confirmed. Seeing her appear in Honolulu to stir up trouble, it's easy to infer her motives. Is she here to show her hand? Ji-sun immediately thought of something. According to the third party's plan, Dong Chi should have been caught last night, but because of her involvement, she was rescued. This ruined the third party's plan. Seeing that Honolulu and the Brotherhood already knew the truth, they didn't fight, and they might not fight for a long time in the future. There was no point in hiding in the dark. So, are they here to cause trouble? Ji-sun also became very interested, thinking, since they dared to come to Honglu's base camp to cause trouble, they must have the confidence. TSK, are they going to force it? If they really want to tear their faces with Honglu in Wuzui City, it will be a big commotion. In this situation, it is most likely either the Governor Chow family or the Lionheart family. Ji-sun glanced at the gamblers in the gambling den and wanted to see what kind of masters came. Dong-chi also frowned when he saw it. Honglu has been in a turbulent period recently, and I thought that the truce would calm down. But I didn't expect someone to come and make trouble again. Ji-sun didn't know if it was because he looked at them a few more times, but Qin Rushi, who was about to leave, felt something in his heart, turned around and looked at the two of them, and said, Chi-Chi, you guys come too. He meant you guys. Dong-chi glanced at Ji-sun and asked, shall we go and see? Ji-sun didn't mind, of course. He also wanted to see how these high-end players fought. The three of them came to the VIP room number 3 first. Soon, the young man in the white suit was surrounded by a group of people and walked in. A pile of chips worth more than 2 billion was also placed on the gambling table. Although he was alone, the young man did not show any fear on his face, and laughed awkwardly. Oh, you want to gamble alone? Okay, let me see if any of you in Honglu can take over my chips. She sat down on the chair without hesitation, obviously knowing Qin Rushi, and looked at the casino stewards around her with gloomy expressions, and said, President Qin, there are so many of you, what do you want to do? Qin Rushi also knew that this person was about to show his true strength, so she waved her hand and said, you guys go out first. Yes, President. The casino stewards nodded, turned around and left, and then closed the door. There were only 4 people left in the huge VIP room. The young man in the white suit glanced behind Qin Rushi. She knew Dong-chi, but since the other person had not been cleared out, she did not ask more questions and only thought that he was a senior executive of Honglu. Qin Rushi smiled slightly. What is your name? It's just a nobody. It doesn't matter who he is. The young man in the white suit sneered. President Qin, you asked me to come to this VIP room just to ask questions? I'm here to gamble. I'm not interested in talking about irrelevant things. Qin Rushi's face showed no strange expression, and he responded to the move. Then let's talk about the cards? Hearing this, the young man in the suit raised his eyebrows and became a little interested. Okay. But I think gambling is boring. Bet on something else. Hearing this, Qin Rushi's crystal eyes showed no surprise at all, and asked calmly, what do you want to bet on? Since you are the one who is trying to stir up trouble, it is time to show your true colors. The young man in a suit had a dandy look on his face and suggested, how about truth or dare? If I lose, the chips belong to you. How about if you lose and take off your clothes? As she spoke, she had a lewd expression on her face, and she looked at Qin Rushi's figure without hiding her greedy eyes, and said jokingly, TSK, I also want to see what the figure of the most beautiful woman in Innocent City is like. I heard that no man has ever tried it. I would like to try it. Dong-chi, who was standing by, was stunned. This is really provocative. Ji-sun listened without changing his expression, and murmured in his heart, this acting is also that of a professional actor. He is also proficient in the secret method of sound waves and mimicry. He should be a curse card master of the Meihua 7 singer path? Because he knew that this was a noble lady, and he guessed that she wanted to deliberately anger her opponent. However, is it such a big deal right at the beginning? However, Qin Rushi didn't expect that she was not angry at all when she heard it. She smiled calmly and agreed okay. She also saw some clues. How to bet. Keep it simple, compare the size of 2 cards? Okay. Qin Rushi tilted her head to signal Dong-chi, and said, Chi-Chi, you deal the cards. Dong-chi walked to the dealer's position, then took out a brand new deck of cards, shuffled them, and placed them on the table. Both parties at the table had smiles on their faces. Ji-sun also stared at it intently. There was no basic meaning in cheating in this game, and he also wanted to see how the masters broke the game. Dong-chi showed his cards to both parties, 1 open card and 1 hidden card. Neither party wasted any time, and turned the cards over. Qin Rushi, 7 of spades, J of diamonds, 18 points. The young man in a suit, 10 of hearts, 5 of diamonds, 15 points. Oh, bad luck. The young man in a suit didn't seem to care at all about losing 2 billion chips. He smacked his lips, and continued to provoke. It seems that it's not easy to see President Qin take off his clothes. Ji-sun looked at this ordinary gambling game, and was also surprised. Isn't it a matter of skill? It's just a bet on luck. He didn't see any problem at all. Dong-chi dealt the cards, and the other 2 people, who held the cards, just flipped them randomly, without any skills. This time, they won back 2 billion chips. It seemed that this farce should end. However, at this time, the young man in the suit had no intention of leaving the table. He squinted his eyes, and looked at Qin Rushi. How about another bet? Even if I win, I still want to see you take off your clothes. If you win, I can answer a question for you. Qin Rushi knew that the other party would never give up until his goal was achieved, so he could only accept the challenge. Okay. Dongqi showed his cards to both parties again. Neither party said anything more, and just turned over the cards. Qin Rushi, Ace of Hearts, King of Diamonds, 14 points. The young man in a suit, 10 of Hearts, 5 of Diamonds, 13 points. Although it was a narrow victory. But Qin Rushi won again. The young man in a suit only raised his eyebrows slightly, and his expression did not show any sign of dejection after losing the cards. He just continued to talk nonsense. Oh, my luck is really bad. She said again. Go ahead, President Qin. What do you want to ask me? Qin Rushi narrowed his eyes slightly, thought for a moment, and asked directly, is the recent conflict between our Honglu and the Brotherhood behind your move in secret? As soon as these words came out, it was like showing a bayonet, and the atmosphere in the room immediately became cold. Ji-sun and Dongqi also looked over. However, unexpectedly, the young man in the suit seemed to have expected it, and admitted it frankly. Yes. Dongqi was stunned when he heard it. Although Ji-sun had guessed it long ago, he was also a little surprised to see this guy admit it so frankly. Qin Rushi's eyes narrowed slightly when she heard this. Her beautiful face was still smiling, and she said, Your Excellency said that. Are you not afraid that you will not be able to leave Honglu today? The young man in the suit didn't care at all, and also responded with a smile. If you want to make a move, I really can't get out alive. But if you dare to make a move, I guarantee that no one will be left alive in Honglu today. Do you believe it? The two sides used the most understated tone to engage in a confrontation with hidden murderous intent. After these words came out, no one in the room spoke anymore. The air seemed to condense. The breathing became heavy. It seemed that as long as Qin Rushi waved his hand, a group of people would rush in and chop this pretty boy into hundreds of pieces. Ji-sun was looking forward to the fight, but at the moment he felt that neither side had fully revealed their cards, so the probability of a fight was low. As expected. But suddenly, the young man in a suit broke the silence and said, How about another bet? If I win, you still take off your clothes. If I lose, this matter ends here today, and I can answer a question for you by the way. As soon as these words came out, Qin Rushi's eyelids twitched slightly. She had already felt that something was wrong, but she could only agree, okay. She sensed the fluctuation of fate. But she also knew that she couldn't take it. No one in Honglu could take it. The game came to the third round. Dongqi continued to deal cards. On the other side, Ji-sun, who had been watching, noticed that the atmosphere was getting more and more weird, and at the same time, he was thinking in his heart, just now it was 3 points short, this time it was 1 point short. Could it be some kind of pattern? He didn't expect to see if the two people had any clever tricks in the game, and could only speculate on some metaphysical possibilities. Ji-sun didn't think that these two people were really gambling on luck before. But after watching 2 games, he felt that they were really gambling on luck. And this luck was not as he thought, it could not be interfered with. Mystical card masters have ways to interfere with luck. Ji-sun didn't think that this disguised noble lady was not sure at all to gamble so big. There must be something to rely on. So think along this line of thought. Ji-sun suddenly thought of something else. That guy is not sure to win, but he will win with a big bet. Can it be understood that the small bet is pad luck? Ji-sun suddenly remembered that in his previous life, when he was playing games and upgrading his equipment, there was a saying called pad knife. It means padding luck. When you feel that your luck is bad, you can use some inferior equipment to pad your knife, and forget about it if the enhancement explodes. Wait for a few more garbage equipment to explode, and then upgrade the main equipment. It is said that there is a bonus of luck. If you lose more, the probability of winning will naturally increase. This is also the mentality of many gamblers. And Ji-sun also observed carefully. The guy on the opposite side lost 2 games in a row, and it should be very unlucky, but her momentum is getting higher and higher. Isn't this definitely a stab? Although I don't know how she did it. But Ji-sun guessed that there might be some mysterious power that can increase her luck, such as relics, spells, etc. It looks like gambling cards. The 2 people on the table are actually fighting on a mysterious level. Ji-sun was thoughtful, and had a premonition in his heart. If it is really as I guessed, President Qin will lose the next hand. And the other party obviously didn't want to see any clothes being taken off, but had a bigger plan. Dong Qi showed the cards to both parties again. The two parties took it again and turned it over. Qin Rushi, 9 of diamonds, 10 of hearts, 19 points. Young man in a suit, 10 of spades, 10 of diamonds, 20 points. Just a little bigger. This time, Qin Rushi really lost. Chapter 128. A high-stakes gamble is going on in the VIP room on the 8th floor, which is related to the survival of Honolulu. At this moment, some special guests have also mixed in with the gamblers on the bustling 7th floor. On the roulette table, a silver-haired young man is placing bets with great interest. Behind him stands an old man who looks like a servant. Your Highness, there are many masters in Honolulu. Is it time for me to go and see if the young lady from the Lionheart family goes up alone? If something happens to the young lady in Wuzue, it will be difficult to explain to the Lionheart family. No need. The people of Honolulu dare not kill her. Besides, they want her to come to the marriage alliance to become the princess, and ambition alone is not enough. I also want to see how true the rumors about the Silver Mist Rose are. If she is just beautiful, such a woman has no value to me. Yes, Your Highness. Humph, bypassing us and coming directly to Innocent City to do these little tricks. Those guys obviously don't take us, the remnants of the old times, seriously. TSK, the Anka family that used to crawl under the throne of my Augustus now wants to be on an equal footing with my royal family. We need to make them do more. I think it's interesting that the favorite little daughter of the Federation General Golden Lion Carlo is going to die in Innocent City. Forget it, let's see if she can get the key in Honolulu's hand. I know, Your Highness. By the way, did Chuchio find it? Not yet, Your Highness. 13 Cayman Riders. Those guys killed Chao Sihai last time, but I don't know why they let the lady go. I don't know what those guys are thinking. The mission was not completed, they did not receive the reward, and we have not been able to contact them since then. The master and servant chatted among the gamblers. But strangely, no one else noticed it. In the VIP room number 3, the 4 people looked at the points on the cards with different expressions. The young man in the white suit looked at the cards. An evil smile on his face made the playboy's hateful performance more vividly. Oh, President Qin, I'm sorry, it seems that I won. She stared at Qin Rushi's beautiful face, and then slid down her neck to her chest proudly. The aggressive eyes were like scissors, as if they could cut the exquisite Cheongsam apart, and he did not forget to tease, TSK, I seem to have a good time tonight. Dong Qi's face was full of murderous intent when he heard it. This kind of humiliation is already a declaration of war in the gang, but seeing that Qin Rushi didn't say anything, she endured it. And Ji-sun looked at the professional level acting skills, and he couldn't find any faults with his eyes. But because he knew in advance that this was a noble lady dressed as a man. So the more hateful she performed, the more it confirmed Ji-sun's guess. The bet between these two people was actually a game of luck. Although Ji-sun didn't understand the specific method, he could guess the intention. The purpose of the noble lady was never to see any clothes being taken off, but to lay the groundwork from beginning to end. The purpose was to weaken the opponent's luck and finally achieve her own goal. But losing is losing. Ji-sun's peripheral vision also caught a glimpse of Qin Rushi's face, who had not spoken after turning over the cards. What was a little surprising was that even though the vice president of Honolulu lost, he only raised his eyebrows and glanced at the cards. He showed no negative emotions because of losing the cards. There was even a slight smile in his eyes. She pondered for a moment, as if she was thinking about something. The young man in the white suit on the opposite side urged, President Qin, you can't afford to lose, right? Qin Rushi looked at the other party, stood up openly, and smiled calmly, I'm willing to accept the loss. It was this indifference that made the bad luck of losing the card just now seem to be swept away in an instant. The game of luck has made a lot of gains. The young man in the suit opposite still had a cynical smile on his face, but he secretly praised him in his heart, saying, Master. Ji-sun saw that Qin Rushi was really going to take off her clothes, and avoided suspicion at the right time. I go out first. Although he was also interested in appreciating the figure of the most beautiful woman in Wuzhou City. But at this critical moment, staying here is not a good choice. If it really happened, the top management of Honolulu would be completely offended, and the gain would not make up for the loss. However, Qin Rushi never expected that. When she heard this, she smiled and said, no need. You are not an outsider. Just stay here. She had already seen through the opponent's tactics. Now the 4 people in the room are all participants in the gambling game, and it is also a factor of luck. If she really showed her weakness, her momentum would have lost 3 points. More importantly, she thought of something else. As she spoke, Qin Rushi dragged out her words, since this distinguished guest is in such a good mood. If we hide it, it will make us look petty. Ji-sun heard that Qin Rushi had no intention of avoiding him, so he stayed there. But something suddenly occurred to his mind. He didn't think it was a blessing from heaven. When masters play chess, every move must have a purpose. He guessed that Qin Rushi had probably seen through that the other party was a woman, and keeping him here must have other intentions. This intention is not difficult to guess. Qin Rushi is already preparing the chips for the next gamble. Ji-sun thought of this for a moment, and sighed in his heart. Awesome. Qin Rushi didn't hesitate. Just as she said, she was willing to accept defeat. She reached out and unbuttoned the first button of the cheongsam on her left shoulder, and a smile was always on her beautiful face. The lights seemed to be focused on her, and Qin Rushi unbuttoned the cheongsam 1, 2, and 3 buttons elegantly. The black and gold cheongsam was very tight, outlining the curvy figure, but also a little restrictive. Once the buttons were untied, the restraint was gone, and the proud snow-capped peaks were ready to be revealed. Qin Rushi's beautiful face did not have the slightest trace of a girl immaturity, and her eyebrows only had a mature charm. The slight arc of the corners of her red lips inadvertently revealed a hint of charm. Even if she was forced to take off her clothes because she lost, she was not afraid at all. She looked at the young man in white opposite her, and lifted her cheongsam without hesitation. The silky fabric could not stay on her delicate skin like white porcelain, and it fell smoothly all the way to her waist and stopped at her hips. Qin Rushi did not stop, and with a tug of her slender hands, the cheongsam had completely fallen to her heels. All of a sudden, her beautiful figure was exposed to the air. Her round and plump figure was just right, although she was still wearing cool clothes with lace trims. But it was also exposed at a glance. When Qin Rushi did this, her fingertips gently touched a strand of hair on her temples, and asked, "Do you want to take it off again?" The more calm she acted, the more the smile in the eyes of the young man in white opposite her became restrained. Ji-sun and Dong-chi also saw that Qin Rushi was not at a disadvantage in this confrontation. The performance of the young man in white was still flawless, with greed in his eyes. He spread his hands and said, "The most beautiful woman in Wuzhou City is indeed worthy of her reputation. I am lucky to witness her, so of course I have to see her thoroughly. Although I know it seems to be of little use, the play must go on." "As you wish." Qin Rushi listened and smiled without comment. She reached her hand to her back without hesitation, pinched it lightly, and took off the only cool clothing on her upper body. She put the sexy clothes on the gambling table as if to provoke. Then she didn't stop, hooked her slender fingers around her waist, leaned over without shyness, and took off the last piece of clothing that covered her body. The beautiful figure was exposed to the air without any cover. The crystal lamp in the VIP room was very bright, and the light shone on her body, emitting a faint white fluorescence. At this moment, it seemed that the lights in the room became gentle. Since she was naked, Qin Rushi didn't want to use the gambling table to cover anything, so she stood there openly and smiled. "Are you satisfied, my guest?" Even without restraints, her breasts still stand proudly, and the light smudge under the light makes her look even more charming. Sexy, charming, elegant, gentle, almost all the words to describe beauty and charm can be used on her. Qin Rushi embodies the charm of mature women to the fullest. The most beautiful woman in Wuzhou City is really worthy of the reputation. Even Ji-sun couldn't help but glance at her more. But he immediately restrained himself. This kind of master's advantage is not something you can take advantage of casually. Logically speaking, after this humiliation, Qin Rushi's gambling luck would be at its worst. But the situation was just the opposite. Qin Rushi was willing to accept the loss and pay the chips she lost, but the invisible momentum became stronger and stronger. She had no intention of putting on her clothes and asked back, "Do you want to continue gambling?" If the other party admitted that it was over, today's crisis would be resolved. But of course, it was not over. The young man in white vaguely sensed that something was wrong, but she would not leave until her goal was achieved. She raised her eyebrows, and instantly retracted the strange look on her face, of course. When these words came out, it seemed as if some agreement had been reached. The spell had begun. She thought that since the other party could do this to break the situation, it was really smart. But she didn't lose either. It was at most a draw. She was still in the upper hand, so there was no reason not to continue the bet. Qin Rushi narrowed her eyes, and asked, "Your Excellency has seen it. Next, what do you want to bet on?" When these words came out, everyone knew that the appetizer had been served. "It's time for the main event." The young man in white didn't hide it anymore and said, "I heard that Hong Lu has a king's key. Let's bet on this in the next round." Qin Rushi's pupils shrank slightly when she heard this, as if this was of great importance. Her tone instantly became relaxed and she asked, "Where did you get this news?" She suddenly realized that he was here for this. What a big ambition. The young man in white was very satisfied with the other party's surprised reaction. If he was really timid, his luck would decline again. She smiled lazily. It doesn't matter where I heard it from. The key is, do you dare to bet? Qin Rushi's eyes slightly subsided, knowing that she couldn't agree to it today. Since our Honglu is open for business, we naturally want customers to enjoy themselves. Since the distinguished guest wants to bet so big. But what if you lose? The young man in white had an indifferent expression on his face. Whatever you think is fine. Qin Rushi's eyes turned, as if waiting for the other party to say this, and said, then how about this, if you lose, you also take off your clothes like me? You? The smile on the young man's face immediately faded when he heard it. From the moment she sat at the gambling table till now, she showed a complex expression she had never had before. Because when she said this, she immediately realized that her disguise had been seen through. No wonder this woman didn't mind taking off her clothes at all. However, before she could think about it, Qin Rushi's beautiful profile had already smiled, and she said, after all, I also want to see if the legendary Silver Mist City's first wise beauty, the Silver Mist Rose Miss Catalina of the Lionheart family, is really that beautiful. This statement directly revealed his identity, and the young man in white had lost his leisurely expression. Qin Rushi used the same bet to throw the problem back. Catalina's face changed slightly. As a noble lady, chastity and reputation are often more important to her than life. But now the bet has been agreed. At this moment, Catalina suddenly realized. She seemed to have the upper hand just now, but the other party retreated to advance, and actually fell into the trap of that woman step by step. Hearing Qin Ru reveal the identity of the other party, as the eldest lady of the Lionheart family, Dong Qi's expression instantly became wonderful. Although he didn't say anything, his surprised eyes couldn't hide it. This guy is a woman, and Ji Sun was not too surprised to hear that this noble lady was from the Lionheart family. Just now, Miss Catalina said that if she died, Honglu would be destroyed in an instant. Then the nobles in Innocent City, who can do it now, are only the Chao family, and the Lionheart family with 50,000 beasts stationed in the upper city. A young female noble, resourceful and courageous, dares to come alone, and has extraordinary courage, so this range can be locked. Ji Sun is not familiar with the complex genealogy of the nobles. But Qin Ru is the vice president of the largest gang in Innocent City, and the intelligence system is definitely not blocked. Ji Sun saw this move, and muttered in his heart, leaving me here, is it really for this trick? He sighed. I had guessed it just now. If there were only women in the room, it would not be of much use to reveal the identity of Miss Catalina. The bet of taking off clothes is not worth much. But it is different with one more man. This is absolutely unacceptable to those noble ladies, except for this bet. Anything else may not make a lady from a top noble family so embarrassed. With the smallest bet, the biggest effect was achieved. This is the only point. Regardless of scheming or strategy, Qin Rushi is not in vain to sit firmly in the position of vice president of the first gang in Wuzu City. Ji Sun saw through this series of traps and sighed again. This move is really brilliant, but thinking of this, Ji Sun still couldn't figure it out. But why did President Qin let me stay at the beginning? Things have developed to this point. This is obviously a counterattack. He didn't think Qin Rushi had guessed the bet of taking off clothes, so he specially left a man here. It seems to be some kind of mysterious predictive ability. Ji Sun was thoughtful. The identity was revealed, and there was no objection to the disguise of a playboy. Catalina's face turned very gloomy. Now that Qin Rushi had the initiative, she didn't want to give the enemy time to react, and urged, if Miss Catalina feels embarrassed, how about we end this bet? She didn't really want to see a noble lady take off her clothes when she made this bet. She wanted her to give up when she saw the difficulty. Regardless of whether the other party dared to agree or not, after the identity was revealed, the mysterious confrontation just now was no longer one-sided. Ancient relics that can affect luck are indeed rare, but they are not completely unmanageable. Qin Rushi had already figured out the rules of the relic. He was still naked. It seemed that he had lost 3 points. But the trend of the opponent's layout of overlapping chi was also broken. Instead, he lost 7 points. Catalina looked at the smile on the face of the naked woman in front of her and felt frustrated for the first time. I thought it was a sure thing, but I didn't expect that. The lives of nobles and commoners cannot be compared at all. Similarly, the chastity of a noble lady and this shameless woman are two different things. Bitch. Although Katerina knew that her mood would interfere with her luck, she couldn't help but curse in her heart. Should she retreat? No, impossible. The pride and unwillingness in her heart immediately rebelled. I have never lost since I was a child, growing up with the reputations of both talented and beautiful and Silver Mist's most talented woman. She has never experienced the taste of failure. Thinking of this, Katerina touched the fake coin in her pocket again. Luck is unpredictable, unlike before, when she was sure she would win. But even so, it was still a 50-50 chance. Besides, she had a secret technique. There was no way she could lose. Katerina was unwilling to leave in such a disgraceful manner, as she knew there were more than one force waiting to see the result. If she really admitted defeat, the Lionheart family would lose face. Silver Mist Rose Katerina would also lose face. Thinking of this, she agreed immediately deal the cards. Chapter 129. Being anxious and irritable is a taboo in gambling. Qin Rushi saw this. Her expression did not change. Although she did not want to offend a noble lady, it seemed that she would not give up until the result was determined. She did not say anything more, and gestured, "Chi-Chi, deal the cards." This time, the atmosphere of the gambling game was obviously different. Although Miss Catalina was still arrogant, her confident look of winning was gone. It was as if the luck was divided into two, each side occupied half. Dongqi showed his cards to both parties again. Qin Rushi didn't sit down either. Even though she was naked, she was still elegant. She turned over the cards, hearts J, diamond J, 22 points. Katerina, spades 10, spades Q, also 22 points. Same points. Qin Rushi didn't look surprised at all. A draw was a steady rise in her luck. Katerina didn't look very happy because she didn't win. According to her plan, she would win the fourth game. Qin Rushi saw the result, and raised her lips slightly, and took the initiative to give way. "It's a draw, Miss Catalina. How about we give up now?" Catalina looked cold. "No. Keep going. She must get a result." Oh, Qin Rushi also knew that she would not give up, just to stimulate her. Dongqi continued to deal cards. The fifth game. Qin Rushi 2 of spades, 2 of diamonds, for points. Catalina, ace of spades, 3 of hearts for points. Another draw. But even with such a small score, the opponent didn't win, which already explained something. Just like the opponent did before, Qin Rushi took the absolute initiative. She pretended to murmur, "Another draw." Before she finished, Catalina interrupted coldly, "Deal." Qin Rushi smiled but didn't say anything. Dongqi continued to deal the cards. The sixth round was turned over. This time, the result was determined. Qin Rushi spade king, diamond king, 26 points on the sky card. Catalina, king of hearts, 10 of hearts, 23 points. This. Catalina's face turned pale instantly. She sat down on the chair weakly, looking at her cards in disbelief. Qin Rushi won, but didn't say anything. No one in the room made a sound for a long time, and you could hear a pin drop. After waiting for a while, Qin Rushi took the initiative to speak again. "Miss Catalina, the winner has been decided. How about we stop here?" When Catalina heard this, she didn't think it was a way out for herself, but felt extremely humiliated. This time it was not a male voice, but a female voice. "No, continue gambling. How could she, the eldest daughter of the Lionheart family, need mercy and charity?" A resolute look flashed in her eyes. "I will accept the loss." Katerina's words were equally powerful. She knew she had lost, and if she didn't fulfill the bet, she would be backfired by the curse. And she wouldn't have a chance to turn things around. Without thinking too much, she opened her face and took off the bionic mask, and a beautiful big wavy golden hair fell out silkily. She was indeed a young blonde beauty. Perhaps she felt that the continued humiliation was not as good as the relief of taking it all at once. The noble lady took off her suit and then her shirt, revealing her chest bound with bandages. After taking off her clothes to this point, Catalina hesitated for a moment. But it was only a moment. Because she saw the enemy's eyes, Catalina continued to untie her chest. Her face was already cold. The other two in the room were women, but Catalina didn't think it was a big deal. But there is still a man, a most lowly civilian. Although he didn't say anything, that cold look seemed to say, "If you look again, I will kill you," but she was wrong. If it were any other man here, he might really be afraid of the threat to the Lionheart family. But it happened to be Ji-sun. He understood the cold and threatening look and ignored it. He didn't look at Qin Rushi more because he was polite. But he didn't care about this Catalina at all. "I dared to kill young Master Khan, your cousin, and I dared not look at you?" Being threatened, he sneered in his heart. "More debts are better than more burdens. If I don't look at you, will your Lionheart family stop looking for me?" Not only did Ji-sun not restrain himself, but he looked at her carefully with interest. Although he didn't know what the king's key was, the chip they were gambling on, he couldn't let her succeed if she wanted it. There was nothing wrong with this idea. At this moment, Ji-sun had already understood the means of the game between the two sides. The more impatient this noble lady is, the worse her luck will be. She must not be allowed to succeed. Many masters, especially those of the mysterious department, can sense the wandering of eyes. Katerina felt 3 sets of eyes on her. For a moment, she wanted to retreat. However, thinking of the shame of failure, she frowned and tore off the bandage. It was this strong pull that caused the waves to ripple. The entire upper body was completely exposed to the air. The arc was not too exaggerated. But the age of a young girl is full of youth. If Qin Rushi had only taken off her coat, she could have stopped there, but she had been asked to take it all off. Now, she could only do as she was told. Katrina's pretty face turned grim again, and she leaned over and took off her trousers. All of a sudden, the noble lady stood naked under the light. It must be said that the noble lady, who was said to have been bathing in milk all year round, had skin that was so white and smooth that it was beyond description. Under the light, her skin glowed faintly, with a faint pink sheen. With golden hair and a pretty face, this was originally a very charming and beautiful body. However, perhaps because of the comparison, it was not so stunning. Ji-sun took a few glances, but there was no ripple. After taking off her clothes, Miss Catalina's expression returned to indifference in an instant. She did not feel ashamed, but only indifference and murderous intent. "As you wish. I took off my clothes," Catalina said coldly, and raised her own chips. "Let's play another round. If I win, I will take the key immediately. If I lose, I will not interfere in anything in your Honlu again." Qin Rushi also agreed happily. Okay. This matter today must have a result. It's meaningless to say anything. The 2 naked women started a new round of gambling. For a while, the huge VIP room was full of spring. This is the last round. But it was also the most crucial round. Some invisible mysterious magic confrontation was also going on at this moment. However, it was when Dong Qi was shuffling the cards. A small episode broke the inexplicable atmosphere of killing in the room. Qin Rushi seemed to have thought of something, but suddenly turned her head to look at Ji-sun, and asked casually, smiling, "Sir, who do you think has a better figure, me or this Miss Catalina?" Ji-sun also knew that she was deliberately provoking the other party. He was also happy to see this. "Originally, I was just watching the show, and I didn't feel like I was participating. Being asked meant that I was allowed, so I didn't need to look away." Ji-sun also took a closer look. Under the scrutinizing gaze, Qin Rushi's beautiful face didn't show any strange color. She smiled gently, and showed off her mature and proud figure. From top to bottom, everything was visible. Ji-sun took a look. Then he turned around and looked at the other side, with a contrasting look. When Catalina was looked at by that hateful gaze, the anger that had been suppressed at first burned again. However, that gaze was like a knife, sliding across the skin without any restraint. After a few breaths, Ji-sun casually told the truth. "Of course, President Qin has a better figure. Plumpness is the best. That noble lady is not bad, but she lacks some charm." This comparison, she lost again. Hearing this, Catalina inexplicably aroused anger in her heart, and shouted coldly, "Deal the cards." The one who spoke, the secret technique that had been brewing for a long time, had already been performed. Qin Rushi seemed to be aware of it, and still had a faint smile on her face. Continue dealing cards. The 7th round of the game. Katerina's open card is a King of Hearts, and she turned over a Queen of Hearts. With 25 points, the probability of losing is already very low. This means that to win, you can only win with a card above KK. Qin Rushi's open card is a King of Spades. The chance of winning is very low. But she did not panic at all. Her slender hand slowly turned over the bottom card. When she opened it, it turned out to be a black and white Joker. The funny smile of the clown and seemed to be laughing at the gambler's ignorance. Catalina looked ashen. That smile seemed to be mocking her. She was shocked. How could he not be a legendary strongman? How could he win against her? She realized that even that secret technique could not do anything to him. Suddenly, she realized that she looked up at Qin Rushi in astonishment. What kind of terrifying strength did this woman hide? Strange. Even Qin Rushi herself said in her heart. Although she won, this was not the card she wanted. It should have been a Diamond King. What's going on? Her eyes turned. She didn't understand. Ji-sun, who was watching, didn't understand. But when he looked at the Joker, he felt strange. He thought Qin Rushi would definitely turn out AK, but winning is winning. The final round. The farce is over. Looking at the noble lady opposite, Qin Rushi's tone was still calm, and he said lightly, "Miss Catalina, we in Honlu have no intention of making enemies with you, but we are not afraid of anyone. I tell you one more thing. I don't know where you got the news about the king's key, but it doesn't matter. That key is related to the entire old continent, and it's not something that your Lionheart family can handle alone. An innocent city is not as simple as you think. Katerina listened to this, and didn't respond. She just laughed at herself in her heart. Grandma is right, right? There are many monsters hidden in Innocent City. She knew she had lost and stood up. At this moment, she had fully understood that with that terrifying strength, the other party was not incapable of killing her. It was just because of Hong Lu that she didn't do it. She did have the ability to destroy Hong Lu. But to really destroy Hong Lu would be like breaking the chains that bound the monster. The monsters hidden in the City of Innocence would eat people. This noble lady tasted the taste of failure for the first time. She originally wanted to take down the two major gangs and prove herself in front of the elders of the family. The Anka family's Lionheart will is not only inherited by men, but also by women. I didn't expect to lose so thoroughly. But suddenly, that feeling of defeat made her feel like she had some idea again. The dark cloud of failure dissipated instantly. So this is what Grandma meant. She didn't want me to win, but to know the taste of losing. Catalina stood up, as if she had figured out something, and her confidence suddenly returned. If I lose, I lose. Thank you, President Qin, for your advice. As if the knot in her heart had been lifted, she smiled with relief and said, I will keep my promise and no longer target you, Hong Lu. However, I will send someone to deliver the visiting card later. My Lionheart family is interested in cooperating with Hong Lu. I hope President Qin will come to visit us when the time comes. Qin Rushi smiled and nodded. I will tell you when Master Jiu comes back. Catalina did not say much, and took out a set of clothes from the storage ring, covering up her graceful figure with a calm expression. Before leaving, she thought of something, glanced at Qin Rushi's graceful figure, and admitted openly, well, I am indeed not as good as you in this respect. Qin Rushi smiled charmingly, and said nothing. Ji-sun also noticed the change in the noble lady, and was amazed. The murderous intent suddenly disappeared. This was not an ordinary state of mind. The three watched Catalina get dressed, and leave the private room. Qin Rushi watched the people leave, her crystal eyes like mist, her red lips slightly parted, and she murmured, the Lionheart family is full of talents. If Miss Catalina can take power, the future of the federal political situation will be lively. As she said this, she also put on her clothes. Ji-sun avoided his gaze very gentlemanly. I didn't understand the last round of the game just now, but I understood what he said. It takes more than a few cards to make the eldest daughter of the Lionheart family admit defeat. It must be strength. This President Qin is unfathomable. Seeing this, Dongqi hurried forward to help. While helping to button the bra, he said, wow, Aunt Qin's figure is really wonderful. If I were a man, I would definitely not be able to go out every day. Qin Rushi scolded, you are so unruly. The age difference between the two is not that big. Calling her aunt is more of a seniority on the old man's side. There are no outsiders here. One is not the cold and murderous vice president, and the other is not the gang's daughter. There is no need to be so shy. When Dongqi heard this, she did not restrain herself, but turned around and asked, isn't it, Ji-sun, you think so too? Dongqi, who grew up in the gang, has a very direct view of making friends. Those who are really good to her are all brothers. After spending a night together last night, she has long recognized Ji-sun as a brother who saved her life and is knowledgeable. Naturally, he was not shy. Ji-sun smiled and said nothing. Without the external enemy, the atmosphere suddenly became relaxed. Qin Rushi put on her clothes, and had already restored her elegant and cold identity as the vice president of Hong Lu. She looked at Ji-sun and nodded slightly. I'm sorry for being rude just now. Ji-sun nodded and said nothing. This was about the matter of taking off clothes just now. But the woman could bring up this topic, but he couldn't. It seemed that what happened just now was over. Qin Rushi asked, you haven't had lunch yet? Dongqi, yeah. Qin Rushi, let's go, we can go eat together. As she spoke, a strange color flashed across her crystal eyes. When she first met him yesterday, she suspected that he might have other intentions. She went to see him on purpose, and her first impression was good. Qin Rushi had already given him a higher opinion of the gambling game just now. It was not easy for him to be so steady throughout the whole process. And she had never figured out what the problem was with the Joker that appeared at the end. It should have been K, but it seemed like something had enhanced the luck, so the Joker card appeared. Think about it again, there are only 4 people in the room. Dongqi has been dealing cards, so it shouldn't have much of an impact. Then it's only Ji-sun. Could it be that in the last round, he judged the 2 people's figures, affecting Miss Carter's luck and also enhancing her own luck? Qin Rushi thought of a lot. After all, when she asked Dong Qi and the others to go with her at the beginning, she wanted Dong Qi to learn how to deal with some emergencies. More importantly, her demonic power sends some special fluctuations. This Ji-sun is very special. There is a VIP restaurant on the 10th floor of Honglu. This is the most high-end restaurant Ji-sun has seen since he came to this world, and the various dishes taste excellent. However, he does not have much desire for food, and he thinks everything is okay. The three of them ate and chatted. Qin Rushi has a very high emotional intelligence, and is very careful in handling things. Even if she did not take the initiative to ask. Through some details of the chat, she quickly guessed some of Ji-sun's details. Of course, this is also what Ji-sun meant by not hiding it. After the casino incident just now, he felt that his identity as a wanted criminal was exposed. Dong Qi was not that cunning. She was really curious. After getting familiar with her, she asked about her character when there was a problem. The three of them chatted and talked about the wanted order. At this time, Dong Qi also asked curiously, Ji-sun, you really don't know Liu Yu, the lantern bearer of the 13 Kamen Riders? I heard that he is very powerful. He killed Khan in front of the golden guards of the Beast Legion alone. Oh, come to think of it, that guy is the cousin of the noble lady just now, right? Ji-sun shook his head. I don't know him. Dong Qi has been in the city all the time, and has not paid much attention to some intelligence. Ah, you don't know the assassin? Then why do the people of the Lionheart family want you? Ji-sun put a big piece of meat in his mouth, and responded calmly, because I tried to assassinate that person. But I didn't kill him. Hearing this, Dong Qi tilted his head and looked at him, surprised. Did you really try? Although she was a gangster, she also knew how difficult and exaggerated this idea was. Ji-sun nodded, yeah. But he didn't want to say more. Hearing this, Qin Rushi also looked at him. She seemed to think of something and smiled. No wonder you looked at the eldest lady of the Lionheart family without changing your expression before. So that's how it is. Dare to kill a legitimate young master, let alone look at him. Then, Qin Rushi also said, we Honglu will properly handle the previous troubles. It won't cause you any more trouble. Ji-sun nodded. It doesn't matter whether it is handled or not. He is probably safe in Honglu, and no one will know him after he goes out, so it doesn't matter. Qin Rushi said again, do you want me to help you deal with the bounty order? Ji-sun didn't take it seriously, no. Thank you. Qin Rushi also smiled slightly. At this time, Dong Qi also said at the right time, oh, by the way, Aunt Qin, do you know that a Tai's breathing method can only be dealt with? Qin Rushi guessed that she was asking for Ji-sun. As for a Tai's breathing method, I do know something. Legend has it that it may be a fragment of an ancient magic secret technique. But I haven't been in Innocent City for a long time. You can ask Jiu-Yi when he comes back. Ji-sun nodded. It was a coincidence that when the three of them were talking about breathing techniques, Qin Rushi seemed to sense something and smiled. Jiu-Yi is back. Dong Qi also heard the familiar footsteps. Ah, the old man is finally back. Ji-sun also looked up curiously. The gangster bosses in Ji-sun's impression were all the kind of ruthless characters who wore big gold necklaces, had a muscular body, choked on cigars, and had sharp eyes. And Dong Ju's position in Wuzu City was earned by his strength. It is said that he was a top master in Wuzu City when he was young. He was ruthless and had killed countless people. Ji-sun also felt that it was natural. He could become the boss of the first gang in Wuzu City. He was definitely top-notch in terms of strength and skills. He felt that even if he saw a figure like a Tyrannosaurus Rex coming in, he would not be surprised. However, it was because of this expectation. When he saw the bald white-bearded fat man walking in, he was really surprised. He didn't bring any bodyguards or followers. He was alone. He didn't have any cruelty in his eyes, and his body was full of loose fat, without any trace of muscle. If he had brought a teapot, he would be no different from an old man walking in the park. Dong Qi saw the man coming, pulled out a stool, and greeted him casually. Old man, sit here. The bald fat old man smiled casually, and even sat down without saying hello. He was casual and friendly, without any airs at all. Dong Qi introduced, old man, this is Ji-sun, he saved my life. Qin Rushi also expressed her attitude with a smile. When Master Dong Jiu heard this, his eyes, which had always been slightly narrowed, flashed with a strange color, and said, my friend, since you saved Chi-Chi's life, you also saved my life. Besides, I, Dong Huichuan, will remember this great favor. Dong Qi also saw that Ji-sun didn't like this kind of courtesy. After all, he was her own father, so there was no need to beat around the bush. She said directly, old man, Ji-sun wants to inquire about a Tai's breathing method. I'm waiting for you to come back. Oh! When Master Dong Jiu heard this, He didn't know what he thought of, but his expression was slightly different. After a moment of silence, he said, I do know something about Atai's breathing secret. It is gluttony, one of the 52 forbidden magics of the devil. But as for the origin of the secret, well, it's not convenient to talk about it for the time being. 52 secret magics of the devil? Ji-sun was obviously surprised when he heard this from Master Dongjio. He had guessed that the breathing method in the fragment was very special before, but he didn't think it was really one of the 52 devils. Inconvenient to say, Ji-sun saw the embarrassment of Dongjui. It stands to reason that a problem that can be solved with one sentence should not be beaten around the bush. So, this secret method may involve some big shots? Ji-sun did not feel sorry for not getting the answer, but was relieved. At least he knew that the breathing secret method really had a follow-up, and Dongjui knew it. It's just that it's not convenient to say temporarily. But Dongqi on the side was not happy to hear it. She touched her old man's bald head. At this time, she was not a gangster lady, but a girl who acted like a spoiled child to her father. Hey, old man, I saved your precious daughter's life. I asked you a question, and you are always trying to avoid it. If it were someone else, who would dare to talk to the Honglu boss Dongjui like this? Qin Rushi on the side smiled but said nothing, as if she was used to it. Dongjui also had a bitter face. Chi-Chi, stop shaking, my old bones are almost broken. But Dongqi said faintly, old man, just tell me or not. Dongjui said helplessly, and directly changed the subject. The day before yesterday, one of Atai's subordinates, the captain of the fierce tiger Luo Xiong and his base were slaughtered. I think it should be the work of you, right? He got the answer from Ji-sun's expression, and smiled. Then the last few levels of the formula should be in hand, and there is no rush for the breathing method. After all, this involves an old senior. Before asking, I can't make a decision first. But since it is me, Dong Huichuan, who asked, I will definitely give you an answer whether this matter will succeed or not. Ji-sun was really surprised to hear this. He didn't expect that a breathing method would involve so much. It's fine if it's the 52 forbidden magics of the devil, or the old senior mentioned by Dongjui. From what I heard, the senior is still alive. Is there someone in Wuzui City who is so senior that even Dongjui, the president of Honglu, is cautious when he mentions his name? Hiss, Ji-sun finally understood why this person was in trouble. But I'm afraid it has touched on some high-level secrets. He added, thank you, Dongjui. Dongjui also smiled. It goes without saying that smart people talk, but he also felt that he would be sorry if he didn't give something. He said again, I think young friend Ji-sun is very powerful. He should be promoted to the second level. There is no rush for the breathing method. I think we can consider other things, such as career cards, secret cultivation methods, etc. Apart from other things, if you can ask, my Honglu can definitely bring out the best things in the City of Innocence. Ji-sun has only advanced to the first level not long ago. But it is indeed possible to prepare a second-level career card. The original template used for the first-level advancement has experienced the exaggerated increase of the ancient template. Ji-sun's requirements for the quality of the second-level career card have also become higher. That is something that is almost impossible to buy on the market. There happened to be a very powerful person in Wuzui City here, and he thought that this person should be able to help him. Ji-sun knew that the other party wanted to return a favor. He also felt that this kind of open transaction was more appropriate, and he did not hide it, and said directly, I need a second-level Qigong Master career card template. It is best to have an original template. Original template? Hearing this, Dongjui's eyelids twitched again. Even Qin Rushi, who was silent on the side, cast a surprised look. Chapter 130. Qigong Master is the second-level advanced profession of Ace of Clubs fighter. And for most melee professions, Qigong Master is a very ideal cross-sequence job transfer choice. After all, this sequence can greatly improve skills, spell power storage and perception of Qi, and the growth of strength, agility, physique and so on is also very balanced. This is very suitable for Ji-sun. This cross-professional choice is not too outrageous, and he is not afraid of his Joker's professional general terms being exposed. The most important thing is that the two people in front of him have a broad vision, and see more than what he has hidden. There is no point in hiding. Besides, as Dongji said, Honglu can bring out the best things in Wuzui City. Since the other party has asked, Ji-sun feels that it would be a pity not to ask. The original template of the Qigong Master professional card? Dongji glanced at Ji-sun. Qin Rushi was also interested. Both of them are people who have seen the world. It stands to reason that even if Ji-sun makes any request, they will not be surprised. But it is this. Ordinary people have no idea what the original template means. But people at their level know it very well. For card masters, The original template is theoretically the strongest professional card template of the same level. The extraordinary improvement that this kind of card can bring to card masters is absolutely unimaginable. But no matter how good it is, it depends on whether people can afford it. As far as they know now, the original card also means almost 100% distortion. The different color also flashed away. After hearing this question, they instantly guessed what was going on, with Ji-sun fusing the werewolf card. At the beginning, the lone wolf baron was the one that was fused with the cursed spade 4, and the first level had the strength to resist the second level card master. Now Ji-sun can easily kill a second level cursed witch and save Dong-chi. This can also explain some problems. There are many people with secrets in the City of Innocence. Dong-ji did not have the idea of prying into other people's secrets, and he did not say much after guessing it. Brother Ji-sun is very good. He chuckled and said directly without beating around the bush, the 52 original templates have almost been lost. Even at the headquarters of the Federal Card Master Association, I'm afraid there are not many people who can answer this question for you. Before he finished speaking, Dong-chi on the side was unhappy. She touched her father's bald head and said faintly, "Old Dong, you've said such big words. Now this doesn't work, and that doesn't work. Can you do it?" Since he is thanking him for saving his life, he naturally has to come up with something really good. She still felt that she was not qualified enough. Master Dongjio, the boss of Honlu, could not do anything to this girl. "Oh, it's okay, it's okay. That's what I meant. Others can't give an answer, but I can." Dong-chi gave up. Ji-sun listened without saying anything, with a faint smile on his face. He actually knew that he would get an answer when he asked this question. Not to mention the original template, at least there must be something similar. Honlu may not have it, but someone in Wuzue City has it. Boss Honlu is already the most powerful person in Wuzue City. This person has a way to contact people that Ji-sun has no way to contact. For example, Master Merlin. As expected, Master Dongjio mentioned this topic and said, there is a legendary card-making master who lives in seclusion in Wuzue City. He is Master Merlin, one of the 3 great legendary card-making masters today. It just so happens that I have a little friendship with Master Merlin. I don't know if he has the original template of Qigong Master. But even if he doesn't, that master can definitely give better suggestions. Chi-Chi will soon be inaugurated at the 2nd level, and then you can go visit that master together. Dong-chi's eyes lit up when he heard this. Master Merlin? Ji-sun didn't pretend to be polite when he heard this, and said directly, "Thank you, Master Jio." Hong-lu was in a turbulent period, and he didn't plan to stay any longer. He didn't like the life of dealing with many people. It would be great if he could exchange favors for real things. Yes. Dong-jui's eyes also showed a kind smile when he heard this. Whether he is strong or not is not important to him. Young people who are neither humble nor arrogant, and know when to advance and retreat are precious in the eyes of people of his level. He has been the boss of Honolulu for many years, and has seen too many people of all kinds. He has met many people who rely on a little favor, and want to firmly lock this relationship and climb up. On the contrary, this clear account-settling approach makes him more recognized. Qin Rushi smiled and said nothing. At this time, Dong-ju smiled and said, "But that matter is not urgent. Master Merlin may not be able to see you whenever he wants." He turned to Dong-chi and said, "Chi-chi, don't run around these days. Take Brother Ji-sun to have a good look around Honolulu. Young people should have some youthful vigor, and enjoy themselves when they should." Ji-sun smiled at this simple gangster hospitality. "Thank you." Dong-chi agreed. "Okay." After talking about the business, the few of them chatted for a few more words. Most of them were about Ji-sun saving Dong-chi and solving a big problem for the 2 major gangs, Hong-lu and the Brotherhood. Now that the 2 major gangs have negotiated a ceasefire, Innocent City has temporarily calmed down. It seems that it will be stable for a while. But just as they were chatting, a waiter came in with dishes. Qin Rushi seemed to be the first to discover something, and a strange color flashed across her crystal eyes. But she did not show any abnormality, and continued to eat by herself. The waiter was next to Dong-ju, put the plate on the table and opened the lid. Without any warning, the accident happened. The waiter was covered in black curse marks, and with a flash of cold light, a black dagger appeared out of thin air in his hand. He took advantage of the moment when the lid of the plate was retracted to block his vision, and stabbed at Dong-ju, who was close at hand. Ji-sun sensed the sudden murderous aura, and his pupil shrank sharply. He shouted in his heart, "What a strong assassin!" But when he found out, the assassin had already stabbed Dong-ju's neck. This sneak attack came so fast that before the image in his eyes was completely transformed into a signal in his brain, the black tip of the knife had already pierced his skin. The neck is one of the most vulnerable parts of the human body, with many arteries and nerves that are almost completely unprotected. Even if it can't kill with one blow, the dagger with black air seems to be highly poisonous. The assassin must choose the time to attack very cleverly, making it difficult to defend. Dong Jui just used a fork to rub a piece of meat and put it into his mouth, and his vision was also blocked. At this distance, it was too late to dodge. It seemed that he was about to be stained with blood on the spot. However, a bizarre scene happened. The sharp tip of the dagger pierced Dong Jui's fatal spot 3 fingers below his forehead. But there was no sound of flesh and blood being torn apart. Instead, there was a clang sound, like the sound of a sharp weapon piercing a bronze bell. Looking closely again, a layer of metallic copper color condensed on Dong Jui's neck skin, as if part of his body had been metallized. Ji-sun only reacted at this time, but was very surprised. The assassin also had a dagger with a magic-breaking entry in his hand, but it didn't break the defense? What's even weirder is yet to come. At the moment when his skin turned copper, a terrifying bull-headed demon god appeared behind Dong Jui. Ji-sun looked at it with a stern look. Mark read hard to it points to the demon god Jiotin Ma Luo. The quality of the demon mark that can present the demon god's phantom is at least legendary. There was no time to think about it. The dagger stabbed his neck, and Dong Jui raised his eyebrows slightly. The assassin's expression changed drastically when he saw this. So strong, he knew very well that he would not have the chance to attack again. Before the assassin could draw his knife and run away, Dong Jui stretched out his left hand like lightning. His 2 fingers instantly turned bronze, and he held the dagger between his fingers accurately. Then he punched the assassin in the lower abdomen. The fist seemed to tear the air apart, and a fist mark was already sunken on the assassin's lower abdomen at a distance of 1 foot. Before the assassin could retreat half a step, his eyes bulged out and were full of bloodshot. Then he fell to the ground with a bang and had fainted. The assassination came quickly and went away quickly. In the blink of an eye, the assassin fell to the ground. And Master Dong Jio was still chewing the meat in his mouth. Seeing this, Qin Rushi seemed to be accustomed to it and didn't even glance at it. Dong Qi frowned and muttered, "Here it comes again." Master Dong Jio's face was as kind as ever. The gangster seemed to treat assassinations as a commonplace. Ji-sun looked at him without saying anything, but he already had an accurate understanding of the strength of this top master in Innocent City. This fat old man who looked harmless was really powerful. If I'm not mistaken, the assassin just now was at least a 3rd level one, and his assassination method was impeccable. The fact is, he was killed in 1 move. It was expected that Dong Jui was strong, but Ji-sun looked at the fading metallic luster on his skin and thought of something else. Why does this body protection secret method feel a bit similar to the Supreme Tyrant body? He knew this when he asked the intelligence dealer for information about Dong Jui. But seeing it with his own eyes is another matter. They are both ways to be invincible in the flesh. But they are not quite the same. The Red Baron I saw in the other dimension before had a very high defense of both physical and demonic bodies, and was strong from the inside out. And Master Dong Jio's skin was metallized, from the outside to the inside. The two seemed to have different paths, but they looked very similar, as if they came from the same source. Ji-sun's realm was too low to understand. But the quality of this level of secret technique is definitely very high. Ji-sun thought of something, or maybe, this is another part of the tyrant body. Before he could think about it, Master Dong Jio smiled and said, "I'm sorry to make you laugh, little brother." He didn't care about the assassination at all, but said helplessly, "There are always some guys with not very smart brains, who think that if they kill me, they can control the Innocent City." Ji-sun nodded in response, and didn't say anything more about this topic that was not suitable for him to get involved in. Although he was very curious about Dong Jui's secret method, he didn't want to ask at this juncture. People just gave you a great opportunity, and you are asking for more, which is not good. What's more, you just encountered an assassination, and directly asked about the body protection secret method, which is like asking where the flaw is. Soon someone dragged the unconscious assassin out. The dining atmosphere didn't seem to be affected at all. Dong Jui originally just wanted to see the man who saved his daughter, and now that he was quite interested, he didn't want to stay any longer. The business was almost finished. Dong Jui stood up and said, "Friend Ji-sun, the gang still has some things to deal with, so I won't accompany you. Let Chi-Chi chat with you later, you young people can communicate more." Ji-sun also politely responded, "You go ahead." After Master Dong Jio left, there were only 3 people left in the room. It was as if an invisible pressure disappeared. Ji-sun finally realized that he was a very easygoing bald old man, but he didn't realize how much pressure he put on him until he left. He looked thoughtful. At this time, Dong Chi came over, picked up a large piece of meat with a fork, put it on Ji-sun's plate, and reminded him, eat more. Ji-sun was not polite and ate heartily thank you. The problem of the occupation card has been solved, and there is a clue about the breathing method. He was also in a good mood. The food tasted good, and he also needed enough nutrition to maintain the atavistic growth of his body muscles. After finishing the business, Dong Chi asked with anticipation, Ji-sun, will we go to the workshop after dinner? Ji-sun nodded yes. We have to wait for the right time to find Master Merlin, and this time is just right to continue digesting those ancient documents. But not far away, Qin Rushi looked at Dong Chi's good buddy with his arm around his shoulder, and said with a little helplessness, Chi, you are not young anymore. Don't stay in the workshop all day tinkering with your machines. Go out with Ji-sun more often. Dong Chi thought he was talking about arranging entertainment, and responded, I took him to Honlu yesterday. He didn't seem to be very interested. She didn't forget to ask, right, Ji-sun? Qin Rushi rolled her eyes at her. Dong Chi didn't understand the look, but she could see that Ji-sun didn't seem to like staying in Honlu. Without him, it would be impossible for her to decipher those mechanical drawings. Dong Chi thought that both his brothers and the blueprints were important, and said, why don't we go to the studio? If you really want to relax later, I call some beauties up for you. Ji-sun was already used to these aggressive words, so he smiled and said nothing. Qin Rushi listened with helplessness in her eyes. Which girl would always find beauties to relax when entertaining guests? Dong Chi seemed to not understand at all, and she didn't forget to say, Auntie Qin, don't worry, I make arrangements. After dinner, she couldn't wait to hug Ji-sun and get on the elevator, and went to the workshop on the 11th floor again. Qin Rushi watched the two leave, sighed slightly, and went up to the 13th floor. Dong Jui was standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling glass window, overlooking the brightly lit Downing Street, and the dock leading to the old continent not far away. What do you think of that young man? Very good. I also have a good impression of him. If something unexpected really happens to Honlu later, Chi-Chi can be considered a reliable friend. I heard that someone from the Lionheart family came before. Yes. They don't know where they got the news of the king's key, and want to get it. There were only a few people who knew the secret. Now that it's leaked, it's hard to predict what will happen next. The politicians in the Federation are not easy to deal with. In front of the glass window, the two looked very solemn. Ji-sun and Dong Chi stayed in the mechanical workshop for a day and a night. Except for going to the toilet, the two were almost together. Ji-sun also knew that he would not stay in Honlu for a long time, so he simply spent some time compiling a dictionary of Talent ancient language. Dong Chi also felt like he had found a treasure, and plunged into the ocean of mechanical knowledge. Qin Rushi did come twice during the trip, but she saw that the two were really immersed in the ancient books, so she didn't say anything. She also specially sent some ancient books that Honlu had collected, about spells and cards. These were rare and out-of-print books that could not be bought. Ji-sun also felt that he had gained a lot, and good news came one after another. On the second day, Dong Jui sent accurate news that Master Malin had made an appointment. Ji-sun and Dong Chi did not stay in the room anymore and left Honlu. On this day, Grove Street in the southern part of the city. In the darkness, two figures slid down the pipe with a steel cable, and soon came to a huge abandoned sewage pipe. There were huge pipes all around, which were urban sewage pipes left over from thousands of years ago. Dong Chi turned on the light, looked around, and said, it should be here. Ji-sun also observed that more than 100 meters above his head was the golden lacquered spire of the main building of the Hunter Union headquarters. But there was a crowd of people above. There were no people in the dark place 100 meters below. Except for the rustling of mice, there was almost no movement. If it weren't for Master Dong Jio's advice, Ji-sun would not have thought that the place agreed by Master Merlin was here. He looked at the time on the pocket watch. It was only 6 o'clock. The appointment was 7 o'clock. Dong Chi found a clean place to sit down, and was afraid that Ji-sun would get impatient waiting, so he said, the old man said that Master Merlin has a strange temper, so we should be careful not to offend him. Don't be late, or you will miss me. Yeah. Ji-sun didn't care. It would be abnormal if the master had a strange temper. He knew very well that Master Dong Jio had done a great favor to arrange a time to meet. So the two of them didn't dare to be careless, and came an hour early. The orange alchemy lamp illuminated a corner, and the two of them were not idle. Dong Chi took out the notes he had recorded in the past 2 days, and read them by himself. And Ji-sun began his daily training. He performed a set of Wolf Fong 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 boxing to exercise his body. As the fight went on, a strange force field appeared around Ji-sun, and his muscles became knotted and swollen. The golden ball of power gem is now his best partner for cultivation. Infuse it with spell power, and you can gain super strong weight. Recently, he has become proficient in using it, so he inlaid the gem on his inner armor so that he can use it at any time. The two of them became more and more familiar with each other, and after getting to know each other's temperament, Ji-sun did not avoid Dong-chi. After this set of boxing skills was performed, Dong-chi was amazed and said, "Ji-sun, I just realized that you are either meditating, reading books, or practicing every day. Don't you have any other hobbies?" The more they get along, the more she realizes that Ji-sun is really different from others. In the gang, the most common people are those who indulge in drunkenness and vent their low-level desires. So now that she sees an absolutely self-disciplined person, she feels very strange. Dong-chi thought about the past 2 days, when there were so many beautiful girls in Honolulu, but that guy didn't try them out, so he asked directly, "Are you really not interested in women?" Ji-sun took the time to respond with one word, "Yes." Dong-chi believed it, but she also muttered to herself, Are you only interested in beauties like Aunt Chin?" "Ji-sun," Dong-chi shrugged, I can't help you then." "Ji-sun," Dong-chi didn't say more about this issue. After a moment's silence, she looked at Ji-sun's punch that was so powerful, and said with emotion, "Ji-sun, I just realized that you are really strong. No wonder you can easily kill that second-level curse witch." Ji-sun also took the time to respond in between punches. The upper limit of the machine is unlimited. If you study hard, you may be able to compete with top card masters. "Yeah, I think so too." Dong-chi nodded seriously. She felt that Ji-sun was right for her, not just for saving her life. More importantly, it was a rare opportunity for her to meet someone who could truly understand the wonders of mechanics. At this time, Dong-chi thought of something and asked with a little expectation, "By the way, Ji-sun, how strong are you now? Can you kill an underground boxing champion like a Tai?" Ji-sun thought about it and said, "It should be about the same." Hearing this, Dong-chi immediately became interested. "Otherwise, when are we going to kill that guy? I heard from Fatty Song that Big Ivan's transport convoy was robbed again recently, although no one was caught. But I suspect that it might be that a Tai who tasted the sweetness and was secretly making trouble. Now the two major gangs have signed a ceasefire agreement, and all the open fighting has stopped. But it is obvious that someone is still making trouble in secret." Ji-sun also agreed immediately after hearing it. "Okay. Let's not talk about the breathing method." He was also very interested in fighting with masters. A-Tai was very strong, especially his deadly fighting skills from the death fight and the body protection qigong of the curse power, which were considered outstanding among the second-level ones. If it was a competition, the chances of winning would be 30 to 70. He had 30, A-Tai had 70. If it was a fight to the death, it would be 50 to 50. But it was because the opponent was very strong and posed a deadly threat that it made sense to Ji-sun.